Upon awakening, I astonishingly found myself back at the tender age of 16. Outside the window, the sound of chirping Pokémon filled the air. Wait, Pokémon! Gumu stared blankly at the peculiar creature, fluttering its wings before him, wondering, what should I do if I have reincarnated into the world of Pokémon? I await your guidance, for it is quite urgent. Fear not, for you shall witness how he, with the aid of a system and his relentless efforts, embarks upon the journey to become a Pokémon Master. Prologue. The gift that, in a pitch-black void, a glimmer of light gradually emerged. An indescribable warmth and beauty accompanied the light, filling the entire space as the darkness, startled, retreated at a visibly rapid pace, shrinking its domain until it dissipated into nothingness, as if it had never existed. From the source of the light, a pair of emerald eyes manifested, with crimson pupils swirling within them. A soft sound resonated, and the surrounding radiance burst forth like fireworks, revealing its true form. It was a creature resembling a horse or a qilin, clad in white. Its body, mane, tail, and the dark side of its face were outlined with gray vertical stripes, and its four pointed legs ended in golden hooves. Its mane arched high from its head, and a golden, cross-shaped wheel-like object connected to its abdomen radiated a sacred and wondrous glow. It lifted its head, surveying the luminous expanse, pondering for a moment. As its golden hooves gently touched the ground, an immense power emanated from it, resonating throughout the space. Crack! Like the sound of shattering mirror, the entire expanse fractured, with countless beams of light spilling forth into the void beyond. IT gazed upon this vast world of light, feeling an overwhelming sense of loneliness and emptiness. This world should not be so. 17 stone tablets erupted from its body, swirling around it in a circular dance. This world needs the earth. A streak of light passed through. This world needs the blue sky. A streak of light passed through. This world needs light. A streak of light passed through. This world needs darkness. A streak of light passed through. This world needs life. In that instant, all the stone tablets soared into the air, spiraling at the center of the world, ultimately erupting into a kaleidoscope of colors. Chapter 1. A Beautiful Encounter. Hey, wake up! Quick, wake up, boss! The violent shaking jolted Gumu awake. He groggily shook his throbbing head, and what came into view were desks and a pristine blackboard. This is a classroom? Gumu gazed around, bewildered. Could it be that I was dreaming after a night of revelry? He slapped his face to awaken from the dream, but it bore no effect. Everything remained unchanged, though he felt a slight sting on his cheek. Am I not dreaming? It seemed someone was tapping him from behind. Gumu slowly turned and was met with a somewhat youthful, yet familiar face. Boss, wake up! We need to go collect our books. You are Lin Sheng. Are you dazed? Of course I am Lin Sheng. Get up, we have to collect the books, and then we can go home. Wait a minute, isn't Lin Sheng supposed to be a rotund fellow with an oily face? We were just drinking together last night, and now he appears as a young chubby boy? Ignoring the look of bewilderment from his best friend, Gumu stared at Lin Sheng's youthful visage, pondering. Lin Sheng, what year is it today? Gumu anxiously posed this question, now of utmost importance to him. What year? It's 2019. Sensing his friend's intention to send him to a mental institution, Gumu quickly glanced towards the window, where he saw a slightly handsome face without stubble or wrinkles. Resembling a young lad yet to reach adulthood, he finally comprehended the situation. He had inexplicably returned to the age of 16, to the very day he entered high school. Such an inconceivable event had transpired in his life. He was merely a 2-year university graduate, struggling in the depths of society and a night of drunkenness at a barbecue. Stahl had somehow transported him back to 2019. But what was the use of this? It was merely a repetition of life. As an utterly ordinary college graduate, returning to 16 would only mean living through it again, without causing any significant ripples in his existence. Let's go collect the books. Gumu shouldered his backpack and walked towards the classroom door, followed by a similarly perplexed Lin Sheng. What was wrong with the boss? He seemed as if he had lost his soul after just one in 8p. Gumu pondered how to face the life ahead. Should he tread the same path as before, or strive to attain admission into a prestigious university? Perhaps it was best to take one step at a time. With a sigh, he exited the classroom. Suddenly, a gentle breeze caressed Gumu's face, bringing with it the delicate scent of osmanthus, like the sun hanging in the sky, adorning the colors of the gentle wind. The fragrance of osmanthus, in full bloom during this September, permeated Gumu's heart in that moment, as if in celebration of the breeze and the floral aroma. Figures darted from the osmanthus trees, spiraling into the sky. Bobo. The melodious call, accompanied by the wind generated by flapping wings, filled the entire sky, while the osmanthus petals that fell to the ground danced resiliently in the gust, adding vibrant life to the swirling wind. What a beautiful scene it was! Those figures, adorned with dancing osmanthus flowers, soared with the wind, moving toward the slowly descending sunset, fading into the distance. Gumu stared, entranced by the breathtaking sight. In that moment, his heart fluttered. Is that Bobo? Indeed, Bobo. Isn't it beautiful? Lin Chung replied, also gazing at the retreating flock of Bobo with delight. Absolutely, it's magnificent. Gumu's once troubled expression gradually relaxed, blossoming into a radiant smile. He finally realized that he had transcended into a world that was no longer the same. He had entered a realm he had once yearned for, now within reach. Pokémon, these wondrous beings, had finally manifested before Gumu's eyes, igniting a spark of excitement within him. Come on, let's go. The teacher is still waiting for us. Lin Chung, noticing Gumu lost in thought, gently pushed him toward the staircase. In the evening, Gumu walked home with a backpack full of books, noticing numerous buildings that had not been there in his memory. Occasionally, a few Pokémon darted out, capturing Gumu's attention. That's a Lickitung, and that's a Rattata. Before long, he stood at his doorstep, yet he felt a lingering sense of longing. He pushed open the door to find his father reading a newspaper in front of the television and his mother bustling about in the kitchen. Mom, Dad, I'm home. Welcome back. Wash your hands and get ready for dinner, his mother said cheerfully. Sure. Gazing at his parents' youthful faces, Gumu discreetly wiped away a tear that threatened to fall. In the previous world, although he had found a job near home, working a 9-to-5 schedule, he often had to work overtime until after 9, that each time he returned home, his mother would reheat the dishes for him before resting. At that time, he thought it was all quite ordinary. Upon his rebirth, Gumu harbored a profound reverence for his parents. His return perhaps served as a means to atone for the years he had overlooked them. At the dining table, the family of 3 enjoyed a harmonious meal together. Little Moo, have you decided on your initial Pokémon? Gu's father inquired. I'm still pondering, Gumu replied. Very well. Choose whatever you fancy. I shall handle the expenses, he assured, patting his chest with confidence. But, Dad, isn't all the money with Mom? Gumu could hardly suppress his laughter as he pointed out. Hey, you rascal, why bring that up? You're asking for trouble, his father retorted. After dinner, Gumu retreated to his bedroom and eagerly opened his computer to research the history of Pokémon. So, this is how it is, Gumu mused, contemplating the information displayed on the screen that a century ago, human society, which was on a stable course, suddenly discovered that everything around them was undergoing continuous transformation. Various species were vanishing, replaced by peculiar creatures endowed with immense power and diverse abilities, which the people at the time referred to as monsters. The proliferation of these monsters led to the ongoing disappearance of native species. Consequently, people began to realize that the world before them was no longer as it once was. Numerous sites, including ruins, landscapes, forests, and lakes, began to materialize out of thin air. Scientists posited that this phenomenon resembled the merging of one world with another, coining the term world fusion. Gradually, humanity began to comprehend and familiarize themselves with these beings. Scientists discovered that most of these creatures were amicable and could be tamed. Utilizing a variety of books unearthed from the ruins, 20 years later, scientists developed a spherical container capable of housing monsters, employing technologies outlined. In these texts and materials sourced from newly discovered terrains absent from the human world, in 1940, the United Nations rechristened the monsters as Pokémon and designated the spherical containers that could contain and tame them as Pokeballs. By 1950, the United Nations decided to rename itself the Global Pokémon Trainer Alliance, and several new professions emerged alongside societal advancement, with Pokémon Trainer being the most sought after. These trainers would capture, nurture, and train their Pokémon to engage in battles against one another, allowing both themselves and their Pokémon to evolve, thus giving rise to various events, establishments, and careers such as Pokémon clubs, Pokémon healing centers, and Pokémon breeders. By 1956, the integration of Pokémon into daily life had reached such a degree that they became inseparable from reality, gradually giving rise to an entirely new society and ushering the world into a novel era known as the Pokémon Age. When children reach the age of 16 and transition to high school, they may choose to specialize. They can consult with their parents to decide whether to pursue studies in Pokemon science based on family circumstances and their own wishes. Children entering Pokemon science can obtain a junior trainer qualification certificate at their local Pokemon Center within a week of starting high school and can purchase an initial Pokemon at a substantially reduced cost from the local official Pokemon breeding center. This initial Pokemon will be recorded in the trainer's qualification certificate, and since junior trainers are permitted to use only one Pokemon, this creature will be their sole companion for considerable duration. A Eskimo perused the online history of the Pokemon age. He gained a fresh understanding of a world starkly different from his past life. Firstly, the current understanding of Pokemon in this world was undoubtedly less detailed than that of the anime and games from his previous life. At present, the official Pokédex contained merely 400 to 500 species of Pokemon, while his past life had already introduced regions such as Galar. People of this era were still in the process of discovery, with many evolutionary forms, item functionalities, and traits yet to be unearthed. For instance, the only evolutionary forms of EV officially announced were 3: fire, thunder, and water. The disclosed Pokemon types numbered only 17. Notably absent was the fairy type, often deemed the enemy of dragon types. It seems my previous gaming and viewing experiences were not in vain. Gumu, a fervent Pokemon enthusiast in his past life, had always yearned for the Pokemon world. With Ash and Pikachu filling his childhood memories, he had amassed numerous games and possessed considerable knowledge about Pokemon. After absorbing the history related to Pokemon, Gumu could hardly contain his excitement as he accessed the official Pokemon Breeding Center website for U-City. This website provided access to all the novice Pokemon available for junior trainers, allowing them to inquire about prices and basic information regarding their desired Pokemon. With Saturday just around the corner, Gumu planned to register for his junior trainer qualification at the Pokemon Center and then procure his preferred Pokemon from the breeding center. He was eager to acquire his very first Pokemon, He swiftly browsed through the Pokemon listings, which are conveniently categorized by their respective attributes for easy navigation. Gumu searched for quasi-legendary, infant Pokemon, and starter Pokemon, only to encounter a revelation. Wow, why is it so expensive? Gumu exclaimed as he gazed at the 7-figure price tag of a Charmander, promptly averting his gaze. Despite his family's decent financial standing, purchasing a Pokemon worth several million was simply unrealistic. With no other choice, Gumu began to consider some of the more affordable Pokemon, as their prices were determined by various factors such as rarity and potential. After all, possessing a superior Pokemon could significantly influence one's early progress and expedite the journey to becoming an intermediate trainer. For affluent families, spending money could provide their children with an advantageous start, undoubtedly a worthwhile investment. Currently, Gumu was left to scrutinize Pokemon with reasonable developmental potential and relatively swift growth rates, such as bug and grass types, which would enable him to advance without falling too far behind. Ordinary Pokemon will have to suffice. I refuse to believe that with my knowledge of Pokemon, I cannot achieve success in this world. Gumu recognized that his greatest advantage lay in the knowledge of item usage and the various traits of Pokemon he possessed in his mind. After all, this world's understanding of Pokemon was far from complete compared to his previous life. He browsed through the list of Pokemon that fell within his budget. For bug types, Beedrill is viable. Its final evolution can Mega Evolve, although this world has yet to discover whether Mega Evolution exists, so I'll keep an eye on it. Similarly, Caterpie is quite formidable. Its evolution line offers 2 stages, so it's worth considering. Then there's Swadloon and Pharaoh Seed. What should I choose? Gumu pondered, staring at the dozen or so Pokemon names jotted down on paper, feeling quite conflicted. Perhaps I should tentatively select these few and decide once I arrive at the breeding center. After all, even among the same species of Pokemon, there were distinctions in strength, and the quality of the Pokemon would need to be verified at the breeding center before making a purchase. Gumu closed his computer, calming his exhilarated heart, and lay down on his bed that if I sleep early, tomorrow will arrive sooner. With that thought in mind, Gumu quickly changed into his pajamas and nestled under the covers. Chapter 2. Obtaining the title of junior trainer on a bright morning, Gumu rose early from his slumber. The weather was splendid, and he quickly devoured a few bites of breakfast prepared by his mother before hastily urging his father, who had just finished his meal, to head out. Guma watched her son's hasty demeanor with a gentle smile, thinking to herself, "This child, I hope he returns in time for lunch." "Got it, Mom. Just a moment. I need to put on my shoes." Dad gently tapped Gumu's head, indicating that he wasn't quite ready. "All right, I'll wait downstairs." Without waiting for a reply, Gumu dashed out, the sound of his shoes echoing on the stairs. What a mischievous child. Is this the Pokemon Center in Yuching? It's enormous. Gumu marveled at the towering skyscrapers before him, feeling a sense of awe that starkly contrasted with the simplistic Pokemon centers depicted in the games and anime he had previously enjoyed. In those animated worlds, Pokemon centers were merely 2 or 3 stories tall, adorned with a red building marked by a Pokeball symbol. However, the magnificent structure that loomed in front of him transformed his perception entirely. This Pokemon Center appeared to be at least 20 stories high, featuring a colossal Pokeball emblem, an iconic red and white sphere, with the words Yuching Pokemon Center inscribed beneath it. Let us go inside and register your identity as a trainer. Dad encouraged, patting him on the back with pride. In the blink of an eye, this little rascal had turned 16. How time flies. Hello. Welcome to the Yuching Pokemon Center. How may I assist you today? As Gumu and his father entered the center, a charming young lady approached them with an inviting smile. Hello, I would like to register my son for a junior trainer qualification certificate, Dad replied. Certainly. Please follow me. The young lady led them to another hall's reception desk, where another staff member was processing a registration for a mother and her child. Thus, accompanied by the young lady, Gumu and his father arrived at reception desk number 2. Please present the applicant's ID, household registration book, and student ID, the receptionist requested. Here you go, Dad said, handing over the prepared documents. Please wait patiently for approximately half an hour. We will process it as quickly as possible. If you need anything, feel free to visit the waiting area next door, where refreshments are available. Thank you. Half an hour later, a voice rang out. Please, number 35. Mr. Gu, come to reception desk number 1 to collect your documents. Thank you. Dad, the documents are ready. I heard it. Go on, Dad replied, watching with a smile as Gumu dashed to the front desk, where the staff awaited him. Hello. This box contains your junior trainer qualification certificate along with your ID and related documents. Please keep them safe, the staff member said as she handed over the items, including a black box adorned with a carved Pokeball. Eagerly, Gumu accepted the documents and could hardly contain his excitement as he opened the box containing his junior trainer certificate. A card gleaming with silver light emerged before him, bordered with threads of silk, encircling his portrait. It was inscribed with his various basic details, while the back boasted the words Junior Trainer. The overall design, though simple, was aesthetically pleasing in both color and layout. As Gu Xian gazed at the trainer qualification certificate, an exhilaration surged within him. He had finally become a genuine trainer, no longer confined to the virtual realm of gaming, but stepping into the reality of his dreams. Congratulations, host. You have achieved your first milestone. I am now a junior trainer. The system chimed, activating and binding itself, bestowing upon him the title of junior trainer. System binding in progress. 1030-609-0100. Binding successful. Currently available system functions. Host information, Pokemon information, task system, system backpack. Other functions are not yet available. Please explore on your own. Huh, what on earth is this? Gumu stared wide-eyed at the personal panel that had appeared before him. Has my golden finger finally arrived? He almost leapt with joy, restraining himself as he considered how fortunate he was to have been reborn into the Pokemon world, and now to possess a system. Was he truly the favored child of fate? What's wrong, Xiaomu? Oh, nothing. Just feeling really happy. Gumu attempted to mask his excitement, though it was evident on his face. Dad assumed his son was merely thrilled about becoming a junior trainer and paid little mind to it. Let us head to the Pokemon Breeding Center. On their way to the Breeding Center, Gumu busily explored the newly acquired system. At present, only 4 interfaces were available. Host information, name, Gumu gender, male age, 16 title, junior trainer Pokemon owned, none Pokemon information, none task system. 1. Main quest. It's decided. It's you. Quest objective, obtain your first Pokemon. Quest description, greetings. I am delighted to meet you. Welcome to the world of Pokemon. In this world, there exist creatures known as Pokemon. Some people cherish them as pets, while others command them in battles. From this moment on, your story begins. Embark on an adventure filled with dreams and excitement in the Pokemon world. Let's go. Quest assistance. Please carefully review the functions of the items you possess. Quest reward. 1 lottery chance. Lottery function activated. System backpack. None. A new task? Observing the newly appeared task interface, Gumu found himself even more eager to acquire his first Pokemon. Unfortunately, the journey to the breeding center still felt quite distant, as the location was crucial for providing various environments suitable for different types of Pokemon. Moreover, There was a task assistance feature that mentioned reviewing the functions of owned items, yet his backpack contained nothing. Could it be the title? Indeed. Gumu recalled that he had received a reward for completing the task of acquiring the junior trainer title. He accessed his host information and discovered that the title could indeed be selected. Focusing his thoughts on the title, a detailed description appeared before him. Junior Trainer. Title displays simplified information of observed Pokémon. Such a straightforward description struck Gumu like a hammer in his mind. Display information? Did this mean, looking outside at the Pidgey soaring by, he was suddenly greeted by a stream of information manifesting before him. Pokémon, Pidgey gender, male category, bird Pokémon ability, keen eye individual value. 49. Overwhelmed with excitement, Gumu struggled to contain his joy. He could see the individual values and abilities of Pokémon. This time, it was imperative to choose a Pokémon with promising potential, for it would be a disservice to the system bestowed upon him by fate. Pokémon, here I come. An hour later, the father and son duo arrived at the Yuching Pokémon Breeding Center. Although the breeding center stood only 10 stories high, its area was significantly larger than that of the Pokémon Center. The structure was intricately adorned, with the emblem transforming from the Pokeball to a grand Pokémon egg, beneath which the words Yuching Breeding Center were inscribed, exuding an aura of magnificence. After admiring the building for a moment, Gumu tugged at his father's arm, urging him to enter. Greetings, and welcome to the U-City Pokémon Breeding Center. How may I assist you today? As expected from the official Pokémon Center of U-City, the staff here are exceptionally well-trained, exhibiting both politeness and outstanding service. Hello, we are here to acquire a Pokémon for novice trainers. Certainly. May I please see your novice trainer certification and related documentation? The staff member received the documents and proceeded to register them. Shortly thereafter, another staff member approached Gumu. Please follow me to select your initial Pokémon. Gumu's father gently patted Gumu's head and said with a smile, Go ahead, I'll wait for you here. Thus, Gumu followed the staff member into another hall. The Pokémon Breeding Center had categorized all initial Pokémon according to their primary attributes, each placed in designated areas. Hello, you can call me Sister Yi. Do you have a particular Pokémon in mind? Not at the moment. May I take a look first? Of course. Gumu then followed the staff member to the grass-type initial Pokémon area. Pokémon, Mewtwo. Gender, female. Category, Blood Pokémon. Ability, Chlorophyll. Individual value, 43. Pokémon, Cherubi. Gender, female. Category, Cherry Pokémon. Ability, Sweet Veil. Individual value, 59. Half an hour later, Gumu had examined most of the Pokémon in the breeding center. The reason he had not seen all was that many with superior qualifications had already been pre-ordered by others. As for the starters and semi-legends, they were seldom left over. They were targeted from the moment they were eggs, making it unlikely for him to acquire one, especially since his wallet would not permit it. Now, Gumu was contemplating which Pokémon to choose. After half an hour of observation, he had only discovered 2 Pokémon with individual values above 80. 1. Pokémon Lotad. Gender, male. Category, Water Weed Pokémon. Ability, Swift Swim. Individual value, 83. 2. Pokémon Sawaddle. Gender, female. Category, Sowing Pokémon. Ability, Chlorophyll. Individual value, 81. From the data, it was evident that Lotad had a higher individual value than Sawaddle. However, in terms of evolution, although both Lotad and Sawaddle underwent 2 stages of evolution, Lotad's final evolution into Lombra required a water stone. The cheapest water stone was priced at around 7 to 800,000. From this perspective, the affection-based evolution of Sawaddle appeared to be a more favorable choice. Sister Yi, what is that over there? Gumu suddenly noticed a section that Sister Yi had not taken him to explore earlier. Chapter 3. It's decided, you shall be the one. That is the Pokémon Egg area. Are you interested? However, it is quite difficult to ascertain the qualifications of Pokémon still within their eggs, so proceed with caution. Generally, individuals discern the potential of initial Pokémon based on their body size, for color, and learned skills. The selection of Pokémon eggs is highly random. People often choose eggs from parents with excellent attributes, leaving the majority of eggs with subpar qualities behind. Of course, there are exceptions, but they are rare. Sister Yi, let us go take a look over there. Gumu suppressed his excitement. Others might not see the potential of the Pokémon, but he could. Moreover, eggs were significantly cheaper than the Pokémon that hatched from them. Additionally, when selecting initial Pokémon, the breeding center offered a 50% discount, allowing Gumu to afford a reasonably good Pokémon. Gumu urged Sister Yi to lead him into the Pokémon egg area. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of hundreds of eggs incubating in nutrient solutions. Pokémon, Ghastly, Egg. Gender, male. Category, Gas Pokémon. Ability, Levitate. Individual value, 46. Pokémon, Swablu Egg. Gender, female. Category, Cloud Pokémon. Ability, Natural Cure. Individual value, 51. Gumu examined each egg, with Sister Yi patiently accompanying him. Novice trainers selecting Pokémon generally exhibit great patience, as these creatures would accompany them for a long time, making careful consideration essential. This is... Gumu abruptly halted upon spotting a particular egg. Pokémon, Ralts, Shiny, Egg. Gender, female. Category, Emotion Pokémon. Ability, Trace. Individual value, 86. This is a Ralts egg, with its mother being Curlia and its father being Gardevoir. If you are interested in Ralts, there are several with good qualifications in the psychic area. Gumu completely ignored Sister Yi's words. This is my future partner. And it's a shiny one. What a stroke of luck. He nearly burst into laughter. After regaining his composure, Gumu glanced at the price of the egg, 500,000. With the 50% discount, it would be 250,000, well within Gumu's budget, leaving him enough to purchase other items for nurturing Pokémon. The Ralts that had hatched indeed possessed excellent qualifications, but they were all priced above 800,000, and their individual values could not compare to this egg, let alone the fact that it was a shiny, which would fetch at least over 1 million once hatched. Sister Yi, I want you need to look further. I'll take this one. Very well, let us proceed with the registration. Once completed, this egg will belong to you. Seeing that Gumu had made his decision, Sister Yi refrained from saying more and led him to complete the purchase procedures. This is the Pokémon egg you've purchased along with the required nutrient solution. It should hatch in about 3 days. Here is the hatching manual. Please keep it safe. Gumu accepted the incubator, a transparent square box containing the egg immersed in nutrient solution, providing nourishment. He held the incubator tightly, fearing it might get bumped, though it was quite sturdy and unlikely to break easily. Father, let us go. Have you made your choice? Yes. Gumu urged his father to complete the payment quickly so they could return home. He was eagerly anticipating the hatching of Ralts. Why the hurry? Didn't the staff say it would take about 3 days to hatch? Gumu's father observed his son's impatience with a bemused expression, though he understood his excitement. Remembering his own youthful enthusiasm. What did you choose? Ralts. Ralts, you say? Quite a fine choice. Of course, it's the one I meticulously selected. Gumu joyfully repeated his system checks on the incubator in his arms, grinning with contentment. Let us go home for dinner. All right. The sun had risen to its zenith, and under its radiant glow, the incubator in Gumu's arms shimmered with iridescent light, appearing exceedingly beautiful. Ralts, you shall be the one. Mother, I'm back. Welcome back. Wash your hands and come eat. Just a moment. I need to place the incubator down first. Clutching the incubator, Gumu swiftly changed into his slippers and dashed into his bedroom. Gumu cleared a small table, shoving everything aside, and carefully set the incubator on top. Gazing at the quiet egg within, he felt immense joy, knowing that in just a few days, he would finally meet the little creature that would soon emerge. Why is the task not yet displayed as complete? Could it be that the Pokémon egg has yet to hatch? Never mind, patience is a virtue, after all. Haste makes waste. Little one, do hurry and emerge. Perhaps it is merely an illusion, but Gumu feels a gentle tremor from the egg. Yet upon closer inspection, it remains quietly nestled within the incubator. Dinner is ready. If you dawdle, it will grow cold. Here we go. Typically, a Pokémon's growth consists of 4 stages. Upon hatching from the egg, the Pokémon enters its juvenile phase, which swiftly transitions into adulthood within a week or 2. Only upon reaching adulthood can a Pokémon engage in proper training and battles. This adult phase often constitutes the entirety of a Pokémon's life, during which they grow stronger through combat and training, ultimately leading to evolution. Once this growth phase concludes, they will enter the aging stage. Of course, the lifespan of most Pokémon surpasses that of humans, allowing them to outlive their trainers without issue. Unlike wild Pokémon eggs, those hatched by humans are immersed in a nutrient solution during hatching. This solution nourishes the egg, ensuring a healthy birth with minimal risk of failure. Moreover, it expedites the transition of newly hatched Pokémon through their juvenile stage, promoting their development. Therefore, when Pokémon breeding centers sell eggs, they also provide the nutrient solution to trainers. 3 days can feel both short and long, yet Gumu perceives time as dragging. He diligently replaces the nutrient solution provided by the breeding center each day and dedicates all his spare moments to caring for the egg, hardly diverting his gaze. Even at night, he tells the egg a bedtime story before sleeping, prompting his parents to remark, "This child truly adores Pokémon." True to Gumu's anticipation. On the evening of the 2nd day, just as he was about to narrate a fairy tale to the egg, it began to tremble vigorously. Though it had occasionally quivered before, This time the movement was markedly more pronounced, indicating that the little creature inside was eager to break free. Crack. Gumu observed cracks forming on the egg's surface, which gradually widened with time. Is it about to hatch? In a flurry, Gumu followed the steps outlined in the hatching manual, draining the nutrient solution and opening the incubator. Approximately 10 minutes later, the cracks had spread across the entire egg, and Gumu watched intently while his parents waited anxiously outside the room. Upon hatching, a Pokémon will recognize the first creature it sees as its caretaker. Thus, to ensure that Gumu was the first it encountered, his parents remained quietly outside, awaiting news. Ralts. The egg cracked open from the top third, revealing a small orange-yellow horn that pushed aside the shell, exposing a head of sky-blue hair, with long bangs obscuring its eyes. Although its eyes were hidden, Gumu felt as if Ralts were gazing back at him. According to research, Ralts can sense emotions through the horn on its head, and it seemed to perceive Gumu's affection as it extended its tiny white hands, appearing to be playful. Ralts. Gumu understood its intent and quickly reached out, gently cradling it in his arms, covering it with a small blanket to keep it warm. The newly born Pokémon has a fragile body that requires careful warmth. Gumu felt Ralts softly touching his hand with its horn. Ralts. Gumu sensed this was a joyful sound. He held Ralts carefully, then retrieved warm milk from a large milk can to feed it slowly. Newly hatched Pokémon require nutritional support, and the milk from the can is rich in nourishment, fostering a bond between Pokémon and trainer. Ralts examined the small bottle before tentatively taking a sip, responding with a delighted, "Ralts, this is delicious." Ralts happily embraced the small bottle, drinking eagerly. 10 days later, on a clear morning, "Gumu, go wake him up for breakfast." Gumu's mother called from the kitchen. Ralts received. Ralts trotted to the bedroom, gazing at the lazy figure still sprawled on the bed, and approached with a resigned demeanor. Ralts, wake up for breakfast. You lazy lump." Ralts jumped onto Gumu's blanket, bouncing up and down while calling out, "Gumu, you don't have class today. Let me sleep a little longer." Gumu rolled over, shaking Ralts off the blanket, and snuggled deeper into the covers. Ralts was indignant, declaring, "You will regret this." In its fury, a purple aura enveloped Ralts, and suddenly, Gumu found himself levitating off the bed. Feeling a chill, Gumu sensed something was amiss, and before he knew it, he tumbled to the floor. Ralts, this is what you get for angering me." Ralts hopped on Gumu, hands on its hips, jumping up and down. Is this telekinesis? Stunned from his fall, Gumu couldn't muster anger as he realized Ralts had just used a skill. Ha ha ha, Ralts has finally entered its growth phase. Still in a huff, Ralts was abruptly scooped up by Gumu and shaken playfully. Ralts looked at its trainer, perplexed, wondering if he had lost his senses. Ralts's call snapped Gumu back to reality, and he noticed the slightly dizzy Ralts, promptly setting it down. Apologies, I was just overly excited." Ralts affirmed. "Learning a skill is perfectly normal. After all, I am the most powerful and beautiful." "Ralts, you've changed. You were so shy before," Gumu chuckled, gently tapping Ralts on the head. "Ralts's hair is all messy, foolish master." "Ralts, do you wish to become my first Pokémon?" Gumu produced a Pokeball purchased from the Pokémon Center, gazing at Ralts with hopeful anticipation. Ralts gently pressed the button on the Pokeball, and in a flash of red light, it was drawn inside. After a few shakes, the Pokeball emitted a sound indicating successful capture. "I have captured Ralts." Channeling the spirit of Ash from the anime, Gumu felt a surge of youthful exuberance as a flash of red light enveloped Ralts, releasing it back into the room. "Ralts, the inside of the Pokeball is boring." Ralts looked at the unmoving Gumu, shaking its head in resignation. "Foolish Gumu, you've gone silly again. Congratulations, host. You have completed the main quest. Obtain your first Pokémon. Quest details, acquire your first Pokémon. Quest reward issued. Lottery function unlocked. 1 lottery chance available. Please check, host." Chapter 4, The Charming Little One. At last, the task is complete. Indeed, capturing a Pokémon with a Pokeball is the true measure of accomplishment. Gumu keenly focused on the system panel before him, and indeed, the new lottery function had appeared. However, he was not in a rush to explore it. Instead, he opened the Pokémon profile. Previously, as Ralts had not been captured in a Pokeball, the profile section had remained empty. Now, the information was available. Indeed, the Pokémon profile section was no longer blank. Pokémon, Ralts, shiny. Gender, female. Category, emotion Pokémon. Characteristics, replication. Upon entry, it copies the opponent's ability, becoming identical to it. Held item, none. Learn moves, Cry Psychic. Inherited moves, Destiny Bond. HP, 30. Attack, 20. Special attack, 30. Defense, 25. Special Defense, 26. Speed, 29. Total Individual Value, 160,186.86. Note: individual values do not represent actual power levels. They merely denote a hidden numerical value innate to each Pokémon, which, alongside other parameters, determines its capabilities. Destiny Bond. What incredible luck! Gumu was pleasantly surprised that Moo Moo had inherited this exceptionally potent skill, likely a gift from the revered elder. This move can be considered a game-changer. When one's Pokémon teeters on the brink of defeat, it can take down an opponent's fully healthy Pokémon, potentially flipping the tide of battle. This skill is undoubtedly a delightful surprise. While it may not be immediately useful, it will certainly prove invaluable when he advances to an intermediate or even advanced trainer level. Fortune truly smiled upon him. Had he not ventured to the Pokémon Egg area for a stroke of luck, he would never have encountered such a remarkable Pokémon. Gumu exclaimed, "Lose. Is the foolish master praising me? Why? In light of your compliments, I shall forgive you." Upon witnessing Moo Moo's proud little expression, Gumu playfully ruffled its hair and then turned his attention to the lottery page. The lottery interface was not as complex as he had imagined. It was simply a large spinning wheel divided into 12 segments, 2 white, for green, 3 blue, 2 purple, and 1 gold. According to the lottery instructions, white signifies the ever-pleasing thank you for your patronage, while green, blue, purple, and gold represent items or Pokémon of varying degrees of rarity. Opportunities to participate in the lottery seemingly could only be acquired through task rewards. Remaining lottery chances. 1. Let us spin. There's no way at LL land on white. I refuse to believe that I could draw thank you for your patronage with a 1 in 6 chance. May the luck of the gods be upon me. A legendary gold awaits. As the wheel spun, Gumu's emotions oscillated with it, and after a series of rotations, it finally landed in the green segment. Well done. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a blue item chest. Would you like to open it? Open. Although he did not draw purple or gold, Gumu was thoroughly satisfied with the blue prize, as his previous life had earned him the title of lottery magnate for good reason. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an evolution stone, which has been placed into the system backpack. An evolution stone? Oh, I recall now. When held, it can enhance the defense and special defense of Pokémon capable of evolution, which is perfect for Moo Moo. Gumu was quite pleased with the lottery outcome. While not a particularly rare item, it would nonetheless bolster Moo Moo's strength. Moo Moo, look what I have here. Lose. Sparkling and beautiful. Upon seeing the purple stone Gumu presented, Moo Moo was immediately captivated, bouncing around on the floor with outstretched little hands. All right, here you go. Gumu handed the evolution stone to Moo Moo. Strangely, the moment Moo Moo accepted the evolution stone, it vanished from its tiny hands. Where did the evolution stone go? Lose. You mean it's inside you? Observing Moo Moo nodding its little head, Gumu noted that the item section of the Pokémon's data had transformed from empty to evolution stone. Could it have fused with Moo Moo's body? Is it retrievable? Moo Moo. As Gumu watched the evolution stone coalesce gradually from Moo Moo, he understood that this must be how Pokémon carry items. Quite convenient indeed. Let us go? Moo Moo, it's time to eat. Lose. At 9 in the morning, Gumu took Moo Moo to a nearby park. Moo Moo had entered a growth phase. An appropriate training would be beneficial for its development. Firstly, to train a Pokémon in battle, it must possess the desire to train. If a Pokémon lacks the motivation to strengthen itself, the training process will undoubtedly stall, making combat virtually impossible. However, most Pokémon possess an inherent fighting spirit. In nature, the survival of the fittest is a common occurrence. While many Pokémon are raised under human care from birth, their innate tendencies are difficult to alter, making it rare for a Pokémon to lack the desire to grow stronger. Moo Moo, do you wish to become stronger? Gumu gently stroked Moo Moo's little head and inquired. Lose. What does becoming stronger mean? Can you eat it? Moo Moo tilted its head, slightly puzzled by Gumu's words. Becoming stronger means becoming more beautiful. If you train, you will grow stronger and evolve into a stunning Galade. If anyone were present, they would find Gumu resembling a somewhat dubious older man attempting to convince a young girl. Lose. Beautiful. I want to become strong. I want to evolve into a super beautiful Galade. Moo Moo's red eyes, hidden beneath its bangs, sparkled with excitement, indicating its eagerness. However, training is quite arduous. Lose. Moo Moo patted itself with its little hands, signaling Gumu to bring it on. This lady fears nothing. Very well, let us commence rigorous training. Gumu was pleasantly surprised by Moo Moo's enthusiastic agreement. It seemed he would need to procure more rewards for it. Moo Moo. We will begin with stone lifting training. Currently, Moo Moo has learned the moves Cry, Destiny Bond, and Psychic. Its future evolution will undoubtedly be Galade. And Psychic is a fundamental skill for a Pokemon that relies primarily on special attack. This is why training was postponed until Moo Moo had mastered Psychic. Without it, there was no direction for training. The stone lifting exercise aims to enhance Moo Moo's psychic power. While in the game, Psychic has a power rating of 50, in reality, Moo Moo's psychic ability clearly falls short of this standard. This one will do. Moo found a stone of suitable size in the park and led Moo Moo to it. Moo Moo, come, try to lift the stone slowly with Psychic. Lose. Watching a beautiful girl. A surge of psychic energy emanated from Moo Moo, gradually enveloping the stone. As its psychic power intensified, the stone began to levitate. Approximately 5 centimeters off the ground. Moo Moo, if you can't hold it any longer, let it down. Moo Moo spoke while jotting down data in his notebook. Lose. After a while, Moo Moo could no longer maintain its grip, and the stone was gently placed down as it sat exhausted on the grass. Moo Moo, let us take a break. Lose. Training necessitates a gradual approach. Appropriate exercise and rest are essential for continuous improvement. Otherwise, the effort will be counterproductive. Psychic wrapping time, 8 seconds. Lifting time, 22 seconds. This is roughly Moo Moo's current psychic data, which can be used for future training comparisons to observe progress and identify potential shortcomings. Chapter 5, Moo Moo's First Battle. Psychic wrapping time, 6 seconds. Lifting time, 25 seconds. Psychic wrapping time, 4 seconds. Lifting time, 30 seconds. Moo Moo, let us take a break. Here, this is fresh milk from home in a big jar. Drink up. Lose. Though the training period was rather arduous, it was undeniably fulfilling. Moo Moo genuinely felt her psychic abilities continuously strengthening, and with the supportive boost of milk, she successfully acclimated to the rigors of training. While the ultimate goal of this endeavor might be to enhance her beauty, one cannot deny the unwavering effort she exerted. The 2 days of training swiftly came to a close, and Moo Moo remained industrious. In addition to meticulously recording Moo Moo's training data, he utilized her rest periods to engage in running, thereby fortifying his own physical condition. After all, due to the convergence of worlds, a plethora of wondrous and enigmatic terrains had emerged before the populace. Though most of these landscapes were safeguarded by the state, the imperative to enhance the physical fitness of the citizens was pressing. It was precisely for this reason that Moo Moo was able to persevere. Mutual effort invariably fosters growth. The journey of development is not a solitary one, but rather a shared endeavor, embodying the bond between trainers and their Pokémon. Ding ding ding. At that moment, Moo Moo finally opened his eyes and glanced at Moo Moo, who was nestled beneath a small blanket beside him. He raised his hand to rub his eyes. Lazy Moo Moo, it's time to rise. He gently patted her head, urging her to awaken. Lulu? Moo Moo murmured, her half-asleep gaze appearing quite hazy, tinged with confusion. All right. It's time to get up. We're going to school today. Lulu, let us go, Moo Moo. Moo Moo levitated onto his shoulder, using her psychic powers. Although Moo Moo was unaware of what resided within the Pokeball, it was evident that Moo Moo harbored little desire to remain inside. Thus, Moo Moo declared that Moo Moo's shoulder would henceforth be her throne. Yuqing No. 1 High School, the first institution in Yuqing to implement the Alliance Pokemon curriculum, boasts a history spanning several decades. To cultivate the synergy between trainers and their Pokemon, students in the Pokemon department are permitted to bring their Pokemon to school. It soon became apparent that Moo Moo attracted considerable attention, as a shimmering Pokemon draws the gaze of onlookers wherever it goes. Shyly, Moo Moo clasped Moo Moo's neck with her small hands, burying her head amidst his hair. Wow, a blue Ralts, how impressive. As Moo Moo approached the school gate, he suddenly heard a familiar voice. A chubby boy hurriedly ran over from a distance, fixated on the Moo Moo perched on Moo Moo's shoulder, exclaiming in astonishment. You actually hatched a shiny Ralts. Why would I lie to you? Had I known, I would have chosen Ralts too. She is just too adorable. Come on. You should be satisfied with your Charmander. Moo Moo rolled his eyes. Indeed, Lin Cheng's initial Pokemon was a Charmander, not one of the leftover choices, but rather acquired through his father from a different source just last week, boasting excellent potential. A shiny Ralts is undeniably stunning. Lin Cheng smiled at Moo Moo resting on Moo Moo's shoulder. Upon hearing her praise, Moo Moo peeked out from behind Moo Moo's hair. Moo Moo, this is my good friend Lin Cheng. Moo Moo introduced, gently patting Moo Moo's head. Hello, Moo Moo. Lin Cheng waved at her. Moo Moo shyly revealed her little face from behind Moo Moo's hair. Lin Cheng chuckled, remarking, She is a bit bashful. I suppose it's her first outing. She is quite the proud one at home. Lulu, not at all. I'm perfectly well behaved. Moo Moo huffed, playfully smacking Moo Moo's head. All right, let us head to class. It's almost time. Wow, Ralt's so cute. Truly, extraordinarily adorable. And her hair is still blue. At that moment, Gumu and Mumu were seated at their desks, surrounded by a gaggle of girls. Mumu nestled deeper into Gumu's embrace, feeling a bit intimidated by the crowd, thus seeking refuge within his arms. Ding ding ding. All right, class, it's time to begin. Teacher Chunling announced as she entered the room. Upon noticing Gumu and Mumu encircled by classmates, she immediately grasped the situation. Gumu let out a sigh of relief. While he didn't mind the presence of girls nearby, being surrounded by 7 or 8 of them was another matter entirely. Observing the envious gazes of the boys around him, he felt rather innocent. I didn't ask for this, he thought. Placing Mumu on a small stool at the back of the classroom, where a few other petite Pokémon were also resting. This designated spot was provided by the school for students' Pokémon. Those who preferred not to stay in their Pokeballs could occupy this space, provided their size was manageable and did not disrupt the class. Otherwise, they would have to return to their Pokeballs. Gumu had already explained these rules to Mumu, who assured him she would not interfere with the lesson. Upon returning to his seat, Gumu retrieved his textbook. Today's lesson was on Pokemon knowledge. With the continuous evolution of the Pokemon era, the subjects students studied expanded significantly. In addition to the foundational cultural courses, numerous new classes were introduced, such as Pokemon knowledge, Pokemon breeding, and Pokemon battle courses, all designed to nurture the growth of aspiring trainers. Hello, classmates. Hello, teacher. Today, we will primarily discuss. In the afternoon, on the playground, during Pokemon battle class. Students, it's time for battle once again. Have you missed me? Teacher Chung Hai flexed his robust muscles, smiling broadly. No. The class responded in unison. After 2 weeks of familiarization, they had grown quite accustomed to this seemingly rugged, yet secretly cunning teacher. If anyone were to respond affirmatively, he would likely follow up with inquiries about just how much they had missed him. Therefore, they refrained from granting him that opportunity. Well, that truly saddens me. Without further ado, let us start with 2 laps around the track. No. The students protested in unison, well aware that 1 lap measured 800 meters. Hurry up, or I'll add another lap. Teacher Chung wore a knowing smile. I love running. So do I. Let us go. Watching the students dash off, Teacher Chung displayed a satisfied grin. Young people should engage in more exercise. Being weak is simply unacceptable. After 2 laps, everyone settled down on the grass to rest. Gumu felt somewhat fatigued, but after the weekend's training, he noticed it was not as overwhelming as before. All right, rest time is over. Line up. Today, we will again engage in battles between Pokemon. For Pokemon in their growth phase, battles are of utmost importance. Only through regular combat can they develop optimally. You now have 3 minutes to pair off and battle each other. This time, the losers will do 30 push-ups, Teacher Chung announced, a mischievous smile gracing his face. Hey, let us battle. Lin Chung approached with his Charmander, not waiting for Gumu to respond. Main quest has been released. Please check it, host. Gumu quickly opened the quest interface. 1. Main quest, the joy of battle. Quest objective, win the first Pokemon battle. Quest description, a trainer's gaze locking with another S signifies the commencement of battle. Go forth and achieve your first victory. Let your inaugural triumph compose the verses of your future. Quest reward, Psychic Energy Cube X6. To his astonishment, a quest had been issued. Gumu marveled at the newly released task, realizing the reward was a Psychic Energy Cube, perfect for Mumu's use. Let us go, Gumu declared to Lin Chung, brimming with fighting spirit. Initially, he intended to engage in battle today to validate Mumu's growth over the past couple of days. After all, it had only recently transitioned from its juvenile stage and had never fought before, even though it had undergone training in these last 2 days. Its ability to adapt to combat remained uncertain. Victory was imperative for the energy cube. Gumu and Lin Chung sought out an open space, naturally opting for a concrete ground. A grassy area would likely be set ablaze by the sparks from the little fire dragon. Little fire dragon, let us go. Lin Chung exclaimed as he tossed the Pokeball, releasing the little fire dragon. Mumu, it's our turn as well. There will be delicious treats if we win. Gumu tempted Mumu with the promise of delectable rewards, much like a mischievous uncle. Surely, the energy cube must be quite tasty. Ruru. Tasty treats, here I come. Mumu eyed the little fire dragon with fierce determination. The battle commenced. Mumu, unleash your cry. Gumu took the initiative, intending to diminish the little fire dragon's offensive capabilities. Little fire dragon, cover your ears, and charge in using Scratch. Mumu, utilize Psychic and Levitate. Mumu employed Psychic to lift itself off the ground, showcasing the results of its training. As the little fire dragon charged forth, Mumu enveloped itself in a psychic aura, allowing it to float gracefully. The little fire dragon's scratch attack met only air, missing its intended target in that fleeting moment. Little fire dragon, dodge quickly. Lin Qing shouted urgently. It was too late. Mumu, turn around and use psychic. Ruru. The purple psychic force struck the little fire dragon, which, propelled by its own momentum, was momentarily unable to evade. Not enough. Little fire dragon. Use ember. What? Mumu dodge. Gumu exclaimed in astonishment as he observed the little fire dragon. After absorbing Mumu's psychic strike, the little fire dragon pivoted and unleashed ember at the descending Ralts. Mumu struggled to maintain control over its psychic abilities, unable to attack, while simultaneously sustaining its levitation. Thus, both the little fire dragon and Mumu were hit simultaneously, creating distance between them. Little fire dragon, hold on and adjust your stance. Mumu, are you alright? Ruru. I am furious. You've dirted my outfit. Both Pokémon had sustained significant injuries. Another blow to either side could result in a loss of battle capability. Little fire dragon. Ember. Mumu, let out a cry. Ruru. Just as the little fire dragon prepared to unleash Ember, Mumu's cry captured its attention, causing a delay in its attack. Mumu. Use psychic to lift the little fire dragon. As the little fire dragon readied its Ember, it found itself lifted off the ground. Little fire dragon, Ember attack. Mumu. Activate psychic. Galala. Ruru. The little fire dragon's Ember successfully struck Mumu. Simultaneously, the little fire dragon, having lost its psychic support, crashed to the ground, where it too was hit by Mumu's psychic force. Little fire dragon, hold on. Mumu. Keep going. Both Mumu and the little fire dragon fell simultaneously. The little fire dragon lay incapacitated, unable to rise, while Mumu slowly regained its footing. Ruru. In this battle, Mumu emerged victorious. Splendid, Mumu. Congratulations, host. On completing the main quest, The Joy of Battle. Chapter 6, Extracurricular Training. Congratulations, host, on completing the main quest, The Joy of Battle. Quest reward. Psychic type Energy Cube 6 has been dispatched to the system backpack. Please check, host. Gumu understood that this match could only be deemed a narrow victory. After all, both Pokémon had only recently undergone training, and their skills were largely comparable, resulting in a direct exchange of blows. Just like Mumu and the little fire dragon, their abilities had struck each other simultaneously. Had it not been for Mumu carrying the evolutionary stone, which enhanced its special defense, it might not have been able to stand at this moment. Typically, campuses with Pokémon studies establish Pokémon healing centers, as seeking treatment at external Pokémon centers would undoubtedly be quite troublesome. Notably, the current healing services are not provided by the Joy family, as one might expect from anime and games. At present, Pokémon centers feature not only healing Pokémon, but also numerous advanced medical devices. These various settings cater to Pokémon with differing degrees of injury, facilitating optimal recovery and expediting healing. The two quickly healed their Pokémon at the campus treatment center before returning to the playground. Seeing that everyone had mostly regrouped, Teacher Chung Hai instructed the students to line up. Do you know what day it will be in a month? Yes, the freshman tournament. The students responded eagerly, their eyes alight with excitement. The freshman tournament at Yuqing No. 1 High School is an annual grand event. On this significant day, all first-year students in the Pokémon program must participate in a large-scale battle event, drawing attention from both the school community and external spectators. Furthermore, students who place well can receive generous rewards from the school, making it a highly coveted competition among all new trainers. Battling alongside their Pokémon under the gaze of the crowd is the ultimate aspiration for all trainers. To enhance the abilities of this year's cohort, the school has decided to embark on a 7-day training expedition to the Miracle Forest, located outside of Yuqing, next week. Training in the Miracle Forest? The students were astonished, glancing at their teacher. Previous training sessions had typically occurred either on campus or in external clubs. So this sudden decision to venture to the Miracle Forest was unexpected. The Miracle Forest emerged as a result of the merging of worlds, a terrain that did not exist before. The authorities named it the Miracle Forest, not merely for its arboreal nature, but also due to its extraordinary rate of formation compared to other forest terrains. According to the elders, the forest materialized astonishingly overnight, bursting forth with vitality. Hence, it was dubbed a miracle of life, gradually earning the moniker Miracle Forest. The Miracle Forest is home to an incredibly diverse array of Pokémon and peculiar flora. After decades of exploration and research by the nation, most areas have been thoroughly mapped. Consequently, in recent years, the Miracle Forest has gradually opened its doors to trainers. Of course, our expedition will be limited to the outskirts of the Miracle Forest, with teachers accompanying the group to ensure everyone has safety. Participation in this special training is entirely voluntary. Those who are unwilling or unable to attend for special reasons may apply to their homeroom teacher. All right, class dismissed. Boss, you're definitely going, right? Absolutely. Enhancing my strength is essential for a good performance in the freshman tournament. I've heard the rewards this time are quite substantial, Gumu said, patting Lin Chung on the shoulder. It's of no use. My dad has already secured all the resources for raising the little fire dragon, Lin Chung pondered, realizing that the special training held little allure for him. Young man, your resolve is lacking. As a trainer, our mission is to grow alongside our Pokémon, to battle and evolve together. Gumu restrained the urge to chastise him and instead offered a dose of motivational wisdom. All right then, let us strive together. Let us do it. That evening, after completing his homework, Gumu called out to Mumu, who was floating nearby, engrossed in playing on its phone. As a result of today's battle, Gumu discovered that Mumu was unable to maintain its levitation during combat. In an effort to rectify this flaw, perhaps due to its youthful inexperience in fully controlling its psychic powers, he decided that this shortcoming must be addressed promptly. Thus, he encouraged Mumu to engage in play while simultaneously sustaining its psychic levitation, allowing it to internalize this ability as instinctive. This way, in the face of various dangers, it would possess greater maneuverability. Lucy, come, I have a treat for you. Upon hearing the promise of a delicacy, Mumu promptly abandoned its phone and glided swiftly towards Gumu, who revealed a reward in the form of an energy cube obtained from completing a task. This cube was a perfect square, resplendent in a vivid purple hue, glistening with an undeniable quality, devoid of impurities, truly a testament to the excellence of the system's offerings. Through the system's item description, Gumu comprehended the purpose of this energy cube. Psychic Energy Cube, advanced significantly enhances psychic Pokemon's perception of external psychic abilities, accelerates the training speed of psychic moves, and deepens their mastery, lasting for 3 days. It seemed that Mumu, possessing a unique sensitivity typical of psychic Pokemon, immediately felt the alluring pull of the energy cube, fixating intently on Gumu's hand. Rest assured, it's yours, but remember to train diligently afterward. As you strive towards becoming more splendid. Gumu resumed his persuasive tactics, though Mumu was particularly susceptible to such encouragement, sensing something amiss yet unable to articulate it. In one swift motion, Mumu devoured the energy cube. How does it feel? Gumu inquired eagerly. Lucy, it's sweet and delicious. I didn't ask if it tasted good. I'm asking how you feel. Gumu replied with a hint of exasperation, bemused by his gluttonous companion. Lucy? Lucy, Lucy. Mumu suddenly exclaimed joyfully. Are you saying you feel your abilities have improved? Lucy, let me find something to lift and test it. Levitation duration, 4.6 seconds. Lifting duration, 48 seconds. Gumu gazed at the recorded data, astonished by the substantial effect of a single energy cube. And while this was a temporary enhancement, he was confident that, with the aid of the energy cube, Mumu's strength would significantly increase before their outdoor training commenced. Chapter 7. The special training in the Miracle Forest begins. Through the tireless efforts of Gumu and Mumu, a week passed swiftly. During this time, Mumu's strength progressed rapidly, aided by the energy cubes, as evidenced by the noticeable improvements in the speed of psychic energy accumulation and attack intensity during daily training sessions. After winning 10 battles, the system issued another task. Recurring task, the joy of battle, continued. Task objective, win 10 Pokemon battles. Task description, a trainer's gaze serves as the signal to commence battle. Mere victories cannot satiate a trainer's passion for Pokemon. Go forth, for victory knows no bounds. Our journey continues. Task requirement, the battling Pokemon must belong to the host. Task reward, any type of energy cube, selectable. Due to this task, Lin Chung found himself in a daily state of turmoil. Whether in class or during breaks, he was forcibly dragged into battles by his superior. Initially, it was manageable, as Lin Chung enjoyed Pokemon battles, but as time wore on, the relentless pressure became unbearable. I can endure a little fire dragon, but not this incessant torment. Each day, he resolved to defeat Gumu, yet he ultimately lost every single match. Although both Lin Chung and his fire dragon sensed their growing strength, they pondered why they could not grow stronger while simultaneously securing victories. Gumu also felt a twinge of guilt. One could not continually exploit the same opponent. Thus, after a few days, upon realizing that Mumu could effortlessly best the fire dragon, he decided to relent. Indeed, I am a benevolent soul. Lucy? What did you say? I didn't quite catch that. No more talking, just eat. Gumu placed an energy cube into Mumu's mouth. Lucy, it's truly delightful. Given the deliciousness, I shall spare you. Gumu beamed with satisfaction as he gazed at the 7 energy cubes nestled within his system backpack, a testament to the fruits of his labor over the past few days. Bang! Early in the morning, Gumu was affectionately roused by Moo Moo's calls. Xiaomu, rise and shine. Aren't we heading to special training today? Gumu's mother called from the living room. I know, I'm getting up right away. No sweets for you. Lucio. After breakfast, Gumu donned a heavy backpack and ventured outside. Having a psychic Pokemon proved advantageous, despite the burden. Gumu felt no strain as Moo Moo levitated the backpack with its psychic powers. He dubbed this training method the backpack workout, akin to the stone training method. Lucy, hey Lincheng, you arrived quite early. Care for a warm-up battle? At the school gate, most participants in the outdoor training had already assembled, and Gumu quickly spotted Lincheng with his fire dragon. Boss, don't mess around. We're about to head for training, and healing takes time. Lincheng replied with a hint of resignation. That does make sense, Gumu chuckled. Everyone, gather round. It's time to board the bus. Teacher Chung Hai instructed as he organized the students. This event required teacher supervision, and in addition to Teacher Chung, around 10 other instructors also accompanied them, indicating the school's serious commitment to safety. Approximately an hour later, they finally arrived near the entrance of the Miracle Forest, where vehicles could advance no further, necessitating their descent to proceed on foot. The outdoor training involved 4 classes, each guided by 4 teachers. To enhance the training experience, the school decided to separate the 4 classes, with each teacher leading their respective group in different directions for a 7-day excursion. Gumu's Class 2 was under the guidance of Teacher Chung Hai, who was rumored to be a senior trainer, with the additional presence of 3 other instructors. Their safety was assured. The gentle morning breeze rustled the leaves, while the distant calls of Pidgey and Spearow filled the air, imparting a vibrant, life-affirming essence to the forest. As Gumu and his companions entered the forest's periphery, towering trees shielded them from the sun's rays, and the sound of rushing water echoed from afar. They found a relatively open area to settle down. This will be our home for the next 7 days. Make sure you have your daily provisions. Teacher Chung Hai reminded them. Yes, we brought them. The group responded. Today's task is to set up camp here and familiarize yourselves with the surroundings. Starting tomorrow, you will need to gather all your food and water on your own. Teachers will only assist in times of danger. Additionally, do not venture alone. At least 2 of you must pair up. Wait, we have to find our own food. The group looked at Teacher Chung Hai in astonishment, as they had not previously heard of such rules. If anyone wishes to withdraw from the outdoor training, the bus outside has not yet departed. It is worth noting that the school would evaluate each group's performance over the next 6 days and provide appropriate rewards on the final day. Chung Hai tossed a candy, sustaining everyone's enthusiasm for the specialized training. Now, is there anyone who wishes to withdraw? Chung Hai scanned the crowd. Perhaps it was the allure of rewards and pride, or perhaps the genuine desire to enhance their abilities during this training. No one stepped forward to opt out. If there are no objections, let us commence setting up the tents. The group collected their tents from the instructors and dispersed to find suitable spots to assemble them. The tents, of course, were not their own. They had been provided by the school, brought over by a peculiar moving company. By noon, after finishing lunch, Gumu remarked, Lincheng, let us take a stroll. He nudged the chubby boy who was reclining, digesting his meal. Boss, aren't we going to rest a bit? Lincheng protested. If we rest any longer, we won't have food for tomorrow. Let us first scout the surroundings. All right then, Gumu replied, leading Lincheng in a chosen direction. Chung Hai observed them, but said nothing. In his view, young people ought to engage in more physical activity. Otherwise, how could they hope to develop their talents? Moreover, given that they were on the outskirts of Sunling, there were no particularly formidable Pokemon to be wary of. The main concern was to avoid swarms of Pokemon like Beedrill and Spearow. Before their departure, the school had issued each student a location tracker. In the event of danger, pressing the button on the tracker would prompt a swift response from a teacher based on the coordinates, ensuring a significant level of safety. However, just to be prudent, Chung Hai discreetly released a Pokemon from its Pokeball to accompany them. Chapter 8, Strange Calls. This is an orange berry, Gumu remarked, eyeing the blue fruit hanging from the tree. It can restore a Pokemon's stamina. And this is a Wonyu berry. It also has restorative properties. These fruits were edible, and they made a note of their locations. Boss, you sure know a lot, Lincheng teased. How else could I be your boss? Gumu rolled his eyes. In his previous life, these fruits were the primary materials for crafting energy cubes in games, proving immensely beneficial for both sale and personal use. He even spent quite a bit of time as a fruit farmer to earn some money. Gumu and Lincheng explored the area surrounding their camp for quite some time, effectively mapping out the distribution of food and water sources. By evening, they returned to camp, confirming what they had read online. There was hardly any danger on the forest's outskirts, provided they avoided groups of Pokémon. With ample food and water available, surviving 7 days seemed quite feasible. You're back? Did you find it not too stressful? Cheng Hai inquired with a mysterious smile. Indeed. There wasn't much danger, Gumu replied honestly. Of course, if the risks were substantial, how could I allow you little sprouts to train? The purpose of this training was primarily to enhance your adaptability to various terrains during battles and to develop your command skills in combat. As for how much you learn, that depends on your own efforts. Rest assured, I will do my utmost to train you, young lads. Are you ready? After dinner, the students were called back to their respective tents by the instructors, seemingly in preparation for the next day's specialized training. The night passed without incident. Early the next morning, all the students were roused by their teachers and gathered in an open area. Today marked the official commencement of training. The task for the day was simple. First, they would divide into 4 groups to collect enough food and water for 2 days in the morning. They would regroup for lunch at noon and in the afternoon. For teachers would lead them to different locations for battle training. Understood? Understood. Then let us divide into groups and begin. In Gumu's class, which comprised 36 students, this meant 8 members per group. Gumu and Lin Cheng quickly assembled a group with a few familiar classmates and ventured into the forest. Having already familiarized themselves with the surroundings yesterday, knowing where the food sources were located, why not prepare food in advance to save time for training? Lin Cheng inquired. The teachers probably want us to familiarize ourselves with the forest's terrain, Gumu pondered aloud. Most of the edible food here are fruits from trees. However, ordinary fruit trees are typically claimed as territory by certain Pokémon. So, the teachers intend for us to engage in battles while gathering food? Lin Cheng deduced. That's about right. But I suspect the main reason is that the school is too lazy to provide food. Gumu chuckled. Based on his 2 decades of experience in his previous life, it was evident that the school was reluctant to supply food for so many students, making it challenging to prepare enough provisions for 7 days. It was far more practical to have them forage for food, allowing them to gain valuable experience. After about half an hour, they arrived at the orangeberry tree they had spotted the previous day. Gumu led the group to the tree, which he had only briefly observed before. Now that they were closer, they noticed several Pokémon feasting on the leaves and fruits. Though not particularly powerful, it was clear that one person could not handle them alone. Observing the Caterpie and Weedle climbing the tree, Gumu knew that a direct confrontation was out of the question. After all, their objective was not to destroy the tree. Gumu, how about we lure them out one by one and defeat them? Yuzhen suggested. That could work, but it would be too slow. Moreover, although I didn't see a bee drill yesterday, it would be problematic if we inadvertently attracted one. Gumu glanced at the Pokémon on his shoulder, who was nibbling on candy, and suddenly devised a plan. Wait, I have an idea. Lin Cheng, Yuzhen, you two let your Pokémon battle in front of the tree, keeping the noise to a minimum to draw their attention. Meanwhile, I'll have Moo use telekinesis to discreetly pluck the fruits. Sounds good. Lin Cheng and Yuzhen summoned their Pokémon, positioning themselves in the open space before the tree and feigning a battle. Sure enough, the sounds of their mock combat captured the attention of the Caterpie and Weedle. Moo, it's your time to shine, Gumu instructed, ensuring the others released their Pokémon to stand guard. If any other wandering Pokémon were to appear, they could swiftly deal with them. Moo unleashed telekinetic energy, and after a week of training, its control over such abilities had vastly improved. The tree was laden with fruit, allowing Moo to envelop multiple orange berries at once, skillfully collecting them in a bag from a position opposite to Lin Cheng and Yuzhen. In a matter of minutes, and after approximately 10 rounds of effort, Moo had filled the bag. A couple of Caterpie noticed, but were promptly knocked unconscious by Moo's telekinesis before they could react. All right, call them over. Let us make a swift exit. You moved quickly, Cheng Hai remarked as he observed Gumu and the others returning. We were quite fortunate, Gumu admitted. Indeed. They had been lucky. The Pokémon congregating by the tree were not particularly strong. On their way back, they even spotted another group engaged in a battle of wits with a Mankey, sporting several bumps on their heads from its antics. All right, go rest. We have more training this afternoon. As lunchtime approached, all the students returned, though some appeared somewhat disheveled, likely the result of encounters with numerous Pokémon, prompting some lighthearted teasing from their peers. After lunch, approximately half an hour later, Cheng Hai and the other 3 instructors led their respective teams to different locations for training. Gumu's group was led by teacher Cheng Hai to the training location. It was a densely wooded area, with the distance between the trees barely 3 or 4 steps apart. Are we supposed to battle here? One person inquired. Indeed, this is the venue for our training today. The format remains the same as before, with each individual facing off against the remaining 7 in turn. Furthermore, Lin Cheng is prohibited from using Spark. Lin Cheng gazed at teacher Cheng Hai, bewildered. What am I supposed to use then? Grabbing is also an option, isn't it? Just look at all these trees. What if they catch fire? Cheng Hai shot Lin Cheng an exasperated glance. Setting the woods ablaze would land you in prison, he admonished. Lin Cheng understood the gravity of the situation and refrained from further protest. Think of a solution yourself. With the trees being so dense, grappling can still engage the opponent. Cheng Hai reminded him, noting Lin Cheng's puzzled expression. The loser will face a penalty, 5 push-ups for the first loss, increasing by 5 for each subsequent defeat. One of the less skilled combatants lamented, I'm doomed. Enough chatter, let's begin, Cheng Hai declared. Gumu surveyed the surroundings, preparing to face Lin Cheng. However, Lin Cheng pretended not to see him and sought out another opponent. Boss, don't look for me. I'm going to find someone else. Farewell. Gumu shrugged it off, redirecting his focus. Charmander, run around the trees. Leech Seed, emit your sweet aroma. Wood, conceal yourself and utilize Psychic. Through a series of intense battles, they gradually grasped why their teacher had brought them here for specialized training. The combat format was entirely different from before. It transcended direct confrontations and began to teach them how to leverage the terrain to minimize damage while attacking. Observing his students, slowly recognizing the significance of the landscape, Cheng Hai wore a satisfied expression. Pokemon battles are not merely a test of individual strength. The interplay of time, location, and synergy holds considerable influence. During the skirmishes, Gumu also identified Wood's shortcomings. While the intensity and release speed of Psychic were adequate, if the opponent concealed themselves behind obstacles such as trees or rocks, the attack would fail to connect effectively. Let me jot this down. Wood, if you lose, no candy for you. Ruth, how could I possibly lose? Candy. Here I come. The most vital things for Wood were beauty and snacks. Gumu glanced at the first entry in his notebook and suddenly felt something was amiss. Clearly, I should be first. Let me erase that and rewrite it. Ruth, my foolish master is giggling again. The afternoon's specialized training concluded swiftly, and everyone returned to camp. Exhausted. I'm so tired. Some collapsed inside their tents, while others tended to their Pokemon's injuries. After feeding Wood an energy cube, Gumu began jotting down a summary of the day's training, as he hadn't performed any push-ups, and thus felt relatively unwearied. Lin Cheng lay nearby, munching on the oranges he had picked that morning, and curiously asked, Boss, do you plan to become a professional trainer in the future? Of course, but becoming a professional trainer is quite challenging. Just put in the effort. That's true. You're so strong. You'll definitely become a professional trainer. You'll have to look out for me then. Who else would I look out for? Gumu chuckled at Lin Cheng. In my past life, you helped me countless times. Now it's my turn to protect you. Eat less. You're going to get fat. Eating fruit 1 tea make me fat. Lin Cheng asserted confidently. You're definitely overindulging. Late at night, Gumu and Wood lay sleeping in their tent. What is that sound? Gumu opened his eyes, sensing a peculiar noise that seemed somewhat indistinct. Wood. Ruth? Wood gazed at Gumu, puzzled. Did you hear that strange noise? Wood listened intently to the surrounding sounds. Ruth didn't hear anything. Gumu sat up, waiting for a moment, but no sound came. Could I have imagined it? Never mind, back to sleep. Chapter 9, The Scheming Teacher. Wood, rise and shine. Ruth Wood rubbed its eyes with its tiny hands, still somewhat groggy. Get up, it's time to eat. Hearing this, Wood seemed to spring from a dream. Where's the food? Gumu couldn't help but laugh at Wood's sudden energy. Miss Snorlax, hurry up and eat. Fortunately, there wasn't an overwhelming amount of food. If Wood had an appetite like a Snorlax, they would likely be impoverished. Ruth, you're the Snorlax. Your whole family is Snorlax. Snorlax, under Wood's indignant gaze, Gumu helplessly placed an energy cube before it. The effects of the last energy cube should be wearing off soon. And given the intensity of training over the past few days, it would serve as a reward for Wood. Ruth, in light of the candy, I shall forgive you. Now, assist me in resting. Rest your head. Get up already. After rewarding Wood with a chestnut, it finally rose. Although Wood typically awoke earlier than him, the extensive battles from the previous day had exhausted it, and it was still adjusting. Boss, are you up? The teacher wants us to gather. Lin Cheng called from outside the tent. Coming. Wood, let us go? Ruth. Everyone gathered in the clearing of the camp. After yesterday's specialized training, they looked somewhat fatigued, suggesting they had all done their fair share of push-ups. Although the initial requirement was only 5, over the course of the afternoon, some had undoubtedly completed 100 or 200, with only a few like Gumu managing to escape unscathed. Their strengths were actually quite comparable. In such a densely packed forest, a moment's inattention could lead to a mishap, making multiple defeats quite common. Additionally, during their Pokemon's rest periods. The teacher required them to run, enhancing their physical fitness, an idea certainly conceived by teacher Chung Hai, brimming with scheming enthusiasm. Everyone, hurry up and eat breakfast. In half an hour, we'll commence the second day of training. Chung Hai had already informed them that today's training site would be above a small stream. Yes, you heard correctly, above the stream. After they finished breakfast, Chung Hai led them toward their destination. Perhaps due to the morning hour, many Pokemon were meandering through the woods. Is that a Scyther? Gumu observed the fleeting shadow and felt a tingle of excitement. How wonderful it would be to capture one. However, the Pokemon League mandated that one must become an intermediate trainer before officially nurturing a second Pokemon. This rule was established for the well-being of both Pokemon and trainers. As a trainer's energy is finite, and most trainers cannot fully realize the potential of each Pokemon when training multiple at once. Moreover, given the vast disparity in numbers between Pokemon and humans, the Pokemon League had to consider long-term implications, instituting regulations for capturing and raising Pokemon across nations. Weavy arrived. Chung Hai announced, halting his steps. Gumu looked ahead to see a gentle stream flowing, effectively dividing the forest into two distinct halves. Though the space was not particularly vast, a glance across it revealed no apparent end. Pairs of Pokemon meandered from afar to quench their thirst at the stream, unperturbed by the approach of Gumu and her companions, as they continued to drink and play by the water's edge. All right, let us find a more open area so as not to disturb them. A boy remarked, Teacher Chung Hai is rather amiable, isn't he? What do you mean? Haven't I always been quite nice? Gumu retorted. Then why make us do so many push-ups and run so many laps? It's for your own good. If you keep this up, I might add 10 more push-ups. Enough, enough. The boy looked at Chung Hai's exposed muscles and quickly backed down. He had originally intended to trick the teacher into reducing the push-ups, but nearly ended up doing even more. Who could endure that? Chung Hai led everyone along the lengthy stream until they reached a spot devoid of Pokemon. This will do. We will train here all day. At noon, we can simply eat the fruits we've brought. Following yesterday's rules for battles, do you see the stones above the stream? Your Pokemon will fight standing on those stones or in the water, your choice, but they must remain within the stream's bounds. Understood? Understood. Everyone responded. What about me? Lin Qing asked with his pitiful eyes fixed on Gumu. He sensed Chung Hai's deep-seated malice, unable to use fire yesterday. Now they were to battle directly in water. Wasn't that overly challenging? There was no choice but to ensure his Charmander did not tumble into the water, making it leap from rock to rock. At least he could use Ember today. All right then. Gumu smiled at the slightly confused Charmander at Lin Cheng's feet. While Mumu was not afraid of water, it would certainly affect its mobility. Fortunately, she had previously trained Mumu's psychic abilities, allowing it to float and attack simultaneously. Thus, today's specialized training should pose no significant issues. Gumu, Chung Hai suddenly called out. Huh, you will spar with me this morning, don't worry. I won't use my full strength. Gumu was taken aback. Was she really to battle a seasoned trainer? But, teacher, what about the extra person? Each team consists of 8 individuals. If I battle you, someone will be left out, she thought, feeling she could still muster some resistance. It's fine. Lin Cheng's Charmander will find battling in water too difficult, so let him practice moving on the water first. We will battle in the afternoon, Chung Hai chuckled. You think you can slack off? I don't believe you. If I don't make you do 100 push-ups this morning, I'll be shocked. Young people, how can you not train? Really, that's wonderful. Lin Cheng exclaimed, patting Gumu's shoulder. You've got this, old buddy. I'll cheer for you. Lin Cheng's face lit up with a proud smile. Gumu watched as Lin Cheng dashed away, suddenly feeling a surge of frustration. Wasn't this supposed to be battle training? How had it turned into a one-sided slaughter? All right, enough of that. Get ready. Training will commence shortly. As Chung Hai's malevolent smile emerged, Gumu sensed impending doom. Could they not enjoy themselves at all? Forget it. If it's to be, then so be it. Mumu, prepare for your rest, Gumu said resignedly, gazing into Mumu's eyes. Chapter 10, Seeking the Source of the Sound. As the morning wore on, Mumu lay exhausted on the grassy bank beside the stream, utterly still. Meanwhile, Gumu sat beside him, plagued by existential doubts. How many push-ups did I do this morning? 300? How do you feel? Are you not sensing your progress? Chung Hai approached, patting Gumu's shoulder with a look of encouragement. I feel as though I am inching closer to death. Doesn't it seem like the Grim Reaper is calling me? Gumu replied vacantly, staring ahead. This child, has he truly lost his wits over push-ups? Chung Hai pondered, bemused by Gumu's despondency. We'll resume battling this afternoon. You're not going to torment me anymore? Gumu's eyes suddenly sparkled with hope. Could it be that his cruel ordeal was finally at an end? I shan't torment you. I'm exhausted from the morning's frivolities, Chung Hai stretched. feeling a radiant aura emanating from within. I, Chung the Handsome, am indeed a good person. Is that so? You, a seasoned trainer, take issue with my novice skills? Are you a devil in disguise? Gumu gazed incredulously at the muscular figure before him, glancing down at his own meager physique. Forget it. I shall settle the score another day. Moo, let us be off. Ruth? The seemingly lifeless Moo sprung to life, its speed surpassing even Gumu's as it dashed past him. Gumu mused that if it were to star in a film, it would undoubtedly receive an Oscar for Pokémon. Take care, and should you need me, do call. Come again. At Chung Hai's shout, Gumu's pace quickened once more. If I return, I'd be a fool. Ruth. Again? Impossible. After a morning of relentless training, Chung Hai's Pokémon had been remarkably considerate, always ensuring Moo was not knocked down through sheer force, allowing its injuries to heal swiftly with medicine. This resulted in Moo being knocked down twice, while Gumu hadn't even completed a single push-up. The two Pokémon exchanged glances filled with mutual lament. That afternoon, Lin Chung sensed a change in Gumu. Although they continued to win battles as they had the previous day, the speed of victory had notably increased. And Gumu's eyes burned with indignation. Did the leader consider them too weak? Was he lamenting their lack of effort? Lin Chung began to self-reflect. I must keep pace with my leader. Charmander, let us go. He encouraged his Charmander while applying healing spray. That evening, everyone returned to camp, weary from the day's exertions. Gumu finally understood the sentiments of her companions from the previous day. Thankfully, Chung Hai had spared her in the afternoon. Otherwise, she feared she might never return, having succumbed to fatigue. Here, leader, have some fruit. No thanks, I'm off to bed. I'm too exhausted. Gumu shook her head, leading Moo straight into the tent. Moo, too, was utterly spent. Despite having received an energy cube earlier, it was still fatigued. They lay nestled within the tent, soon drifting off to sleep. In the late night, moonlight bathed the tent, accompanied by a gentle breeze. Aye. What was that sound? Having retired early, Gumu was startled awake by the noise. Moo rubbed its bleary eyes, gazing at her in confusion. Moo, did you hear that? Ruth. No, there's definitely a sound. Gumu insisted, quieting herself to listen attentively to the surroundings. Help me. Gumu discerned the plea for help clearly. She glanced at Moo beside her, contemplating. Could it be that this voice was audible only to her? Previously, I had inquired of them, yet no one had heard anything. This simply will not do. I must investigate. Moo, let us depart. Lucy, where are we going? Despite the lingering confusion, Moo leapt onto Gumu's shoulder as they exited the tent. Upon stepping outside, Gumu perceived that the sounds had grown clearer, intermittently discernible in direction. They emanated from deep within the forest. Gumu, accompanied by Moo, ventured away from the campsite, drawn by the beckoning sounds. Gradually, they traversed further, arriving at the boundary of the inner forest. Just a little farther ahead lay the heart of the woods. What should they do? Gumu hesitated, gazing at the increasingly dense trees before him. It is essential to note that the inner forest is far more perilous than the outer regions, and the Pokémon residing therein are not as amicable. The struggles for survival have rendered them adept at securing sustenance and enduring life. These Pokémon, having endured countless battles, have become exceedingly ferocious. Teacher Chung Hai had long warned them against approaching the inner areas, as it could easily jeopardize their lives. Listening to the sounds emanating from within, Gumu found himself wavering. Should he proceed or retreat? Lucy, Moo suddenly exclaimed. What is it? Lucy, are you suggesting something is approaching? Gumu understood Moo's words and quickly sought refuge behind a lush thicket, lest they encounter a fearsome Pokémon. Peering through the gaps, he observed a pair of figures emerging from the depths of the inner forest. Under the gentle glow of the moonlight, their forms became discernible, tall and clad in dark attire. Were they indeed two individuals? Two figures dressed in black stepped forth from the forest, one slightly taller than the other, the latter more portly. Both wore dark masks that concealed their faces. Their gestures suggested they were engaged in conversation. Upon closer inspection, Gumu noticed a badge emblazoned with an X on their chests. Observing their garb, Gumu immediately recognized them as nefarious figures, a conclusion drawn from his extensive exposure to television dramas and animations. Thus, rather than revealing himself, he opted to eavesdrop from his hiding place among the bushes. As they drew closer, Gumu finally discerned their conversation. Why bother coming out here when there's nothing in the outer area? We might as well remain at the campsite, complained the stockier man. It wasn't my decision, it was the boss's orders. After all, the boss went to great lengths to injure it. If we fail to find it, neither of us will escape unscathed, replied the taller one. What are we to do? How could we possibly locate a legendary Pokémon so easily? We must search regardless. This is a rare opportunity for glory. Enough of the chatter, let us head over there. The two figures gradually receded from view, leaving Gumu concealed in the underbrush. A legendary Pokémon. Could that peculiar sound have emanated from a legendary Pokémon? Returning to inform the teacher, and then hurrying back would consume an inordinate amount of time. Would he even make it in time? Help! The sound was fading. There was no time to lose. He had to investigate. If it were captured by these villains, it would be disastrous. Gumu retrieved the school's locator device and pressed the emergency button, watching as the red light blinked. Would the teacher receive the message? Mumu, let us proceed. Lucy. Chapter 11, The Injured One. Gumu and Mumu stealthily entered the forest, acutely aware of the potential presence of more black-clad figures lurking nearby, necessitating utmost caution. Discovery would spell disaster. As the moonlight became increasingly obscured by the trees, Gumu quickened his pace, sensing the sounds drawing nearer. The trees grew sturdier, and the underbrush thickened, the nocturnal forest teeming with life. What was that? Gumu finally reached an endpoint, yet there appeared to be nothing remarkable. The trees and shrubs were densely packed, but no signs of Pokémon were evident. Were they perhaps hiding? Lucy, Mumu, perched on Gumu's shoulder, suddenly exclaimed. Are you saying there is something inside? Lucy, it is worth noting that Ralts, the emotion Pokémon, can keenly sense the feelings of both Pokémon and humans with the horn atop its head. Gumu followed Mumu's indication and parted the underbrush, revealing a tree hollow concealed by the dense foliage. This tree hollow was so well hidden that it would have been nearly impossible to discover without Mumu's assistance. Gazing into the hollow, Gumu watched as the darkness gradually receded under the moonlight. Two green antennae tipped with blue and a slightly curved, round head emerged, alongside a circular, toe-less foot and three-fingered hands concealed within the hollow. This was Celebi. Gumu stared in astonishment at the Pokémon before him. The black-clad figures sought to capture the mythical Pokémon Celebi. Celebi. This will not do. I cannot rouse it. Witnessing the unresponsive Celebi, eyes closed in stillness, Gumu felt an overwhelming surge of anger. Those accursed black-clad figures had inflicted such grievous harm upon Celebi. A side quest has been activated. Would you like to view the details? View. Since the system has presented a task at this juncture, it must pertain to Celebi, and Gumu quickly responded. Side quest. Rescue Celebi. Quest objective. Restore the health of the critically injured Celebi. Quest description. The mythical Pokémon Celebi has sustained severe injuries while being pursued by a mysterious organization. Celebi's condition is dire, and as a righteous trainer, one cannot allow such an occurrence to transpire. Onward, young one. The task of saving Celebi rests upon your shoulders. Quest assistance. 1. It is said that at the center of the miracle forest lies a lake of life, capable of healing Pokémon's injuries. 2. The black-clad figure's camp is located adjacent to the lake of life. Quest rewards. 1. Gain the friendship of the mythical Pokémon Celebi. 2. Increase intimacy with all legendary Pokémon to level 10. 3. 2 high-level lottery tickets. Remaining quest time, 136:50. Only an hour and a half remains. Gumu anxiously glanced at the remaining time displayed at the end of the quest. From the details, the only place capable of saving Celebi was the Lake of Life at the forest center. However, he was still quite a distance from there, and if he waited for the teacher to arrive, time would surely run out. There was no room for hesitation. Observing the occasionally faint cries of Celebi, Gumu resolved to act. The time left allowed no further delays. Despite the presence of the black-clad figure's stronghold near the Lake of Life, some things must be attempted to discern their feasibility. His profound love for Pokémon had brought him to this long-desired world, where he now faced the grievously injured Celebi. He did not wish to be plagued by regret in the stillness of night, pondering why he had not endeavored to make a difference. Even if he ultimately could not save it, Gumu would remain true to himself. Mumu, shall we venture forth together? Lucy, of course, as the lady of the house. I cannot permit my butler to abandon his duties. Very well, let us set forth. Gumu gently cradled the feeble Celebi in his arms, feeling it stir slightly before succumbing once more to unconsciousness. Gazing down at the weakened Celebi, a wave of fury surged within him. Celebi, you shall not come to harm. I promise. He hastened deeper into the forest, determined to reach the Lake of Life without attracting the attention of the cloaked figures. The nocturnal woods served as a perfect veil, shrouding his movements. Despite the myriad of scratches he acquired along the way, Gumu remained undeterred. Nothing was more paramount than Celebi's life. This was a transgression committed by humanity, and it was humanity's duty to rectify it. Those responsible would inevitably face retribution. Suddenly, Gumu detected a flicker of movement among the trees. He slowed his pace, approaching cautiously. There stood a cloaked figure, back turned towards him, seemingly preoccupied with some pressing matter. An idea sparked in Gumu's mind. What bad luck, having to forage for food at such a late hour. How dare you not perish? The cloaked figure shuddered momentarily, preparing to fasten his belt when, bang, the sound resonated, and the figure staggered, stars dancing in his eyes before collapsing to the ground. Gumu discarded the wooden stick he had wielded and began to strip the figure of his garments. Consider yourself fortunate. Had I not been pressed for time, it would have been far worse. Moments later, clad in the attire of the cloaked figure, Gumu continued his journey towards the heart of the forest. Fortunately, the cloak was sufficiently large, otherwise, it would have posed a significant challenge. To avoid detection, he instructed his Pokémon, Mumu, to levitate Shalebi, concealing them both behind him. Thankfully, Gumu's slender frame, along with Mumu and Shalebi's diminutive sizes, allowed the cloak to effectively shield them from prying eyes. After what felt like an eternity, Gumu finally arrived at the forest's center. Is that the Lake of Life? He concealed himself within the thicket, gazing at the expansive lake shimmering just meters ahead. The tranquil surface glistened under the moonlight, crystal clear as though it were a massive mirror reflecting the moon and surrounding trees. The scene was breathtaking, akin to a painted masterpiece, marred only by the presence of several large tents. That was the encampment of the cloaked figures, and Gumu observed intently. For individuals patrolled the perimeter, moving back and forth, while shadows flitted about within the tents. Nearly 20 figures in total. How am I to slip past them? Gumu pondered, hidden among the bushes, as the countdown dwindled to approximately 20 minutes. Within this time frame, he needed to surreptitiously immerse Shalebi in the waters. Although he wore the cloak of one of the figures, he was unfamiliar with their ranks, making infiltration perilous. An idea struck him suddenly. Stay here with Shalebi, Mumu. I shall divert their attention when the moment is right. Take Shalebi into the lake, Gumu instructed earnestly, donning the mask of the cloaked figure. Ruth, boss, we have a problem. Gumu dashed from the foliage towards the encampment of cloaked figures, cloaked in dark attire and mask. His face was nearly unrecognizable in the dim light as he sprinted towards a patrolling figure. What is the matter? The patrolling figure inquired, perplexed by Gumu's frantic approach. There is no time. I just spotted Alliance searchers at the forest perimeter. Gumu exclaimed hastily. What? How could they be so swift? The cloaked figure gasped in alarm. Enough of this. Inform the boss. Gumu urged. Let us go. The figure, sensing the gravity of the situation, dashed towards one of the tents, with Gumu closely trailing behind. Boss, this is bad. The cloaked figures emerged from their tents, bewildered by the commotion. What is the panic? Have you lost your minds? A rotund figure emerged from one of the tents, adorned in a black cloak distinct from the others. His ample belly protruded, and his face bore a substantial scar, exuding a menacing demeanor. This must be the leader of the cloaked figures. Boss, it's dire. The Alliance searchers are here. The surrounding figures tensed at this revelation. How can this be? We were so discreet. How did they find us? The scarred leader exhibited a look of disbelief, clearly taken aback that their covert operation had been compromised. Who discovered us? It was I, boss. While at the forest's edge, I noticed some Alliance searchers gathering. They seemed poised to enter, yet appeared to be waiting for something. Gumu feigned panic, lowering his gaze slightly, his eyes betraying a hint of trepidation. If he were discovered now, it would spell disaster, not only for Shalebi but for his own life as well. Had it not been for my stomachache, forcing me to hide behind a tree, I would have been caught. How many were there? The leader, intrigued by Gumu's information, remained oblivious to his deception, reasoning that a genuine informant wouldn't come forth to alert them if they were indeed Alliance searchers. Approximately 20. 20? Curse it. Could it be those students and teachers from a few days ago discovered us? Had I known, I would have dealt with them beforehand. The leader's expression darkened. Though he realized such a course of action was impractical, the likelihood of success against the teachers was dubious, and their operation was already at risk of exposure. What shall we do? Are we to abandon our pursuit? The leader wrestled with his thoughts. Having spent months tracking down Shalebi and orchestrating a trap that had left it gravely injured, could he truly abandon it now? Damn it. Pack up. We're leaving. Reluctantly, he commanded a retreat. Gumu exhaled a sigh of relief. His plan had succeeded. Boss, are we leaving already? One of the cloaked figures questioned. What else can we do? Stay here and be captured? The leader barked. If we leave, we'll lose Shalebi, but staying may risk our very lives. Leave a few behind to cover our tracks. We must depart. Understood. As several figures began to gather, Gumu requested to remain behind to assist with the aftermath. The leader, not suspecting any ulterior motives, led a group of cloaked figures into the woods, preparing to exit Miracle Forest from the shadows. Quickly, let us get to work and finish up before we follow, one of the cloaked figures urged. All right, Duckbull Fire Beast, arise. Flame Vortex, Lava Snail, come forth. Incinerate. Along with Gumu, 3 figures remained behind, 2 of whom released Fire-type Pokémon to commence incinerating the tents. You stay here. I'll scout the perimeter for anything requiring attention, Gumu declared, moving away from them to assist in obscuring their actions. Not far behind the 2 men in black, Mumu used telekinesis to swiftly guide Shalabi towards the Lake of Life. The 2 men were preoccupied with their tasks and failed to notice them. Only 3 minutes left. Watching as Mumu and Shalabi submerged into the water, Gumu glanced at the remaining time on the system's task panel and sighed in relief. He was just in time. Now, he needed to devise a plan to extricate himself from these 2 men in black. He certainly couldn't just accompany them. Gumu had no intention of storming their stronghold. He was no spy. He cast a knowing glance at Mumu, who was peeking out from the lakeside, then swiftly returned to the camp. Are you ready? I hear commotion in the distance. They might be coming. We must leave at once. Okay. Duck-billed Fire Beast, return. Lava Snail, come back. Seeing their decisive retrieval of Pokémon, Gumu smiled. The members of this nefarious organization appeared rather lacking in intelligence, making them easily deceived. Look over there. Gumu suddenly exclaimed, feigning terror as he pointed towards the depths of the forest. Where? The 2 men in black, startled by Gumu's words. Turn to look. Mumu now? With the black-clad men distracted, Gumu shouted. What? Lava Snail, go out. One of the men sensed something amiss and attempted to throw out a pokeball, only to be struck down by Mumu's telekinesis. The other man, slower to react, was knocked unconscious before he even realized what was happening. Mumu's telekinesis, honed through extensive training, proved sufficient to deal with 2 completely unsuspecting lackeys. However, it would have been problematic had they managed to release their Pokémon. Finally, it was resolved. Gumu looked at the 2 unconscious men and let out a long sigh of relief. This night had been exceedingly thrilling. Had it not been for the apparent incompetence of these black-clad figures, Gumu felt he might have met his end. If the 2 men had remained conscious, they surely would have been furious. Who could have foreseen that someone would impersonate a teammate? The League's search officers were always straightforward and honorable. Who would have thought a mere child would don a teammate's attire to sow chaos? Mumu, we did it. Here, have some candy, Gumu said with a smile. Lose. Mumu responded, proudly asserting her prowess. Floating onto Gumu's shoulder, she began munching on an energy cube. Let's give them a little boost, so they can sleep longer. Gumu glanced at the 2 men still lying unconscious, feeling a twinge of concern. Lose. Mumu, while enjoying her treat, sent another wave of telekinesis toward the 2 men. After all, with the buff from the energy cube, their recovery would be swift, so there was no need to hold back. Let's go check on Shalabi. Gumu hurriedly ran towards the lake, uncertain if the waters could heal Shalabi's injuries. There, he saw Shalabi quietly floating in the lake, surrounded by a shimmering green light, exuding an aura of mystery. Could this green light be the essence of the Lake of Life? Gumu opened the task panel. Side quest, save Shalabi. In progress, 3100. Task objective, restore the health of the critically injured Shalabi. Task description, the mythical Pokémon Shalabi has sustained severe injuries while being pursued by a mysterious organization, and its condition is dire. As a righteous trainer, one cannot allow such a fate to befall it. Onward, young one. The salvation of Shalabi rests in your hands. Observing the healing progress on the panel, Gumu felt reassured. If the system claimed it could heal, then it surely would. He removed the black-clad men's garments, revealing his own attire. Although it was quite cool at night, wearing so many layers was still uncomfortable. That was a close call. Suddenly, Gumu heard a voice and sprang to his feet. Who's there? It is I. A burly figure emerged from the forest, none other than the scar-faced leader from before. He glared furiously at Gumu. If it weren't for my black Houndoom catching a whiff of Shalabi's scent, I would have been deceived by a mere child. The fury on the scarred face was palpable. He had nearly been led by the nose by a child. This was bad. Gumu felt a chill run down his spine. While Mumu often triumphed against peers, this time they were up against the leader of an evil organization. How could they possibly win? Don't even think about running. Today, you shall meet a gruesome end. I will reduce you to ashes in Houndoom's flames. The scar-faced man spat venomously. Come forth, Houndoom. Mumu, use Shadow Clone. Gumu quickly commanded Mumu to employ Shadow Clone. While it wouldn't be enough to hold off the scar-faced man, it could buy them some time. As long as they could stall until Shalabi was restored, perhaps they might survive this ordeal. Useless. Houndoom, unleash Inferno. The scar-faced man sneered at Gumu's desperate struggle, barking orders to Houndoom. Houndoom let out a long howl. flames erupting from its body, sweeping toward the shadow clones Moo had created. In the blink of an eye, the clones were consumed by the flames. And Moo true form was struck, falling beside Gumu. Gumu quickly scooped Moo into his arms. Lose. Moo has clearly been gravely injured and can no longer fight. It's all my fault for bringing you here. It's my fault. Go to hell and repent. The scar-faced man shouted. Houndoom, send him to the afterlife. Houndoom gathered flames once more, charging straight towards Gumu. Watching Houndoom approach, Gumu felt an overwhelming sadness. He held Moo tightly, attempting to shield her with his own body. I'm sorry. Moo, will you still be my Pokemon in the next life? Lose. Moo gently touched Gumu's chest with her orange-yellow horn, offering comfort. Houndoom. Inferno. As Houndoom closed in, Gumu shut his eyes, seemingly resigned to his fate. Just then, a fierce gust of wind swept through. Lucario, Aura Sphere. Chapter 13 concludes. Gumu felt a rush of warm air against his face. Yet it was not the searing heat he had anticipated. Slowly, he opened his eyes to see a humanoid Pokemon of black and blue standing before him. Is that Lucario? With its back to Gumu, Lucario effortlessly blocked Houndoom's attack with a single hand. Lucario, Aura Sphere. A deep voice echoed from the forest. Lucario brought its hands together, gathering energy, and in an instant, a sphere of condensed energy was launched, striking Houndoom and sending it flying. Is that the Aura Sphere technique? Gumu, having narrowly escaped death, stared in disbelief at the Lucario before him, astonished that it had so easily repelled the seemingly formidable Houndoom with a single move. Who dares to meddle? Show yourself. The scar-faced man's harsh words could not conceal his rising panic. The newly arrived Lucario had effortlessly pushed back his Houndoom, and despite his internal fear, he forced himself to maintain a facade of composure. In their line of work, showing fear was akin to signing one's own death warrant. Enemies would not spare you simply because you appeared frightened. Thus, regardless of their fears, they would threaten each other with a facade of bravado, hoping to make the other believe they still had a card to play, seeking a glimmer of survival. Gumu, are you alright? Teacher Qinghai? Gumu queried, gazing in confusion at the middle-aged man stepping out from the thicket. As soon as I received your message, I hurried over. Thankfully, you seem to be unharmed. Qinghai remarked as he approached Gumu. He intended to inquire further, but, reflecting on the moment, deemed it an inappropriate time for such questions. Instead, he lightly tapped Gumu's forehead. We'll settle this later. He then strode over to the imposing figure of the scarred-faced man. Hey, Chubby, are you planning to lay a hand on my student? Don't be so arrogant. The outcome is still uncertain. The scarred man retorted, brandishing his pokeballs. A bore. Use Fire Fang. Zubat Air Slash. The scarred man unleashed 2 Pokemon, showcasing a level of skill akin to that of Qinghai. Gumu observed, realizing that as a novice trainer, he could only nurture 1 Pokemon, whereas intermediate and advanced trainers could care for 2 and 3 respectively. He pondered whether his teacher could prevail. However, judging by the prowess of Lucario, it seemed promising, especially after so effortlessly defeating Houndoom moments ago. Still not giving up, are we? Qinghai chuckled, showing no intent to summon a second Pokemon. Lucario, after meditating, unleash Aura Sphere. The scarred man, witnessing his opponent's calm demeanor, wore a derisive smirk. You underestimate me too much. A bore, Fire Fang. Zubat Air Slash. Zubat flapped its wings vigorously, sending a barrage of air slashes hurtling toward Lucario. A boar surged forward with astonishing speed, 2 flames coalescing around its fangs, striking like a violet streak toward Lucario. Meanwhile, Lucario remained unfazed, seated serenely as it concentrated. Let us see who is faster. The scarred man began to sweat as he observed Lucario in deep meditation. Just as the air slashes were about to make contact, Lucario opened its eyes. A flash of blue light illuminated the scene as Lucario deftly evaded the onslaught, reappearing before a boar. The charging boar was taken aback by Lucario's sudden appearance. In the split second before collision, Lucario gathered energy, condensing an Aura Sphere, and struck a boar with tremendous force, sending it crashing into a distant tree like a kite severed from its string. A boar. The scarred man was astonished. How could Lucario be so swift, effortlessly incapacitating his Pokemon? I'm also an advanced trainer. Show some respect, he exclaimed, incredulous. That bastard told me those teachers were merely average advanced trainers. Is this what you call average? As Lucario approached menacingly, he surrendered, allowing Lucario to render him unconscious, slumped over its shoulder. Let us go, Qinghai said, turning away. Huh, okay. Gumu obediently lifted Moo and followed Qinghai. Qinghai retrieved the Pokeballs from the defeated scarred man, collecting the 3 incapacitated Pokemon. then directed Lucario to carry the two remaining assailants as they made their way toward the forest's edge. Gumu glanced at the progress bar on his task panel. Now at 89, feeling relieved. They needed to return swiftly to treat Mumu. The creature had only sustained a single blow, not life-threatening. Teacher, is Mumu all right? Rest assured. It's fine. We'll have Zhang treat it once we return, Cheng Hai reassured him. All right. Although the Lake of Life seemed to possess restorative abilities for Pokemon, Gumu decided it prudent to avoid drawing Cheng Hai's attention to Labby. What were you thinking, venturing out alone? Didn't you know to wait for the teacher? Ouch. Gumu received a gentle reprimand on his head, a clear sign that Cheng Hai meant to instill a lesson. Rubbing his head, Gumu mentally chided himself. This is my teacher. Don't be angry, don't be angry. If Cheng Hai were privy to his thoughts, he would undoubtedly chuckle, remarking how it was as if Gumu believed he could best him in a duel. Teacher, I was merely curious. Spare me this time, will you? Gumu pleaded, blinking innocently. Consider this a one-time reprieve, but you must understand there cannot be a next time. Today's training will be doubled. What? Gumu sagged like a deflated balloon, realizing he was in for another round of training. What about these black-clad individuals? I'll hand them over to the League. You needn't concern yourself with them, Cheng Hai replied dismissively. Teacher, both you and that man are advanced trainers. Why are you so formidable? In due time, I shall be a professional trainer, Cheng Hai responded. Gumu ceased his inquiries. He understood that professional trainers were on an entirely different level than advanced trainers. Although he was uncertain how one ascended to become a professional trainer, the fact that there were only 4 or 5 in the entire U City indicated their extraordinary prowess. The two continued their trek toward the forest's periphery. Suddenly, a series of soft chimes resonated through the woods. With these sounds, a gentle breeze swept through the forest, rustling the leaves as the sun gradually ascended from the horizon, casting a warm light upon the entire grove. What is that sound? Cheng Hai inquired, puzzled. I'm not sure. Perhaps it's just the sounds of the forest, Gumu replied with a slight smile, glancing at the system panel. Congratulations, host, for completing the side quest, Save Shalebi. Quest objective, restore the health of the near-death Shalebi. Reward details are as follows. 1. Gain the friendship of the mythical Pokemon Shalebi. 2. Increase intimacy with all legendary Pokemon by 10. 3. Receive 2 advanced lottery tickets. Rewards have been issued. Please check your inventory. Gumu felt a surge of joy as he noticed the lottery tickets resting quietly in his system backpack. Despite the numerous dangers encountered, the rewards were indeed substantial. Although the friendship with Shalebi and the intimacy with legendary Pokemon seemed unnecessary at present, Gumu understood they would undoubtedly prove useful in the future. All right, you head back to receive treatment. I'll take care of them, Cheng Hai instructed. As they approached the camp, Cheng Hai urged Gumu to return first while he dealt with the group of cloaked figures. All right, teacher, no need to rush. I can wait for your return. Gumu reassured him. Rest assured, I will come back before noon to take good care of you. Watching Cheng Hai fade into the distance, Gumu felt a pang of melancholy. Was it still possible to catch up? Perhaps it was best to leave things to fate. He hastily made his way back to the camp, cradling the injured Mumu in his arms. Teacher Zhang, he called out. What is it? She responded. Could you please help treat Mumu's injuries? They seem rather severe. Bring it over quickly, she instructed. Understood. As evening fell, Gumu collapsed in exhaustion inside his tent. The treatment for Mumu required time, causing him to miss the morning training session. However, by noon, Mumu was already lively again, and thus began Gumu's arduous day. Cheng Hai returned punctually before noon, and as the saying goes, those who venture out must eventually pay the price. Gumu underwent intense training under Cheng Hai's guidance, leaving his limbs sore and his body utterly fatigued. Why must it be like this? He mumbled, reclining in his tent and offering an energy cube to Mumu. You worked hard last night, Mumu, he said, affectionately stroking its blue hair. Lucy, Mumu replied cheerfully, clutching the energy cube with its tiny hands. It's nothing. After all, you are my foolish master. Are we still quite weak? Gumu pondered, recalling Cheng Hai's Lucario single-handedly defeating 3 opponents. Lucy, Mumu nodded in agreement, feeling disheartened at having failed to withstand even one move from a dark Lugia. Therefore, we must train even harder during our special training. Gumu smiled at Mumu. Lucy, Mumu sensed it was being deceived once more by its foolish master. Yet, it shrugged it off and continued munching on its treat. Chapter 14. A chance encounter again. I'm so tired, Gumu groaned, rubbing his lower back inside the tent. That afternoon's push-ups were truly exhausting. I should have let Mumu receive more treatment from Teacher Zhang. Lucy, Mumu nodded in affirmation from beside him, aware that while Cheng Hai knew it was injured, The primary focus was on Gumu. But bullying my foolish master in front of me, do I have no pride? Moo Moo grumbled as it indulged in its candy, channeling its frustrations into determination. Just wait, I shall show you what I can do. Well, it's nothing serious. Time for a lottery. Gumu activated the lottery system, noticing a different interface this time. Unlike the previous single lottery page, there was now an additional option. Is this the advanced lottery? He wondered excitedly, for the once familiar white area had vanished. The 12 segments were now 5 green, 3 blue, 3 purple, and 1 gold. This meant that the worst outcome would still yield a green item, no fear of getting nothing. Rubbing his hands together and offering a prayer, he nearly hummed a lucky tune. Lottery. As the wheel spun, Gumu's heart raced. Gold, gold, it must be gold. He watched the wheel come to a stop at green, almost letting out a curse. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a blue item chest. Would you like to open it? Open it, he declared. Despite using an advanced lottery ticket, he had drawn something inferior to a standard one. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a dragonfire fruit, added to your system backpack. Dragonfire fruit, Gumu mused. Unfamiliar with the name, he opened the system backpack, relieved that the system provided detailed explanations for acquired items. Without it, he knew he would forget what the fruit was good for. Dragonfire fruit enhances a Pokemon's special attack. Usage instructions are as follows. Not bad, he thought. I'll give it to Moo Moo later and see if it can boost its telekinetic powers again. With another lottery ticket at hand, he thought, Golden Legend. Here I come. Gumu affectionately ruffled Moo Moo's hair, pressing the confirmation button with a sense of ritual, believing that only then would the heavens favor him. The wheel spun once more, and he focused intently on the pointer's trajectory. Finally, it came to a halt. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a purple item chest. Would you like to open it? Wow. Gumu had hoped for either purple or gold, but was surprised to actually draw purple. Open it, open it. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Protect skill disc, added to your system backpack. Protect? Why is it a skill disc? This was unexpected. He had anticipated a powerful item, yet it was merely a skill disc. Gumu pondered the usage of the Protect skill, which completely blocks an opponent's attack. Quite useful for Moo Moo, whose offensive capabilities were quite respectable. After spending time in this world, Gumu had gradually abandoned the mentality of pursuing only powerful offensive moves. He now understood the value of various techniques. In the context of real-time battles, the Protect skill could be crucial for Moo Moo's defense at critical moments, potentially turning the tide of a confrontation. The Protect skill disc allows the host Pokemon to learn the usage of this skill, but proficiency must be honed through practice. Gumu pressed the usage button beneath the skill disc's details and selected Moo Moo. A green light materialized and entered Moo Moo's little head. Lucy? What was that? Moo Moo asked, bewildered. Did you feel anything? Lucy. A faint white light coalesced before it, then shattered and vanished without a trace. Moo Moo shook its head, sensing something new within, eager to utilize it, but unable to do so just yet. This must be due to the need for practice. It would get better with time. As Gumu opened Moo Moo's detailed profile, he noted, Pokemon, Ralts, Shiny, Gender, Female category, Emotion Pokemon ability, Trace, upon entering battle. Copies the opponent's ability, becoming the same as theirs. Held item, None learned skills, Growl, Confusion, Double Team, Teleport, Charm, Protect. Inherited skills, Destiny Bond. Health, 30 attack, 20 special attack, 30 defense, 25 special defense, 26 speed, 29 total individual value, 160-186-86. Moo Moo had already learned many skills, yet only Growl and Confusion were well mastered. Double Team remained challenging to control, and Teleport was a skill it barely understood. If only Moo Moo had mastered Teleport when rescuing Robbie, Gumu would not have had to take such risks by impersonating a cloaked figure. He could have simply let Moo Moo teleport Robbie to the Lake of Life. Though Moo Moo had only recently hatched, its abilities were commendable, but the training for skill mastery must continue. Clearly, the next few days would require focused practice for Moo Moo. Gumu diligently inscribed Moo Moo's training regimen in his notebook, understanding that mastery of skills is expedited through combat. For the next few days, he resolved to focus on enhancing its proficiency in Shadow Clone and defense. He acknowledged that fighting was less effective for honing the skill of teleportation. However, the strength of his classmates posed minimal pressure on Moo Moo. He needed to seek a more formidable opponent to truly elevate Moo Moo's training. Thus, he concluded, I must approach that devil of a teacher. A frown of frustration adorned Gumu's forehead as he contemplated the absurdity of proactively seeking out teacher Chung Hai to face his wrath. What a misfortune this was. He resolved that tomorrow he would compel him to reduce his Pokemon's strength to match Moo Moo's, or else the training would be futile. Moo Moo, stop eating and get some rest. We have a beating to endure tomorrow. In the stillness of the night, Moo Moo, deep in slumber, felt an inexplicable calling. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with two large, luminous orbs, encircled by dark rings. Shalebi? Moo Moo rubbed his eyes in disbelief, astonished that the legendary Pokémon Shalebi had materialized within his tent. Shalebi, noticing Moo Moo had awakened, flitted joyfully about the tent, its wings fluttering in delight. It then hovered before him, its antennae gently touching his forehead. The proximity of the mythical Pokémon sent a thrill through Moo Moo. It was a vastly different encounter from their previous meeting when he had fainted. Thank you. A disjointed voice echoed in Moo Moo's mind. Was it Shalebi's voice? Chapter 15, Shalebi's Blessing. The fragmented voice resonated in Moo Moo's consciousness. It appeared that Shalebi had come to express gratitude. But how did you know I was the one who saved you? Moo Moo queried, perplexed. By scent. Scent. He echoed, incredulous. The scent of time and space. The scent of time and space. Could it be linked to my crossing over? Moo Moo pondered. So the cries for help I heard were deliberately emitted by you? Correct. Shalebi confirmed, drawing in a breath with great effort to convey this sequence of words. It dawned on Moo Moo that this was the reason he alone could hear its pleas. I must depart, Shalebi announced, flapping its wings. My companions are awaiting me. Well then, until we meet again. Moo Moo replied with a smile, feeling content merely to have had such close contact with Shalebi as a novice trainer, without daring to wish for more. Although he had garnered the friendship of Shalebi's kind for saving its life, it was still just friendship. Close your eyes, Shalebi instructed, locking its gaze onto Moo Moo's. Me? He queried, feeling a touch of strangeness yet complied, shutting his eyes. Shalebi spiraled gracefully in the air a few more times before gliding towards him. Suddenly, Moo Moo sensed a coolness as their foreheads met. A cascade of green luminescence emanated from Shalebi, swirling around like a myriad of flickering fireflies, gradually flowing into Moo Moo's being. A ripple of green light spread from Moo Moo's center, radiating outward. He felt his body suffused with a warm energy. Before he could utter a word, a surge of power coursed through him, and he collapsed to the ground. Watching Moo Moo fall unconscious, Shalebi appeared somewhat forlorn, yet joyfully danced in the air. It approached Moo Moo and gently tapped his forehead with its antennae, observing as he slipped into a deep slumber. Farewell, it whispered before fluttering out of the tent, gradually disappearing under the silvery moonlight. Morning arrived. Boss, wake up. Lin Cheng's voice broke the dawn. If you don't rise soon, I shall devour your last 2 pieces of chocolate. If I eat, Moo Moo will surely thump your head. Moo Moo, stirred by Lin Cheng's antics, shook his head, feeling a peculiar dizziness. What is happening? Why do I feel so strange? Shalebi? The events of the previous night came rushing back to him. What exactly transpired after I closed my eyes? He pondered. What is this? Moo Moo noticed a small red dot appearing on the personal page in the upper left corner of the system panel and clicked on it. Host information. Name. Moo Moo. Gender. Male. Age. 16. Ability. Shalebi's Blessing. Beginner. Title. Beginner Trainer Pokemon. None. Shalebi's Blessing. What is this? Moo Moo gazed in astonishment at the newly listed ability on the information panel. Did Shalebi have me close my eyes last night to grant me this? He recalled the sensation of being filled with energy, realizing this must be the ability bestowed upon him by Shalebi. He opened the detailed description of the ability. Shalebi's Blessing. Detailed explanation. An ability formed within Shalebi. It can be granted to others as a gift by expending certain costs. A Shalebi may bestow this only once in its lifetime. Shalebi's Blessing. Effects 1. Possesses a degree of healing capability, with specific effects varying by circumstance. 2. Special effect. Non-system generated. Effects unknown. Healing capability. It is said that Shalebi can traverse time and bring vitality to the places it reaches. It can revive deceased companions and possesses purifying abilities. Moo Moo contemplated. This healing ability could be considered a rudimentary resurrection power, implying it may not be limited to companions. He pondered the efficacy of this ability and noted that the designation of beginner suggests potential for enhancement. It would not be prudent to test its effects just yet. Perhaps he could discreetly experiment during training today. Moo Moo glanced at Moo Moo, who still appeared drowsy. Moo Moo. The cool breeze roused Moo Moo from its stupor. Are there schemers seeking to harm this princess? It regarded Moo Moo's smile with suspicion. Let us go. It's time for breakfast. If we don't hurry, your chocolate will be consumed by others. Ruth. Moo Moo huffed, leading Moo Moo out of the tent, its irritation palpable as it approached Lin Cheng. Moo Moo. I absolutely did not intend to eat your chocolate. I swear. Lin Cheng exclaimed, his gaze caught by the glimmer of red peeking from beneath Moo Moo's blue bangs, causing him to fluster. Though he knew Moo Moo's eyes were naturally red, the sight still unsettled him. Ruth, at least you are perceptive. I shall let it slide, Moo Moo declared, and Gu Moo chuckled at the lively exchange. It was evident that Moo Moo had grown familiar with Lin Cheng and Charizard over these past few days. Though often appearing introverted and shy, Moo Moo revealed a different side around acquaintances. Come on, Moo Moo, it's time for breakfast. We have training to attend to later. Ruth. With that, Moo Moo offered a piece of chocolate to Lin Cheng before floating back towards Gu Moo. Lin Cheng gazed at the chocolate, no larger than a fingernail, in his hand, uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow. If he were to lean towards happiness, there was indeed a glimmer of it, for this was the first time Moo Moo had shared his rations with him. Yet if he were to dwell on sorrow, he dismissed it, for the chocolate was undeniably delectable. After breakfast, everyone was escorted by teacher Chung Hai to a sandy area reminiscent of a beach, albeit with sand that was decidedly firmer. Today, as training proceeded as usual, the group faced no issues and promptly engaged in their exercises. Chung Hai, not one for excessive words, simply set them to their training. As the others dispersed to practice, Gu Moo glanced at Chung Hai, hesitating momentarily before stepping forward. Teacher, may I continue battling with you? Gu Moo inquired. What is this sudden epiphany about the meaning of life? Or perhaps a newfound curiosity about the essence of death? Chung Hai chuckled, looking at Gu Moo with bemusement. Report. Teacher, following recent events, I have come to a profound understanding of life's significance. It is to train, to grow continuously, and to forge a stronger self. Hence, I seek to strengthen myself through battle. Gu Moo declared confidently, turning to the somewhat bewildered Moo Moo. Not bad at all. Given your elevated awareness, I shall oblige. Come, let us engage in a spirited duel, Chung Hai proclaimed, waving his muscular arm with enthusiasm. Wait, teacher, may I suggest a minor adjustment for our fiery contest today? Gu Moo blinked up at the muscular man opposite him. Speak quickly. Could you perhaps temper your Pokémon strength, lowering it to a level comparable to Moo Moo's? This would render the battle more exhilarating and beneficial. Very well, Chung Hai agreed with unexpected ease, leaving Gu Moo momentarily stunned. Was this truly the teacher he knew? However, you must also consent to one condition, Chung Hai said, his trademark smile gracing his face. What is it? Gu Moo sensed a shift in the atmosphere and felt a hint of unease creeping in. Your training regimen shall be doubled. What? Gu Moo was taken aback, as his training load was already twice that of his classmates due to battling with the teacher. Now, to have it doubled again? He contemplated the notion of understanding the meaning of death instead. Fear not. You may not necessarily lose. I shall temper my Pokémon strength. I trust you as far as I can throw you. If you're lowering strength, why not devolve your Pokémon to its initial stage? Gu Moo suddenly recalled that fateful night when he had helplessly cradled Moo Moo, utterly defenseless. Glancing at the bewildered Moo Moo, Gu Moo clenched his teeth. Fine. If it's doubled, then so be it. Let us engage in a spirited duel. Chung Hai regarded Gu Moo with a smile, surprised by the boy's newfound resolve. That night, Chung Hai had witnessed Gu Moo decisively protect his Ralts from the ferocious attack of a Houndoom. Such valor delighted him, and he was inclined to assist Gu Moo whenever possible. However, the necessary training must be upheld. To achieve strength, one must exert effort. Enduring hardship is essential to rise above. Finding a suitable area, they prepared to commence their battle. To better hone your skills, I shall employ a different Pokémon against you today, Chung Hai announced with a grin. Which Pokémon? Come forth, Coundo. Chung Hai released the Pokeball. The steel and rock-type Pokémon, Coundo, trembled as it walked, presenting a formidable challenge for Gu Moo. This is a Pokémon I have nurtured for a short time. While its strength surpasses that of Ralts significantly, it is easier to control. Pokémon, Coundo gender, male category, iron armor Pokémon ability, sturdy individual value. 89 Gu Moo accessed the system, scrutinizing Coundo's data, with an individual value nearing 90. Combined with the teacher's training, Coundo's power was indisputable. Nevertheless, the objective of this battle was to cultivate strength. Winning was secondary to personal growth. Wait, if I lose, I must do push-ups? Gu Moo exclaimed. Moo Moo, you can do it. Ralts. Moo Moo encouraged, shaking his little fists. Despite the daunting opponent, he was determined to give his all. Floating down from Gu Moo's embrace, Moo Moo faced Coundo. Are you ready? If so, you may take the first move. Chung Hai instructed. Ready, Moo Moo, use Growl. Gu Moo decided against employing telekinesis outright against such a formidable foe. Instead, he opted for a strategy of debilitation. Given Coundo's physical structure, it could not evade the auditory effects of Growl, naturally reducing its attack power. Not a bad strategy, Chung Hai remarked with a smile. Choosing not to initiate a powerful attack was indeed prudent in this scenario, yet it failed to capture his full attention. Coundo, use Mud Slap. As this battle was not a fair contest, Cheng-Hai opted to employ non-damaging moves, like Mud Slap, to lower Muumu's accuracy. Koundo kicked up a layer of mud, creating a downpour upon the battlefield, leaving Muumu with no avenue of escape. Now Koundo Rock Tomb. Cheng-Hai commanded. Watch out, Muumu. Use Double Team to evade. Gumu shouted urgently. In an instant, Muumu dashed about, conjuring 7 or 8 illusions that stood in various positions around the arena. Koundo's Rock Tomb failed to strike Muumu's true form, instead landing upon his shadowy duplicates. Let us see how long you can evade, Koundo. Continue with Rock Tomb. Cheng-Hai laughed, believing he need not exert his full strength against a child. Gumu observed as Muumu's shadows were repeatedly shattered. His mind raced. This approach would lead to certain defeat unless he devised a new plan. Suddenly, an idea struck. Muumu used charm. He commanded, then employed telekinesis to lift Koundo into the air. As Koundo struck yet another shadow, Muumu's charm echoed in its ears. Though fairy-type moves deal half damage to steel types, mental attacks like charm could still disrupt Koundo's actions. In the next moment, Muumu's telekinesis enveloped Koundo's body. Through extensive training, Muumu had mastered telekinesis, and soon, Koundo was floating effortlessly. Well done. Koundo, use tackle on the ground. Cheng-Hai instructed. Tackle the ground? Gumu pondered, slightly perplexed by the teacher's command, but soon understood the reasoning. Koundo, exhibiting exceptional battle instincts, quickly shook off the effects of charm, launching itself downward with its head glowing white. Utilizing telekinesis as leverage, Koundo propelled itself, breaking free from the binds of telekinesis and landing solidly on the ground. Is that even possible? Gumu watched Koundo land safely, feeling a bit dazed. Indeed, the commanding prowess of an advanced trainer was formidable. Yet, he resolved not to give up. Muumu summoned his shadow clones, encircling Kecleon. Once more, Muumu unleashed his shadow clones, casting his shadows all around Kecleon. In response, Kecleon utilized Rock Slide. Not good. Muumu, hold your ground. Gumu urgently shouted. Kecleon swiftly harnessed its rock powers, and colossal boulders plummeted from the heavens, enveloping both Kecleon and Muumu. Gumu had not anticipated that teacher Cheng-Hai would execute a wide-range attack at such close proximity, prompting him to hastily instruct Muumu to employ the defensive technique he had previously learned. Boom! Numerous rocks descended upon both Kecleon and Muumu's shadows and their corporeal forms. As Muumu's shadows gradually dissipated, Kecleon was subjected to continuous assaults. However, the damage inflicted was merely superficial, as Kecleon possessed resistance against rock-type moves and boasted high physical defense, rendering the rock slide incapable of inflicting significant harm. Meanwhile, Muumu, as his shadows continued to fade, indeed activated the defensive skill. Although not impervious, it successfully mitigated the primary damage, suffering only slight injuries from the smaller stones. Well done. Your reflexes are quite commendable. I had expected you to be incapacitated by now, Cheng-Hai remarked, giving Gumu a thumbs up. He had not anticipated that Gumu could endure for this long, and that his Ralts had actually mastered the defensive technique. It seemed this young man had some hidden talents. Cheng-Hai decided to be a bit more serious. Kecleon, use Metal Claw on Ralts. The steel-type move was imminent. No, it cannot hit. Gumu countered. Muumu, use Sing, then follow up with Shadow Clones. Another round of Sing momentarily halted Kecleon's movements. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Muumu summoned more Shadow Clones, ensuring their positions were not as densely packed as before. Having learned from prior experiences, simply evading won't suffice. Let us engage in a direct clash. Kecleon, unleash an even broader rock slide. Gumu declared. My Ralts is a lady. Facing you head-on would be foolish. Muumu, create more shadow clones, then vanish. Vanish. Teacher Cheng-Hai was puzzled by Gumu's command. Yet the battle raged on. Countless rocks continued to rain down, further obliterating Muumu's lingering shadows, while Kecleon endured minor damage from the stones. As shadows disappeared one after another, Muumu's true form remained hidden. Spotting a boulder hurtling toward Kecleon, Gumu's eyes lit up as he shouted, Muumu now? Focus Psychic. What? Kecleon. Use Metal Claw on the boulder overhead. Cheng-Hai quickly grasped Gumu's intention and issued commands to Kecleon. Indeed, a shadow flickered above Kecleon as a purple beam surged forth, a psychic attack from Ralts. After days of rigorous training, Gumu had discovered a method to enhance the power of the move, although he had found this technique online. The typical form of psychic is dispersed like a web, but when used offensively, it usually coalesces into concentrated masses, akin to heavy projectiles. But what if the density of these projectiles were increased? Naturally, the power of the psychic attack would amplify as well. Through specialized training, Muumu had learned to utilize a denser form of psychic attack, which Gumu named Focus Psychic. Kecleon's reflexes were remarkably swift. Upon hearing Teacher Chunghai's command, it promptly prepared its metal claw and launched itself toward the descending boulder. In an instant, both attacks collided, shattering the stone midair and sending fragments flying, stirring up dust that obscured the view of both Pokémon. Mumu, Gumu called out anxiously. Soon, the dust settled, revealing a ground strewn with rubble and the two Pokémon. Kecleon bore numerous injuries, yet stood firm, albeit appearing somewhat weary, indicating it had sustained significant damage. Meanwhile, Mumu was coated in dust, half-crouched on the ground, evidently gravely injured and seemingly devoid of fighting capability. Gumu rushed to Mumu's side, his heart heavy as he observed the dust covering his companion. Do not worry. In a normal battle, Pokémon do not suffer fatal injuries. They merely fall into a state of unconsciousness, Chunghai assured, having recalled Kecleon and approached Gumu. I know, Gumu replied, having researched extensively on the subject. However, witnessing Mumu's condition was unbearable. Ralts has not yet lost its fighting spirit, Chunghai noted, glancing at the still slightly open-eyed Mumu in Gumu's arms. Is this due to its sturdy ability? Indeed, it appears that Ralts's copy ability has prevented it from falling unconscious. Ralts, Gumu soothed, rest now. Once you're healed, I'll treat you to an abundance of sweets. Hearing Gumu's words, Mumu peacefully drifted into slumber. You should take Ralts back for treatment. We can discuss training once it has healed, Chunghai advised. Certainly. No penalties this time. If you wish for a penalty, that can be arranged. Farewell. With that, Gumu swiftly carried Mumu back to the camp, pondering the notion of penalties as a distant thought. Teacher Zhangyu, what is it? Please assist in treating Mumu's injuries. You child, why do you let it get hurt so easily? It's Teacher Chunghai's fault. I suspected as much. I'll settle the score with him later. Upon returning to the camp with the now bandaged Mumu, Teacher Zhangyu assured that there were no serious issues and that rest would suffice for recovery. After all, Pokémon possess physical resilience far superior to that of humans. And with medicinal aid, minor injuries heal swiftly. As Gumu gazed at the slumbering Mumu, he recalled the ability of Latias's blessing. What if I were to try it? But how would one activate such an ability? After some contemplation, he gently placed his hand upon Mumu's forehead. At that moment, he suddenly felt an energy coursing through his body, albeit erratically. Must I guide it myself? Gumu closed his eyes, slowly attuning to the force within him, attempting to direct this capability. Fortunately, the energy responded to his guidance. He meticulously channeled the energy into his palm and discovered it dissipating upon contact, seemingly transferring into Mumu through the connection between his palm and forehead. Indeed, with the continuous influx of energy, the visible wounds on Mumu began to heal. This is remarkable. In less than 10 minutes, the scars on Mumu's body had largely mended, and it gradually opened its eyes. Ralts, is it time to eat? Chapter 17, A Week's Holiday. Seeing Mumu awake, Gumu joyfully lifted it into the air with both hands. Ralts, what is wrong with my silly master? Mumu looked at Gumu, puzzled. Mumu, your performance in the recent battle was simply splendid, Gumu praised. But alas, we still lost, Mumu replied, her voice tinged with frustration. It is rather vexing that victory eluded us. Do not fret. It is entirely normal not to win, Gumu reassured her. Teacher Chunghai is on the verge of becoming a professional trainer. Although his cacnea has not been nurtured for long, it has certainly had more time to develop than ours. Besides, our objective is not solely to win. Look, we successfully executed teleport and defended ourselves, did we not? With continued effort, we will undoubtedly triumph over Teacher Chunghai in the future. Gumu comforted Mumu with patience. She recalled Teacher Chunghai's formidable Lucario and realized that Gumu was indeed correct. Her journey was just beginning, and there was no need to succumb to despair. Mumu. Oh, right. Where's the candy you promised me? Mumu looked at Gumu with large, hopeful eyes, completely shedding her earlier gloom. All right, here you go, Gumu said, retrieving 2 energy cubes from her system bag and handing them to the ever-hungry Mumu. With glee, Mumu accepted the treats and began to munch on them. Her earlier injuries seemingly forgotten, Gumu finally grasped the immense power she had gained. Shaman, thank you. With this newfound ability, her future training battles would provide substantial protection for her Pokémon. Glancing at the remaining 2 energy cubes in her bag, Gumu turned to Mumu. It seems you will need to work hard for your sustenance. Mumu, do we have another battle this afternoon? Absolutely. This princess shall defeat that metal lump. At that moment, in a basement somewhere in U City, a voice rang out. What did you say? We failed. The sound of shattering glass echoed throughout the dimly lit space, where a figure clad in black sat on a sofa. his voice laced with fury. Dressed in an entirely black outfit and cloak, he wore a peculiar skull mask, and a badge emblazoned with ins marked his chest. Had Gumu been present, she would have recognized that this emblem was identical to that of the black-clad figures from Miracle Forest. He glared intently at a black-clad individual kneeling before him, their expression concealed by a mask, yet the fear emanating from them was palpable, chilling as the biting winds of winter. Master, we were powerless. Boss had his 3 Pokémon were taken down in an instant. We dared not act recklessly. The kneeling figure trembled as they recounted the events. I care not for the details. I demand results. After so much time, you failed to capture Shaman, and now the League is aware of our presence. Tell me, what use are you? Take him and his companions to the Black Mine. Let them fend for themselves, the Master commanded. Yes, sir. Please, Master, grant us one more chance. Just this once. The kneeling figures trembling intensified as they pleaded for mercy, only to be dragged out of the basement. With a resounding clang, the basement door slammed shut, and the cries of the black-clad figure faded into silence. The man on the sofa lifted a fresh wine glass and poured himself some champagne. Removing his mask, he revealed the face of a middle-aged man, not particularly handsome, with a pointed chin and eyes that resembled hawks in the night, menacing and commanding. He raised the glass to his nose, inhaling the aroma and gazing contemplatively at the bubbles rising within. Shadow, he murmured, taking a small sip while surveying the darkened walls of the basement. The shadows appeared to flow and coalesce, gradually forming a humanoid silhouette. Your subordinate is here. The man in black observed the shadow with calmness, then reflected for a moment. Hada cannot remain alive. He knows too many of our secrets. As for Shaman, do not concern yourself with it. The opportunity is past. Send 2 henchmen to deal with that brat, and you, attend to the troublesome Chung Hai. After uttering these 3 directives, he fell silent, lifting his glass to continue drinking. Understood. The shadow dissipated against the wall, returning the space to its original darkness. The man in black surveyed the empty basement, setting down his glass before donning the skull mask once more. The League? We shall see. He then made his slow exit from the basement. With a resounding thud, the door closed, plunging the entire space back into darkness. 3 days later, on a misty morning, the sun began to rise from the haze, casting a soft glow upon the circle of tents. The forest was alive with the sound of chirping birds, seemingly urging everyone to rise. Boss, wake up! Lin Chung exclaimed, bustling towards Gumu's tent. What is it, fatty? Why are you up so early? Gumu rubbed his bleary eyes and stretched lazily, still half asleep. Mumu, too, was in a state of drowsiness, opening her eyes briefly before closing them once more. Boss, today marks the end of training, and we can finally return home, Lin Chung said excitedly. The week of training had been exhausting, and he yearned for the comforts of home, contrasting sharply with their rigorous training of foraging for berries. Tears welled in his eyes at the thought. If anyone dares to make me forage for berries again, I shall smash their head in. What are you thinking? Yes, we are going home. But waking up this early, are you planning to walk home? Gumu remarked, casting a glance at the excited Lin Chung before burying himself under the covers once more. Lin Chung felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, chilling him to the bone. Right? Why did I even wake up so early? Do we still have to eat berries for breakfast? Of course. What else would we eat, dirt? Gumu replied, still half buried in his blanket. Lin Chung felt as if the cold water had been supplemented with ice cubes, utterly refreshing. I would rather starve than eat those. I'll save my appetite for a grand feast at home. If you don't want to eat, just step outside already. I need to get some more sleep. Yesterday's training nearly exhausted me, Gumu said, curling deeper into the blanket, feeling a slight chill as Lin Chung had opened the tent flap, allowing the wind to sweep in. Boss, have you heard? We're getting a week off. Yes, I heard. Teacher Chung Hai mentioned it yesterday. Remembering the grueling day spent under Teacher Chung Hai's rigorous training, Gumu felt both mentally and physically battered. The past few days of training had been hellish. If his peers faced moderate challenges, Gumu felt as though he was contending against insurmountable odds. Not once had he emerged victorious. And had it not been for the occasional battles with his classmates, Mumu's food supply would have run dry. Of course, the focus of their battles had primarily been on the familiar Charmander, as it was only natural to assist in its special training. Oh right. A week off means I must stock up on Mumu's supplies. Gumu's gaze shifted toward the pokeball that Lin Chung carried. The Charmander within suddenly felt a chill in its heart and curled up, seeking warmth from the flame at the tip of its tail. Chapter 18, A New Task. After breakfast, everyone boarded the bus heading home. Gumu found a window seat, and Mumu perched contentedly on his shoulder, gazing out at the passing scenery. Reflecting on the past week of intense training, Gumu felt as though he had been living in a dream. He had encountered the legendary Pokémon Shaman and had engaged in a battle of wits against a dark organization, ultimately gaining miraculous healing abilities from Shaman. Certainly, the gains of this week extend far beyond mere training. Under the rigorous tutelage of teacher Cheng-Hai, Gumu has experienced a significant enhancement in both Mu's combat prowess and his own real-time command capabilities, marking a stark contrast to the individual he was just a week prior. Previously, although Gumu achieved numerous victories with the assistance of energy cubes and the inherently excellent Mu, many of those successes were largely attributable to the inferior offensive capabilities of his opponents. When faced with formidable adversaries, Gumu's rudimentary combat awareness and command skills became evident liabilities. After a week of intensive training, while he may still fall short against Kecleon, his combat methodology and proficiency have emerged as commendable for his age group. As Gumu gazes at the fleeting trees outside the window, he eagerly accesses Mu's profile. Pokemon, Ralts, Shiny. Gender, female. Category, Emotion Pokemon. Ability, Trace. Upon entering battle, it copies the opponent's ability, becoming identical to it. Held item, Evolutionary Stone. Learn skills, Growl, Confusion. Double Team, Teleport, Charm, Protect, Lucky Chant. Inherited skills, Destiny Bond. Total individual value, 160,186.86. Mu has newly acquired a skill, and Gumu vaguely recalls that Lucky Chant is a move learned by Ralts at level 14. Although there is no precise level system in this world, one can generally infer Mu's current level based on the skills learned. It seems that there will be no time for idleness upon returning home. Gumu remarks to Mu, who is gazing out the window. In just 10 days, the school's freshman competition will commence. Although Mu has grown significantly stronger, who knows if there are opponents in other classes who may surpass her. Furthermore, Mu's proficiency in various skills is uneven and requires further refinement and synchronization to achieve perfection. Mr. Liang once stated, "In life, one must strive against the current. To not advance is to retreat." To secure victory in the freshman competition, neither Mu nor I can afford to be complacent. Let us go, Mu. Ralts. Mu turns her head, playfully tapping Gumu on the shoulder in response. Rest assured, with me around, everything will be just fine. Dad, Mom, I'm back. Gumu joyfully announces as he rushes through the door, finding his father seated on the sofa, engrossed in a newspaper, while the sound of chopping vegetables emanates from the kitchen. Welcome home. You must be exhausted after these days, his mother remarks, momentarily pausing her task to emerge from the kitchen, eager to relieve Gumu of his backpack. No need. Mom, I can handle it, Gumu replies, slipping into his slippers and carrying his backpack into his room. Why do you look so much thinner? His mother inquires, concern evident in her voice as she watches him enter his room. I've been exercising these past few days. Don't worry, while I may have lost a bit of weight, what remains is muscle. Gumu smiles, aware that teacher Cheng-Hai's rigorous training has indeed taken its toll. Nevertheless, he acknowledges the teacher's good intentions and has diligently completed every task assigned. With such little flesh, you call that muscle? Come, let's see who has the stronger grip, his father declares, setting aside his newspaper with eager anticipation. All right, you two behave like children. Go wash your hands. Dinner is ready, his mother chides gently, tapping Gumu on the head. Sure thing. Gumu exchanges a smile with his father, and they both head to wash their hands. By the way, Gumu, your mother and I will be heading to the countryside this afternoon for a few days, so take care of yourself at home, his father states as he sits at the dining table. Huh, why are you going to the countryside? Gumu asks, puzzled. Your grandmother has not been feeling well, and since I have a few days off, I plan to accompany your mother back home to keep her company, his father clarifies. Then I'll go too. Aren't you supposed to be in class that day? His mother interjects, bringing dishes from the kitchen. No worries, we just finished training, and the school has given us a week off to relax and prepare for the freshman competition. Won't you train with Mumu? His father asks. I can train in the countryside. There's more space on the back mountain, which is better suited for training. Right, Mumu? Ralts. Mumu exclaims joyfully. We get to go out to play? All right then, let's finish our meal and pack up quickly. We'll set off this afternoon. Okay. The family enjoys a harmonious dinner together. Xiaomu, are you done packing? We're leaving. Coming. Gumu hastily zips up his backpack and rushes out. Remember to lock the door. Of course. Gumu climbs into the car, where Mumu is already playing, looking back and forth between the front and the rear. Mumu, sit tight. We're about to depart. Ralts. His father drives the car toward the horizon. Gumu's ancestral home lies in a quaint village, situated a little distance away from U City, comprising roughly 100 households. Due to its remoteness from urban areas, the air quality is exceptionally pristine. Gumu fondly recalls how he used to love returning to his hometown during holidays, catching crayfish with friends in the pond and frolicking together. Beyond the village lies a vast forest where Gumu often engaged in catching small animals or collecting bird eggs. However, this time, his return is not merely for leisure. The forest serves as an ideal location for specialized training. The nearby park is usually crowded, hindering Mumu's ability to train effectively, limiting their practice to basic psychic exercises. Yet, this seems rather superfluous for Mumu now, as psychic training can be conducted anywhere, while mastering other skills remains of paramount importance. Feeling idle, Gumu fiddles with his system interface. Ever since acquiring the system, he has noticed a remarkably sparse number of tasks. To date, there have only been 5 tasks, leaving him curious about the conditions for triggering them. Furthermore, he has only 2 energy cubes remaining. With no time for battles today, he cannot complete any tasks. Observing Mumu treating the energy cubes like candy, Gumu feels a pang of frustration. Clearly, Mumu could endure longer. But the battles with the teacher have taken a considerable toll on her. Without energy cubes, Mumu's psychic abilities would not suffice for her frequent battles. If only I could create energy cubes, Gumu sighs. Side quest activated. Would you like to check host? Startled by the voice echoing in his mind, Gumu finds himself momentarily bewildered. Chapter 19, Berry Mixer. Side quest activated. Would you like to check host? View. Gumu happily opens the task panel, astonished to receive a new quest just as he lamented the lack of tasks. Side quest. I am a little boy who collects berries. Task objective. Personally collect 10 types of berries, 20 of each type. Task description. As a well-rounded youth excelling in moral, intellectual, physical, aesthetic, and labor aspects, it is essential to nurture your Pokémon on your own. Strive, young one, and work hard for your sustenance. Task reward. Berry Mixer X1, Pokémon Cube Box X1. A berry mixer. What is this peculiar item? Am I dreaming? Gumu's eyes widen in disbelief as he fixates on the words berry mixer in the task description. It truly exists. Moreover, there exists a set of Poke blocks, and today, fortune has smiled upon me. Do not impede my enthusiasm. I am off to purchase a lottery ticket. It is worth noting that this world lacks any machinery capable of producing energy blocks. Although there are numerous consumables resembling energy blocks within this realm, they merely bear a superficial similarity. Devices such as the berry mixer, which are remarkably portable and easy to use, remain beyond the reach of contemporary human ingenuity. After all, they are the culmination of countless years within the animated Pokémon universe, and our current technological capabilities have yet to attain such heights. Items akin to energy blocks, which are immensely beneficial to Pokémon, are predominantly in short supply and command exorbitant prices. This scarcity arises because such consumables are crafted by large, intricate machines that process various precious materials. The drawback lies in the prohibitively high initial costs that hinder mass production and limit their efficacy. Thus, it is no wonder that Gumu was astonished. With the berry mixer in hand, he need no longer fret about the sustenance of Mumu. Furthermore, this device provides a source of energy blocks for any future Pokémon he may raise. Previously, Gumu had contemplated whether to sell some energy blocks. Yet his apprehensions had prevented him from taking action. After all, he could not adequately explain the origin of these items, and the energy blocks provided by the system would undoubtedly attract attention. Should any inquisitive individuals trace them back to him, the consequences might be dire. Incurring costs he would be unable to bear. Collecting 10 varieties of berries, with 20 of each, Gumu scrutinized the task requirements, determined to secure the rewards. This meant amassing a total of 200 berries. If only the berries he had previously gathered in the Miracle Forest could be counted, it would alleviate half of his burden. Gumu mused, yet even if he had to pick anew, he felt content, considering the substantial prize awaiting him. It appears that returning to the countryside was indeed a wise decision, as he could both train and fulfill tasks, an impeccable situation. Naturally, the forest would be the most abundant source of berries, and the grove on the back mountain was a veritable haven for task completion. Gumu chuckled with delight, gazing at the fleeting shadows of trees outside the car window, eagerly anticipating their arrival at the destination. As the sun gradually descended, casting its golden glow, Gumu's family finally reached their destination, Hiku Village. This name has been passed down through generations, said to originate from a time when a long river flowed at the village's entrance, sustaining the livelihoods of its inhabitants. Over time, the river has dwindled, and every household now relies on tap water. Nevertheless, the name has remained unchanged, preserved through the ages. Father Gu parked the car beside a 2-story house located at the village's northern edge, a place where the family always resided during the New Year celebrations. Exiting the house, They were greeted by a square courtyard, accompanied by a plot of land where Grandma delighted in cultivating her own vegetables during her leisure. "Mom, we're back!" Father and Mother Goo exclaimed, immediately spotting Grandma reclining in a chair in the yard. "How did you return so soon?" Grandma initially failed to hear them, but as their voices grew louder, she realized and rose to the door. "Grandma," Gumu called out brightly. "Ah, my dear grandson, why did you come back today? Don't you have classes tomorrow?" "Mom, he has a holiday next week, so he returned with us," Mother Goo explained. "Good, good. Come inside and rest. Have you eaten?" "Not yet. I'll cook." "Mom, you should take it easy," Grandma insisted, grasping Mother Goo's hand as they made their way into the house, while Father Goo and Gumu followed, carrying their belongings. "Mom, how have you been feeling lately?" Much better, seeing you has cured all my ailments." Grandma replied joyfully. "Mom, if you feel unwell, you must visit the hospital. Remember to heed the doctor's advice." "We'll stay for a few more days to keep you company," Mother Goo said, settling beside Grandma for a chat. Lulu, with her tiny hands covering her face, approached Grandma and gently called out, "Is this adorable little creature your initial Pokémon?" Grandma inquired curiously, watching Lulu step forward. "Indeed, it is greeting you." Mother Goo replied with a smile. "Come here, Grandma has some candy for you." Grandma retrieved a handful of sweets from her pocket and offered them to Lulu. The shy little creature gazed at Grandma for a moment, yet this minor shyness could not suppress its innate gluttonous nature, and it ultimately reached out to accept the candy. Upon receiving the treat, Lulu let out a joyful sound, seemingly expressing gratitude, before floating back to Gumu's side. "What a charming little one," Grandma chuckled. The presence of family brought a smile to Grandma's face, and they all enjoyed a warm dinner together, sharing a blissful evening. The following morning, Gumu eagerly tugged at the still sleeping Lulu, urging her toward the woods behind the village. "Lulu, I've been the one waking you up lately. This simply won't do." Gumu gently patted Lulu's shoulder. "Lulu, beauty sleep is of utmost importance. Be careful not to become a lazy pig," Gumu teased. "Lulu, all right, have a piece of candy to calm down." Gumu quickly popped a piece of candy into Lulu's mouth, and upon hearing the word candy, the nearly agitated Lulu instantly settled down, happily munching away. This, of course, was not an energy block, as supplies were running low. It was prudent to conserve for the days ahead. "Lulu, I only forgive you because of the candy," Gumu declared with a playful huff. "Lulu, today I have entrusted you with a vital mission." Gumu lifted Lulu from his shoulder to face him earnestly. "Lulu?" Lulu looked at Gumu with confusion. "Teacher Chung Hai mentioned that your shadow clone lacks substance and can be easily detected, correct? I've devised a brilliant plan by utilizing rapid movement to create a shadow that maintains its form while consciously performing tasks. Wouldn't that be an improvement, Lulu? That should be feasible, but what task should I undertake? How about searching for berries? The shadow clone should be able to see what it encounters, and once found, you can inform me," Gumu suggested with a smile. "Lulu, searching for berries? Yes, aren't berries quite delicious? It's a win-win situation, finding tasty treats while training." Lulu seemed to agree wholeheartedly. Gumu felt reassured that his intentions to enhance Lulu's shadow clone were purely for improvement, devoid of any ulterior motives. Certainly, he was not attempting to send Lulu off on a berry-finding quest. Yes, absolutely not. Chapter 20. Unknown Shadows and Two Mischievous Creatures. The morning breeze gradually dissipated, yielding to the more intense glow of dawn. The sun began to rise slowly from behind the trees, bestowing warmth and vitality upon the earth. Lulu. At that moment, a somewhat dazed Lulu approached a large tree, eyeing the fresh fruits overhead. Suddenly invigorated, she called out in another direction. Gumu, busy jotting down notes, heard Lulu's call and hurriedly made his way over. "I'm coming." After a brief moment, Gumu reached the tree, swiftly climbed up, and plucked a fruit from its branches. In an instant, Lulu's shadow dissipated beside the tree. "Another orange berry has arrived." Gumu gazed at the familiar fruit in his hand, surprisingly still an orange fruit. He stuffed it into his bag and turned his attention to the area where Mumu's shadow had dissipated. It appeared that the duration of the shadow clone's existence was still insufficient. Nevertheless, there was no remedy for it. He would take his time. In just one morning, with the assistance of Mumu's shadow clone, Gumu had already located dozens of fruits. Although many were of the same variety, the speed of collection had increased significantly, and perhaps he could complete the task within these few days in the countryside. The thought of soon acquiring the fruit mixer filled Gumu with immense joy. However, he knew that he would have to rely on himself to find the fruits afterward, as Mumu could not perpetually train the shadow clone, and there were many other techniques requiring specialized training. Observing Mumu diligently practicing the shadow clone technique, Gumu reflected that he had already devised a training plan for the morning, and in the afternoon, he too would need to make an effort to find more fruits. Moo, let's take a break and grab a bite to eat. Lucy, it's time for lunch. After so much practice, my stomach is absolutely starving. Stop drooling. Let us hurry. Lucy, I'm not drooling. The indignant Moo floated after the hurriedly escaping Gumu. Lucy, stop running and face your doom, foolish master. I won't. Do you really think I'm that foolish? Lucy. After lunch, Gumu and Moo returned to the forest once more. Moo, this afternoon, you focus on training your shadow clone, and if you find any fruits, remember their locations. I will come back later to pick them. Gumu reminded Moo, knowing that the system did not count the fruits collected by Moo towards the task, as he had already tested this in the morning. After all, the task requirement specified that the fruits must be personally harvested, which was to be expected. Lucy, all right, just stay nearby, don't wander too far. I will check other places to see if there are fruits. Then we'll feast. Gumu stated. Lucy, good luck, foolish master. Moo gestured encouragingly at Gumu. Call me foolish master again, and there will be no treats for you. Gumu pretended to threaten with a fierce expression. Lucy, fine, foolish master. A vein throbbed on Gumu's forehead as he watched Moo utilize teleportation, disappearing from sight in the blink of an eye. You certainly run swiftly. Gumu chuckled while lifting the large bag he had brought from home, specifically for collecting fruits. Surveying the lush forest, Gumu felt as though he truly had become a young boy collecting fruits. What a ridiculous name for a task. He mused about the system's eccentricity before darting into the woods. World integration is a rather unpredictable phenomenon. The locations where it occurs elude human foresight. The world is vast. In some regions, such occurrences are commonplace, while in others, they are exceedingly rare, which is entirely normal. Take Hiku Village, for instance. The area surrounding the village did not exhibit extensive integration phenomena, only occasionally displaying subtle signs, which did not impact the local ecosystem, resulting in a scarcity of Pokémon in the vicinity. Even if there were any, they were merely weak Pokémon like Caterpies and Pidgeys, and most Pokémon maintained a neutral or even friendly disposition towards humans. This was also why Gumu felt emboldened to search for fruits alone in the forest. After all, thanks to teacher Chung Hai's grueling training, he had developed considerable muscle, rendering his physique quite robust, even leading him to feel as if he could contend with Pokémon in direct combat. Help! Splash! A tremendous splash echoed, revealing a shadow darting about overhead, seemingly a Pokémon. A swarm of Beedrills buzzed over the calm lake, appearing to search for something. After a while, having failed to locate their target, they flew off in a group. I can hardly breathe. Gumu finally emerged from the water once the Beedrills had departed, gasping for fresh air. All for a single fruit? If I had delayed any longer, I would have been riddled with holes. Gumu now realized that teacher Chung Hai's grueling training was indeed incredibly beneficial. His escape skills were top-notch. Ahem, this is called tactical retreat. Yes, tactical retreat. Fortunately, Moo was not present. Otherwise, he would surely mock him for his shamelessness. Gumu reclined on the grass, drenched. Realizing that wandering about would only lead to catching a chill, it was better to lie still and let the sun dry his clothes. Fortunately, it was still summer, and he wasn't wearing much, short sleeves and shorts, so it wouldn't take long to dry. What was Moo up to at that moment? Lucy, in the forest. Moo was continuously employing shadow clones, honing the skill's proficiency. In comparison to Gumu, it was evident that Moo was indeed the more diligent. Lucy, foolish master, catch this psychic attack. After creating shadow clones, Moo did not immediately seek out fruits, but instead launched a psychic attack at a nearby large rock. Watching the rock tremble, Moo laughed with glee. Next time you bully me, I'll kick you from behind with a psychic attack and show you my prowess. Humph. Meanwhile, deeper in the woods, by a small river, a figure sat atop a large rock, examining the freshly picked flowers in hand. Suddenly, the figure lifted their head in confusion, setting the flowers down as if sensing something peculiar. Is this psychic energy? Or perhaps a Ralts? Monkey duh, why are we in such a rush to deal with that brat? Wouldn't it be better to wait until he returns to you city? There's no need to run so far. Use your pig brain. There are so many cops in the city. Do you think they're just sitting idle? Moreover, this is the Master S order. We must complete it promptly. Once this job is done, we will become the Master S favored ones. On the road far outside the village, two young men were chatting away. One, tall and slender, walked ahead, appearing quite astute, yet his smile seemed somewhat foolish. The other, although also thin, was significantly shorter than the taller one, scampering behind and asking, when do we make our move? After laughing for a moment, Monkey squinted and scrutinized the distant village. No rush. Let us first assess the situation. We'll act when we're confident. Haste makes waste. Monkey duh. It's hot tofu. Monkey duh, you're amazing. Monkey duh is the best. The shorter youth cheered enthusiastically, clapping for Monkey duh. The two swaggered down the road, as if a bright future awaited them. Our goal is the stars and the sea. Chapter 21. Eyes in the shadows. Yawn. While resting on the grass, Gumu sneezed. Could I be catching a cold? Surely not. The sun is nearly drying my clothes. Gumu sat up and stretched lazily. He glanced at the bag beside him, which contained only about 10 fruits. Time to check the progress. Side quest. I am a young boy collecting fruits. Quest objectives. Personally collect 10 varieties of fruits, 20 of each. Quest rewards. 1 fruit mixer, 1 Pokémon block box. Quest items. 23 orange fruits, 18 apple fruits, 16 cherry fruits, 2 dragonfire fruits, 3 forget-me-not fruits. It seemed there was still a long way to go. Gumu gazed at the quest panel, sighing. Despite having picked a plethora of fruits today, many were mere duplicates, and I have only managed to complete 1 type of tree fruit, with 9 remaining. I shall persist in my search, striving to accomplish this within the next few days. Mumu is working diligently, and I must not lag behind. Gumu encouraged herself, waiting for her clothes to dry sufficiently before lifting her bag and striding into the forest. Ruth. Shadow clone. Mumu waved her hands and took off running. In the course of her swift sprint, she conjured 12 shadows, which was the zenith of her current abilities. Previously, she could barely manage to create 3 or 4. The 12 shadows dispersed, drifting in various directions. Mumu remained ardent in her training, eager to grow stronger, dedicating additional time to hone her skills. She was determined to avoid the previous experience of being struck down effortlessly by the dark Lugia. Ruth. Keep it up. Mumu closed her eyes, meticulously sensing the state of her shadows. Although the shadows created through rapid movement could only perform rudimentary actions at the behest of the user, their fluidity and expressions were indeed controllable. If a Pokémon had never undergone training, the manifestations of Shadow Clone would be riddled with flaws. While these imperfections might not be evident to novice trainers, they were fatal in the eyes of those with even a modicum of battle experience. To become stronger, one must exert more effort than others. This was the counsel imparted by teacher Chenghai. If Mumu's previous ambition was to become more beautiful, now becoming stronger had also become one of her goals. Though she often playfully bickered with Gumu, she was resolute in critical moments. Ruth. I, Mumu, am indeed a charming little princess. With her eyes closed, Mumu's lips curved into a smile. She then focused her mind, using her psychic abilities to gauge the status of her shadows. Although the shadows would dissipate after a short interval, for a psychic-type Pokémon, maintaining their existence through telekinesis was quite feasible. The dispersed psychic energy resembled a net, interlinking the shadows and controlling their movements. Ruth? Where are the shadows? Mumu tilted her head in confusion as she sensed that all of her shadow clones had evaded her control and suddenly vanished. Ruth? Did I fail to control them properly? Mumu pondered for a moment. Never mind, I shall not dwell on it. Contemplating the reason is merely vexing this lady. Perhaps a sweet treat will help. My earlier state may have been subpar. Mumu stood up, brushed off the dust from her body, and directed her telekinesis towards the small backpack beneath the tree. This bag had been prepared by Gumu's grandmother, who, knowing Mumu's fondness for sweets, had packed a plethora of candies for her to bring along. With joy, Mumu embraced the backpack, her small hand delving inside to retrieve a piece of candy. Swiftly unwrapping it and popping it into her mouth, savoring the sweet confection, she glanced into the bag and beheld a treasure trove of candies, prompting a blissful smile to spread across her face. Ruth. No, I cannot allow myself to be distracted by these delectable treats. I must become the strongest and most beautiful Pokémon. Setting the backpack aside with reluctance, Mumu cast a lingering glance at the candies within before resolutely turning away and once again invoking her shadow clone technique, recommencing her rigorous training. Not far away, a pair of crimson eyes glimmering with intrigue observed Mumu in secret. Several shadows flitted about its vicinity, gradually fading. Had Mumu seen them, she would undoubtedly have been astonished, for these were the very shadows that had just vanished. Shadow clones, indeed. It watched the dissipating shadows while glancing back at Mumu, who sat on the ground, hesitating as if contemplating stepping forward. Suddenly, it seemed to sense something, calming itself and quietly observing Mumu from afar. Mumu opened her eyes. Ruth? Is that the voice of my foolish master? Gumu came running from a distance, carrying a bag. How is the training going? He inquired. Ruth. It's absolutely fantastic. Mumu exclaimed. Well, that's good to hear. Gumu set down the heavy bag, clearly indicating he had also exerted considerable effort in search of tree fruits. Mumu, come over and have some fruits to rest. Ruth. Mumu floated joyfully towards Gumu. After such a lengthy training session, both her psychic energy and physical stamina had been significantly depleted, making it the perfect time for a respite. Gumu and Mumu sat together on the ground, munching on the fruits. As he watched Mumu happily devouring the fruits, a thought crossed his mind. Mumu, do you find training exhausting? Gumu lifted his gaze to the sky, where the clouds drifted freely. Ruth. Yes, it is tiring. Mumu replied, her mouth full of fruit. Mumu's response did not surprise Gumu, as she had begun training shortly after her birth and had continued to this day. Gumu was still struggling to adapt to life in this era. Despite the presence of Pokémon he adored, he felt disconnected from this time. It was unreasonable to expect Mumu, who had only been born a few days ago, to persistently engage in rigorous training. In his previous life, he would have been unable to do so either. Noticing her foolish master lost in thought, Mumu felt a twinge of confusion. Ruth. Foolish master, have some candy. She retrieved a piece of candy from the backpack and offered it to Gumu. I've told you not to call me foolish master. Gumu extended his hand, playfully tousling Mumu's hair. Ruth. Mumu angrily lifted Gumu with her psychic powers. As Gumu felt himself rising off the ground, he resolved to resist. After all, this was a matter of a trainer's pride. How could he yield to his Pokémon? Mumu. Mumu. I was wrong. The pleas for mercy echoed as Gumu watched the water surface, which was mere centimeters away, and he swiftly conceded, especially since it had just dried. Ruth. Humph. Let this lady teach you a lesson. Mumu gently lowered Gumu back to the ground. Ruth. Go find some tree fruits. I must train. Are you not tired? Why not take a break? Ruth. But I want to grow stronger. Otherwise, how can I protect my foolish master? Mumu gazed earnestly at Gumu. Faced with Mumu's sincere expression, Gumu found himself at a loss for words. After a moment, he replied, Foolish Mumu, it is I who must protect you. Flexing his arm, he displayed his muscles. Ruth. Foolish master, you shall pay? Mumu retorted. Goodbye then, I am off to pick fruits. Before Mumu could react, Gumu had already dashed several meters away, leaving her to glare at his retreating shadow. Boom. The unfortunate rock endured yet another inhumane ordeal. The distant figure silently observed the unfolding events before vanishing deeper into the woods. Perhaps it is through mutual support that one can truly grow. Chapter 22. A script mistakenly taken. Nighttime. The chirping of crickets echoed in the night sky. Gumu and Mumu had long since succumbed to slumber. The day's training had truly left them quite fatigued. Mumu lay soundly asleep, a faint smile gracing her lips as if she were murmuring sweet nothings. Ruth. Candy. Gumu's half-exposed body lay beneath the covers, a trickle of drool escaping the corner of his mouth, lost in a deep and sweet slumber. The rural night was perpetually serene and beautiful. However, within the forest, two individuals were far from slumber, busily engaged in their tasks. Monkey-da, why don't we just take action directly instead of setting traps? The lean figure paused his hoe, questioning. Monkey-da halted his work, raked his hand through his slicked back hair, revealing a confident smile as he replied, You don't understand, do you? This is akin to a lion battling a chicken. One must exert all their strength. Isn't it a rabbit? Monkey Air scratched his head, hesitating. Ahem, that is not important. What matters is that although our target is merely a novice trainer, history has taught us that villains often meet their demise by underestimating their adversaries. As he spoke, Monkey-da procured a thick tome from his pocket, its pages slightly yellowed, indicating its age. Behold, this is the ultimate strategy guide I purchased. With it, we are bound to ascend to the pinnacle of success. He pointed assertively at the bold title emblazoned on the cover. 1,000 Ways for the Strongest Villain. Such a thing exists? Monkey Air gazed at the book in bewilderment, struggling to comprehend why such a publication was even in circulation. Did you buy it? Of course. Such a manual could not be acquired without some cost. However, for the sake of our future, this expenditure is worthwhile, Monkey-da asserted confidently, as if envisioning a bright future ahead. This time, we accepted this mission from Boss Yang, and we have pledged our oath. To ensure our success, we must prepare thoroughly before proceeding. Yes, boss. Monkey Air agreed wholeheartedly with Monkey-da's sentiments, lifting his hoe once more to continue crafting the trap. Monkey-da smiled appreciatively, tucking the book back into his pocket and joining in the labor. While the two toiled away, a pair of eyes in the distance observed their every move, a glint of crimson flickering at the corner before vanishing. Suddenly, Monkey Air shivered. Boss, I feel a bit cold. Of course. It's late at night. How could it not be cold? Hurry up, finish your work so we can sleep, Monkey-da chided. tapping the handle of the hoe against Monkey Air's head to discourage his idleness. Okay, Monkey Air shrank slightly, feeling an inexplicable anxiety, yet he resumed his work. The night passed swiftly. At the break of dawn the following day, Lucy, Gumu felt as if he hadn't experienced the sensation of falling to the ground in ages. Finally realizing his wish today, as Moo Moo's cheerful morning greeting roused him. Ouch! Gumu rubbed the spot where he had fallen. Grateful that Moo Moo always managed to ensure he landed primarily on his backside. Otherwise, what would become of his handsome visage if he sustained an injury? Lucy, Moo Moo insisted. Get up and exercise. All right. Let me eat first, Gumu replied, playfully tapping Moo Moo's small head. The plans of the day are determined in the morning. Although Gumu rose later than Moo Moo, the sun had only just begun its ascent above the horizon. The birds in the forest chirped melodiously, as if the entire grove had just awakened from slumber, brimming with vitality. After finishing breakfast, Gumu and Moo Moo returned to the forest. Moo Moo, your shadow clone training yesterday was quite commendable. You worked hard. Lucy, Moo Moo beamed. Gumu pondered for a moment before addressing the Pokémon perched on his shoulder. Let us focus on training other skills today. Moo Moo appeared momentarily bewildered, thinking that mastering a skill should warrant a reward. How am I supposed to respond to you if you say that? The candy is with you, Gumu said, observing Moo Moo's expression with a hint of exasperation. He still had one energy cube remaining. Although Moo Moo had previously consumed some, it would last a few more days. And it was best to ration it for now. Lucy, greedy and foolish master. If you keep talking like that, I'll confiscate your backpack. Lucy, what did I just say? I have no idea. Moo Moo feigned ignorance, sporting a puzzled expression. Gumu, watching Moo Moo's antics, couldn't he help but smile, nearly bursting into laughter. Competing with your clever, handsome, and invincible master is no joke. Then today we shall practice teleportation. Show me. Gumu retrieved his notebook, which contained meticulous records of Moo Moo's skill training data, all painstakingly documented. He had spent considerable time on this the previous night, hence his late awakening. Previously, Moo Moo's maximum teleportation distance had been 8 meters, with an average of 2 meters. Today, they would intensify the training, aiming to increase the linear distance of the teleportation. This skill enhancement would prove immensely beneficial in future battles. Lucy understood. As Gumu observed the eager Moo Moo, an idea took root in his mind. In this world, the manifestation of skills is not singular. They can interconnect and form unique techniques, their potency varying accordingly. This is the allure of battle. Many formidable trainers possess distinctive combat styles, which stem from their diverse interpretations of their Pokémon's abilities. Based on this foundation, they have devised skills that originally did not exist, integrating them into combat. Having researched extensively about Ralts at home, Gumu had gleaned numerous unconventional battle strategies, complemented by his understanding of various thrilling battles from the Pokémon anime in his past life. He was confident that once Moo Moo mastered teleportation, he could tailor a unique combat style for Moo Moo, which could be termed a combination technique. As Gumu contemplated these thoughts, he led Moo Moo toward the training location from the previous day. Boss. What is it? Monkey sensed Monkey Air shaking him, his voice laced with impatience. The target is approaching. What target? Monkey suddenly snapped to attention, swiftly climbing out of his sleeping bag alongside Monkey Air and darting into the nearby bushes. Indeed, as Monkey observed Gumu striding confidently toward them, a smile spread across his face. All preparations made, waiting only for the right moment. Monkey Air, once they fall into the trap, we'll unleash our Pokémon and unleash a flurry of attacks, ensuring they have no chance to retaliate. Then we can capture them and present them to the boss. We'll be in for a windfall. Yes, boss. The two of them fixed their gaze intently on Gumu's silhouette, counting down in their minds. 5, 4. Monkey and Monkey Air held their breath. Gumu just a few steps away from the trap they had set. 3, 2, 1. Perfect. They grasped their Pokeballs, ready to charge forward. However, nothing happened. Gumu and Moo Moo continued to march forward, filled with determination, leaving the two in the bushes utterly bewildered. This script is wrong. Did I get it wrong? Monkey murmured, watching Gumu stride past their trap. Chapter 23. Gumu's training method. Boss, what is going on? Monkey Air asked, utterly perplexed. Logically, Gumu should have already fallen into the trap by now. This would have been the perfect time for us to attack. Why has it come to this? Monkey A struck Monkey B on the back of his head with a resounding slap. How should I know? Perhaps you cut corners yesterday? Monkey B protested. An expression of indignation etched on his face. That's unfair. Boss, we were digging together yesterday. I diligently completed the task, and even excavated an extra meter. Monkey B retorted. looking at Monkey A with a mix of innocence and frustration. You have a point, but why didn't it collapse? This is baffling. Both monkeys stood there, lost in thought, until Moo and Moo departed from the vicinity. We must investigate where the problem lies. The strongest villain, having memorized his 50-second error, knew that recognizing and correcting one's mistakes is an essential trait for a successful antagonist. They approached the trap they had constructed and cautiously pressed down on the ground. Nothing happened. The trap remained untriggered, and the ground remained intact. This is strange. I only placed a layer of grass on top. Monkey A pressed down harder. Yet nothing occurred. Could it be that I misremembered the location? Doubts began to cloud his mind. Therefore, he gingerly lifted one foot and delicately placed it upon the trap, pressing down firmly. I truly misremembered. Monkey A exclaimed, smiting his forehead in frustration. We must hurry and catch up. They might have fallen into the trap. Yes, boss. The two ceased their daze and quickly pursued Gumu ahead. However, just as they took 2 steps forward, they sensed something amiss. Hey, why does it feel like there's nothing beneath my feet? Monkey A and Monkey B exchanged puzzled glances before looking down at the ground beneath them. They observed the grass tearing apart, plummeting into the vast abyss below, while they themselves were suspended in midair. Oh no! With a loud thud, they fell into the chasm, their cries echoing and startling a flock of Pidgeys. Moo, did you hear that noise? Gumu inquired. Lucy? No, I didn't hear anything, Moo replied, munching on a fruit from a tree, seemingly oblivious. Could it be that I misheard? Keep eating, or you'll get fatter, Gumu remarked, watching Moo devour the fruit. Lucy? What did you say? Moo paused, tilting his head and gazing into Gumu's eyes, revealing its bright red orbs. Without uttering a word, it appeared increasingly agitated, prompting Gumu to concede. Humph. The duo continued their journey towards their destination, leaving behind the lamentations of Monkey A and Monkey B, who lay trapped in the pit. Boss, are you all right? Monkey B inquired anxiously, brushing off the dust from his body as he approached Monkey A. Of course I'm not fine. Monkey A groaned, sprawled on the ground, clutching his backside and wincing in pain. Oh, my poor coccyx. If I find out which scoundrel is responsible for this, I shall not let them off lightly. Monkey B declared vehemently. Ouch. So, boss, how do we get back up? How should I know? Can't you see I'm in pain? Think of a way. Just as Monkey A and Monkey B were embroiled in their dilemma regarding how to ascend from the pit, a figure in the woods silently observed from a distance. Its large eyes shimmered with a crimson glow, and a slight smile played upon its lips. Humph, detestable humans, you reap what you sow. With that, it gradually transformed into a shadow and vanished from sight. After a while, Gumu and Moo finally arrived at their destination. Gumu set down his backpack and sat on the ground, retrieving a notebook from his pocket. Today, we shall thoroughly practice teleportation, Moo. Lucy, acknowledged. Moo put down the half-eaten fruit, responding earnestly. To simulate the rhythm of battle during competitions, I devised a unique training method yesterday. Upon my signal, we will start from here and race to that large lake about 200 meters ahead. Gumu pointed towards the distant lake, which was faintly visible, then continued. I will run ahead, and you can only use teleportation to catch up. Let us see who is faster. What do you say, Lucy? Is this method effective? Moo wondered, gazing at Gumu with curiosity. Are you doubting your clever and handsome master? Gumu feigned a wounded expression. How could you not trust me? I'm upset. Comfort me. Lucy, fine, I believe in you. Moo, exasperated, cast a reluctant glance at his shamelessly foolish master, albeit conceding to trust his training method. That's the spirit. Now, let us rest a bit and prepare before we begin. The look of grievance on Gumu's face faded, replaced by a bright smile. As Moo observed his expression, an impulse to strike him suddenly surged within. If I win, I can have the delicious candy Grandma gave me yesterday. Gumu pulled out a handful of candies, which he had yet to eat, while Moo had already finished its share. Lucy, let us start. I can't wait to indulge in sweet treats. Moo's competitive spirit ignited, as candy represented justice. All right, 5 minutes of rest, then we commence. After such a long journey, we should recuperate. Despite having undergone a week of rigorous training, Gumu's physical abilities had significantly improved, yet he remained uncertain if he could outpace Moo. After all, the physical prowess of Pokémon is on an entirely different level than that of humans. Their bodies can not only harness immense power, but also withstand formidable Pokémon attacks. Although Moo could only utilize teleportation, and its range was limited, this skill primarily relied on psychic abilities. Thus, as long as Moo had any psychic energy left, it could continuously teleport. Therefore, if Gumu wished to enhance Moo's skills, he must reach a certain speed, otherwise, Moo would easily surpass him. rendering the training futile. The training method devised by Gu Mu was entirely based on his physical endurance, and without that foundation, it would be impossible to achieve improved control over skills. Gu Mu had indeed invested considerable thought into Moo Moo's development. Are you ready, Moo Moo? Gu Mu stood up, proclaiming, Lucy, ready, bring it on. Okay. Gu Mu and Moo Moo positioned themselves at the starting line he had just drawn, bending down to assume their starting stance. 3, 2, 1, go. In an instant, Gu Mu surged forward like a wild stallion, his speed escalating as he dashed ahead. Moo Moo, not to be outdone, enveloped itself in a cloak of purple light, activating teleportation to swiftly catch up to Gu Mu's pace. Chapter 24. The surprise attack at the moment of success. Gu Mu sprinted forward with great strides, covering the distance of less than 200 meters with pure determination, bolstered by his enhanced physical condition. Comparatively, Moo Moo lagged slightly behind, yet maintained a steady distance of 2 to 3 steps behind Gu Mu. Thus, they raced together towards their destination. Upon Moo Moo's form, a resplendent violet luminescence flickered incessantly, demanding an immense expenditure of psychic energy. Fortunately, the effects of the energy cube ingested earlier still lingered, sustaining Moo Moo through such a taxing endeavor. Yet, the psychic force remained finite. Gu Mu had calculated that, given Moo Moo's current reserves and recovery rate, it could sustain its efforts for a distance of approximately 200 meters. Thus, this destination had been meticulously selected. Moo Moo, you can do it, Gu Mu shouted, charging ahead with fervor. Hearing Gu Mu's encouraging voice, Moo Moo gradually steadied its breath, striving to master its psychic energy. However, fatigue proved a fatal hindrance to the speed of skill execution, and in its weary state, Moo Moo's teleportation speed began to wane. Having traversed a significant portion of the distance, it found itself lagging slightly behind Gu Mu, now separated by 4 or 5 paces. Rusi, I will not give up, Moo Moo exclaimed inwardly, attempting to regulate its breath and regain control over its increasingly chaotic psychic energy. In this moment, it could only rely on its willpower and mastery of its own abilities. It summoned all its strength to use teleportation once more. Alas, the time required to execute the maneuver lengthened, and ultimately, Moo Moo succumbed to Gu Mu's lead. Relying solely on teleportation proves to be a bit taxing, does it not? Gu Mu gasped as he reached the Great Lake, panting heavily, casting a glance back at the equally fatigued Moo Moo. My calculations were rife with errors, Gu Mu mused internally. After all, he was still a novice in nurturing Pokémon, and occasional oversights were to be expected. However, learning from failure was essential. Should 200 meters prove too arduous, he would contemplate shortening the training distance. Rusi, I'm so tired, Moo Moo declared. Let us take a break. Gu Mu retrieved a restorative orange berry from his backpack and offered it to Moo Moo, taking one for himself as well. Shall we attempt another 200 meters? Or perhaps shorten the distance? Rusi, just 200 meters. I am certain I can outpace the foolish master, Moo Moo declared, nibbling on the berry and looking up, panting, while waving its tiny hand. Do not overexert yourself, Gu Mu admonished earnestly, his gaze fixed upon Moo Moo. Training must be gradual. One cannot expect to become proficient overnight. If Moo Moo feels unwell at any point, we must cease training. Observing Gu Mu's concerned expression warmed Moo Moo's heart. It carefully assessed its condition, discovering merely a trace of fatigue, with no further discomfort. Resolutely, it nodded, its eyes glimmering with determination as it signaled its desire to continue training. Very well, delightful treats await you, so do your utmost. Gu Mu smiled at Moo Moo. Rusi. Meanwhile, not far away, 2 figures, Monkey Big and Monkey 2, were concealed in the grass, spying on Gu Mu and his companion's training through binoculars. Boss, what should we do now? Monkey 2 inquired. Let us wait and seize an opportunity to confront them directly. Monkey Big replied menacingly, rubbing his rear. In my day in U City, I was quite the figure. Every petty thug bowed before me. Today, I've fallen into my own trap. If this gets out, how will I maintain my reputation? Should we dig another trap on our way back? Dig another? We'd just end up burying ourselves. Let us confront them head on. Monkey Big spat on the ground, returning his gaze to Gu Mu through the binoculars. When we capture him, I'll make sure to kick him a few times. I need to vent my frustrations. Understood, boss. Moo Moo, let us try again. How are you preparing? Rusi, no problem. This time I will surely win, Moo Moo declared, clenching its tiny fist with fierce determination as it gazed at Gu Mu. Having lost 3 times, Moo Moo felt it was beginning to grasp the nuances of teleportation. Although it had yet to master the technique, a premonition hinted that this time might be pivotal. Then, give it your all, Gu Mu encouraged, noting Moo Moo's newfound confidence, and he recognized the progress being made. The distance between them was gradually diminishing, albeit subtly. Begin. At the command, Gumu surged ahead, his energy replenished by rest and the nourishment of the tree fruit. Mumu followed closely, methodically employing teleportation step by step. Through their training, it had learned that anxiety would not hasten its teleportation speed. The intricacies of the teleportation skill resembled the bending of space to achieve spatial leaps, a concept yet to be fully comprehended. Mumu, too, remained oblivious to the underlying principles. It was an instinctual ability embedded within its being, activated under certain conditions. Yet, it sensed that as long as its psychic energy remained stable, it could extend the distance and increase the speed of its teleportation. As time swiftly passed, they covered half the distance in no time. Now, Mumu was merely 2.5 steps behind Gumu. With Gumu propelling himself forward with all his might, Mumu maintained a steady pursuit. In the exhilarating chase, they soon approached the finish line. Rusi, no, for the sake of the candy, I must win, Mumu exclaimed, its movements growing frantic as the finish line loomed closer. Calm down, I must remain composed, listening to the gentle lapping of the lake's water ahead. A sudden epiphany struck Mumu. With an outpouring of psychic energy, it enveloped itself. If ordinary psychic energy is insufficient, then let me consolidate it. As it continued to move, Mumu compressed its psychic energy, transforming the initially buoyant structure into a tighter formation, gradually resembling a liquid state. This transformation was built upon the foundation of prior practice with psychic skills. Like flowing water, the psychic energy coiled around Mumu's form, releasing a radiant violet glow that enveloped its body. See, Mumu invoked teleportation once more. However, this instance of teleportation was markedly different. In an instant, as Gumu was merely 3 or 4 meters from the finish line, Mumu vanished like a wisp of smoke, reappearing triumphantly at the end. It had finally succeeded. Splendid, Mumu. Gumu cheered, his joy palpable as the morning's efforts bore fruit. Mumu's teleportation had finally reached a new height. Rusi, I actually did it, Mumu exclaimed, standing at the finish line, momentarily dazed as it gazed at Gumu, who had yet to arrive. Residual psychic energy shimmered around it. And to its astonishment, the sudden inspiration had proven effective. Elated, Mumu dashed towards Gumu. Candy, here I come. Suddenly now? Strike. Watch out. Mumu, teleport. Gumu shouted urgently. Chapter 25, A Life-Hanging Moment. At the instant Gumu's voice rang out, 2 beams of violet light shot forth from the nearby underbrush, hurtling directly towards Mumu. What is that? Poison needle. Thankfully, Gumu's timely warning enabled Mumu to teleport away, just as the attack struck the ground where it had stood moments before, sending dust swirling into the air. Rusi. Mumu teleported beside Gumu, both gazing toward the thicket that emitted a foamy glow. Well done, kid, you managed to evade us. 2 figures, Monkey Da and Monkey Air, sauntered out from the foliage, grinning. Accompanying them were 2 Nidoking, glaring menacingly at Gumu and his companion. Who are you? Why are you attacking my Pokémon? Gumu inquired, his heart heavy with trepidation as he regarded the emerging duo. Mumu had just finished training, and his strength and psychic energy were likely depleted. The 2 before him evidently harbored malicious intent. Engaging their Nidoking would yield little chance of victory. Listen here, brat. If you know what's good for you, come along with us willingly. Otherwise, you're in for a world of pain. Monkey Da jeered, fixing a disdainful gaze on the irate Gumu. It seems we have no grievances between us, do we? Gumu furrowed his brow, for he had never encountered these 2 before, yet they sought to capture him. Of course, we bear no ill will. However, you have a score to settle with my boss. Enough of this idle chatter. Surrender peacefully, or be forced to do so. Monkey Da snapped impatiently. He had traveled far into this rural area for this task, enduring poor meals and restless nights, even falling into traps. Just thinking about it made his rear ache. He furtively rubbed his tailbone, glaring fiercely at Gumu. Even if you comply and surrender, you'll still catch a beating. Offending the boss. Gumu pondered briefly. It was clear that the mysterious organization that captured Labby had sent these henchmen after him. He had anticipated being targeted by a dark organization, suggesting that someone must have leaked information. Gumu felt a wave of anxiety as he realized they had discovered his whereabouts, meaning his personal information was likely compromised, potentially endangering his family's safety. This thought troubled him greatly. Nevertheless, he needed to navigate this immediate predicament first. I wonder if there has been some misunderstanding with your boss. If so, I can go explain things to him. What do you think? Gumu stepped forward cautiously, lowering his head as he spoke. Well, you're quite astute, kid. Monkey Da observed the now docile boy with scorn. He had expected this troublemaker to be braver. It seemed he would soon be groveling at Monkey D's feet, begging for mercy. Monkey D lifted his chin, feeling an insatiable swell of pride. Indeed, he was destined to be a leader. Haha. Monkey D chuckled, then turned to Gumu. In that case, stow away your Pokemon and come with us. Now. Gumu hesitated, glancing at Monkey D before slowly asking, "What? Is there something else?" "No, nothing at all. I just want you to take a nap." Gumu suddenly shouted. "Not good. Nidoking dodge." Monkey D realized something was amiss and shouted urgently. "Too late. Mumu psychic." Gumu yelled. In that moment, while conversing with Monkey D, Gumu had stealthily fed Mumu the last energy cube. He had then stepped forward to shield their view, allowing Mumu to consume the energy cube and buy time for digestion and recovery. Though Mumu's stamina was not fully restored, they had no choice but to fight. Returning with them would mean certain death, as they were affiliated with a dark organization. Before Nidoking could react, a powerful liquefied psychic attack, recently enhanced through training, struck it squarely. The Nidoking flew through the air like a kite severed from its string. It struck a vital point. Gumu beamed as he watched the Nidoking soar away, its eyes swirling, rendered incapable of further combat. Is liquefied psychic this formidable? The combination of double damage and a critical hit had incapacitated the Nidoking outright. Perhaps victory was not entirely out of reach today. Gumu regarded Monkey D with a smirk. Now it's one-on-one. Very well, since you've chosen to refuse our hospitality, don't blame us for being ruthless. Monkey D shouted angrily at his now incapacitated Pokemon. Nidoking, poison sting. Monkey Air commanded swiftly. The Nidoking beside him swayed its body, conjuring a barrage of poisonous needles aimed at Mumu. Mumu, teleport. None of the poisonous needles found their mark, as Mumu deftly evaded all attacks with a single teleport. In the blink of an eye, Mumu appeared before Nidoking. Psychic. Rush. How dare you interrupt my candy time. Prepare to meet your end. Mumu radiated a violet glow, concentrating psychic energy as it launched an assault on Nidoking. Nidoking dodge. This time, it was not an unexpected attack. Monkey Air's Nidoking narrowly evaded Mumu's psychic strike. Double kick. Monkey Air shouted. The Nidoking dashed toward Mumu, leaping to attack. Mumu defend. Gumu commanded. A flash of white light passed as the Nidoking's double kick struck Mumu, akin to hitting a wall, inflicting no damage. Mumu, shadow clone, and circle around Nidoking. A multitude of shadows manifested as Mumu moved at high speed, forming a circle around Nidoking, which was now utterly confused and awaiting commands from Monkey Air. Nidoking, poison sting. Clear away the shadows. Monkey Air called out anxiously. Meanwhile, Monkey D observed the battle, noting that Monkey Air's Nidoking was clearly at a disadvantage. He inwardly lamented, never imagining this little brat would prove so formidable. Could this be the moment he faltered? Failure would not be forgiven by their boss. Resolute, he thought. If it came to that, he would show no mercy. Mumu, psychic attack. Gumu commanded. What is that? Just as Gumu called for Mumu to unleash psychic energy, he noticed Monkey D drawing a dark object from behind him. Not good. Mumu is in danger. Monkey D brandished a gun, its barrel aimed squarely at Mumu. Without a moment's hesitation, Gumu dashed toward Mumu. Mumu. Gumu positioned himself before Mumu, shielding him from the gun's aim. In that case, may you both descend into the depths of hell. Monkey D's eyes glinted with malice as he squeezed the trigger, a specialized bullet swiftly hurtling toward Gumu. Rush! Mumu exclaimed, panic washing over him as he beheld Gumu standing protectively in front. Mumu run! Gumu urged urgently, perceiving Mumu's distress. Rush! Mumu shook his head defiantly, locking eyes with Gumu before unleashing all its psychic power. It had never felt such fluidity and swiftness in its teleportation before. As if it had become the embodiment of superpower itself, in an instant, it completed the preparations for teleportation and immediately positioned itself in front of Gumu. Mumu! Gumu cried out in despair, gazing at the figure shielding him. Chapter 26. The suddenly appearing elegant shadow. A bullet hurtled towards Mumu, and in that moment, Gumu felt as though time had come to a standstill, the encroaching despair swelling within him, saturating his very being. Mumu, observing the cruel silver gleam of the bullet under the sunlight, was filled with resolute determination. To protect his master, he cared for nothing else. Just as the bullet was about to pierce Mumu's body, a violet barrier suddenly materialized before him. With a sharp clang, the bullet was deflected, soaring into the forest, startling a flurry of birds before erupting with a resounding bang. Mumu! Gumu exclaimed, rushing forward to embrace Mumu as he took in the astonishing turn of events. Ruth? Mumu, still in a daze, pondered, did I do that? No. I didn't do anything. After using teleportation, there had been no time left for him to deploy any other skills. Otherwise, why not simply teleport to Monkey Da and stop him from firing? Moo, are you alright? Gumu held Moo tightly, feeling his presence. Realizing how close he had come to losing him forever. I'm fine, Moo replied, feeling merely a bit fatigued. Why are you so foolish? I told you to get away quickly. Gumu scolded, playfully tapping Moo on the head. Ruth, I said I would protect my silly master. Protect my foot. You must escape swiftly next time. Do you understand? Ruth? What are you talking about? I can't hear you. Gumu looked at Moo helplessly, rolling his eyes. Who? Monkey Da, now visibly flustered, began to sense that something was amiss. The earlier incident clearly indicated that it was not just Reluras who had deflected the bullet. Someone was lurking in the shadows, safeguarding this little brat. Who are you? Show yourself. Do you know what happens to those who offend us? Monkey Da shouted, brandishing his gun as he called out to the surrounding woods. Gumu and Moo exchanged puzzled glances, both wondering who could be protecting him. Suddenly, a rustling sound emerged from nearby. What is that? The sound of the grass swaying drew everyone's attention, and they watched as a figure emerged from the thicket. With a body as pure white as snow, resembling an elegant evening gown, the figure boasted luxurious green curls that conveyed an air of nobility and grace. Its slender fingers appeared to be adorned with gloves, seamlessly connected to its form. A green ribbon adorned its chest, leading to the center of its horns, and spikes framed its face, reminiscent of a masquerade mask. Under the sunlight, its crimson eyes shimmered brightly. Shinado? Monkey Da and Monkey Air stood in shock, rendered speechless. Why was a high-level Shinado here? Could it be a relative of that Reluras? No, they had checked the records. The little brat-ass Reluras was purchased from a Pokémon breeding center. Gumu and Moo gazed in awe at the elegant and beautiful Shinado, especially Moo, whose eyes sparkled with excitement. Ruth, is this what I'll grow up to be? Absolutely stunning. This was Moo's first encounter with Shinado, and he was thrilled. Floating towards it, Moo, Gumu called out. Moo reached Shinado's side, intently observing its appearance. Shinado regarded the approaching Moo, a smile gracing its lips as it gently stroked Moo's hair with a delicate hand. Ruth. Moo closed his eyes in bliss. Gumu felt a twitch in his face, struck by a sense of déjà vu as if he were witnessing a cat being petted. Was this how he usually behaved? Waves of embarrassment surged within him. Oh no, this Shinado is indeed related to Reluras. We must not linger here. Monkey Da signaled urgently to Monkey Air. Time to scram. Just as they attempted to flee, they suddenly found themselves suspended in midair, completely unable to control their bodies. It was then that they realized they were ensnared by Shinado's psychic power. Gumu observed the familiar scene before him and glanced at Moo, who was gazing at Shinado with admiration, and he suddenly felt a sense of impending danger in his future. Let us down. Do you know the consequences of offending our organization? Let us down. Monkey Da and Monkey Air shouted in a panic, dangling in the air. Since you attempted to harm my companion without provocation, you shall be punished. With that declaration, Shinado brought its hands together, conjuring a sphere of purple light that surged towards them, striking their heads. Moments later, both men collapsed, their whereabouts unknown. Watching the two disappear, Gumu exhaled in relief. He had finally dealt with those two troublemakers, even if he hadn't been the one to do so. Gumu accessed the system panel, directing his gaze toward Shinado. Pokémon, Shinado. Gender, female. Category, emotion Pokémon. Ability, telepathy. Total individual value, 92. Indeed, it was telepathy. Gumu deduced this from Shinado's earlier ability to project sound without uttering a word. Hello, Shinado. Thank you for rescuing us. Gumu approached, expressing his gratitude. Ruth. Moo fluttered around, seemingly also conveying thanks. There is no need for thanks. Witnessing my companion in peril prompts me to act. Shinado remarked, but you, risking your life to protect it, is something I greatly admire. I didn't think too much about it. When I saw Moo in danger, I just charged in. Gumu replied, feeling bashful. Ruth. Moo alighted on Gumu's shoulder, tugging at his hair with glee, eliciting laughter. Feeling the mischief maker tugging at his hair, Gumu suppressed the urge to swat him away. Fine, considering you shielded me earlier, I'll let it slide this time. May I inquire where those two went? Gumu asked, concerned about the potential threat posed by the dark organization they were affiliated with. Shinado revealed a mysterious smile before responding, do not worry. They should not trouble you again. Is that so? Then, that is a relief. Meanwhile, not far from the village, on the road, two large men lay sprawled, basking in the sun. After a while, they groggily regained consciousness. Monkey Da shook his dizzy head, feeling a dull ache not only in his head, but also in his backside. Where am I? He wondered aloud, rubbing his rear. Monkey Air, equally bewildered, sat up and asked the person beside him. Who are you? Monkey D scrutinized Monkey Air, furrowing his brow, feeling as though he had seen this person before, yet unable to recall who it was. What are you staring at? Monkey Air inquired. Slap. With a swift slap, Monkey A struck Monkey B across the face, exclaiming, What are you staring at? Was it you, you little rascal, who hit me? The more Monkey A pondered, the more certain he became that it was indeed this scoundrel before him who had smacked him on the backside. Feeling the sting on his cheek, Monkey B's temper flared suddenly. Dare to lay hands on me? You must be courting trouble. The two immediately engaged in a fierce scuffle, neither willing to relent. Chapter 27. Continued training in the afternoon. Gumu accompanied Moo Moo, carrying a bag of snacks as they ventured into the forest. Moo Moo, do you think Shinado will enjoy this? Gumu inquired. Absolutely. This is my favorite snack. Moo Moo responded eagerly, eyeing the sizable bag of treats in Gumu's hands. Nearly drooling. This was a hoard he had accumulated over a long period, and if it weren't for wanting to express gratitude for Shinado's life-saving help, he would never part with it. Really? Gumu shook his head, seemingly unable to reconcile the elegant Shinado with a fondness for snacks. Yet, as events unfolded, he realized how mistaken he was. Initially unaware of the contents of the bag Gumu had brought, Shinado succumbed to Moo Moo's encouragement and tasted a piece of chocolate, leading to an insatiable craving as she delightedly indulged alongside Moo Moo. Watching this scene unfold, Gumu found himself perplexed. Were all Pokemon gluttons? Or perhaps these two were reincarnated Snorlax, now reborn as Ralts in this life. I sense you have dubious thoughts, Shinado remarked, crunching on a chip while casting a piercing gaze at Gumu with her crimson eyes. No, not at all. Gumu hastily shook his head, a hint of embarrassment creeping in. All right, fine. In light of the snacks, I shall spare you this time. Shinado resumed her feast. Ruthless Master, Moo Moo exclaimed. Hey, are you floating, or am I unable to knock sense into that head of yours? Gumu shot a disapproving glance at Moo Moo, realizing that this trend was troubling, and it was necessary to rein in Moo Moo's growing arrogance. We have training this afternoon, or we may find ourselves short on supplies, Gumu warned, pulling out a piece of candy from his pocket, unwrapping it, and preparing to pop it into his mouth. Ruthless. No, that is my candy, Moo Moo exclaimed, springing up and positioning himself before Gumu, glaring at him with indignation. The look on his face radiated a fierce determination. Should you dare consume it, I will challenge you to a duel. All right, I want to eat it. But we must train diligently this afternoon. Gumu relented, offering the candy as a reward for the morning's efforts. He deposited the candy into Moo Moo's mouth before affectionately ruffling his blue hair. The hue was indeed striking, glancing at Shinado's green locks. Gumu found himself favoring the blue even more. Ah, green, reminiscent of lush meadows. I sense you have dubious thoughts again, Shinado seemed to sense, raising her head to fix her gaze on Gumu. No, I do not. Gumu quickly protested. Too late. Suddenly, Gumu felt as if gravity had abandoned him. Shinado's psychic force lifted him into the air. In an instant, he found himself soaring like a bird, reveling in the exhilarating sensation. This feels incredible, Gumu exclaimed with unrestrained delight. Of course, he mused. It would be even better if he could fly of his own accord. After a while, Gumu safely returned to the ground, panting as if he had narrowly escaped death, cautiously eyeing Shinado, fearful of being hurled into the sky once more. The tempestuous Shinado seemed to sense his unease, blinking her large red eyes at him. I thought nothing of it. It's not me. Gumu quickly turned away, striving to suppress any thoughts regarding Shinado. Her psychic abilities were akin to a bug in the system. Fortunately, his Moo Moo possessed the copy ability. Indeed, having Shinado as a member of his team was undoubtedly the best choice. Keep it up, Moo Moo, and strive to evolve into Shinado soon. Gumu scooped up Moo Moo, who was busy enjoying candy, and headed towards the training ground, ready to commence the afternoon's exercises. Shinado trailed behind them, finding no particular interest in anything else, merely enjoying a leisurely stroll amongst the flowers and grass, which had grown rather mundane. The arrival of Gumu and others these past few days had certainly injected some excitement into her otherwise monotonous existence. After all, she had sensed Moo Moo's first use of psychic power, and for the past couple of days, she had been observing their every move from a distance. Boredom was still boredom, but watching them train was quite entertaining. It was absolutely not because she desired snacks, certainly not. Having taken a bite of chocolate, Shinado levitated a large bag of snacks with her psychic powers as she followed Gumu to the training site. Gumu paid her no mind. If she wished to join, so be it. After all, she was his savior, and this was her territory. She could go wherever she pleased. He brought Moo Moo to the lakeside they had visited the day before. Moo Moo, after this morning's training, your teleportation ability has improved significantly. Our next step is to solidify your skills. During the morning match, your final teleportation was executed under various conditions, and without practice, such skill may falter in battle. Thus, we must transform that instance of teleportation into a consistent ability, enabling you to perform effectively in the upcoming new student competition. Understood, Mumu affirmed confidently. Then finish that candy quickly, training is about to begin. While Mumu munched on his treat, Gumu busied himself collecting stones. There were plenty of stones by the lakeside, but for training purposes, size and weight were essential factors, along with the speed of descent. Therefore, selecting stones of similar dimensions was vital for effective training. Shinedo sat nearby, munching on snacks while watching. To her, human training appeared rather peculiar. In the wild, she had never undergone combat training. Their survival instincts sufficed, and nature's battles had been more than adequate for their growth. All right, Mumu, get ready. I'm about to throw. Gumu picked up 2 suitably sized stones, rubbing them in his hands. Let's start with these 2 stones, allowing Mumu to acclimate first. Rusi, are you ready? Here we go. Chapter 28. Attempting to deceive. With a swift motion, the 2 stones were hurled by Gumu. He had executed a rough control over their trajectory, altitude, and timing. However, as a human, he was not devoid of imperfections, and there remained considerable discrepancies in various details. Based on Mumu's previous speed, it should be able to complete the task within this time frame. After all, the stones were thrown in different directions, necessitating approximately 2 instantaneous movements between them. As Gumu had anticipated, Mumu instantly teleported beneath one of the stones, propelling it away with a burst of psychic energy. Following this, it executed 2 swift teleports to the other stone, sending it flying as well. Rusi, am I impressive, or what, huh? Mumu turned to Gumu, joy radiating from its expression. The fluidity of its movements was remarkable. The morning's training had evidently led to breakthroughs in its teleportation skills. Faced with the simple task of 2 stones, it appeared to navigate with ease. Now let's move on to 3. Observing Mumu's effortless success in dispatching the 2 stones, Gumu smirked slyly and added an additional stone. With a whoosh, Mumu seemed somewhat flustered in its attempt to manage 3 stones, struggling to keep pace. It managed to send all 3 stones flying, albeit with far less grace than it had demonstrated with the previous 2. It appeared that the current limit was around 3 stones, so Gumu decided to maintain that number for the time being. Having settled on the specific quantity, Gumu and Mumu began an intensive training regimen focused on mastering the stability and fluidity of moving 3 stones before incrementally increasing the count. Mumu, keep it up. Rusi. Mumu concentrated, pouring its efforts into the training. Nearby, Shinedo munched on snacks while observing Gumu and Mumu's exercises. To Shinedo, teleportation seemed rather simple. Why complicate it? If Gumu had been privy to Shinedo's thoughts, he would have undoubtedly found it amusing, as Shinedo was a fully evolved form, and thus perceived the task as elementary. The afternoon swiftly passed under the diligent efforts of Gumu and Mumu, with significant growth evident. Mumu could now fluidly launch 4 stones into the air. Gumu had already assessed that Mumu's speed for teleportation was approximately 2 seconds. With a maximum distance of 3 meters, an impressive improvement from the previous 3 seconds and a distance of 8 meters. Keep pushing, Mumu. We're on the verge of success. Rusi. Given Gumu's aspirations and Mumu's current capabilities, he deemed it prudent to set the target at 2 seconds for now, sufficient to handle various scenarios in competition. Further reinforcement training for teleportation was still necessary, but would need to be postponed slightly. Once Mumu could achieve a 2-second teleportation, other skills would also require attention, as they could not remain fixated solely on teleportation. Glancing at the task system, Gumu noted that the crucial task of collecting tree fruits had only been partially completed. If the next few days continued in this manner, he would need to delay the task further. Additionally, opportunities to gather tree fruits in the city were scarce. Failure to complete the task now would mean a lengthy wait. It seemed he would need to devise alternative strategies. Looking at the resting Mumu, he said, Mumu, it's time to head home for dinner. Rusi, all right. Mumu joyfully floated onto Gumu's shoulder, and he approached Shinedo to bid farewell. Shinedo, we're heading back for a meal. I'm returning as well. Shinedo waved its hand, using psychic energy to levitate into the forest. Doesn't it usually just walk? Gumu observed, puzzled by Shinedo's floating form. As Shinedo entered the forest, it couldn't suppress a satisfied burp. I'm so full, I don't even feel like walking. These snacks are simply delightful. But no, I must maintain my elegant demeanor. That evening, after finishing dinner, Gumu sat at his desk, meticulously jotting notes. Mumu, beside him, played a balloon-popping game utilizing teleportation, an enjoyable way to both play and enhance skill proficiency. Gumu chewed on his pencil, seemingly lost in thought. His notebook was filled with various data pertaining to Mumu's training. Tomorrow, I could have Shinedo supervise Mumu's training. That way, I'll have ample time to seek out tree fruits to complete the task. Gumu tapped his forehead, suddenly realizing that Shinedo could assist him. Moreover, as Shinedo was Mumu's evolved form, it might impart additional knowledge. But how to persuade Shinedo to help? Gumu pondered. Perhaps I could bring some snacks for it tomorrow and see how it goes. If successful, I'll have time to complete the task. He glanced at Mumu, feeling that Shinedo's penchant for food seemed quite akin to Mumu's. After an afternoon of training, he noted how Shinedo had consumed snacks throughout. Had he not brought enough, Shinedo might not have lasted so long. Gumu thought to himself that he probably didn't have an abundance of snacks at home. It seemed he would have to delve into his little treasure chest. Early the next morning, before Mumu was fully awake, Gumu took it to the convenience store to buy snacks. Rusi, are you buying for me? Mumu asked, eyes sparkling as it watched Gumu load up on a plethora of treats. Mostly for Shinedo, Gumu admitted. Rusi, does that mean you're going to replace me? No, please. I promise to be good. I'll even stop calling you silly master if that helps. Just don't abandon me. Mumu's eyes glistened, on the verge of tears. Thud. Gumu tapped Mumu's forehead. What are you thinking? I want Shinedo to oversee your training. Of course I need to buy some snacks as a reward. Besides, I got you a bunch too. Look at all these treats just for you. Rusi, is that so? You're not trying to secretly sell me off, are you? I've told you not to overthink it. No one is selling you. Gumu sighed, as a bead of sweat formed on his forehead, watching Mumu repeatedly bump its head against his arm. He gave Mumu's head another gentle tap. All right, here. Have some candy. He popped a handful of sweets into Mumu's mouth, allowing it to finally quiet down and savor the taste. While Mumu wondered if Gumu truly intended to sell it in exchange for Shinedo. Rusi, silly master, I've told you not to call me that anymore. No more candy if you do. Rusi, fine, silly master. After a significant shopping spree, Gumu entered the forest with a large bag of snacks alongside Mumu. Shinedo, what is it? I was still sleeping, came Shinedo's sleepy voice as it appeared beside Gumu, gazing at him lazily. Chapter 29, Task completed. I brought a plethora of snacks for you to enjoy. Gumu smiled as he opened the bag, directing its opening toward Shinedo. Snacks. Shinedo gazed into the bag filled with an abundance of treats, nearly drooling at the sight. Just moments ago, it had dreamt of countless snacks, and now it was staring at the reality of them. Could this be a divine reward bestowed upon me? No, it surely could not be that simple. Shinedo, with the assurance of a Pokémon, was convinced that this matter was far from straightforward. You must be seeking something from me, aren't you? Shinedo inquired, its gaze fixed on Gumu. Gumu, not wanting to overthink, acknowledged that Shinedo was likely aware of his intentions, thus decided to be direct. I would like you to assist in supervising Mumu's training. Consider these snacks a form of compensation. What do you think? Gumu asked eagerly, eyes sparkling with anticipation. Supervising Mumu's training? Shinedo lowered its head, seemingly engaged in a serious contemplation of whether to acquiesce to Gumu's request. Yet, internally it mused, so many delectable snacks. Would it be inappropriate to agree immediately? After all, receiving such a bounty for such a simple task seems too good to be true. I must maintain my composure. I cannot allow him to perceive me as a Shinedo that revels in snacks. I am the epitome of elegance. Taking a few deep breaths, Shinedo finally calmed its excited heart and raised its head, stating nonchalantly, is it merely a matter of supervising its exercise? Upon hearing this, Gumu instantly recognized the potential for success, and with a joyful expression, he replied, absolutely. Very well then, Shinedo responded with an air of indifference. Although it appeared unimpressed by the snacks, internally it was already bursting with joy. Then I shall trouble you. Simply conduct the pebble training as you did yesterday afternoon. If Mumu adapts to 5 pebbles, we can gradually increase the quantity or height, Gumu instructed. Certainly, Shinedo affirmed, finding the task exceedingly simple. After all, compared to throwing pebbles by hand, its telekinetic control was far more precise. Well then, Mumu, your snacks are set aside here. You may indulge during your break. But do remember to train diligently. Russ, I promise to complete the task. The sight of the snacks ignited a surge of motivation within Mumu. Yes, I shall go seek out some berries, Gumu declared. By the way, just as he took a few steps, he suddenly recalled something. What is it? Shinedo, do you know where the most berries can be found in this forest? Gumu inquired, believing that having lived here for so long, Shinedo would possess considerable knowledge. For berries, you can head to the northernmost part of the forest. There are quite a few there. The northernmost? Isn't that the heart of the forest? Indeed, Shinedo replied. Will there be powerful Pokémon there? Gumu asked, feeling a twinge of concern at the thought of encountering formidable creatures in the woods, particularly after witnessing Shinedo's strength. Not at all. That is my home, and there isn't a Pokemon in this entire forest stronger than I. Your presence is already enveloped in my psychic aura. Any Pokemon you might encounter will avoid you, Shinedo remarked with a smile. So powerful, Gumu exclaimed in astonishment, realizing that Shinedo possessed such an ability. So, does this mean I can traverse this forest with ease? What I meant by avoiding you is under the condition that you do not provoke them. If you initiate contact, they certainly will not hold back. As they are wild Pokemon, Shinedo cautioned. Understood, rest assured. I shall exercise caution, Gumu replied with a smile. He was not one to court danger in unnecessary situations. He preferred to tread lightly, not wishing to be chased by a bee drill again. Well then, off you go. I shall begin Mumu's specialized training. All right. Gumu acknowledged and promptly set off towards the northern part of the forest. With Shinedo's protection, he felt reassured and proceeded directly toward his destination. After approximately half an hour of travel, Gumu finally arrived at his destination, carrying a bag full of berries. This is simply astonishing. Gumu marveled at the sight of the towering trees before him. Each tree appeared extraordinary, adorned with clusters of berries that created a picturesque scene. No wonder Shinedo chose to make its home here. There are so many berries. It seems this task can be completed ahead of schedule. Gumu felt a pang of disapproval towards Shinedo's indulgent lifestyle. In order to ensure that Shinedo became a well-rounded Pokemon, he deemed it necessary to gather some berries. A Pokemon that learns to share is a good Pokemon. I am doing this for its own benefit. Gumu mentally commended his own rationale. Without further ado, he plunged into the forest and began harvesting berries. Shinedo, supervising Mumu's training, suddenly sensed something amiss. A sense of unease settled within, accompanied by a nagging premonition. Observing the open packages of snacks before it, Shinedo pondered momentarily. Never mind, I shall indulge in the snacks first. Any concerns can wait. Mumu, give it your all. Russ, is this a limu berry? There are even sandscale berries. Gumu exclaimed. Not only were there common berries like the orange berries, but many rare varieties also flourished here. Gumu joyfully collected the berries, steadily increasing the completion rate of his berry-gathering task. In order to expedite the task, Gumu prioritized collecting those berries that were more abundant, thus accelerating his progress significantly. Indeed, just as Gumu picked a spiny berry, the system's completion notification finally chimed in. Congratulations, host. Side quest, I am a berry-picking boy, has been completed. Task objective, personally gather 10 types of berries, with 20 of each type. Task completion reward, Berry Mixer 1, Pokemon Food Box 1. Task rewards have been deposited into the system backpack. Please check, host. Finally completed, Gumu exclaimed. Glancing at the 2 new items in his backpack, he couldn't help but smile, realizing he could now prepare food for Mumu. However, even though the task was complete, he decided to gather a few more berries to take back. This would serve to tidy up Shinedo's surroundings. It would surely express gratitude for this. Gumu nodded, seemingly in agreement with his own thoughts. Previously, he claimed to be a person who did not court danger. Yet he was entirely oblivious to the fact that he was teetering on the edge of recklessness. After harvesting for a considerable time, he finally filled his bag. Gazing at the forest brimming with berries, he sighed deeply, lamenting that he could not carry away all these rare fruits. Perhaps next time, for now, it is best to return. With the bag slung over his shoulder, Gumu cast a final glance at the lush forest before reluctantly turning away and embarking on his journey home. Chapter 30. The infuriated Shinedo, utterly terrifying. Today was a fortuitous day. All his wishes seemed to come to fruition. Gumu joyfully made his way to the training ground, his bag filled to the brim with berries. What a bountiful harvest today. He had completed the system's task in merely one morning, and he owed a debt of gratitude to Shinedo. Tomorrow, he would buy more snacks for it, as it had indeed been a tremendous help. I wonder how Mumu's training is progressing. Gumu hummed a little tune while contemplating. Such a simple exercise as throwing stones should be well within the capabilities of Shinedo. Yet he was uncertain about how much progress Mumu could achieve. In training skills, both effort and talent are decisive factors, not to mention numerous other external influences. As he approached the expansive lake in the distance, Gumu quickened his pace. Swish! A series of sounds reached his ears. Upon closer inspection, he saw 6 stones soaring into the sky under the telekinetic control of Shinedo. Almost instantly, Mumu executed a teleportation, vanishing from its original position and reappearing beneath one of the stones, promptly unleashing a burst of psychic energy that sent the stones soaring upwards. In quick succession, another surge of psychic energy enveloped Mumu, and it reappeared in another location, again launching another stone into the air. Remarkably, it did not pause at all. Gumu was astonished. Previously, Mumu required 1 to 2 teleportations to accurately reach beneath a stone, which was contingent upon the stone's relative position. Now, however, it seemed that Mumu could reach the farther stones with just a single teleportation. This indicated a significant enhancement in the maximum distance Mumu could teleport, previously 3 meters. It now appeared to extend to at least 4 or 5 meters. How was this accomplished? Gumu approached Shinedo, who was leisurely seated beneath a nearby tree, munching on chips while observing Mumu's training. Sensing Gumu's approach, Shinedo hastily set aside its snack and struck a pose of earnest supervision. I'm a diligent Shinedo. After all, I must fulfill my promise to supervise. It lifted its head, gazing at the breathless Gumu, and inquired, why are you back so early? Has everything been completed? What happened? Mumu can move such a long distance. Gumu exclaimed in astonishment. Isn't that rather normal? Shinedo replied, puzzled. I can teleport quite far each time. Not at all normal. Just yesterday, it could only teleport a maximum of 3 meters, Gumu retorted, staring blankly at Shinedo's seemingly oblivious expression, feeling as though his intellect was being mercilessly trampled. Could it be that Pokémon now progress so rapidly, achieving remarkable advancements within a single morning? Oh, I merely adjusted the operational steps of Mumu's psychic abilities during its teleportation, Shinedo stated nonchalantly. How did you adjust it? Gumu pressed. I allowed my psychic energy to enter its body, demonstrating the flow of my psychic abilities during teleportation, and then it practiced accordingly. Is it truly possible to do so? Gumu marveled at Shinedo's explanation. Suddenly, he was reminded of a scene from a martial arts novel, realizing it resembled the concept of passing on skills. So, Pokémon could learn their abilities this way. Indeed, but I have previously experimented, and this method appears to have numerous limitations. Firstly, the skills must belong to the same species, and secondly, the mastery of psychic abilities must be high. Beyond that, I am uncertain of other conditions. Moreover, this ability can only be utilized to improve certain skill operations, eliminating unnecessary aspects. It proves useful initially, but loses efficacy thereafter. Shinedo patiently elucidated. Ah, I see, Gumu responded, enlightened. He comprehended Shinedo's point. This method was akin to directly imparting advanced techniques to a novice, valuable the first time, yet ultimately reliant on individual effort thereafter. Nevertheless, he felt satisfied. Mumu's significant improvement in teleportation would undoubtedly hold great significance for the upcoming new trainer competition. After concluding its stone training, Mumu glanced at Shinedo, realized Gumu had returned, and swiftly flew toward them. Ruth, foolish master, did I perform well? Mumu alighted on Gumu's shoulder, joyfully tugging at his hair with its tiny hands. Excellent work, Mumu. We'll feast on a grand meal at noon. Gumu chuckled, ruffling Mumu's hair. Ruth, Mumu exclaimed excitedly, bouncing on Gumu's shoulder. Suddenly, Shinedo, who had been watching from the side, froze. What is the matter? Gumu and Mumu queried in unison. What is inside your bag? Shinedo's eyes widened, fixated on the large burlap sack behind Gumu. Oh, this? Just some berries. I noticed there were plenty growing by your house, so I picked a few to help tidy up, Gumu replied with a smile, gesturing toward the bag. Shinedo suddenly stiffened. And you picked half the berries from my garden? Ah, those are my hard work. I've nurtured those fruits for so long, barely eating 1 or 2 a day. And now, you've taken so many. Shinedo's psychic energy surged around it, swirling like a tempest. Its crimson eyes locked onto Gumu, each word dripping with intensity. This was it. He had assumed they were merely wild berries, not knowing they were painstakingly cultivated by Shinedo. Gumu looked at the furious Shinedo, his mind racing with various methods to seek its forgiveness. Mumu clung nervously to Gumu's neck, anxiously watching its master and temporary mentor. Prepare for your dire fate. Shinedo growled, advancing while gritting its teeth. Gumu watched it anxiously, and suddenly, he noticed the bag of chips at Shinedo's feet. Eureka! Wait, Shinedo, I have a valid reason for picking the berries. Gumu hastily called out as the looming Shinedo approached. I don't care about your reasons. You must face the consequences for destroying my berry grove. A wave of psychic energy erupted from Shinedo, hurtling toward Gumu. In an instant, Gumu was enveloped by the psychic force, lifting him off the ground. He shouted desperately, I picked the berries to prepare delicious food for you. Delicious food? Shinedo's psychic energy abruptly ceased its tumultuous flow, and it lifted its head to gaze at Gumu, suspended in midair. How can you prove it? Chapter 31, The First Operation. Gumu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Had Shinedo ignored his explanation and simply pressed him down in the air, he would have been in dire straits. I have a way to prove it. Just let me down, Gumu urged. Shinedo fixed its gaze on Gumu, hovering in the air. Though it yearned to teach him a lesson, it realized that such actions would be counterproductive. Half the grove's berries were gone. If it didn't receive something delicious in return, it would be at a significant loss. Very well, then prove it to me. Shinado gradually retracted the psychic energy it had unleashed, pulling it back within. With a crack, Gumu felt the psychic grip vanish, and unprepared, he plummeted to the ground. Ouch! Gumu rubbed the spot where he had fallen, grumbling about how harsh Shinado was for unceremoniously dropping him without any assistance. Prepare something delicious quickly, or next time. It won't just be a simple fall, Shinado warned, its fiery eyes fixed intently on Gumu. What a bandit! If he failed to create something delectable, he would ensure Gumu experienced the relentless torment of infinite spinning in the air. Wait, don't rush me. Let me retrieve something, Gumu exclaimed. And what about your escape? Shanadu gazed at Gumu with suspicion, contemplating the potential futility of her effort if he were to flee, leaving her fruits unharvested. Yet, without that peculiar item, she could not concoct anything delectable. Just wait here for a moment. I'll return shortly with something, she instructed. Really? Shanadu expressed her disbelief. You cannot deceive someone as clever and beautiful as I, Gumu, observing the paranoid demeanor of Shanadu, found himself at a loss for words. When had this gluttonous Shanadu become so cautious? He could hardly produce the fruit mixer here, revealing it would necessitate an explanation. Should he claim to possess a spatial storage? That was unwise. He thought of the fruit mixer, and thus, Shanadu would inevitably learn of it. Gumu suddenly felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. The matter concerning the system was best kept secret from everyone, and utmost caution was paramount. What are you staring at? I won't let you escape so easily, Shanadu pouted, indignantly declaring. Had she not noticed? Gumu pondered in confusion. Could it be the system at play? Shanadu was indeed a beautiful young lady. Even if you flatter me, it won't suffice. If you fail to provide food today, you shall face a fitting punishment. Shanadu's cheeks flushed with anger as she continued her tirade. Indeed, the system had automatically shielded all information regarding it, including his innermost thoughts. It was precisely for this reason that Shanado's telepathic abilities could not uncover the truth. He sighed in relief. As long as he remained silent, the secret of the system would remain undisclosed. Rest assured, Shanadu, you may not yet know me, but I am a person of my word. Did I not bring a bounty of delicious treats for you today? Gumu reassured her. But, fear not. I can leave Mumu here for now. I will return shortly. Are you now at ease, Ruth? Mumu gazed at Gumu, bewildered by the notion that his foolish master would abandon him. Very well, but make haste, Shanadu proclaimed. I have already marked you with my psychic energy. You cannot escape. Humph, she added, vexed. Were it not for Mumu and the promise of delightful treats, I would have smashed your head. My anger is not to be trifled with. All right, wait for me. I shall return shortly. I will leave the fruits here. Gumu set down the bag he had been carrying on his shoulder and proceeded to walk towards the forest. While Shanadu's expression twitched, this was the culmination of a year's worth of effort. After a while, amid Shanado's anxious anticipation, she finally spotted Gumu's silhouette. He approached, panting heavily, pushing a cart. As he drew nearer, Shanadu finally discerned the contents of the cart, a rectangular contraption adorned with peculiar buttons and dials. What is this? She inquired, perplexed. This is a fruit mixer. The device beside it is a power supply, Gumu elucidated. He was unaware of the machine's considerable weight. Thus, he had borrowed a cart and an additional power source, as the apparatus required electricity to function. Fortunately, Gumu had perused the manual provided by the system, and discovered that the machine had no stringent requirements for power. Standard electrical supply would suffice. Moreover, he noticed that this machine appeared somewhat different from those depicted in anime, as it did not necessitate 4 individuals for operation. Although the operational aspects remained unchanged, the manual indicated that the energy blocks produced might vary in quality. How does one use this? Can it create delicious food? Shanadu questioned skeptically, observing the odd machine. In her perception, items capable of producing delectable dishes were typically pots or similar utensils, not something like this. Ruth, what is this? Mumu floated over, curiously prodding the cold machine. Why have I never seen this before? Allow me to demonstrate, Gumu said as he carefully unloaded the fruit mixer and connected it to the power supply. The machine illuminated, signaling its readiness for operation. Referencing the manual, Gumu noted that the first step was to insert 4 fruits. He scanned the machine and located a circular opening, presumably intended for fruit insertion. From the adjacent bag, he retrieved several orange fruits. After all, this was his inaugural attempt at creating energy blocks, and he was uncertain of the outcome. It was prudent to experiment with a few ordinary fruits first, as failure would not be overly disheartening. Xanadu and Mumu watched with keen interest as Gumu placed the 4 fruits into the circular inlet one by one. Next, he was to press the start button. Upon pressing it, the pointer on the disc began to rotate increasingly faster whenever the pointer reached the red zone. He was to press the mixing button. Initially, the pointer's speed increased gradually, but over time, it would slow down until it came to a complete halt, at which point the quality of the energy blocks produced would be determined by the performance. Additionally, the efficacy of the energy blocks would also depend on the types of fruits used. Gumu perused the manual, which described the process in detail, glancing at the disc. He noted that the red zone occupied merely 1/10 of the entire dial, which seemed rather challenging. Oh well, let us give it a try, he resolved. Pressing the start button, the pointer lit up, radiating a white glow as it began to spin slowly. Gumu kept pace, pressing the button in rhythm. Initially, he managed to keep up with the speed, but with each press, the rotation accelerated. After approximately 10 presses, the pointer's speed became so rapid that he could no longer discern its position, leading to a series of errors. Gradually, the pointer's speed decreased until it finally halted. Ding! As the pointer came to rest, the glow from the disc faded, and the machine emitted a sound indicating that the process was complete. Gumu opened the outlet and retrieved the energy block within. What is this? He exclaimed, staring in bewilderment at the charred, paste-like substance in his hand. This certainly did not resemble the energy blocks he had encountered before. Was the system mocking him? Can this even be consumed? Xanadu and Mumu regarded Gumu with curiosity. Xanado's righteous fist was poised, ready to unleash her wrath upon Gumu. Chapter 32. Delectable Treats. I am not entirely certain. Gumu hesitated, scrutinizing the black, gooey block that emitted a strange odor. It can't possibly be toxic, can it? You are unsure? Xanadu glared at Gumu, an impulse to strike bubbling within her. Did you not claim you would create something delicious? How can you be uncertain? So you were deceiving me after all? No. Gumu hastily replied. He felt as if he might soon be suspended in the air once more should he fail to articulate a response. Suddenly, he realized he could see part of the data regarding the black energy block. Item, basic energy block, inferior quality. Effect, unknown. Description, as a novice. Producing such a failure is quite normal, is it not? Am I being mocked by the system? Come out, system. I shall not hesitate to smash your head. Gumu fumed, incensed at having been ridiculed by the system. It is only natural for a novice to struggle. Producing such a result on the first attempt is to be expected. It appeared that the energy blocks created using the System S machine could provide some basic information. However, with the effect remaining unknown, he pondered whether he should test it on a guinea pig. Glancing around, he realized that it was just the 3 of them. Should he let Xanadu sample it? He deemed that a rather reckless decision. What about Mumu? No, he could not subject it to such peril. As he stared at the blackened block, Gumu concluded that he was certainly unable to consume it. Can it be eaten? Xanadu gazed at the damaged, inferior energy cube before him. Incredulity etched across his features. Not yet. This is merely a prototype, and further research is required, Gumu elucidated. Since we lack a test subject, we shall refine it further. There's no rush. We can consume it once it is perfected. Must we wait? Xanadu and Mumu exchanged glances of disappointment. Mumu recognized the energy cube, having frequently savored it before, yet the one in Gumu's possession bore subtle differences, leaving him uncertain about how to approach it, though anticipation lingered nonetheless. I shall attempt a few more times, Gumu declared, inserting 4 more tree fruits and activating the device. The disc shimmered to life once more, and the needle began its gradual rotation. Gumu fixated on the needle, and as it continued to spin, the rapidity of his finger presses increased. Ultimately, after several dozen attempts, he found himself overwhelmed. The needle's velocity had accelerated significantly. Although he did not persist, the number of accurate presses surpassed his previous attempts, indicating progress. As the needle came to a complete halt and the radiance dissipated, Gumu retrieved a gray energy cube from the outlet. He scrutinized the dimly colored cube, sensing that its appearance was an improvement over the prior iteration. Item, basic energy cube. Function, unknown. Description, as a novice, you have unlocked the gateway to crafting energy cubes. Whether you linger at the threshold or advance further depends on your aspirations as a mere fish out of water. Is that a compliment? Gumu exclaimed, feeling an overwhelming urge to explode at the system's self-deprecating commentary. Is it ready? Xanadu inquired anxiously, for this was the fruit of his labor. If it turned out delectable, he would be satisfied. Otherwise, he would be left to resentfully gnaw on tree fruits. Yet, consuming too many tree fruits would become tiresome. He once relished a single one daily, but now it seemed he was destined for a whole bundle. The thought of this angered Xanadu, prompting a desire to strike Gumu. Why not give it a try? Gumu suggested hesitantly. The gray energy cube had shed its previous label of inferiority, and it bore no peculiar odor. Surely consuming it would pose no issue. Shinado contemplated the cube in Gumu's hand. Let us give it a shot. I refuse to believe that food made from tree fruits could be poisonous to me. As my own snack, I shall consume it regardless. With that, Shinado snatched the gray cube and placed it in his mouth, chewing a couple of times. It felt firm, with a faint hint of sweetness, albeit quite mild. Disgusting. Shinado glared at Gumu. You deceived me. Any tree fruit would be superior to this. His psychic energy began to manifest, indicating his agitation was escalating. Wait, I know a method to enhance its flavor, Gumu quickly interjected. What method? Shinado queried. The tastiness of the cube correlates to the button I just pressed. If I can keep up with the speed, the number of correct presses increases, thus enhancing the cube's flavor. However, with my current abilities, this is the best I can manage, Gumu explained, gesturing toward the machine's disc. Is that so? Shinado mused, eyeing the apparatus. Step aside, let me try. Gumu nodded, placing 4 tree fruits into the machine before stepping aside. Shinado followed his previous steps and pressed the start button. The needle began to rotate, and Shinado's psychic energy surged forth, manifesting as a purple hand that incessantly pressed the buttons. As the needle's speed increased, so too did the rapidity of Shinado's presses. Though he consistently struck the red zone, after approximately 30 attempts, Gumu was left in astonishment. He had not anticipated Shinado's prowess in achieving such a high number of presses, with the count continuously rising. Is this foresight? Just as Shinado pressed the button for the 50th time, a brilliant light erupted from him. Gumu, having witnessed several battle videos, immediately recognized the move. Foresight can be utilized in such a manner? Knowing of the skill was one thing, but Gumu never envisioned it could be applied this way. Each press was impeccably timed. Yet, post-50th press, the intervals shortened drastically, and despite Shinado's use of foresight, he ultimately faltered at 63 presses. Watching the needle slow, Shinado released his psychic hand, fixated on the machine's outlet, anxious to discover the outcome of his labor. As the mixer's illumination faded, an energy cube finally emerged. This cube was entirely unlike the one Gumu had crafted earlier. His previous creation was murky and lacked luster, while Shinado's cube was a vibrant blue, remarkably translucent, emanating a tantalizing aroma that even Gumu and Mumu could distinctly perceive from a distance. Item: Advanced Energy Cube. Function: Location. Description: An exquisitely crafted energy cube by Shinado. Its effects are evident and vastly superior to the previous 2 lackluster attempts. Gumu gaped at the system's description, utterly astonished that Shinado's creation had attained an advanced level. At that moment, he was unfazed by the system's mockery, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he fixed his gaze on Shinado. This could be Mumu's long-term sustenance. If he couldn't produce it himself, he could enlist Shinado's assistance. Shinado inhaled the cube's scent. Delightful. It appears exceptionally tasty. He placed the energy cube in his mouth, and in an instant, his eyes widened in astonishment. This is astonishingly delicious. The energy cube melted in his mouth, its sweetness invigorating Shinado's palate. Could such exquisite flavors exist? Compared to this, the previous tree fruits were utterly flavorless. Moreover, Shinado felt an inexplicable surge of energy coursing through his body. Though modest, it was undeniably pleasurable, radiating warmth. Gazing at the mixer, Shinado's eyes sparkled with delight. Chapter 33, Farewell. I told you it would be delicious, Gumu remarked. Well then, I shall spare you this time. However, I still desire that previous one, Shinado replied, retracting his psychic energy and cheerfully declaring, as long as there's something tasty, I can forego the tree fruits. Mumu eagerly fixed his gaze on Gumu, yearning for some sweets. That's fine, but I cannot produce another energy cube like the one you just crafted. It rests solely in your hands. However, this machine is mine. Once you complete it, you must share a portion with me as compensation for its use. Gumu said with a grin, willing to make sacrifices for Mumu's sustenance. Agreed, Shinado contemplated before consenting. He was not one to revel in undeserved gains, and after all, crafting a few more cubes posed no significant loss to him. By the way, did you experience anything else upon consuming that energy cube, beyond its deliciousness? Gumu inquired. The energy cubes produced by the machine lacked a detailed explanation of their functions, leaving him to continually explore and experiment on his own. Is this truly what one calls an energy cube? I felt as though the essence of life has been amplified, mused Shinado thoughtfully. Life indeed, Gumu pondered. The fruits he had just placed within were 2 orange fruits, 1 appleberry, and 1 banana aroma. Both the orange fruit and the appleberry were capable of restoring vitality, while the banana aroma served to enhance sweetness. It seems the effects of the energy cubes are indeed traceable. If we aim to augment the special attack of Mumu, we should seek out fruits that can influence a Pokemon's special attack. Shinado, give these fruits a try. Gumu handed over the dragonfire fruit and the banana aroma. After a brief moment, Shinado curiously held the translucent purple cube in her hand. Why is yours purple when everyone else's is made from fruits, yet yours was blue? She pondered, before taking a bite of the energy cube. What is this? Equally delectable, equally sweet. However, Shinado sensed a heightened sensitivity to the psychic energies surrounding her, as if her own psychic abilities had been invigorated. Indeed, observing the purple glow surrounding Shinado, Gumu confirmed his suspicions. It appeared he would need to gather more dragonfire fruits in the future. Ruth, I want to eat too. Humph, Mumu exclaimed, tugging at Gumu's hair from his perch on the shoulder. All right, no need to rush. Let Shinado assist you in making one, Gumu replied. Mumu then floated to Shinado's front, revealing her large red eyes beneath her long blue bangs, looking pitifully at Shinado. Very well, Shinado said, gently patting Mumu's head. Ruth. Mumu joyfully collected the 4 types of fruits from earlier and placed them into the mixer, preferring the psychic type energy cubes. 2 days later, at dusk in the forest, Gumu's voice suddenly echoed. Mumu, did you sneak another bite of the energy cube? He held a small bag filled with numerous translucent purple cubes. Meanwhile, Mumu was merrily floating in midair, munching away. Ruth, I didn't sneak a bite. I'm eating with integrity. Gumu tucked away the cubes. Over the past 2 days, while Mumu trained, he and Shinado diligently created energy cubes, as he could only remain here for a few days. Gumu had also promised Shinado that once sufficient energy cubes were produced, he would leave the machine behind for her use. Hearing this, Shinado was elated, knowing she could indulge in such delightful treats continuously. Thus, aside from training Mumu, Shinado devoted herself entirely to the craft of cube making. Fortunately, her previous planting of many fruit trees, coupled with the existing ones in the forest, provided them with ample resources to create numerous energy cubes. Gumu selectively focused on the psychic type energy cubes, as he currently had only one Mumu and did not require other types, leaving those for Shinado. He thought that if energy cubes became scarce in the future, or if he acquired other Pokemon, he could always return to Shinado. This arrangement was certainly favorable, as he could not produce high-tier cubes himself. Keeping the mixer nearby would serve little purpose. Moreover, Gumu discovered that the energy cubes produced by the mixer could conveniently be stored in the system backpack, making them easy to carry. He quietly placed the cubes within his backpack, marveling at the 98 psychic-type high-tier cubes it now contained, his face beaming with joy, knowing that he need not worry about Mumu's sustenance for quite some time. Shinado, I want to be able to come by tomorrow morning. I must return home, Gumu said regretfully, watching as Shinado savored her cubes. After spending so many days together, despite Shinado's occasional temper leading to her tossing him into the air, Gumu had come to regard her as a friend, and the thought of not seeing her the next day tugged at his heart. Hurry along, hurry along. Finally, I can take a break. Shinado waved her hand dismissively, having found these past 2 days exhausting, juggling the training of Mumu and the creation of cubes for Gumu. These days had been among the most taxing of her life. Once they departed, she could finally return to her leisurely existence. Seeing the smile at the corner of Shinado's mouth ignited a playful urge in Gumu to tease her. All right, Mumu, let us be on our way, Gumu said, waving his hand. Ruth, goodbye master, until we meet again. Gumu glanced at Shinado, who was seated and munching contentedly, then turned to leave. Humph, you prideful little glutton, farewell. Wait, allow me to see you off. Gumu suddenly felt an unsettling premonition, having forgotten that Shinado possessed telepathy. Off you go. In an instant, a psychic force enveloped Gumu, lifting him into the air and sending him soaring toward the village. Watching the beautiful arc he traced across the sky, Shinado murmured to herself, farewell. Chapter 34, A New Beginning. Early the next morning, with their bags packed, Gumu and his companions were finally set to leave the countryside and return to U City. The morning sunlight illuminated the surroundings with a golden glow, and for reasons unknown, Gumu felt a mix of anxiety and anticipation as he beheld the morning radiance. Perhaps it was the imminent annual freshman tournament or the continuous strengthening of his bond with Mumu. Indeed, in these past few days, Mumu's prowess had grown significantly with Shinado's assistance, while Gumu himself had not remained idle, tirelessly honing his physical stamina and reflexes to enhance his command abilities during battles. Mom, hurry inside and rest a bit. Ruth, Grandma, we're leaving, Gumu called out. All right, be careful on your journey, and don't worry about me. I'm perfectly fine, Grandma replied, grasping Gumu's mother's hand. Understood, Mom. Take care of yourself too. Gumu assisted in placing their luggage into the trunk before the family of 3 climbed into the car. In the morning light, amidst mutual waves of farewell from loved ones, they departed from the beautiful village. Gumu rolled down the car window, gazing at the scenery outside. As the vehicle traveled further away, the village grew smaller in his sight. What's that? Roof. Mumu bounced on Gumu's shoulder, pointing toward a distant figure. There stood Shinedo, leisurely enjoying a snack while waving goodbye to Gumu and the others. Farewell, Shinedo, Gumu whispered. It seemed she sensed their gaze. For in the blink of an eye, Shinedo vanished from view. Parting is but a prelude to a better reunion. At last, they were home. Tossing aside his backpack, Gumu joyfully leaped onto his bed alongside Mumu. The fatigue of their journey seemed to dissolve in that moment. Mumu, the freshman tournament is just a few days away. Are you feeling confident? Gumu inquired, gazing at Mumu, who had closed her eyes. Ruth, don't worry, with me around, there's no issue. Mumu proudly exclaimed, pulling another cube from her little backpack to nibble on. How do you still have some? Didn't I put them all away? Master Ruth gave them to me. Mumu replied, lifting her chin with gleeful pride. Shinai Duo has surprisingly concealed some personal treasures. It clearly stated that all the psychic energy cubes were entrusted to me. Gumu felt that his fragile spirit had suffered a severe blow. Never mind, one mustn't overindulge. Gumu gently tapped Mumu's head. After all, his own energy cubes were sufficient, and he could spare some for it. Yawning, far away in the woods, Shinai Duo sneezed. It curiously shook its head, having never sneezed before. Oh well, back to enjoying the candy. It gazed at the 100 or so purple energy cubes before it, beaming with joy. Humph, detestable Gumu. Little did you expect I had secretly kept so many. It mused to itself as it savored the treats, suddenly finding them even more delectable. The next morning, Gumu, with his backpack slung over his shoulder, arrived at school alongside Mumu. Tomorrow marked the commencement of the freshman tournament, and today, aside from attending a few classes, the more pressing matter was to engage in preparatory activities for the competition. Boss Mumu, Gala. Gumu turned to find Lin Sheng and the little fire dragon approaching. It felt as though they had made significant progress over the past few days. The little fire dragon had grown increasingly robust, with its tail flame burning much more vigorously. A true sign of its development. Of course, my dad has been taking me and the little fire dragon to the Pokémon Battle Club for intense training. The current little fire dragon is utterly transformed compared to before, Lin Sheng exclaimed with a smile. The little fire dragon beside Gala puffed out a spark, raising its head to look at Mumu, seemingly boasting that it was stronger than Mumu. Ruth, what are you staring at? Keep looking, and I'll take you down. Humph. Mumu, gazing into the little fire dragon's battle-ready eyes, brushed aside its bangs, revealing its bright red eyes. Training at the Pokémon Battle Club is indeed an excellent way to enhance a Pokémon's strength, but only those from affluent families like Lin Sheng's can afford it. Nevertheless, Gumu was confident that, despite the rigorous training, Mumu would still triumph over the little fire dragon. Besides, Mumu had a hidden ace up its sleeve. It seems you're getting a bit cocky. Care for a sparring session somewhere? Gumu suggested to Lin Sheng with a smile, having not battled the little fire dragon in a long time and curious about its abilities. No, I need to rest and prepare for tomorrow's match. Besides, with the boss being so strong, we are bound to cross paths. Just remember to go easy on me. Lin Sheng replied. All right then, let's save it for tomorrow. Gumu agreed, finding Lin Sheng's reasoning sound. Given the little fire dragon's prowess, there was a high likelihood they would meet in the upcoming tournament. By the way, the draw is at 5 this afternoon, right? Yes, our class will draw lots with teacher Chung Hai this afternoon. Let's head back to class, Lin Sheng responded. Sure, boss. Where have you been these past few days? Lin Sheng inquired curiously, wondering what special training Gumu had undergone and if Mumu had grown stronger. I went to the countryside. Was it fun? In the afternoon, during class, as the bell rang, teacher Chung Hai entered with a box in hand. Upon seeing him, the class quieted down, suppressing their excitement. After all, they had eagerly awaited this competition for quite some time and had prepared extensively for it. Teacher Chung Hai placed the box on the desk, scanning the classroom before clearing his throat and announcing, Next, we shall proceed with the grouping draw for tomorrow's competition. As usual, there will be 8 groups, labeled A to H. Inside this box, there are 8 slips of equal quantity. In a moment, you will come up in order of your student numbers to draw a slip and register your group. Details on the next steps will be provided tomorrow. Is that clear to everyone? Understood. The students replied in unison. All right, come up one by one to draw your slips and then register with me, teacher Chung Hai instructed, producing a registration sheet and pen, taking a seat nearby. Shortly after, boss, What group did you draw? Lin Chung approached, inquiring. Group C, what about you? Gumu replied, holding up his slip. What? I'm in Group E. Looks like we won't meet that soon, Lin Chung said, somewhat disheartened. It's all right, there's still a chance. You and the little fire dragon must win, so we can meet, Gumu encouraged. Sure, let's not miss each other. Lin Chung replied with a smile. Has everyone drawn their slips? The freshman tournament officially begins tomorrow at 8 in the morning. I hope everyone arrives on time and doesn't dawdle, Teacher Chung Hai concluded. Got it, teacher, the class responded. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Gumu's mind. Side quest activated. Would you like to check? Promptly, Gumu opened the quest interface. Chapter 35, the tournament begins. Side quest, go prove yourself, young man. Quest objective, secure a top 3 position in the freshman tournament. Quest description, combat is a manifestation of training results. A young man who has trained diligently should fear no challenge. To validate his efforts, he must not shy away from any opponent. Honor is the finest testament to one's strength. Go forth, young man, and prove yourself. Quest reward. Only those who secure a top 3 position in the freshman tournament will receive a mysterious reward, the bounty of which correlates with the rank achieved. Strive earnestly. Dear host, quest penalty. Failing to place in the top 3 will result in a random deduction of 1 skill from your Pokémon. Upon reading the new quest description, Gumu fell into contemplation. As anticipated, the system was bound to issue a task before the freshman tournament, yet he hadn't expected there to be a penalty this time. Such penalties had not appeared previously. Could it be that the system could no longer tolerate his lack of achievement? Did it believe that failing to secure 3rd place would be a disservice to its expectations? A random deduction of a skill? The penalty did not seem overly severe. Yet Gumu was not inclined to risk which skill might be lost. Since he had committed to the competition, he was determined to achieve a commendable rank. He held great confidence in Mu's abilities, setting a minimum goal of placing in the top 3, with aspirations for 1st place. Boss, let's head home. Lin Chung tossed his slip into a trash bin and slung his backpack over his shoulder. All right, let us go. Gumu pondered for a moment, feeling there was nothing left to do, and decided to return home to prepare for tomorrow's battle, ensuring that Mu had a good rest. Mu, give it your all tomorrow. Ruth, foolish master, rest assured. I've got this, Mu chirped, hopping onto Gumu's shoulder and playing with his hair. The following morning, Gumu and Mu rose early, hastily finishing breakfast. In preparation for the tournament, Gumu treated Mu to an additional energy cube as a special meal for the day. After packing their belongings, Gumu and Mu set off for school. The atmosphere at school was particularly lively that day, with a throng of people at the entrance and heavy traffic. As per tradition, during the days leading to the freshman tournament, all grades except for the first-year competitors would have a holiday. Yet, despite this, the number of spectators continued to swell year after year. To maintain order and facilitate management during the tournament, the school had constructed a small arena, typically used for various training sessions, but now serving as the battleground for the freshman tournament. This arena could accommodate a large audience, and during this time, countless spectators with the right credentials flocked in to witness the matches. So many people. After verifying their student IDs and entering the school, Gumu realized that the crowd outside was but a fraction of the throng waiting at the entrance to the arena. It is merely the first day, yet already a multitude of individuals has gathered. One can only imagine the throngs that will appear during the semi-final and final rounds in the coming days. Gumu and Mu navigated through the dense crowd, entering the arena via the student passageway, where the throng was somewhat diminished. Through the channels of information available to Lin Chung, he learned that a total of 176 participants from 4 classes were competing in this event. According to Teacher Ching Hai, the competition is divided into 8 groups, each comprising 22 individuals. Chung, you seem to have arrived a bit late, Gumu remarked, glancing back at the hurried figure behind him. Boss, you actually beat me here. A miracle, Lin Chung exclaimed, his eyes wide with surprise, as he was usually the earliest to arrive. What's with the talk? Can't I have a late start? Gumu rolled his eyes. He would not divulge that his recent mornings in the countryside had accustomed him to an early rise, and his biological clock had yet to adjust back. Nevertheless, it must be said that his life had become increasingly regimented lately, and his entire demeanor had transformed remarkably. Before his rebirth, he had embodied the quintessential sunny boy, a stark contrast to his previous reclusive persona. Let us proceed. The event is set to commence in just over 10 minutes. Okay, little Ralts, let us go. As they entered the arena, a vast expanse unfolded before their eyes. Although they had encountered this spectacle on numerous occasions, the sight still elicited awe. The opulence of Yucheng No. 1 High School was renowned, and one could scarcely fathom such a colossal arena existing within a single institution. Beyond the grandstands that could accommodate thousands, the arena featured various platforms and elevations that could be raised for competition or serve as standing areas when not in use. At this moment, many spectators had already taken their seats, while a number of students were present on the field, quietly awaiting the commencement of the competition. Gumu and Lincheng made their way to their designated class area. Moments later, a melodious and cheerful tune resonated throughout the arena, heralding the impending opening ceremony of the new student competition. Indeed, approximately a minute later, the school leaders ascended to the platform at the forefront of the arena, taking their places at a long table. The school principal, Fong Zepping, grasped the microphone, rose to his feet, and addressed the assembled students with a calm, yet resonant voice. Time flies, and the years swiftly pass. On behalf of Yucheng No. 1 High School, I extend a warm welcome to all of you. It has been 48 years since our school introduced the Pokémon Alliance curriculum. Throughout these long years, we have continually explored, strived, and advanced. On this journey, Pokémon have been our companions, collaborating and encouraging us. For the future of our students and humanity, we proudly present the inaugural Pokémon Battle Competition for new students at Yucheng No. 1 High School. We hope that this event will inspire ever more young individuals to pursue a brighter future. Now, I hereby declare the commencement of the 46th Pokémon Battle Competition for new students at Yucheng No. 1 High School. A resounding applause erupted from both the stands and the arena, marking the beginning of this significant day. The competition host took the microphone and stood beside the commentary booth. Now, we invite each contestant to assemble according to their drawn numbers. May this format continually inspire more and more young people towards a brighter future. I hereby announce the commencement of the 46th Pokémon Battle Competition for new students at Yucheng No. 1 High School. Again, applause filled the air. Celebrating the dawn of this momentous occasion, the host called upon the competitors to position themselves according to their respective placement. Chapter 36. The first battle of the new student competition. Walking grass, sweet aroma. Ratata, a flash of electricity. On the field, the 8 groups of competitors were engaged in battle, showcasing abilities that varied greatly. While the current level of play lacked the sophistication of a more elaborate arena, the fervor of the combat was palpable. Spectators observed intently, particularly those in the competitor zone, as they were keenly aware that the battling individuals might very well become their opponents in the future. B Group, Hu Tian emerges victorious. The roster for the second group of competitors flashed upon the large screen. Competitors, please prepare yourselves. In 3 minutes, the next match will commence. With the referee's command, the first round of battles concluded. The format for the Yucheng New Student Competition was a points elimination system. All participants were initially divided into 8 groups for a round-robin points contest. Following a series of battles, the top 4 from each group would advance to form the top 32. Subsequently, the competition would progress to the top 16 and then the top 8. For Yucheng High School, this system sufficiently reflected the participants' skill levels while minimizing the risk of exceptional students being unexpectedly eliminated due to the format, rendering it quite reasonable. However, despite its rationality, this system often extended the duration of the event, making it suitable for smaller competitions such as that of Yucheng No. 1 High School. C Group, Gumu vs. Changyu. Changyu? That name sounds rather feminine. Gumu mused as he gazed at the electronic scoreboard. Mumu, it's our turn. Are you ready? He playfully tapped Mumu's forehead. Rest assured, I've got this covered, Mumu replied confidently. Under the scrutiny of the audience, the 8 competitors ascended to their respective battle platforms. Competitors, please enter the command zone, the referee announced. Gumu and Changyu took their positions in the square arenas, separated by a rectangular battle area designated for their Pokémon to engage. Gumu, please go easy on me. Changyu, clad in her school uniform and sporting a ponytail, radiated youthful exuberance. Her appearance, while ordinary, was infused with the vitality of a young girl. She stood on the platform and smiled warmly at Gumu, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Let us do our best together. Gumu responded. Please have your Pokémon take their positions, the referee instructed. Come forth, Ralts. Changyu tossed her Pokeball into the air, releasing her Pokémon before deftly catching it again. Impressive. Gumu admired Changyu's throwing technique. Perhaps it was due to his infrequent use of Pokeballs for Mumu that he had yet to master the art of throwing. Ralts? I've never seen one before, he remarked, surprised by the brown spherical creature propped up by its tail, as it seemed to be the first time he had encountered a Ralts since his rebirth. Mumu, let us go? Ralts. Mumu floated gracefully from Gumu's shoulder onto the battlefield, her large eyes peering intently at the opposing Ralts. The latter stood upright on its tail, cautiously observing Mumu. It was said that Ralts were particularly vigilant creatures, even to the point of being neurotic. They would typically balance on their tails to survey their surroundings, and upon sensing danger, would emit a loud cry to alert their companions. Gumu reflected on the descriptions of Ralts he had read. Their combat prowess appeared to be rather modest. Wow, your Ralts is so adorable. It's unlike any I've seen before, Changyu exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment as she gazed at Moo Moo on the field. Thank you for the compliment. My Moo Moo is truly one of a kind, Gumu said with a smile. Your Tylee is quite adorable as well. Don't think that just because you praise me, I will let you win. Humph, there are sweets at stake for the victor, Lucy retorted. With thoughts of candy dancing in its mind, Moo Moo cautiously observed Tylee. As the impending battle loomed, both parties, please prepare, the duel is about to commence. 3, 2, 1. Begin. Tylee, use rollout. Changyu shouted. Moo Moo, use sing. The sonic attack, though reducing Tylee's offensive capability, proved highly effective. However, Changyu, lacking the combat prowess of teacher Chunghai, failed to consider using ear-covering tactics to evade the sound-based move. Employing rollout to bolster Tylee's defense, while a viable strategy, was of little significance against a special attacker like Moo Moo. Lucy, Moo Moo's sing successfully hit Tylee, lowering its attack power even as it fortified its defense. Tylee, use quick attack. Sensing something amiss, Changyu resolved to launch a proactive assault. But would a straightforward approach truly work against Moo Moo? Indeed. Even as Tylee charged in swiftly, it failed to land a hit. In an instant, Moo Moo teleported behind it and unleashed Psychic. Lucy, Moo Moo deftly avoided Tylee's quick attack, positioning itself behind its opponent. Seizing the brief moment of vulnerability after Tylee completed its move, Moo Moo released Psychic, striking it directly. Tylee dodge, Changyu shouted urgently. However, Moo Moo was too close. By the time Tylee registered Changyu's warning, the psychic attack had already connected. Tylee, hold on. Changyu exclaimed anxiously as he watched Tylee collapse from the assault. Yet, Tylee could not rise, its little eyes swirling in disorientation. Tylee has lost the ability to battle. Gumu is victorious. Tylee, return. You did well, Changyu said, recalling Tylee into its pokeball, pressing it to his lips. Gumu, you're quite impressive. I'll go tend to Tylee now. We shall battle again next time, Changyu said as he hurried off the stage. To ensure the Pokemon of the competitors could battle normally, U City High School had spared no expense in hiring excellent doctors from the league and acquiring top-notch medical equipment. Essentially, all battle-related injuries could be treated effectively and swiftly, facilitating the smooth progression of the competition. Watching Changyu disappear into the distance, Gumu lifted Moo Moo, who had its tiny hands outstretched, and fed it a piece of candy before stepping down from the battle platform. Boss, you're still as formidable as ever. Thumbs up, Lin Chung remarked. Of course, you better give it your all in your upcoming match. I'm looking forward to battling you, Gumu replied. Don't worry, boss. Little Fire Dragon and I will surely win. Just wait for our revenge match, Lin Chung declared confidently. Moo Moo, did you hear that? Keep up the good work, or Little Fire Dragon will triumph over you. Gumu playfully tapped Moo Moo's head. Lucy, seeing Little Fire Dragon preening with pride beside him, Moo Moo resolved to bond more closely with it in their next encounter. After all, who are we to each other, right? Just as Little Fire Dragon reveled in thoughts of defeating Moo Moo, it was suddenly greeted by a chill in the air. Looking up, it found Moo Moo's large, crimson eyes fixed upon it. Chapter 37. Whispers of rumor. The morning's competition swiftly concluded under the attentive gaze of the spectators. During this session, Gumu participated in 5 matches, each time Moo Moo decisively finishing the battles within just 2 or 3 moves. While this could be attributed to the relative weakness of the competitors within the group, it was undeniable that Gumu's diligent training had borne fruit, substantially enhancing Moo Moo's physical condition and battle prowess. Boss, I've got some inside information. Care to hear it? Lin Chung leaned in as they walked to lunch, speaking in a hushed tone. What news? Gumu inquired, intrigued, as Lin Cheng's insights were typically quite valuable, given his extensive network and penchant for gathering information. It's about the competitors. Lin Chung produced a small notebook from his pocket, densely filled with scribbled notes. Has this information already surfaced after just one morning? Gumu exclaimed, astonished. Of course. Just look at who I am, Lin Chung replied with a smirk. So, who are the formidable contenders listed here? Gumu asked. You wouldn't believe how many impressive competitors there are, Lin Chung said, flipping through the pages of his notebook. He pointed out several names. These individuals are the favorites in this freshman competition. I've been gathering intel for quite some time to uncover this. Gumu examined the names and the Pokemon they possessed. Yichun, male, Group H, possesses a Squirtle. Based on my analysis, he has at least top 10 capabilities. Lin Chung noted. Isn't he the one with the light blue hair from this morning? Yes, that's him. Gumu recalled the blue-haired competitor who had been chanting spells during the battle. In the name of greatness, I pledge my life here. To all powerful adversaries that stand before us, by my strength, I shall grant you eternal destruction. His prowess seemed commendable. Gumu had also observed that his Squirtle wielded water gun with impressive finesse. However, that singular move alone could not surpass Gumu's abilities. It remained uncertain if he possessed hidden strengths. Typically, those who could easily best their opponents would conceal their true capabilities to prepare for subsequent battles, rather than revealing all their cards at once. At present, Mumu had showcased both teleport and psychic, but had yet to demonstrate the full extent of its abilities. The strength exhibited thus far was merely indicative of a heightened normal state. These two are this year's competition's frontrunners, both possessing extraordinary skill. After perusing the initial names, Lin Cheng flipped to another page and pointed to two more names. Chun Luoxuan, male, Group B, Pokémon, Scyther. Hiyu, female, Group A, Pokémon, Ghastly. Both of these individuals have cultivated their Pokémon exceptionally well and displayed outstanding performance in battles, swiftly defeating their opponents. Therefore, it was challenging to discern any unique attributes. But their strength is undeniably formidable. It's fortunate they aren't in either of our groups. Otherwise, it would be quite a challenge, Lin Cheng remarked with relief. Scyther is manageable. But with Ghastly, we'll need to prepare thoroughly, Gumu mused. After all, Ralts is doubly weak against ghost types. Although psychic types also have a double advantage over Ghastly, it is prudent to devise a strategy to ensure victory. Ultimately, Gumu's goal is to claim first place. He is exceedingly curious about the rewards from the system, which have never failed to meet his expectations. Let us eat. We have more matches this afternoon, Gumu said as he approached the cafeteria window to collect lunch, sitting down to eat with Lin Cheng. Welcome, everyone, to the inaugural competition at Yuqingno, one middle school. After a brief intermission, we are about to embark on an exhilarating round of battles. The matchups for the next round have been confirmed. So please direct your attention to the large screen. Group A, Lu Qian vs. Hifangji. Group C, Gumu vs. Shichun. Mumu. It's your turn to take the stage. Drawn for the first match against Gumu, he carries Mumu on his shoulder as he strides onto the battlefield. Contestants, please proceed to the command area, the referee announces. Across from him stands a robust young man, with a somewhat goofy demeanor. Hello, I am Gumu. I look forward to your guidance, he says. I am Shichun. Enough with the pleasantries. Let us get this fight underway. I've been eagerly awaiting this, Shichun exclaims, brandishing his Pokeball with urgency. It appears he is quite the combat enthusiast. Let both Pokemon take their positions, the referee commands. Geodude, I choose you. Shichun throws his Pokeball, releasing a Geodude, which strikes a pose with its tiny arms, exuding confidence. Gumu glances at the hefty adversary and signals Mumu to enter the battlefield. The familiar voice of the referee resounds. Prepare yourselves. The battle is about to commence. 3, 2, 1. Begin. Geodude, roll out. Shichun shouts. With that, Geodude curls into a sphere and charges towards Mumu. Although Ralts is not particularly vulnerable to Geodude, the rollout move remains formidable. Each successive hit within a 5-turn sequence amplifies its power. Mumu, use teleport, then strike the rolling Geodude with psychic. Gumu commands. Watch out, Geodude. Turn. Shichun urges, but it proves too late. The rollout cannot be so easily interrupted. A burst of psychic energy impacts the ground before Geodude, creating a considerable indentation. With a resounding crash, Geodude's rollout is halted, rendering it immobile. Mumu, unleash psychic. Gumu calls. Geodude retaliates with a tackle, smashing through the nearby boulders. Meanwhile, Mumu's psychic attack is now primed, hurtling directly towards Geodude. In a swift maneuver, Geodude shatters the obstruction in its path just in time to evade the psychic strike. Geodude, use Rock Polish. Shichun commands. Mumu, employ Sweet Kiss to interrupt its move. Gumu counters. With a melodious call, Sweet Kiss successfully connects with Geodude, disrupting its Rock Polish and sending it flying. Geodude, roll out. Shichun shouts once more. Mumu, teleport. The two Pokemon engage in a flurry of attacks. Geodude's lack of agility becomes evident, and if this continues, defeat is inevitable. Gumu's strategy is to employ a kite-flying technique, avoiding direct confrontation with Geodude and using the mobility of teleport to secure victory. As the arena trembles under Geodude's relentless rollout, Mumu deftly teleports behind it. Mumu psychic. Gumu commands. Ralts. The psychic attack strikes Geodude with precision, and eventually, Geodude can no longer withstand the damage, losing its ability to battle. Group C, Gumu emerges victorious. Bravo, another win for you, Lin Cheng exclaims. Indeed, Moo Moo is quite formidable. You must also give it your all in the upcoming matches. Gumu replies with a smile, handing a candy to Moo Moo. Rest assured, I shall return victorious. With that, Lin Sheng heads towards the battle platform alongside his Charmander. Gumu looks up to find the electronic screen displaying Group E, Lin Sheng versus 2U. Upon reaching the platform, Lin Sheng is surprised to discover that his opponent is an adorable girl. With twin ponytails and a Lolita-style dress, her delicate features are accentuated by large, captivating eyes. Ah, I am smitten. How could there be such a beautiful girl? Lin Sheng thinks, racking his brain to recall any encounter with her at school. Surely, he should have seen her in the photographs of all the girls in school. Contestants, please proceed to the command area, the referee announces. Lin Sheng quickly composes himself, shedding his starry-eyed expression for a more serious demeanor. First impressions are crucial. He takes a deep breath, straightens his posture, and strikes a confident pose. It's time to showcase my charm. Hello, 2U. I am Lin Sheng from Class 1. It's a pleasure to meet you, he says. 2U looks at him, somewhat speechless. Did you truly think I didn't notice your earlier expression? Another boy, captivated by my beauty. Let both Pokemon take their positions. The referee instructs. 2U, be cautious. My Charmander is quite powerful, Lin Sheng boasts with confidence. Her silence must be due to shyness, right? What should I do? Should I go all out or hold back? Displaying my strength would be impressive, but showing my gentlemanly demeanor would be equally important. What a difficult choice. Don't hold back. Unleash your full potential. 2U replies nonchalantly. Let us see if you can withstand my prowess. Snowy, I choose you. 2U tosses her Pokeball, and Snowy appears on the battlefield. Indeed, even the angelic voice has a melodic quality. Charmander, let us go and prove our strength. Lin Sheng commands. As Charmander steps forward, its fiery tail ignites with intensity, ready to confront Snowy. With a clear type advantage, Lin Sheng is confident. The referee's voice rings out. Prepare yourselves. The battle is about to commence. 3, 2, 1. Begin. Lin Sheng decides to let 2U make the first move. After all, ladies first. Snowy, unleash powder snow. 2U commands, and Snowy sways its body, scattering delicate snowflakes that swirl towards Charmander. Excellent move. Gumu observes from the sidelines, noting the precision of Snowy's training. The snowflakes, while appearing random, spiral intricately towards Charmander, masking a hidden strategy. Lin Sheng, if he underestimates this girl, may find himself in serious trouble. Charmander, use smokescreen. Lin Sheng instructs. Given the limited range of Charmander's offensive moves, employing smokescreen to obscure the opponent's vision is the most prudent course of action before closing in for an attack. Charging recklessly would be foolish. Charmander exhales a plume of black smoke, expanding outward and enveloping a significant portion of the arena, just as Snowy's powder snow approaches. Charmeleon seized the opportunity to evade, employing a smokescreen while racing towards the Snow Fairy. Was it truly so simple to avoid? The Snow Fairy, invoking Shadow Clone. 2U's lips curled into a charming smile. She paid no heed to the approaching Charmeleon, instead opting to let the Snow Fairy utilize Shadow Clone, leaving one to ponder her intentions. Unexpectedly, Charmeleon did not entirely evade all the delicate snowflakes, sustaining minor damage as it sped forward. Fortunately, Charmeleon possessed a measure of resistance to ice-type moves, and the damage from the snow was negligible, allowing it to continue its pursuit of the Snow Fairy. The rising black mist continually obscured Charmeleon's position. Your strength is commendable. You wield the delicate snow so adeptly, Lin Sheng remarked. One could glean a Pokemon's general prowess from the manner in which it executed its abilities. Are you contemplating surrender? 2U inquired. Impossible. The word surrender does not exist in my lexicon. Charmeleon, press forward and unleash Ember. Lin Sheng commanded. From within the smoke, Charmeleon expelled a flurry of sparks, causing the delicate snowflakes ahead to melt and cease their assault. Snow Fairy, use Icy Wind to disperse the smoke and reveal its hiding place. 2U commanded. In its shadow clone state, the Snow Fairy unleashed Icy Wind towards the oncoming Charmeleon. In an instant, a bone-chilling gust swept through, dispersing the smoke before Charmeleon, threatening to expose it to the Snow Fairy's gaze. Then let us charge forward. Charmeleon, withstand the onslaught and use Ember to sweep away the shadows. The distance was now sufficient. Despite the icy wind looming, there was no time to hesitate. As the Snow Fairy unleashed Icy Wind towards Charmeleon, it burst forth from the smoke, braving the attack while executing Ember in a sweeping arc, targeting both the Snow Fairy's shadow and its true form. As the shadow dissipated, Charmeleon's Ember finally struck the Snow Fairy's corporeal self. The flame seared fiercely, leaving the Snow Fairy visibly injured. Snow Fairy, use Glare. 2U urgently commanded. The snow fairy widened its eyes, employing the glare technique. Charmeleon momentarily faltered. The sparks that had been slowly dissipating vanished altogether, and its defenses were diminished. Its body bore the marks of previous assaults from the icy wind. It is time to deliver the final blow. The distance is now sufficiently close. And with the prior damage, a single hit from the next move will surely spell defeat for the snow fairy. Charmeleon, charge forth and bite down. Lynching shouted. Chapter 39. Entering the top 32. Boss, while I may have lost a match today, barring unforeseen circumstances, I should still make it into the top 32. When the time comes, we must engage in a proper battle, Lin Sheng declared confidently. I achieved a clean sweep, Gumu replied with a smile. This was merely an anomaly. Otherwise, I would have also claimed victory, Lin Sheng countered. I achieved a clean sweep, Gumu reiterated. Can we perhaps exchange a different phrase? Your words sting my heart. Boss, Lin Sheng protested. You lost, Gumu pondered before responding. Forget it, goodbye, see you later. My angel, time is on our side. Await my heartfelt confession. Lin Sheng lamented as he trudged away, laden with his backpack. After all, their homes lay in different directions. Was he not to return home for dinner? Watching Lin Sheng's retreating figure, Gumu smiled faintly and patted the shoulder of the little foodie. Mumu, let us continue to strive tomorrow. All right, Mumu replied, munching on snacks in a nonchalant manner. Gumu sighed internally, knowing Mumu's focus was solely on food. Have a taste of my sugar-roasted chestnuts. Day 3. After 2 days of intense preliminary rounds, the names of the top 32 were finally to be announced this morning. Gumu finished breakfast and leisurely made his way to the battle center with Mumu. The battle center was already teeming with people, all eager to see the list of the top 32. However, based on the outcomes of previous battles, they could gauge their chances of progressing. Gumu, however, was unconcerned. He had not lost a single match in the preceding days, so there was no need for anxiety. Boss, you've arrived. Lin Sheng exclaimed upon spotting Gumu at the entrance, accompanied by Charmeleon. Has it started yet? Gumu inquired. Not yet. There are still about 10 minutes left. Lin Sheng replied. That is good. Lin Sheng's gaze flickered as he caught sight of a striking figure entering through the door. Boss, do you see who that is? He exclaimed, excitement bubbling within him. Gumu rolled his eyes. Boss, do you think I look handsome today? Lin Sheng asked, adjusting his collar in the smooth glass wall's reflection and tousling his hair. Observing Lin Sheng's comical demeanor, Gumu mused, indeed, love seems to diminish one's intellect. The captivating figure entering was none other than Tu Yu, clad in a light blue dress that accentuated her delicate features. Her long lashes framed her large eyes, and her silky hair, secured with a hairpin, lent her an undeniably adorable charm. Regrettably, I am not fond of this type. Gumu thought to himself and quickly averted his gaze. Divine Goddess, I have arrived. Boss, it is my turn to shine, Lin Sheng nervously declared, running his fingers through his hair, uncertain of the impression he had left on the goddess during their last encounter. He worried that his defeat might have diminished his standing in her eyes. Lin Sheng continuously encouraged himself internally. Lin Sheng, this is your chance for lifelong happiness. Seize the opportunity. Go forth and succeed. Gumu encouraged. Despite Tu Yu appearing indifferent to Lin Sheng, Gumu wholeheartedly supported his friend's pursuit of happiness. Lin Sheng strode confidently forward. Upon entering, Tu Yu noticed that the match had yet to commence and found a spot to stand quietly as she awaited the proceedings. Suddenly, a rotund figure blocked her view. Tu Yu gazed quizzically at Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng, equally anxious, returned her gaze. The two found themselves ensnared in an unusual silence. Is there something you need? Tu Yu broke the silence, inquiring. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Sheng finally stammered, Tuesday. Tu Yu, hello. It is a pleasure to meet you. How pleased. Tu Yu pouted slightly. I thought you had something important to say. But it seems you're just another one trying to strike up a conversation. Lin Sheng was caught off guard by Tu Yu's retort, his mind racing to formulate a response. If there's nothing else, I'd prefer to be alone for a moment, Tu Yu stated. All right. Watching Lin Sheng walk back alone, Gumu suddenly found it amusing. You, who usually speaks so fluently, seem at a loss for words today. To think that the renowned chatterbox of our class would stumble here, what a marvel. Please don't mock me. I get tongue-tied whenever she's around. What can I do? Lin Sheng fidgeted awkwardly. Look at you now, Gumu admonished earnestly. When chatting with girls, one must be mindful of their approach. Do you understand? What approach? Lin Sheng inquired curiously, gazing at Gumu. First and foremost, one must be aware of the timing. Observe, she is sitting there alone. Doesn't it convey a sense of distance and unapproachability? Gumu articulated slowly. Indeed, Lin Sheng nodded vigorously. At such a moment, Gumu continued, suddenly faltering mid-sentence. You should just wash up and go to bed. Clearly, she does not wish for anyone to approach her. Doing so would only be counterproductive. What should I do then? Lin Qing asked. How would I know? I don't have a girlfriend. Gumu waved his hand dismissively, indicating his uncertainty. Lin Qing looked at Gumu, speechless, suddenly feeling an urge to punch him playfully in the chest. After a moment, the host picked up the microphone and ascended the stage. Welcome everyone to the venue of the 46th Pokemon Battle Competition at Yuqing No. 1 High School. After 2 days of intense combat, we have witnessed numerous students engage in spectacular battles, leaving us in awe and deeply moved. Finally, the list of the top 32 contenders has been finalized, and it is in my hands. All eyes turned toward the white paper in the host's grasp. To maintain the intensity and excitement of the event, the organizers opted for the most traditional method of announcement rather than utilizing an electronic display. The effect was palpable. Both competitors and spectators held their breath, attentively listening to the host's words. After a brief pause, the host continued, Next, I shall announce the names of those who have advanced to the top 32. Please remain silent. The list began. Group A, Hiyu. Indeed. The first is Lin Yu. My information was accurate, Lin Qing remarked. Gumu looked toward the girl Lin Qing indicated. Clad in a dark casual outfit, she was rather unremarkable, with long bangs obscuring her forehead, appearing somewhat distant and difficult to discern. Gumu found it peculiar, sensing a somewhat gloomy presence and a lack of prominence. I recall her Pokemon is ghastly, Gumu murmured, then continued to listen to the list. Su Lin, Chen Fong. Yi Kai Luo. Group B, Chen Luo Sun, Lu Gu. Lin Qing's sources proved reliable. Chen Luo Sun had also made the list. According to the rules, those listed first had the highest scores. The host continued to read the names. Group C, Gumu. Splendid. The boss made it. Lin Qing exclaimed joyfully. You must make it too. We still have one battle left, Gumu replied, equally elated. After much effort, their hard work bore fruit. Although merely the top 32, it served as a starting point toward higher aspirations. Shichun, Luo Wanhe. Group D, Wang Ku, Zhanghua. Group E, Tuyu, Lin Qing. The goddess. Lin Qing exclaimed, starry-eyed. Wake up, you made it too, Gumu teased, throwing in a playful jab. Right, I made it. My name is right beside the goddess. I'm overjoyed. Gumu rubbed his forehead in exasperation. This child is hopeless. Group H, Yi Chun, Yunfeng. That concludes the list of competitors advancing to the top 32. Let us offer them a round of applause. The audience erupted into enthusiastic applause, echoing throughout the battleground. Once the applause subsided, the host continued. Next, we shall proceed with the selection rounds from 32 to 16, employing an elimination format. The top 2 from each group will form Team 1, while the bottom 2 will form Team 2. A contestant from each team will then be drawn for battle. Victory means advancement. Defeat leads to elimination. Please prepare yourselves, as the competition will commence in half an hour. Having concluded the rules, the host bowed in gratitude and departed the stage. After hearing the competition rules, Gumu remarked, It seems we won't be able to meet again, fatty. See you in the top 16. Good luck. No problem. Advancing to the top 16 is a certainty. Don't underestimate me. I have a secret technique. Lin Qing declared proudly. Very well, a secret technique, you say? Care to share? Gumu inquired. You'll find out in due time. Just don't lose to me. Lin Qing replied, sporting a mischievous grin. Think again. Hurry and pursue your goddess. If you delay, someone else might snatch her away, Gumu warned. What? Who dares touch my Yu goddess? I'll show them. Lin Qing retorted, storming off toward Tuyu. He intended to keep a watchful eye nearby to prevent any unwelcome advances from other boys with ulterior motives. His eyes darted around, scrutinizing every minute detail. Of course, Tuyu soon noticed him. It was hard not to. A large figure was wandering nearby, occasionally glancing over. What is he staring at? Does he have some ulterior motive? Chapter 40. Want to replace Mumu? Impossible. The matches on the field were unfolding with fervor, and the spectators were captivated, their eyes glued to the competition. The top 32 required only 16 matches, taking little time. Thus the battles proceeded consecutively. To ensure the matches remained engaging, the host did not take a break, simultaneously providing commentary to enrich the viewing experience. Everyone look. Wang Ku's Houndour is indeed well trained. It can swiftly evade Nidoran's poison sting without needing any special moves. How will Chen Fong respond? Let us wait and see. The host's vibrant voice resonated, providing commentary for the audience. Nidoran, charge up. When it gets close, use double kick. Chen Fong commanded. Nidoran, focusing intently, ignored the Houndour barreling toward it and concentrated on gathering energy, a move that significantly enhanced its attack power. Although the distance between the two was not great, Nidoran had been using Poison Sting, allowing Houndour to evade and buy time for the energy gathering. Has Chun-Fong's Nidoran successfully charged up? Will its double kick hit the approaching Houndour? The host queried. Nidoran shimmered with a white light, indicating the completion of its charge, and Houndour was about to close in. Houndour, don't stop. Rushed to its rear. Wang Ke shouted immediately. What? Chun-Fong exclaimed, astonished to see Houndour continue its sprint, bypassing Nidoran entirely instead of attacking. This could push it off the competition platform. Am I about to win this way? Before Nidoran could execute its double kick, it had already lost its opportunity. Houndour, use Ember on the ground, then seize it. Wang Ke commanded, seizing the moment. Not good. Nidoran, quickly dodge. Chun-Fong shouted in alarm. Houndour dashed past Nidoran and immediately unleashed Ember on the ground ahead. Was it a counter? The crowd gazed in astonishment at the corgi, never expecting it to avoid being propelled off the battle platform by sheer momentum. In this critical moment, it cleverly utilized the reaction force from its spark attack against the ground to stay within the confines of the arena. Not only that, but the corgi also soared into the air, deftly turning mid-flight to deliver a bite aimed directly at Nidoran's back. Unfortunately, Nidoran was caught off guard and was struck by the corgi's attack, rendering it unable to continue the battle. Who would have thought that contestant Wang Ke would employ such a masterful tactic to counter Chun-Fong's double kick, enhanced by energy accumulation? Let us extend our heartfelt congratulations to contestant Wang Ke for advancing to the top 16. The applause erupted like thunder, bestowing upon the victor the honor they rightfully deserved. Wang Ke is indeed formidable, Lin Sheng remarked after the clapping subsided. His prowess is commendable, especially the speed of his corgi and the intensity of its spark. Gumu added. From the recent match, it was evident that the corgi exhibited remarkable speed, effortlessly dodging Nidoran's poison sting without sustaining any harm, and swiftly closing the distance to Nidoran. Although Nidoran was no slouch and rapidly executed energy accumulation, the corgi's spark was evidently superior. While the reaction force could be utilized, it demanded a significant level of power from the spark. Based on the potency of the spark displayed earlier, it was clear that it had taken on the semblance of a jet of flame. Gumu had already checked the system. This corgi had an individual value of 82, which was insufficient to account for such strength. Therefore, he deduced that Wang Ke must have employed some item to enhance fire attributes or utilize training aids akin to energy cubes, enabling the corgi to achieve such remarkable prowess. This level of strength was indeed worthy of being the top contender in Group D. It seemed necessary to add him to my list, Lin Sheng mused. Next, we have Gumu from Group C facing off against Wu Xiao from Group B. Please prepare both contestants. The match will commence in 3 minutes, the host announced. Gumu looked up and, as expected, his name illuminated the large screen. It's my turn now. Wait for my triumphant return, he declared with a smile. All right, boss. I'll be here cheering you on. Contestants, please proceed to the command zone, the host instructed. Hello, I am Gumu, he introduced himself. Across from him, Wu Xiao extended his hand, showcasing a diamond-studded watch, smirking as he spoke. I've heard about you. Your Ralts is a shiny one. I wonder if you would be interested in a trade. Any Pokemon will do, as long as it's not a legendary. Ralts. I'm afraid I have no intentions of parting with my Ralts, Gumu replied. What a joke, trade my Ralts. Surely, you jest. Not even a legendary would tempt me. Even if Shalebi stood before me, I would remain unmoved. Who do you think you are? Gumu regarded Wu Xiao with disdain. It appeared that, regardless of location, there were individuals who believed wealth could grant them anything they desired, presuming themselves to be above others. Foolish man, it is an honor for you that I even considered your Pokemon. The fact that you fail to recognize this is truly unfortunate, Wu Xiao retorted, his arrogance palpable. It was merely a fleeting whim. What do I not possess? Since you refuse to comply, may you and your Ralts taste defeat together. The match is about to commence. Both Pokemon, please take your positions, the host announced. Allow me to demonstrate what true strength is. Wu Xiao chuckled, producing his Pokeball adorned with red and black stripes. It was a luxury ball. Come forth, Bagon. A blue, dragon-like creature materialized in the battle zone. Bagon, Gumu questioned. What do you think? Are you tempted? This is something that you common folk could never afford in a lifetime. You must regret your earlier decision, Wu Xiao grinned, eager to witness Gumu's regretful expression. However, Gumu remained composed throughout. Ralts, go forth and show them your prowess. Gumu encouraged, patting Ralts affectionately. Ralts, how dare you attempt to steal me away from my foolish master? Unforgivable. Ralts floated into the battle zone, glaring angrily at Bagon. The host, observing that both Pokemon were ready, stepped into the commentary area. Contestants, prepare yourselves. The battle is about to begin. 3, 2, 1. Let the battle commence. Bagon. Charge in and use Spark. Bagon excitedly rushed forward. It is said that this species, known for their fierce temperament, often exhibited aggressive behavior due to the immense mental pressure of being unable to fly in their juvenile form, leading them to headbutt rocks to forge their iron-like skulls. Ralts. Demonstrate your skills by using Teleport to evade Spark. Gumu commanded. The distance between the two was short, and Bagon quickly closed in on Ralts, unleashing Spark. However, Ralts, honed through rigorous training, executed Teleport with greater speed, disappearing from its original position and reappearing a short distance behind Bagon. Ralts, use Fairy Wind. Gumu shouted. Ralts. For a dragon type, fairy type moves are particularly effective. While the official classification had yet to recognize the fairy type, categorizing moves like Ralts and Fairy Wind under Psychic, it was evident that Ralts would be immune to dragon type attacks, and the fairy type move would inflict double damage on Bagon. Essentially, landing a single hit would leave Bagon severely injured. Bagon, use Protect. Wu Xiao reacted swiftly to Ralts' impending attack, immediately calling for Protect. A shimmering white barrier materialized before Bagon, blocking Ralts' Fairy Wind and preventing any damage. No big deal. Don't think this will be enough to hit me, Wu Xiao chuckled, appearing confident of victory. Admittedly, he was quite powerful, but he was up against Chun Luo's son, a formidable contender recorded in Lin Cheng's notebook. A minor mishap had relegated him to third place in Group B. Otherwise, given his strength, he could have easily claimed second. Alas, there were no hypotheticals. Facing Gumu would simply be his misfortune. Ralts, use Double Team and move around the arena. In an instant, Ralts sped about the battlefield, creating 12 illusory copies, matching the number from training. However, upon closer inspection, significant differences emerged in the facial details and subtle movements, making it nearly impossible to discern the real Ralts from the fakes. Very well, we shall also employ that tactic. Bagon, use Double Team. Wu Xiao commanded. Indeed, Bagon conjured 10 illusory copies to face Ralts, who would emerge victorious in this clash of illusions. Bagon, move in and use Spark. Wu Xiao instructed. Immediately, all Bagon copies surged forward, unleashing Spark towards Ralts. However, it was evident that this strategy required time to execute. Focus, Gumu urged, meticulously observing Bagon's movements. 1, 2, 3. The shadows of Mumu dissipated one after another. Suddenly, Gumu noticed a treasure dragon. This particular treasure dragon exhibited a spark of speed that was marginally swifter than its counterparts. At first glance, there appeared to be no discernible difference. Yet under Gumu's intense scrutiny, he began to perceive certain clues. Found it. Mumu, use Psychic on the third one to the left. With a commanding shout, all the Mumu sprang into action simultaneously. In contrast to other moves, Mumu's mastery over the Psychic technique was more intricate, and the speed of its execution was remarkably swift. Almost instantaneously, the Psychic energy coalesced and surged toward the treasure dragon as Gumu had directed. Chapter 41, An Effortless Victory. Oh no, Wu Xiao exclaimed. He had not anticipated that Gumu could discern the true form of the treasure dragon. At this very moment, it was indeed the treasure dragon's time to strike, making it nearly impossible to evade Mumu's rapid and powerful psychic assault. In an instant, Mumu's psychic attack accurately struck the treasure dragon, causing all of its shadow clones to vanish. Indeed, Gumu chuckled. Training has undoubtedly borne fruit. In the past, such a subtle flaw would have eluded my notice. But now, I can swiftly control the battlefield and seize the opportunity. Heavens! Lureless has successfully struck the treasure dragon. A direct hit. Truly, the undefeated Gumu has managed to uncover the true form hidden among the myriad shadows. What a spectacle! After the psychic strike, the treasure dragon was sent flying, landing on the ground, visibly injured. It shakily rose, still intent on continuing the battle, regardless of the trainer. The treasure dragon's prowess was commendable. As a descendant of a demigod, its innate physical capabilities were formidable. Even after sustaining a powerful psychic blow from Mumu, it still managed to stand. Wu Xiao looked at Gumu in disbelief. How could this be? How did you discover the treasure dragon's true form? Gumu cast a disdainful glance at him and replied, It is simply because you are too weak. Had you not overloaded the treasure dragon with skills, rendering it proficient yet unrefined in each, we would not be in this predicament. Die for me. Treasure dragon, unleash your fury. Wu Xiao shouted angrily. Gumu's words felt like a humiliation to him. How dare he claim that I am weak? Let me show you the true power of the treasure dragon. A furious roar erupted from the treasure dragon, a crimson glow swirling around it, its eyes gradually tinged with blood red. Anger, is it? Gumu observed the glowing treasure dragon with calm composure. The move anger not only attacked the opponent, but also thrust the user into a state of rage, enhancing their attack power with each hit they sustained. Faced with the treasure dragon's furious assault, Gumu remained unfazed, for the attack itself lacked significant power. It was the ensuing rage state that posed the real threat. Clearly, Wu Xiao was preparing to unleash a grand move. So Gumu decided to either swiftly counter it or calmly await the outcome, ready to adapt as needed. Of course, Gumu opted for the latter. Let him unleash his grand move. If I do not utterly suppress him through sheer strength, how can I quell the discontent in Mumu's heart? Mumu use Sing. Just to be safe, Gumu instructed Mumu to use Sing, thereby diminishing the treasure dragon's temporarily augmented attack power due to its anger. As the crimson glow intensified, the treasure dragon's momentum surged. Despite its injuries, it appeared invigorated. Soon, however, its energy plateaued, indicating that the anger could only enhance its power to a certain limit. Wu Xiao, not willing to wait any longer, loudly commanded, "Treasure Dragon, unleash Dragon Claw." Roar! The treasure dragon executed Dragon Claw. How would Gumu respond to this fierce onslaught? The announcer queried. Dragon Claw? Another skill acquired from a learning machine, along with Shadow Clone and Protect. This treasure dragon has indeed mastered a plethora of techniques. But is it effective? Gumu smirked, his lips curling into a smile. Dragon-type moves will have no effect on Mumu. If Mumu were to stand and absorb the blow from the treasure dragon's Dragon Claw, it would surely raise questions as to why Mumu was unscathed, potentially leading to numerous inquiries. To avoid such complications, Gumu decided to evade, allowing the treasure dragon a moment to shine. I, Gumu, am magnanimous enough. Mumu, teleport and evade. The treasure dragon charged forward, its dragon claw slashing through the air, leaving 3 white claw marks in its wake, aimed directly at Mumu. However, Mumu's speed was evidently superior, vanishing from its original position and evading the attack. Mumu. Use Charming Voice. Finish it. Lureless. Disappearing, Mumu reappeared behind the treasure dragon, swiftly preparing to unleash Charming Voice. Treasure Dragon, use Protect. Wu Xiao shouted urgently. He had not anticipated Mumu's speed to be so extraordinary, effortlessly dodging the Dragon Claw attack, while retaining enough energy to execute another move. Protect? Not a chance. Gumu laughed. The Protect skill has a success rate. Repeated use drastically diminishes that rate. The treasure dragon had already employed it once, rendering the chances of success for this attempt exceedingly low. Gumu was confident that misfortune would not befall him. Yet even if it did, the treasure dragon was destined for defeat. With Mumu's formidable agility and attack power, the treasure dragon stood no chance of recovery. A shimmering barrier materialized before the treasure dragon but abruptly dissipated, clearly indicating the failure of the Protect skill. Charming Voice struck the treasure dragon directly, inflicting double damage, and the already weakened creature collapsed, incapacitated. How could this happen? Wu Xiao gazed at the fallen treasure dragon, his eyes vacant. How could his demigod lose to such an ordinary Pokémon? Remarkable. Gumu's Lureless displayed an exquisite mastery of teleportation, effortlessly defeating Wu Xiao's treasure dragon throughout the match. Let us congratulate Gumu for advancing to the top 16. A thunderous applause erupted from the audience, celebrating the thrilling contest that had unfolded, with both sides engaging in a captivating exchange. The treasure dragon showcased numerous skills, and for that reason, Mumu's effortless victory garnered even greater admiration. This Lureless has been splendidly nurtured. Indeed, even a demigod treasure dragon was easily vanquished. The spectators buzzed with excitement, and the competitors on stage clearly overheard the comments. Wu Xiao felt tremendous shame. He tossed a luxury ball to recall the treasure dragon and glared menacingly at Gumu. I will remember this. We shall see. Without waiting for Gumu to respond, Wu Xiao hastily departed. Gumu shook his head and chuckled. Oh, the youth. He will learn in time. In his previous life, as a mature adult, he refused to stoop to Wu Xiao's level. Mumu, let us return and enjoy some candy. Lureless, yea? Mumu, having finished the battle, expressed great delight, eager to indulge in an abundance of sweets. The boss is truly incredible, defeating that brat with ease. Even I am seized by an impulse to give that little brat a good thrashing. His mouth is far too reckless, Lin Cheng exclaimed in anger. I have never been this arrogant. Who bestowed upon this boy such audacity to spout nonsense here? He even dares to think of purchasing Princess Mumu. He must be dreaming. Ru Xiqing's words hold merit. Let us take a look. Mumu waved her tiny hand, and a piece of candy floated before Lin Cheng. Lin Cheng stared blankly at the candy in front of him. What has come over Mumu? Why does it feel as if the sun has risen from the west, allowing me to actually enjoy a candy gifted by her? Lin Cheng was uncertain whether to feel elated or despondent. After all, he was a second-generation rich kid. And here he was, finding joy in a piece of candy. You should watch fewer dramas. Gumu chuckled, lightly tapping Mumu on the head. Rusi, stop tapping. If you keep it up, you won't grow any taller. Next match, Group ES Lincheng versus Group AS Yi Kailuo. Please prepare. The competition will commence in 3 minutes, the host's voice echoed. It's my turn, boss. Good luck. Don't let our duo down, Lin Cheng declared confidently. Lin Cheng was fortunate. His opponent, Yi Kailuo, was utilizing a grass-type Bulbasaur. Without hesitation, Lin Cheng closed the distance between his Charmander and Bulbasaur. Although Bulbasaur could retaliate with its Vine Whip up close, the disparity in their types was overwhelmingly significant. Lin Cheng continuously directed Charmander to employ Ember while ensuring it dodged attacks. It seems the results of the training are manifesting, Gumu remarked. During their specialized training in Miracle Forest, teacher Chung Hai had instructed him to practice moving on the stones in the creek with Charmander. Thanks to that period of training, Charmander's speed and evasive abilities had significantly improved. After all, fire-type Pokemon incur more damage when facing water types. To safeguard themselves, Lin Cheng and Charmander had put in considerable effort. Otherwise, facing Bulbasaur's Vine Whip would not have been so effortless. Before long, Bulbasaur was already battered and bruised, while Charmander bore only a few minor injuries, which were the result of Bulbasaur's counterattacks. Charmander, deliver the final blow, Ember, Lin Cheng shouted. Bulbasaur dodge. Yi Kailuo exclaimed urgently, but Bulbasaur, already drained of energy, was struck by Charmander's Ember during its attempt to evade, incapacitating it. Let us congratulate contestant Lin Cheng for advancing to the top 16. Boss, did you see that? I told you not to worry. I would definitely win. Lin Cheng grinned broadly. Yes, Gumu replied. Boss, that's a bit too dismissive, don't you think? At least give me some praise. Lin Cheng protested. Feeling wronged, Gumu rolled his eyes at Lin Cheng. All right, enough of the antics. Since we don't have matches in the morning, would you like to grab something to eat? Gumu suggested. You go ahead, boss. I still want to watch the goddesses match, Lin Cheng replied. Gumu looked at Lin Cheng in disbelief. You're hopeless. Mumu, let us go get something to eat. We're off to eat, Rusi. Mumu joyfully perched on Gumu's shoulder, heading toward the delectable food. Chapter 42, the elimination round continues. Boss, I'm here. Gumu entered the competition center carrying lunch. And upon hearing Lin Cheng's voice, he made his way over. Here's your lunch, Gumu said, handing Lin Cheng the meal. Lin Cheng happily accepted it. You're the best, boss. Gumu shot Lin Cheng an exasperated look. You were so engrossed in watching 2US match that you didn't even eat your lunch, and you expect me to bring it to you? You must be floating away. Boss, why is there carrot? Lin Cheng queried, picking up a piece of carrot and looking at Gumu with confusion. Didn't you know I don't like carrots? Seeing Gumu's fierce gaze, Lin Cheng promptly shut his mouth and buried his head, devouring his meal. How did your goddess perform? Gumu inquired. Isn't it obvious? She surely crushed her opponent in no time, Lin Cheng replied, invigorated, as if he himself had won. You didn't see it, did you? The way the goddess executed her intricate snow palm technique was nothing short of mesmerizing. Despite facing a Psyduck, the opponent stood no chance, and she secured a smooth victory. Here, for you. A chicken leg. Upon seeing Gumu hand over a plastic container containing a chicken leg, Lin Cheng's eyes instantly brightened, and he eagerly accepted it. Boss, you're too good to me. Lin Cheng expressed his gratitude. Hurry and eat. The afternoon matches are about to begin, Gumu urged. All right. Lin Cheng began to wolf down his lunch alongside the chicken leg. Half an hour later, at 1:30 p.m., to ensure sufficient time for the battles, the matches would not follow the usual class schedule. At this moment, all competitors and spectators had gathered, awaiting the commencement of the match. The host approached the stage and took the microphone. After a morning of intense battles, the competition has concluded splendidly. At this exhilarating moment, I am thrilled to announce that our top 16 have emerged. Now, let us welcome them to the stage with a resounding applause. As applause erupted, the host began to announce one name after another. Hiyu, Su Lin, Chen Luoxuan. As each name was called, the 16 contestants stepped onto the stage in succession to receive the audience's applause and congratulations. Gumu, boss, it's your turn. Gumu, accompanied by Mumu, walked from the viewing area up to the stage. On this journey, he was enveloped by cheers and applause, an experience he had never encountered before. Just a month ago, he was an ordinary office worker in the city. Now, he stood upon such a grand stage, basking in the audience's adulation. Indeed, the world is filled with miracles, and Gumu has believed in this since the very first day he arrived here. To you, Lin Cheng, Xiaoleden. At last, all 16 contestants had ascended the stage. Standing before an audience that watched them with rapt attention, leaving these newly 16-year-olds feeling both anxious and exhilarated. Thus concludes the list of contestants who have entered the top 16. This afternoon, we will conduct the elimination round from 16 to 8, with the format mirroring that of this morning. Now, let us proceed with the drawing. Next, we will conduct the group draw. This draw will be conducted randomly by our computer. Everyone, please direct your attention to the big screen. As the host finished speaking, the electronic screen in the center of the arena illuminated, swiftly scrolling through names. Subsequently, the results of the pairing, arranged in twos, appeared prominently on the screen. Hiyu versus Lin Gu. Chen Luoxuan versus Wang Ku. Gumu versus Xiao Lin. Tu Yu versus Li Xuan. Lin Cheng versus Su Lin. This concludes the matchups for our top 16. Contestants, please prepare yourselves. The competition is about to commence. The first match features Hiyu against Lin Gu. This battle was reminiscent of Lin Yu's previous matches, consistently tedious, tranquil, and gradually culminating in an inevitable conclusion where the opponent could offer no resistance. Upon taking the stage, Lin Yu uttered not a single word, leaving only Gaisai to drift around the arena. A swift black gaze rendered the opponent immobile, followed by a hypnotic spell. And then the Night Shadow's triple assault claimed the Lotus Child of Lin Gu's contestant, bringing the match to a close with the adversary utterly powerless. Observing Lin Yu's performance, Gumu found himself lost in contemplation, pondering how he would confront Gaisai and emerge victorious. First and foremost was Gaisai's hypnotic technique. Once ensnared, one would find their very life dangling in its grasp, subject to its whims. Moreover, Gaisai's elusive mode of movement, akin to the instantaneous teleportation of Mumu, raised questions on how one might counter such an approach. Perhaps it was best to ruminate on these strategies, preparing diligently for the forthcoming matches. To clinch the ultimate championship, a confrontation with Lin Yu was inescapable. One could only respond to the challenges as they arose. That evening, strategies would be contemplated. The first match concluded with Lin Yu victorious, advancing into the top 8. The next bout featured Chen Luoxuan against Wang Ku. Please prepare yourselves, announced the host. Upon hearing the names, Lin Cheng blinked, suddenly struck by a thought. Chen Luoxuan is actually pitted against Wang Ku. This promises to be quite the spectacle. Why do you say that? Gumu inquired, puzzled. Consider it. Both Chen Luoxuan and Wang Ku are undefeated thus far. Yet they encounter one another in the round of 16, with only one capable of advancing to the top 8. This match is bound to be thrilling. But Chen Luoxuan's flying mantis seems to be at a disadvantage, Gumu remarked, recalling Wang Ku's mighty Houndoom, with its devastating sparks and exceptional agility. For the flying mantis, it was nothing short of a nightmare. And thus, we shall witness quite the drama. Chen Luoxuan is renowned in our class for his strength. Previously, he won matches with scarcely a move. I wonder if he might stumble this time. Faltering at the round of 16, Lin Cheng chuckled. Gumu observed the two competitors stepping onto the stage, their eyes seemingly ablaze with combat fervor, locked in mutual gaze. Boss, I've got popcorn. Shall we snack while we watch? Lucy, I want some. All you think about is eating, yet you haven't prepared for your own match, Gumu replied with exasperation. Worry not, boss. Trust me. I've got this. Lin Cheng confidently patted his chest. You said the same before facing Tu Yu. Losing to a goddess is no disgrace. Very well then. As long as you have a plan, prepare thoroughly for the match. I'll have some popcorn too. Sure thing. Gumu held the popcorn while he and Mumu happily munched away. I must say, this popcorn tastes rather delightful. Ah, how scrumptious. Chapter 43, Flying Mantis vs. Houndoom. Both trainers, please position your Pokémon. Come forth, Flying Mantis. Chen Luoxuan retrieved his Pokeball from his pocket, revealing a premium ball. Houndoom, go. Wang Ku refused to be outdone, sending his energetic Houndoom into the battle zone. This match would feature two undefeated seed competitors. What exhilarating spectacle might they unveil? Let us await the unfolding drama. Who will emerge victorious? The fervent Flying Mantis or the eager Houndoom? The battle is about to commence. 3, 2, 1. The duel begins. Flying Mantis, focus your energy. Initially, Chen Luoxuan refrained from direct assault. In his view, the Flying Mantis's speed might not be sufficient to catch Houndoom. It was wiser to first harness energy for a boost. The Flying Mantis gazed ahead, concentrating intently on the energy accumulation. Wang Ku observed Chen Luoxuan with a smile. You don't strike me as the timid type. Houndoom, charge in and use sparks. With a fierce bark, Houndoom dashed toward Flying Mantis, quickly closing the distance, preparing to unleash a powerful sparks attack that could inflict severe damage. Flying Mantis, use double team. Chen Luoxuan calmly commanded. In the brief moment before Houndoom struck, the energy had been successfully gathered. Following the command, the Flying Mantis executed double team. summoning numerous illusions that surrounded Houndoom, halting its advance. The Flying Mantis's double team is impressively executed, Gumu marveled. Unlike Wu Zhao's Dragonite, the Flying Mantis's technique clearly reached a higher echelon. Both in speed of execution and the accuracy of the illusions, it rivaled even Mumu's proficiency, perhaps even surpassing it slightly. Flying Mantis, pursue and attack. Seizing the opportunity, he commanded the Flying Mantis to strike. But would reality align with his desires? Despite the excellence of Flying Mantis's double team, vulnerabilities remained. Houndoom, use Odor Sleuth. Sparks. Wonka decisively called out. Odor Sleuth? This is bad. Flying Mantis, defend. Chun Luoxuan shouted urgently. Indeed. Houndoom swiftly pinpointed the real Flying Mantis, unleashing a torrent of sparks from its mouth, poised to strike true. Fortunately, in that critical moment, Chun Luoxuan sensed the impending danger and commanded a defensive maneuver. A white barrier swiftly formed, shielding the Flying Mantis from the fatal blow. Had it not been for the timely defense, the Flying Mantis might have sustained grievous injuries, dramatically shifting the match's dynamics. Ah, so close. Wonka lamented. What is Odor Sleuth? Lin Qing queried. Gumu pondered briefly before responding. It's likely a variant of the scent detection technique. Odor detection can make attacks that typically miss ghost types able to hit them, while Odor Sleuth should be a modified version of that. Wang Ku is quite clever to think of such a tactic, discerning the true form of the Flying Mantis. After all, while the Flying Mantis's double team is formidable, it fails to adequately replicate its own scent. This slight flaw allowed the keen-nosed Houndoom to identify it. It seems Wang Ku's family has ties to law enforcement. Oh. That explains how he managed to train Houndoom so effectively. One must remember, Houndoom is practically a staple for police work. A well-trained Houndoom can resolve numerous challenges. Much like the relationship between police dogs and their handlers in our past lives, yet evidently, Houndoom holds even greater significance in this world. Returning to the battlefield, the Flying Mantis, propelled by the rebound of its defense, created distance between itself and Houndoom. What an exhilarating display. Wang Ku's Houndoom swiftly identified the real Flying Mantis. Yet Chun Luoxuan's combat instincts proved equally sharp, effectively countering Houndoom's sparks attack. The intensity of this match is about to escalate. Let us continue to observe, the host declared. Flying Mantis, vacuum wave. Chun Luoxuan commanded. He remained resolute in avoiding close combat. Direct engagement was only to be undertaken when absolutely necessary. As the potency of sparks was far too formidable, a lesson learned from watching Wonka's previous matches. Houndoom, evade while charging in. Wonka shouted. The cat-eye dog swiftly charged towards the Scyther, who, despite repeatedly swinging its fists and unleashing vacuum waves aimed at the cat-eye dog, failed to land a hit. As the cat-eye dog drew closer, Chun Luoxuan shouted, Scyther, pursue. He intended to confront the cat-eye dog head-on. While this might not be the wisest course of action, it was the only option available. Continuing to play defensively could lead to certain defeat, leaving them merely to await their loss. It was better to take a risk than to passively await failure. Head on. Who is afraid? Wonka commanded. Cat-eye dog, use spark. A robust stream of sparks erupted from the cat-eye dog's mouth, hurtling towards the Scyther. Yet, the Scyther remained undaunted, with fierce determination gleaming in its eyes. It charged through the flames unleashed by the cat-eye dog, executing a pursuit attack. Bearing numerous wounds, it lifted the cat-eye dog into the air, relentlessly slashing at its body with its bladed arms, sending the cat-eye dog flying. The Scyther, panting heavily and half-kneeling on the ground, had sustained significant damage from the fiery onslaught and appeared on the verge of collapse. Similarly, the cat-eye dog stood on the stage, battered and bruised, clearly not unscathed itself. Technical master? Gumu murmured. Logically, even trained, the damage from the Scyther's pursuit should not have been so severe. Thus, only one explanation remained. The Scyther possessed the ability Technician, which amplifies the damage of low-power moves by 50%, accounting for the immense damage inflicted on the cat-eye dog. Scyther, can you hold on? Chun Luoxuan anxiously inquired. The Scyther wobbled but gradually steadied itself, rising with fierce resolve in its eyes, as if ignited by an inner flame. The cat-eye dog, unwilling to relent, assumed an aggressive stance, flames spilling from its mouth, causing the air around them to grow increasingly heated. As the match approached its climax, both Pokémon bore significant injuries. Who would ultimately claim victory? Let us await the outcome. Scyther, quick attack. Cat-eye dog, spark. Chapter 44, The Moment of Truth. With a rallying cry, both the Scyther and the cat-eye dog surged towards each other, their forms flickering in and out of existence as they raced across the battlefield. The audience held their breath, witnessing the imminent resolution of this epic clash. Cat-eye dog, ignite. Let us embrace our victory. Wonka bellowed, fists clenched and eyes gleaming with fervor. Roaring, the cat-eye dog unleashed torrents of flames that danced in the wind, its fur billowing like a red ribbon as it sped across the arena. Chun Luoxuan, undeterred by the unfolding chaos, rallied with fervor, having endured numerous battles and training sessions. He would not falter now. Scyther, go. Show them the strength of our bond. Let us settle this in a fair contest. In a flash of brilliance, the Scyther transformed into a streak of lightning, its gleaming blades reflecting crimson hues against the fiery backdrop. The moment of triumph or defeat hung precariously in the air. Bang! The two Pokémon collided with tremendous force, producing a resounding clash. In the instant the cat-eye dog's spark struck the Scyther, it too was met with the Scyther's quick attack. To be precise, the Scyther's blades made contact first, followed by the cat-eye dog's flames engulfing the Scyther. Both the Scyther's quick attack and the cat-eye dog's spark hit simultaneously. Who would emerge victorious from this contest? As dust and smoke enveloped the arena, the Scyther, enduring the flames, retaliated with its blades, sending the cat-eye dog sprawling, while it itself succumbed to the ground, gasping for breath. The cat-eye dog lay defeated, sparks still flickering from its mouth, clearly exhausted. Who would seize victory? The outcome would depend on who could rise first. Cat-eye dog, hold on. Wonka shouted. Don't give up, Scyther. We are the strongest. Chun Luoxuan anxiously observed the fallen Scyther. Both Pokémon, echoing the calls of their trainers, struggled to rise from the ground. The audience held its breath, eager to discern who would prevail in this fiercely contested match. This bout was undoubtedly of a high caliber, showcasing a riveting showdown that captivated all present. Regardless of the victor, the spectators would be left in awe. Roar! Scyther! The cat-eye dog and Scyther, battered and bruised, attempted to rise. Just as the Scyther, poised to stand, was enveloped in a sudden red glow. What is this? Burn! Gasped the crowd, realizing the Scyther had succumbed to burns from the cat-eye dog's sparks, altering the tide of battle. Scyther! Chun Luoxuan shouted, sweat trickling down his brow, revealing his mounting anxiety. The Scyther, now engulfed in flames, could no longer withstand the additional damage, becoming the final straw that led to its collapse. Bang! The Scyther fell to the ground, while the cat-eye dog slowly rose, its fighting spirit undiminished, gazing at the fallen Scyther with a sense of mutual respect. Wow, that was spectacular. Who would have thought that at such a crucial moment, the Scyther would succumb to burns, losing its ability to fight? While we may feel a sense of loss, there is no denying the cat-eye dog's prowess. I declare, the victor of this match is Wonku and his Pokémon, cat-eye dog. Let us congratulate Wonku for advancing to the top 8. Applause erupted from the audience, a thunderous ovation blending with cheers and admiration, providing the competitors with the utmost encouragement. Chun Luoxuan stood momentarily in shock before breaking into a smile and stepping forward to retrieve the Scyther. You did wonderfully, Scyther. Keep it up, he whispered, placing the Poke Ball to his lips before securing it and hastening to seek medical attention for his Pokémon. You were impressive, Chun Luoxuan remarked earnestly, gazing into Wonku's eyes. Wonku, cradling the injured cat-eye dog, too required urgent care. He met Chun Luoxuan's gaze with sincerity. You were strong as well. Shall we battle again next time? As Chun Luoxuan extended his hand, Wonku readily clasped it. Of course. With a resounding clap, the two young trainers solidified their burgeoning friendship, igniting the flames of rivalry within them. Next battle, Lu Chun versus Lu Shi. Please prepare for the upcoming match. As Lin Sheng watched the two competitors descend from the arena, he couldn't help but exclaim, Boss, those two are incredibly strong. Indeed, Gumu replied. Both Chun Luoxuan's Flying Mantis and Wonku's Card Dog are among the elite of all the freshmen. Although Chun Luoxuan did not win this match and failed to secure a place in the top 8, his prowess is undoubtedly worthy of such a ranking. And even a position in the top 3 is not out of the question. He simply had the misfortune of facing Wonku, who has a significant advantage over him. Yet, even in this unfavorable matchup, Chun Luoxuan was able to contend with Wonku to such an extent, which is a testament to his strength. The various resources provided by the school will likely not be lacking for him. Although the rewards for the top positions at Yuqingno One High School have not been announced, based on past practices, they are sure to be quite generous. However, the significance of the freshman competition extends beyond mere rewards. Each year, Yuqing One High School admits a multitude of students, and the school's responsibilities are not solely confined to education. It also selects outstanding students to represent the institution in various competitions. These chosen few are the ones the school cultivates with utmost care. Therefore, even if Chun Luoxuan does not break into the top 8 and misses out on substantial rewards from the freshman competition, in the long run. He will still receive the school's nurturing and become one of that select group. Gumu's keen interest in the freshman competition, aiming for first place, stems from this very reason. Since we are here, we must not let this opportunity go to waste, Gumu murmured as he observed the competitors on stage. Seemingly sensing Gumu's sentiments, Mumu waved her small hand and called out, Ruth. Chapter 45, The Athletic Girl's Pachima. Unbelievable. Squirtle managed to both utilize high-speed rotation to deflect electric attacks, while simultaneously executing water gun, knocking Landy's Mareep to the ground. Let us congratulate contestant Yi Chun on his victory, successfully advancing to the top 8. Applause erupted, heralding yet another thrilling match. In the next round, contestant Gumu will face off against contestant Dang Yi. What splendid performances await us. Let us eagerly anticipate. Boss, it's your turn next, Lynching shouted. I heard you. Gumu replied. Mumu, we're getting ready to go. He affectionately patted Mumu's head. Ruth, please have both contestants take their positions, the referee announced. As Gumu stepped onto the battle platform, he observed a charming girl approach. She was not clad in the Yuching No. 1 high school uniform, but rather in athletic attire, a short-sleeved top paired with casual pants, her slender form exuding a vibrant and sunny demeanor. As expected, Xiao Ledin greeted Gumu with enthusiasm. Hello, I'm Xiao Ledin from Class 4. It's our first meeting. Please take care of me. Dang Yi beamed brightly. Hello, I am Gumu. I look forward to your guidance, Gumu replied politely. Wow, the sparkling Ralu Razi is indeed adorable, Dang Yi exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Mumu perched on Gumu's shoulder. Can I see it after the match? I promise, just a look. Gumu was momentarily taken aback by her request. If Mumu agrees, I have no objections, he said with a smile. Mumu stared wide-eyed at Gumu. Are you really selling me out like this? Really? So it's called Mumu. After the match, I will come find you to play. Dang Yi exclaimed. Mumu turned her head away. I don't want to play with strangers. Dang Yi, oblivious to Mumu's expression, continued. I have plenty of snacks. Pachima can't finish them all, so I will bring some for you later. Food. All right, on account of the snacks, I agree, Mumu relented. Observing Mumu's agreement, Gumu couldn't help but rub his forehead. Please have both contestants' Pokemon take their positions, the referee announced. Come on, Mumu. Let's give it our best. Gumu encouraged, patting Mumu's head with a smile. Now it's my turn. Go, Pachima. Dangy grinned as she tossed the Pokeball into the air. A flash of light appeared, and Pachima landed gracefully, firmly catching the Pokeball. It looked somewhat dashing. Gumu chuckled as he gazed at the round penguin. Pachima, huh? I recall it was also known as round penguin in my past life, part of the starter trio. Pokemon, Pachima. Category, Penguin Pokemon. Ability, Torrent. Individual value, 85. Gumu scrutinized the information on Pachima displayed on the system panel. It was no surprise that it had reached the top 16, with its individual value percentage being notably high. Pachima. The moment Pachima emerged, it blinked its eyes and joyfully hopped around, displaying its lively nature. Pachima, we're about to battle, so give it your all. Dang Yi encouraged, clenching her fists. As the battle was about to commence, both contestants prepared themselves. 3, 2, 1, begin. Pachima, use agility. Dang Yi shouted immediately. A crisp sound resonated as Pachima swiftly entered battle mode, enhancing its speed on the field. Agility, is it an inherited move? Truly worthy of its individual value of 85. Gumu mused. Mumu, use Shadow Clone and charge at Pachima. Gumu commanded. Dang Yi was not Wonko. She lacked the sophisticated sense of smell of a card dog. Gumu was exceedingly confident in Mumu's Shadow Clone technique. Even if a card dog were present, it would likely take some time to identify the real one. Mumu rapidly created 10 clones through swift movements, all charging towards Pachima. Pachima, use Bubble Beam. Dang Yi called out. Pachima, since it couldn't discern which was the real one, it decided to attack them all at once. A flurry of bubbles shot forth from Pachima's mouth, raining down on all the Mumu clones, causing them to disappear one by one. The distance is sufficient. Mumu. Teleport. Gumu commanded. The Shadow Clone was merely a means to close the gap. This distance was ample for Mumu to reach Pachima. Mumu use Psybeam. Pachima. Dodge. Dang Yi shouted. Just then, Mumu instantly teleported behind Pachima, launching a Psybeam directly at it, just as it seemed that Pachima would be hit by the Psybeam. Gumu was astonished to see Pachima push off the ground and swiftly evade the attack. So fast. Don't underestimate my Pachima, Dang Yi replied with a smirk. Pachima. Pachima joyfully responded to Dang Yi's praise. No wonder Pachima had previously used agility. It appeared that its base speed was already impressive, and with the agility boost, it could evade Mumu's Psybeam attack. Mumu, continue with Psybeam. Gumu said, regaining his composure. Pachima, use bubble. Pachima quickly unleashed a barrage of bubbles, which collided with Mumu's Psybeam in midair, resulting in a spectacular splash of water cascading down to the ground. Both Pachima and Ralu Rezi were evenly matched. Who would emerge victorious in this contest? The host announced. Pachima, use Water Ring. It can use Water Ring? Sister, just how many inherited moves does Pokémon possess? Gumu gazed speechlessly at the Pokémon before him. This marked the second inherited technique, while Mumu could only manage a single inherited skill. Pokémon had somehow inherited two, an extraordinary fate indeed. Mumu, use Charming Voice. Observing as Pokémon conjured shimmering water curtains around itself, Gumu hesitated no longer. If telekinesis couldn't reach, surely an area attack would suffice. Lose. Mumu swiftly unleashed Charming Voice, and Pokémon, ensnared in the midst of its water ring, could not evade the attack. However, it was evident that the damage inflicted by Charming Voice was minimal, and Pokémon had successfully executed Water Ring. Simultaneously, the slight damage Mumu had caused was partially recovered, rendering Pokémon's injuries noticeably lighter. This is becoming quite troublesome, Gumu mused, feeling for the first time that he was facing a formidable challenge. Though he had concealed tactics he had yet to employ, it was clear that this was not the opportune moment to reveal them. After all, this was merely the round of 16 in the elimination tournament, and having as many hidden cards as possible would be advantageous for the matches to come. Mumu. Use Shadow Clone. Chapter 46, A Close Call. Lose. Through rapid movements, shadows began to materialize around Pokémon. Watching the layers of water curtains enveloping Pokémon, Gumu realized that a swift resolution was necessary. Pokémon, bubble. They shouted. Not so easily done. Mumu, telekinesis. Gumu commanded. Bang. A flurry of water erupted into the air. This time, there was no need to close the distance between Mumu and Pokémon, allowing Gumu to confidently obstruct the attack. He had no intention of utilizing the condensed version of telekinesis just yet, while it might suppress the bubbles and inflict damage upon Pokémon. The energy expenditure was simply not worth it. Although that move was powerful, it consumed a considerable amount of energy, and given Pokémon was near full health, a single strike would not incapacitate it. Moreover, after executing that move, Pokémon could continually recover health thanks to Water Ring, while Mumu's stamina would inevitably decline, an endeavor fraught with losses. Thus, it seemed he would have to resort to that technique. Mumu, telekinesis. Gumu shouted. Pokémon, bubble. They replied. Relying solely on telekinesis would not allow me to reach Pokémon. Bang. Telekinesis and bubble clashed once more in the air, sending water splashing everywhere. At that moment, Gumu broke into a smile and waved his hand. Mumu, magical leaf. What? They exclaimed in astonishment, caught off guard. Pokémon, quickly dodge. Pokémon sprang into action, ready to leap away. Too late. Gumu exclaimed. Lose. Countless magical leaves, conjured by Mumu, cascaded down upon Pokémon, striking it down to the ground, inflicting significant wounds. Splendid. Just as Pokémon was distracted by the splashes of water, Mumu had successfully executed Magical Leaf, hitting the agile Pokémon. Since he could not use the condensed telekinesis, he opted for the newly learned Magical Leaf. Originally, Gumu had not intended for Mumu to reveal this technique so early, as Mumu's mastery of Magical Leaf was inferior to that of telekinesis, making it exceedingly difficult to strike the swift Pokémon. In the previous Life S game, Magical Leaf was described as ignoring accuracy and evasion rates, yet Gumu was unwilling to gamble. He understood that if he unleashed Magical Leaf, even if Pokémon could not evade it, it could similarly counter with Bubble to negate the attack. However, refraining from using Magical Leaf would put the battle's outcome in jeopardy. To ensure victory, he had to expose a portion of his hidden tactics. Thus, he deliberately unleashed telekinesis twice, using the resulting splash to obscure Pokémon's vision. Coupled with the effects of Shadow Clone, Pokémon was entirely oblivious to Mumu's actions. At that moment, Mumu executed Magical Leaf, and it was only natural that it hit Pokémon. Gumu watched as Pokémon fell, prepared to deliver the final blow. Mumu guard. Gumu called out urgently. Simultaneously, Day suddenly shouted, Pokémon, Ice Beam. Pokémon. The air was filled with a chilling aura as a long, silvery beam shot forth from the downed Pokémon, hurtling toward Mumu. Lose. Hearing Gumu's command, though slightly puzzled, Mumu, trusting Gumu implicitly, acted swiftly and executed the guarding move. Boom. The ice beam struck the protective barrier in front of Mumu, relentlessly assaulting it, attempting to breach the defense. However, it did not yield. The guarding technique proved remarkably effective for Pokémon, almost guaranteeing the complete negation of the opponent's damage. Why do I say almost? Aside from certain moves like feints and sneak attacks that could still inflict harm, a vast disparity in strength would also render it ineffective. For instance, Mumu could use the guarding technique to block Pokemon's Ice Beam, but could it withstand the Ice Beam from Articuno? Clearly not, as the difference in strength was insurmountable. Reality is not the same as a game, and many factors must be considered. Nevertheless, for Gumu, the effectiveness of the guarding technique was already sufficiently robust. What an incredible display! Who would have thought that the injured Pokemon could still unleash such a powerful move as Ice Beam? And even more astonishing was Gumu's nimble reflexes, swiftly activating the guarding technique to successfully counter Day's attack. The host exclaimed excitedly. So close to winning, Day sighed, patting his head in resignation. Indeed, it was but a hair's breadth away. Had I not noticed your unusual calmness, Mumu would have sustained considerable injury, Gumu remarked. Had Mumu been struck by that blow from Pokemon, securing victory in this match would have been exceedingly difficult. Regardless, your strength is evident. I concede this match. Let us duel again next time. Day waved his hand, nonchalantly complimenting Gumu. Not continuing the battle? Gumu inquired. No need. Pokemon is already gravely injured, and prolonging the fight serves no purpose. As a trainer, it is crucial to be aware of your Pokemon's condition, Day replied with a wink, exuding confidence. Very well. Gumu acquiesced, understanding that Pokemon, having exhausted its strength after using Ice Beam, was indeed incapable of continuing the fight. It was better to concede and prevent further harm. I will heal Pokemon and then come find Mumu to play. Referee, I concede. Day raised his hand, addressing the referee. Day concedes. Gumu emerges victorious. Let us extend our congratulations to Gumu for successfully advancing to the top 8. Clap. The crowd erupted in applause, their cheers echoing like thunder in the arena, resounding endlessly. Who would have guessed that Pokemon could wield Ice Beam? Indeed, it seems Day's lineage is remarkable, boasting 2 inherited skills alongside an extremely rare skill disc. Gumu is no slouch either, managing to triumph against such a formidable opponent. Quite so. The crowd below buzzed with excitement as Gumu led Mumu off the stage. Boss, that was truly impressive. Lin Qing struggled to find the right words to praise Gumu. What's the matter? Showering me with compliments. Are you hoping for me to spare you some face during our battle? Gumu chuckled. Who said that? Rest assured, boss, when the time comes, I will give it my all. I'm not afraid at all. Lin Qing replied confidently, lifting his chin. Well, that is quite a bold claim, Lin Qing. Regardless of the outcome, I'm in it to win it. No fear here. All right. Let us see if you can win this match first. Are you feeling confident? Gumu rolled his eyes at Lin Qing, expressing his concern. I believe the odds are in my favor. It all depends on execution. Lin Qing smiled as he spoke. By the way, Mumu can use Magical Leaf now. That's impressive. I only learned it recently, and Haven T had much opportunity to use it yet. Gumu replied with a smile. Indeed, Magical Leaf was a skill he had only recently acquired, carefully considering its effectiveness. Gumu had always intended for Mumu to learn this skill, as it was one that Lurantis could naturally comprehend. However, due to its grass-type nature, Mumu found it quite challenging to master. During their stay in the countryside, Shineduo had devoted considerable time to teaching it. Surprisingly, having a fellow Pokemon of the same species as a mentor allowed Mumu to learn quite rapidly. It was through this guidance that Mumu had grasped Magical Leaf, although Gumu had not intended to reveal it so soon. Nevertheless, encountering a water-type Pokemon like Piplup, which possessed the troublesome Water Gun move, prompted him to utilize it. Gumu fed Mumu an energy cube to replenish its stamina. He was well stocked with energy cubes, and with the numerous supplies he possessed, coupled with the system's recurring tasks, he had more than enough. If he ever found himself short, he could always ask Shineduo for more, as it surely had some to spare. Boss! Lin Qing suddenly exclaimed, tapping Gumu on the shoulder. What is it? Gumu inquired, puzzled. The goddess is about to take the stage. Isn't she adorable? Lin Qing's eyes widened as he fixated on the approaching Tuyu. Gumu chose to ignore him, but focused his attention on the stage. If all went as expected, Tuyu should emerge victorious. After all, he had witnessed her previous battle with Lin Qing. If he aimed to claim the top spot, he might have to face Tuyu several times. It was a perfect opportunity to glean more about his opponent. Knowledge is power, after all. Even though Mumu was formidable, there's a saying that goes, a lion does not hunt a rabbit without using its full strength. It was better to remain vigilant. At that moment on stage, the referee announced, both trainers, please position your Pokemon. Come forth, Snow Woman. Tuyu exclaimed, releasing her Pokeball into the air, summoning her familiar Snow Woman onto the battlefield. Simultaneously, Li Xuan released his own Pokemon. What is that? Come forth, Magnemite. Gumu observed, Surprised to see a Magnemite, 2U's luck seemed to falter. Having previously faced a fire type and now encountering a steel type. Prepare for battle. 3, 2, 1, begin. Snow Woman, use Icy Wind. 2U commanded. As before, she aimed to lay down the groundwork with her Icy Wind. It should be noted that her Snow Woman had mastered this move to perfection, having previously caught Lin Cheng's Fire Dragon off guard with it. Magnemite, use Thunder Shock. Li Xuan seemed aware of Snow Woman's prowess and did not intend to evade, opting instead for a direct exchange of attacks. The swirling snowflakes danced gracefully in the air, while Magnemite became the eye of the storm. The icy wind gradually encircling it and closing in, subjecting it to repeated blows from the snowflakes. Magnemite, enduring the onslaught of icy wind, emitted a constant crackling sound as yellow sparks shot forth toward Snow Woman. Likewise, Snow Woman, while manipulating the icy wind, found herself unable to evade Magnemite's thunder shock. ZZZZT. The electric sparks leapt onto Snow Woman, inflicting damage. Magnemite, use Double Team and charge forward. Li Xuan shouted. This won't do. I need to close the distance, he reasoned. 7 or 8 Magnemites simultaneously surged toward Snow Woman, attempting to close the gap for an assault. You wish to get closer? Not so fast. 2U laughed. Snow Woman, unleash Icy Wind. A chilling gust swept toward the approaching Magnemites, causing all but the real one to vanish in an instant, the original taking damage as well. What a beautiful move. Gumu marveled. It's crucial to note that shadows and the real body differ. Any attack on a shadow would cause it to dissipate. 2U's Icy Wind was not merely aimed at a single target, but affected all within its area of effect. Consequently, all of Magnemite's duplicates faded away, leaving only the original. How infuriating. Li Xuan fumed as he watched Snow Woman. Why is this so difficult? Magnemite, use Supersonic. Buzz. Magnemite vibrated its body, emitting a series of strange sound waves directed at Snow Woman. Snow Woman, continue with Icy Wind. 2U commanded. With no way to evade, it was better to maintain the offensive and increase her advantage. Sure enough, Snow Woman was struck, entering a state of confusion, her body swaying as she oscillated between lucidity and disorientation. Meanwhile, Magnemite suffered further damage from Icy Wind, its body teetering on the brink of collapse, clearly nearing exhaustion. This is to be expected. 2U Snow Woman is inherently strong, and Magnemite has already endured 3 attacks. Serious injuries are inevitable. If it takes one more hit, Magnemite will surely lose its fighting capability. Li Xuan's expression was a mix of determination and trepidation as he regarded 2U. Despite Snow Woman's state of confusion, there remained a possibility of successfully executing a move. In that case, let's unleash a decisive attack. Magnemite, charge forward. Li Xuan commanded. Magnemite drifted toward Snow Woman, its speed severely hampered by the 2 icy wind strikes it had endured. Fortunately, Snow Woman remained in a state of confusion, allowing Magnemite to approach unimpeded. That's close enough. Magnemite. Magnet Bomb. Li Xuan shouted. The critical moment had arrived. Should Snow Woman be struck by the steel-type Magnet Bomb, it would deal double damage, capable of altering the tide of battle. Snow Woman could sustain severe injury, leading to an even contest. ZZZZT. Magnemite frantically gathered its magnetic energy, forming a bomb in front of it. Lin Cheng, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of anxiety, muttering, the goddess is invincible. She won't lose. Gumu, observing the unfolding drama, felt uncertain. If Snow Woman were unable to execute her moves due to confusion, the outcome of the battle would indeed be uncertain. The match had reached a fever pitch. Would the Magnet Bomb find its mark on Snow Woman? Let us all await the outcome. Go. Magnet Bomb, the announcer declared. Swoosh. The magnetic bomb shot forth from Magnemite, hurtling swiftly toward Snow Woman. Snow Woman, hold your ground. 2U urged. Watching her confused Snow Woman, 2U felt a pang of anxiety. If it were not for the advantageous type matchup, enduring one hit would be acceptable. But now, it was a gamble. The Snow Child swayed unsteadily, gazing ahead at the magnetic bombs hurtling towards him, while the voice of 2U resonated in his ears. Hold your ground. The magnetic bombs. Chapter 48. You don't have a girlfriend, do you? Before the Snow Child, a shimmering white barrier gradually coalesced, capturing the attention of all. We did it. 2U exclaimed, sighing in relief. If the Snow Child had been unable to summon it, the match would have been perilous. Bang! The bomb was thwarted by the barrier, exploding before the Snow Child, billowing smoke all around. Success! The Snow Child has triumphed over the chaos and executed the defensive move, countering the magnetic bomb from the Magnemite. The host announced. How is this possible? Li Xuan was in disbelief, staring vacantly at the scene unfolding before him. The Magnemite, gravely injured, was now floating unsteadily in the air, while the snow child stood firm, suffering little harm. Looks like you've cleared your mind. Now it's my turn. You shouted. Snow child, ice shard. The snow child, having shaken off the confusion, harnessed his energy and instantaneously conjured a flurry of ice shards before him, hurling them swiftly towards the Magnemite. Magnemite, dodge! Li Xuan yelled, realizing the imminent danger. Too late, Gumu interjected. Do you think the ice wind is a game? After 2 significant reductions in speed, coupled with its injuries, the Magnemite could no longer evade the rapidly approaching ice shards. Indeed, the shards struck the Magnemite one after another, and within moments, it lost its ability to continue fighting, collapsing onto the ground. The Magnemite is unable to battle. The contestant 2U is victorious. The referee declared. Let us congratulate contestant 2U on advancing to the top 4. 2U, 2U, 2U. Many in the audience cheered, evidently a fan club rallying behind her. After all, most of those attending the match were students from U City No. 1 High School, and her striking looks had already earned her a notable popularity among her peers. 2U is invincible. 2U is the best. With a frown etched upon his forehead, Gumu watched helplessly as Lin Chung became enraptured by the frenzy, then quietly stepped aside, casting his gaze elsewhere. Who is this person? I don't recognize them. Gumu, Gumu. Suddenly, Gumu heard someone calling him from behind. He turned to see a radiant figure running towards him. Mumu, I came to find you. Gumu said. Lucy? Mumu, hiding behind Gumu and clutching his neck, peeked out curiously at the girl before them. Little Mumu. It's so nice to see you again. Dang Yi smiled warmly, her eyes sparkling with affection. Gumu, you defeated me. So you must let me and Mumu play. You can't go back on your word. As long as Mumu agrees, Gumu replied. That's great. Otherwise, I might have to give you a beating. Dang Yi declared playfully, raising her small fist and feigning ferocity, her athletic attire adding to her vibrant energy. Seeing Dang Yi's demeanor, Gumu believed that if he truly reneged on his promise, she might indeed consider confronting him. Lucy. Mumu gazed timidly at Dang Yi. Though focused and serious during battles, Mumu felt shy around strangers, but once familiar, that shyness faded away. Mumu. I brought snacks. Look. Noticing Mumu's bashful expression, Dang Yi felt her heart melt instantly, utterly adorable. She quickly opened her backpack and revealed an array of treats. This is a lollipop. This is potato chips. This is chocolate. As Dang Yi displayed the snacks one by one, Mumu's attention was irresistibly drawn to them. So many snacks. How about this? If you play with me, you get to eat. Dang Yi teased, holding the snacks out enticingly to Mumu. Lucy. Lucy. I want to eat. I want to eat. Mumu's eyes sparkled with excitement at the sight of the bounty, eager to leap into Dang Yi's backpack. However, it paused, glancing at Gumu. Is it really appropriate to abandon my master just like that? Perhaps I should ask first. Lucy. Noticing Mumu's hesitation, Gumu chuckled. At least you have some sense. Go ahead, just don't overindulge. Lucy is the best master. With Gumu's approval, Mumu dove straight into Dang Yi's backpack, looking up with big, pleading eyes. Here you go. Dang Yi beamed as Mumu jumped over, handing a plethora of snacks to the eager creature. Why do you have so many snacks? Gumu inquired. Is it wrong to enjoy them? I usually buy a lot of snacks, and since Bagamon can't eat that much, I just have extra, Dang Yi explained. Aren't you worried about gaining weight? Gumu asked curiously. Eating so many snacks should lead to weight gain, shouldn't it? Dang Yi's smile suddenly faltered as she shot Gumu a glance. You don't have a girlfriend, do you? Gumu was taken aback by Dang Yi's comment, momentarily bewildered. I'll have you know. That is considered a personal attack. I exercise regularly, can't you tell? Eating snacks one tea make me gain weight, she retorted, somewhat exasperated. Honestly, claiming that I might gain weight. Lucy. Lucy. Mumu also glanced at Gumu, asserting that gaining weight was out of the question. Delicious snacks were the priority. Dang Yi exchanged a look with Mumu, both seemingly united in their love for snacks. Observing the camaraderie between Mumu and Dang Yi, Gumu felt a pang of loneliness, prompting him to seek out Lin Chung for a chat. He turned around. The goddess is unbeatable. 2U is the best. Oh, forget it. If I'm alone, then so be it. How is Bagamon's injury? Gumu asked. He's nearly fully recovered. After all, he didn't continue fighting until the end, so his injuries healed quite rapidly, Dang Yi replied, gently patting Mumu's head. Gumu internally shouted. Keep your hands off my Bagamon. That is my hair to ruffle. Regrettably, we didn't make it to the top 8, Dang Yi lamented, but then, noticing Gumu's expression, she playfully tugged at Mumu's hair a few more times. Mumu, lost in the delights of the snacks, paid no mind to the antics. Actually, Bagomon is quite powerful. If not for Moo Moo's magical leaf, the outcome could have been uncertain, Gumu remarked. Indeed, Bagomon's water ring can be quite troublesome. If we hadn't resolved the battle quickly with magical leaf, the situation would have become increasingly dire. Yet, we still lost. Next time, I want to face you again, how about it? Deng Yi smiled. Sure, Gumu agreed, recognizing that more battles were beneficial, as they would not only fulfill the cycle task, but also help train Moo Moo. Alright, once the newcomer tournament concludes. Don't refuse when I seek you out for a duel, Deng Yi beamed. Absolutely, no problem, Gumu affirmed. Chapter 49, The Charmander Must Rise. Hey, not bad at all, Chief. When did you get to know such a beautiful lady? A voice drifted from beside him, and Gumu turned to find Lin Chung regarding him with an unusual gaze. What is up? Aren't you going to cheer for your goddess? Gumu asked. The goddess has already left the arena. I'm saving my energy for the next time. Do not change the subject. When did you meet that beautiful young lady? Speak honestly, Lin Chung demanded with a tone of resentment. We agreed to remain single together, yet here you are? Having found a lovely companion while I haven't even exchanged a word with my goddess. Think nothing of it. She is merely my opponent from the last match. Visiting to play with Moo Moo, Gumu clarified, glancing at the Moo Moo in Deng Yi's arms, and then considering Gumu's side. Lin Chung acknowledged that he indeed had never seen Gumu with female friends. It appears you truly lack charm with the ladies. I'll reluctantly take your word for it. Moo Moo must possess the allure, Lin Chung teased. Rusi, Moo Moo, seemingly catching wind of Lin Chung's compliment, lifted its head and chimed in agreement. Feeling a bit cheeky, are we? It's been ages since I've had a good smack. Gumu shot a fierce look at Lin Chung. What's with both of you attacking me personally? Deng Yi inquired, observing the banter. This is my good buddy, Lin Chung, Gumu introduced. Hello, I am Deng. She replied politely. Hello, Lin Chung responded, setting aside the jokes for a moment to reciprocate the courtesy. What is wrong with you? Gumu asked, puzzled by Lin Chung's demeanor, which was out of character. Typically, he would be flirtatious around attractive women, but lately, he seemed transformed. Had he caught a fever? Gumu felt Lin Chung's forehead, then checked his own. You're not ill. You're the one who's sick, Lin Chung retorted, rolling his eyes at Gumu. What I possess is a devoted heart, Lin Chung declared proudly. Spare me. With your history, should I tell to you all about your past? Gumu chuckled. Do you dare? Lin Chung challenged. What do you think, do I dare? Gumu replied, a glint of mischief in his eyes as he regarded Lin Chung. Boss, I was wrong. From now on, if you tell me to go east, I won't venture west. If you ask me to play support, I won't merely spectate. Lin Chung immediately begged for mercy, realizing that if you learned of his past escapades, he would indeed be in trouble. Very well. I shall let you off this time, Gumu waved his hand. Although Lin Chung's words sounded a bit peculiar, when had he ever needed a support role? As his loyal brother, Gumu resolved to stand united with him and would never engage in treacherous acts against a friend. A modicum of integrity remained. You two share quite the camaraderie, Deng Yi remarked, smiling as she observed their playful banter. Of course, we've been brothers since childhood, Lin Chung replied. Upon hearing this, Deng Yi's eyes flickered with a hint of melancholy, which Gumu noticed. Why are you still chatting? Aren't you supposed to compete soon? Gumu pondered aloud, directing his attention to Lin Chung. Do not worry, it's not a big deal. You still doubt my abilities? Lin Chung asserted confidently. Then how did you lose last time? Gumu pressed. Last time, I was overly complacent. Otherwise, the outcome could have been different. Of course, it cannot be denied that my goddess is exceptionally strong, Lin Chung explained. Indeed, just be prepared, Gumu replied. With Lin Chung's self-confidence in place, Gumu chose not to press further, believing in his brother's capabilities. After all, the strength of Charmeleon was undeniable, and his previous defeat to Snow Elf was merely due to Charmeleon's insufficient ranged attack capabilities, which would undoubtedly improve as he matured. Let us congratulate contestant Mao Tong for winning and advancing to the top 8. Next up, Lin Chung will face Su Lin. Please prepare, both contestants, the host announced. It's your turn, Gumu said. Yes, rest assured, I will return victorious. Lin Chung smiled as he spoke. I must keep pace with my goddess. I cannot afford to falter here. With a determined fist, Lin Chung strode confidently onto the stage. Please have both Pokémon take their positions. Come forth, Charmeleon. Lin Chung summoned his Pokémon first. Without hesitation, Su Lin threw out his Pokeball. Come forth, Teddy Bear. Teddy Bear? Gumu relaxed slightly upon seeing the opposing Pokémon. Since it was not a ranged attacker and posed no type disadvantage, Charmeleon had a considerable chance of victory, especially given Lin Chung's specialized training under teacher Chung Hai and the club. Indeed, Upon seeing the opposing Pokemon was Teddy Bear, Lin Cheng's expression brightened. It was finally time for him to showcase his skills. The match is about to commence. Both sides prepare. 3, 2, 1, begin. Charmeleon, let out your roar. Lin Cheng commanded. His strategy was to first reduce Teddy Bear's attack. However, entering the top 16 meant that Su Lin was no novice. Roar. Teddy Bear, cover your ears and use Round Eye, Su Lin calmly instructed. You think you can lower my attack? Not a chance. Charmeleon, use Smokescreen. Lin Cheng countered. Having anticipated Su Lin's response, if the roar connected, it would be a bonus, but if not, it was no great loss. Charmeleon unleashed a series of smoke clouds, enveloping itself in a shroud of black mist. Even though Teddy Bear attempted to use Round Eye, it could not land a hit. Well done, Gumu praised. Lin Cheng's response was nothing short of flawless. He not only evaded his opponent's Round Eye, but also obscured their vision. Teddy Bear, charge in and use Scratch. Su Lin commanded. Since that's the case, let us meet head-on. Lin Cheng smiled and shouted. Charmeleon, play with it. Use Scratch. Charmeleon burst forth from the smoke. Claws at the ready, eagerly charging ahead. Now, this is the romance of a true man, Lin Cheng mused. Teddy Bear charged forward. Its adorable exterior concealing sharp claws that gleamed with a silvery sheen as it lunged to attack Charmeleon. Bang! Bang! The sounds of their claws colliding echoed fiercely, reminiscent of ancient gladiators engaged in close combat, appearing evenly matched. Yet, from Gumu's perspective, Charmeleon held a distinct advantage. Your buddy is quite strong, Dingy commented. Approaching Gumu. Noticed that, did you? Gumu replied. On stage, every scratch from Charmeleon seemed to be deflected by Teddy Bear. However, a keen observer would notice that with each collision, Teddy Bear was pushed slightly backward. This indicated that Lin Cheng's Charmeleon possessed greater strength than Su Lin's Teddy Bear. Typically, Teddy Bear is known for its power, especially considering that its evolved form, Ursaring, is a dominant Pokemon in the forest, renowned for its strength. While Charmeleon's power was merely commendable. Now, for Lin Cheng's Charmeleon to exhibit greater strength than Teddy Bear suggested that he had invested significant effort into its training, which had previously gone unrecognized. What? Su Lin gasped in astonishment, watching the confrontation unfold. Under normal circumstances, Teddy Bear would have dispatched its opponent long ago. The prolonged stalemate was unexpected. Moreover, as Teddy Bear's trainer, Su Lin could sense that his Pokemon was at a disadvantage and might soon succumb if things continued this way. Didn't he see that coming, did you? Lin Cheng chuckled. My Charmeleon has undergone rigorous training. If it can't withstand Teddy Bear's attacks, then all those sessions, precious herbs, and rare potions would truly be in vain. Strength means nothing. Teddy Bear, charge, Su Lin declared, opting to unleash a powerful move instead of remaining entangled in the brawl. Confronted with the formidable melee prowess of the small Charmeleon, contestant Su Lin resolved to unleash a powerful tackle attack. Would Charmeleon withstand such might? The host inquired. In terms of tackle, Charmeleon may not endure, Gumu remarked. Having engaged in numerous battles with Charmeleon, Gumu had a fair understanding of its capabilities. The tackle skill boasted a might of 90, and in a direct confrontation, Charmeleon might indeed falter and sustain injuries. Indeed, Deng Yi concurred. On the battlefield, after a strenuous struggle, Bear Cub, upon hearing Su Lin's command, leaped back and began to charge power for the tackle. In no time, Bear Cub was poised, surging forward with remarkable momentum toward Charmeleon. Not so fast, Charmeleon. It's our turn to shine. Lin Cheng smirked, having awaited this moment for quite some time, ready to let Charmeleon display its prowess. Charmeleon responded, releasing a spark of flame in acknowledgement of Lin Cheng's words. Observing Lin Cheng's reaction, Su Lin felt a twinge of confusion. Nonetheless, he dismissed it. Bear Cub's attack was somewhat predictable, and since brute strength was not an option, it would have to rely on tackle. Roar! Bear Cub charged fiercely at Charmeleon, who stood resolutely in a peculiar stance, arms spread wide, one forward and one back. What is this fatty up to? Is he not going to counter? Gumu gazed quizzically at Lin Cheng, disliking the notion of being reckless. The audience below shared similar sentiments, their expressions reflecting doubt. If Charmeleon did not defend itself soon, it would surely be struck. On stage, Bear Cub had reached Charmeleon's vicinity, and as its body was about to collide, Su Lin's grin widened, believing the match was nearly concluded. Charmeleon, use your agility to counter, Lin Cheng suddenly exclaimed. With a swift maneuver, Charmeleon sidestepped and, with astonishing speed, seized Bear Cub's body with both hands. In Bear Cub's bewildered gaze, Charmeleon exerted a forceful push backward. Wait, this seems off. Weren't we supposed to clash head-on? What happened to our trust? Bear Cub, utterly perplexed, felt its fragile spirit suffer an unprecedented blow, watching as Charmeleon glided past, even catching a glimpse of a mischievous grin in its eyes. However, there was no time for contemplation. With a resounding thud, Bear Cub was flung to the ground, dazed, casting a resentful glance in Charmeleon's direction before losing consciousness. Bear Cub is unable to battle. Charmeleon is the victor, the referee declared. Incredible. Charmeleon's combat awareness and skills are astonishingly strong, exhibiting unparalleled calmness before engaging and impeccable timing during the confrontation. Even more impressive is Lin Cheng's mastery over the battle's flow. Let us congratulate Lin Cheng on advancing to the top 8. The host proclaimed. This comedic scene elicited laughter from the audience, as Bear Cub had been bested by its own move, likely leaving the little creature with a lasting aversion to that very attack. The battleground was no ordinary surface. It was specially designed for Pokémon battles, capable of withstanding a plethora of powerful moves. Bear Cub's tackle, combined with Charmeleon's counter and the recoil from the original tackle, resulted in the nearly unscathed Bear Cub being rendered unable to fight. Hee, Charmeleon, let us depart, Lin Cheng chuckled mischievously. He had envisioned this moment for quite some time, but had not encountered a suitable opponent until now, executing it flawlessly. How could he not be elated? Bear Cub. Su Lin, still in shock, had not anticipated that tackle would be so cleverly countered by Charmeleon, resulting in an unexpected defeat. Young man, Pokémon battles require strategy, Lin Cheng proudly stated. Su Lin did not heed his words, hastily recalling Bear Cub and rushing towards the Pokémon Center. Lin Cheng, witnessing this, chose to remain silent, descending the stage with Charmeleon in high spirits. Well done, Fatty, quite impressive, Gumu praised. Today's Lin Cheng had certainly reshaped his previous impressions. After all, Charmeleon had never triumphed over Moo Moo in their past encounters, yet it performed spectacularly today. Indeed, Charmeleon and I have undergone rigorous training, Lin Cheng replied. Charmeleon chimed in excitedly. After our training in Miracle Forest, I figured that since Charmeleon lacked long-range capabilities, we should bolster its melee strength to the utmost. To achieve this, I had to persuade my father to part with quite a bit of money for supplies. Not only that, but I also had to endure the club coach's grueling training regimen. Just thinking about it sends shivers down my spine. Let me snack on something to calm my nerves, Lin Cheng said, reaching for a snack from Moo Moo's hands. Moo Moo looked at Lin Cheng, bewildered. Suddenly, Lin Cheng had a realization, and the two exchanged looks. What are you staring at? Lin Cheng asked. What are you looking at? Moo Moo retorted. Princess Moo Moo, I apologize. I promise to bring you an abundance of snacks tomorrow. All different. Please have mercy and forgive me this once, Lin Cheng exclaimed, clasping his hands together in fervent supplication. Gumu watched Lin Cheng's sudden change in demeanor, utterly speechless. You weren't like this on stage. Weren't you quite arrogant? Show some backbone and exhibit the romance of a man. Lin Cheng, catching Gu Mu's expression from the corner of his eye, signaled with a glance. You don't understand. A man's romance lies in knowing when to be humble and when to be bold, he replied. Enough, enough. I shall grant you this one mercy, Moo Moo waved her hand, signaling to proceed as Lin Cheng suggested. After all, that bag of chips hardly had any left. It would be a fair trade to let him have them. And she could always get new snacks tomorrow. Moo Moo chuckled to herself as she pulled out another snack to enjoy, while Dang Yi continued to tug at Moo Moo's hair. Chapter 51, An Unexpected Encounter. This afternoon's matches have come to a close, and our list of top 8 contestants has been freshly unveiled. Let us direct our attention to the grand screen. The contestants advancing to the top 8 in this freshman tournament are Hiyu, Wang Ku, Gumu, Tu Yu, Lin Cheng, Song Rong, Mao Yutong, Yi Chen. Let us extend our warmest applause to them. Clap. The audience erupted into fervent applause. The battle roster will be revealed tomorrow, so we encourage the 8 contestants to rest and prepare for the upcoming matches, showcasing their most extraordinary selves. Time to head home, Gumu declared. All right, boss. Moo Moo, stop snacking. We're leaving now. Seeing Moo Moo still engrossed in her snacks, Gumu resignedly picked her up. Let me have just one more bite, just one more. Moo Moo pleaded, tugging at Deng Yi's backpack in a futile struggle. No more. Keep eating and you'll gain weight. Gumu gently tapped Moo Moo's head before placing her on his shoulder. Deng Yi, we're off. See you next time, Gumu said. Sure, see you next time. Deng Yi replied with a smile. Moo Moo, see you next time. Moo Moo chimed in agreement. Then Gumu and Lin Cheng gathered their belongings and exited the arena. The following morning, everyone arrived at the battle center. Gumu and Lin Cheng encountered each other at the school gate and entered together. Today, the crowd appeared to be larger than in previous days. Gumu observed the audience, noting even those standing, clearly indicating a significant increase in attendance. Naturally, today marked the final day of the competition, and everyone would be eager to watch. Lin Cheng remarked, leaning closer to Gu Mu and whispering, I heard from my father that some officials will be attending the matches today, so I must perform well. Is that so? Gu Mu pondered. It's quite reasonable. Considering Yucheng No. 1 High School is the best in the city, it's understandable that it garners attention from the leaders. Regardless, I must exert my utmost effort in battle. Gu Mu Lin Cheng. Gu Mu turned towards the source of the voice, spotting a figure rising from the contestant seats and waving at them. Thus, Gu Mu and Lin Cheng approached. Good morning. Yes, good morning, Gu Mu replied. Lu Si Mu Mu, upon seeing Deng Yi, joyfully exclaimed. Mu Mu, do you want some snacks? I've brought plenty, Deng Yi said with a smile, then produced a blue head from her backpack, offering a packet of chips. For you, Bojia. Thank you, Lucy. Mu Mu accepted the chips from Bojia Man, expressing gratitude before glancing at Gu Mu. Eat up, but don't overindulge. We still have a match to prepare for, Gu Mu advised. Upon hearing Gu Mu's consent, Mu Mu happily floated back to the backpack. Perhaps due to the snacks, Mu Mu quickly became familiar with Bojia Man, and they began munching on treats together inside the bag. Here is some for you. Bojia. Mu Mu retrieved a piece of candy from her little stash, offering it to Bojia Man. While Deng Yi and Lin Cheng might see this as merely a visually appealing candy, to Gu Mu, it was a premium energy cube. Bojia Man, not overthinking it, swallowed it whole and resumed playing joyfully. Gu Mu breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, there were no adverse reactions. The energy cube was of the psychic type, though it had some effect on Bojia Man. It was not overtly significant. Its probable benefits were to enhance vitality and perhaps induce a bit of restlessness. Director Lei, long time no see, you still exude charm, remarked Principal Fong. You're not looking too shabby yourself, it's been ages, yet you seem rejuvenated, replied the other elder. At that moment, on the second floor of the battle arena, within a room encased in one-way transparent glass, the two elderly gentlemen were reminiscing. One elder, though his hair had turned white, still possessed bright, spirited eyes and spoke with a steady, resonant voice. The other elder, exuding kindness and warmth, spoke in a smooth, rich tone. He was Fong Zepping, the principal of Yucheng No. 1 High School. It's up to you this time, Fong Zepping said with a smile, taking a sip from his tea. Enough with the pleasantries, you old coot. Whenever something goes awry, you come running to me instead of figuring it out yourself, the elder retorted, grumbling. If it weren't for your age, I'd have knocked you out by now. At this age, you should speak more elegantly. What can I do? If I can't make it to the rankings again next time, it'll be troublesome, Fong Zepping sighed, indicating his predicament. If you can't manage, do you think I can? The elder shot back. I brought you here because I have faith in you. You must believe in yourself as well. Rest assured, Lao Lei. The school will not shortchange you, Fong Zepping added, pouring himself another cup of tea and savoring it. He knew the elder would agree, as it was a reflection of his past glory. All right, I can't argue with you. But let me make it clear. Any of my demands must be addressed by the school. No problem. Then, my first request is. The elder glanced at Fong Zepping, who was calmly sipping tea, and continued with a smile, you can assist me. What did you say? As time elapsed, everyone returned to their seats, while some spectators without seats quietly stood at the back, observing the arena. The host took the stage, bowed to the audience, and cheerfully grasped the microphone. Welcome everyone to the 46th freshman competition at Yucheng High School. Following yesterday's thrilling battles, the top 8 contestants have emerged. Are you all excited to see their performances today? Next, we will pair the 8 contestants against each other to determine the top 4. Let us direct our attention to the big screen to discover which 2 contestants will face off. The crowd turned their gaze to the large screen at the center of the arena, where names continued to scroll, their speed increasing, until 2 names appeared. First, in the opening match, we have Wang Ku versus Mao Yutong. In the second match, Yu versus Song Rong. Boss, it seems we're finally going to face off. Lin Cheng raised his eyebrows, grinning at Gu Mu. Gu Mu glanced at the names displayed on the electronic screen and smiled back. You might have forgotten someone. What? In the third match, Gu Mu versus Yi Chun. What about me? Lin Cheng was momentarily confused, then recalled a possibility. No way. In the fourth match, Lin Cheng versus Tu Yu. After the host finished announcing the final pair, Lin Cheng remained a bit bewildered. Oh my. Chapter 52, The Ground of Earth. Ha. Gu Mu couldn't help but laugh. This should be a rare opportunity for you to interact with the goddess. Make sure to cherish it. Gu Mu patted Lin Cheng's shoulder, offering encouragement. But what I want is a normal interaction. Battling only involves Pokémon, not me. Lin Cheng rolled his eyes at Gu Mu. He hadn't expected such a twist of fate to occur, encountering you once more on the battleground. Good luck, buddy. Gumu and Moo Moo consoled the dejected Lin Cheng. By the way, Lin Cheng suddenly raised his head and shouted, "What is it? Have you fallen into a state of self-isolation, causing emotional turmoil?" "No, boss. What do you think my chances are of successfully striking up a conversation with the goddess?" Lin Cheng asked earnestly. "Not very high," Gumu replied. "Boss, can we be a bit more tactful?" "All right, considering the current situation. Tuyu is indeed a bit hard to approach, and during the last competition, she didn't have a good first impression of you. You also lost to her. So I think the chances of a direct interaction are rather slim. Why does that feel even more disheartening?" Lin Cheng looked at Gumu skeptically. Okay. Let us get to the point. The crux is, since direct interaction is off the table, let us create opportunities for indirect encounters. Lin Cheng proposed. Indirect encounters? Yes. Think about it, boss. Last time I lost to her, if I win this time, with her competitive nature, wouldn't she want to reclaim her honor? She would. Gumu contemplated, realizing Tuyu indeed seemed quite competitive. If she feels that way, won't there be plenty of opportunities for interaction in the future? Lin Cheng beamed with a goofy smile. This chubby guy only thinks like this when it comes to Tuyu. But do you think you can win? It seems a bit challenging. Lin Cheng pondered carefully. Although the little Charizard had an advantage over Tuyu's Snow Maiden, he feared that in a confrontation, he might still fall victim to long-range attacks, just as before. However, he was resolute, stating with confidence, "For the sake of future happiness, I must prevail." Gumu gazed at Lin Cheng, puzzled by his sudden surge of confidence. Indeed, as the old adage goes, individuals in love often experience a significant decline in their intelligence. As Lin Cheng contemplated strategies against the Snow Maiden, the competition commenced. The first match was about to begin, and the announcer called forth the participants. Wang Ke, Mao Yutong. Amidst the applause of the crowd, they ascended the battleground from opposite sides. Once they took their positions, the referee did not immediately signal the start of the match. Instead, he glanced toward the host. Upon catching the referee's eye, the host nodded in understanding. With the referee's permission granted, he retrieved a remote control from his pocket and pressed a button, eliciting a series of mechanical whirring sounds from the battleground. With a sudden crack, a fissure appeared at the center of the platform, rapidly expanding outward like a sliding door until it reached about a meter from the contestants, forming a rectangular black area that enveloped the entire battleground. Shortly thereafter, Gumu heard the clattering of machinery, indicating that something was in motion beneath the arena. To her astonishment, numerous stones, both large and small, began to emerge from below, rising swiftly. Although the process was somewhat elaborate, it was executed with remarkable speed. In no time, a brand new battleground materialized before the spectators. Unlike the previous arena crafted from special materials, this one was a genuine expanse of earth, adorned with an array of pebbles, sand, and several sizable stones, creating a fresh and rugged battlefield. Do not be alarmed. Following the principal suggestion, the school board has voted to implement a new system. For the quarterfinals, we will no longer utilize a singular standardized arena, but rather select random battlegrounds for each match. The host elucidated. As you can see, the first match has drawn the Earth Arena. The combat rules remain unchanged. Contestants, please prepare yourselves as the match is about to commence. While the crowd murmured with curiosity about the new arena, no one voiced any objections. In truth, the host was also somewhat perplexed. Although the previous rules mandated the use of a unified arena, she had received notification of a rule change just before taking the stage. Lin Cheng, does our school even have such a battleground? Gumu inquired. Of course, boss. This is typically reserved for the training of our school team and is generally not accessible to regular students. The school invested significantly to construct these facilities specifically to enhance the training of our team members, Lin Cheng explained, his knowledge of the school's affairs evident. After all, Gumu had gleaned much information from him in the past. Meanwhile, in a room on the second floor, an elder named Lei observed. Is there really a need for such elaborate selection processes? Why complicate matters? Fong Zepping questioned. The elder had hastily convened the school board to gain approval for utilizing this arena for the match, though he considered it unnecessary. He glanced at Fong Zepping, unusually pouring himself a cup of tea and savoring it leisurely. Why concern ourselves with trivialities? Just ensure a good start. I have my own plans. The elder appeared self-assured, continuing to enjoy his tea with an air of satisfaction. Such a scene was rare. Had it not been for Fong Zepping seeking his assistance, he would not have had the opportunity to relish this experience. Indeed, commanding the old man is quite a delightful feeling, he mused, a broad smile gracing his face, even causing the normally composed Fong Zepping to feel an urge to intervene. What an absurd display. Please allow both Pokémon to enter the battleground. Come forth, Houndour. Wang Ke tossed his Pokeball, releasing his Pokemon first. Dream Eater, it's your turn. Mao Yutong smiled as she sent forth her own Pokeball. In a flash of light, an oval-shaped Pokemon appeared on the field, its body adorned in a delicate shade of pale pink. Dream Eater? Gumu observed the Pokemon curiously, noting that it was his first time witnessing its real form. It appeared exceedingly adorable, reminiscent of its depiction in the anime from his past life. Floating gracefully, Dream Eater's side patterns shimmered with a subtle purple glow, unmistakably identifying it as a Psychic-type Pokemon. Chapter 53, Selection, Wood Arena. Wang Ke scrutinized his opponent. The Dream Eater was indeed a Psychic-type Pokemon, with no direct advantage or disadvantage against Houndour. Despite its cuteness, one must remember that those who reached the quarterfinals possessed formidable strength. The battle was on the brink of commencing. Contestants, please prepare yourselves. 3, 2, 1, begin. This match proved to be highly advantageous for Wang Ke, Gumu contemplated. How so? Deng Yi inquired. Considering the terrain, while it is littered with small stones and sand, it will not hinder Houndour's stamina and speed. Maintaining a rapid pace should pose no issue, Gumu elucidated. Moreover, if Wang Ke utilizes the larger stones strategically, they may serve as shields to obscure vision and deflect attacks. Indeed, the airborne Dream Eater, with its slower movement speed, becomes an easy target. Deng Yi recognized the critical point and continued. As anticipated, following the commencement of the match, Dream Eater found itself in a precarious situation. Wang Ke adeptly utilized the terrain to dodge Dream Eater's Psybeam and Confusion attacks, employing the larger stones for defense when necessary. Meanwhile, Houndour persistently employed its Leer move to weaken Dream Eater's defenses, closing the distance with astonishing speed. Although Dream Eater's Psybeam was powerful, each strike against the stones merely left significant craters, proving ineffective against its elusive foe. Mao Yutong had foreseen such a scenario before stepping onto the stage. Yet she had not anticipated that the change in terrain would impose even greater limitations. If Dream Eater cannot withstand the next attack, the match will conclude, Gumu remarked. Aware that if Houndour unleashed its signature move, the outcome would be all but determined. Deng Yi, cradling Mumu, gazed at Gumu curiously. How do you seem to know so much? Stay low-key, Mumu advised, sensing Deng Yi's curiosity. Normal operations here. My foolish master may be dense and frugal, yet he remains quite formidable. Gumu felt as though Mumu was disparaging him and promptly rewarded it with a roasted chestnut. Call me foolish one more time, and you shall receive no treats. Ruth, I apologize, foolish master, Mumu declared, maintaining its attentive demeanor, turning back to munch on some chips. On the battlefield, Katy Dog adeptly maneuvered around the stones, continuously evading attacks and swiftly closing in on Dream Eater. Observing this, Mao Yutong began to feel anxious with Dream Eater's speed. Evading Katy Dog's assault seemed nearly impossible. Once the distance closed, Dream Eater would inevitably find itself on the receiving end of a relentless barrage. As Katy Dog dashed towards Dream Eater, Wang Ke's smile broadened. This match proved far less challenging than he had anticipated. Had it not been for the new arena, Katy Dog might have faced a far more arduous battle. Katy Dog, use bite. Wang Ke commanded. What? Mao Yutong gasped in disbelief. It was not Spark. This was dire. As her prior preparations were rendered futile, she had intended for Dream Eater to counter with Hypnosis Beam during Katy Dog's spark attack, hoping to block and retaliate. Now, that plan was moot. Katy Dog, with astonishing speed, darted left and right, its sharp fangs glinting ominously as dark energy surged forth, hurtling towards the floating Dream Eater. Dream Eater. With a resounding crash, the impact reverberated through the arena as Dream Eater was sent flying, crashing to the ground. Dream Eater has lost its fighting capability. Wang Ke is the victor, the referee declared. The first finalist has been determined. Let us congratulate Wang Ke on advancing to the top 4. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Wang Ke descended from the stage. Although the match was not as intense as some might expect, it showcased Katy Dog's remarkable speed and skill prowess. What do you think? Fong Zepping inquired, glancing at the elderly Lei, who was casually lounging with crossed legs. Mediocre at best, the old man replied dismissively. Come on, Fong Laodao, bring the tea. I intend to drink my fill today. It's no easy task to serve your tea. You know, remember, brew it just like before. I can discern the flavor, the old man chuckled. Watching the elderly man indulge in his cherished tea blend, Fong Zepping felt a pang of regret. I know you well. Only a fool would believe you could tell the difference. This isn't a request for assistance. It's more like inviting a father figure to serve me. Despite these thoughts, he retrieved his precious tea leaves, resigning himself to the loss as a necessary sacrifice. Determined to see the old man consume a significant portion of his stock, Impressive, boss, Lin Sheng praised. I've been studying more material lately, Gumu replied. He had distinctly recalled that Katie Dog's initial skill set included the dark type bite attack, and Wang Ke had consistently commanded Katie Dog to use Leer to lower Dream Eater's defenses. Thus, he deduced that Wang Ke had no intention of utilizing Spark, especially since the dark type bite was doubly effective against the psychic type Dream Eater, allowing Gumu to foresee his next move. Quite astute, Deng Yi remarked. She too speculated on Wang Ke's potential strategy, but was unable to pinpoint the specifics, thus placing Gumu a notch above her in insight. The next match features Hiyu versus Song Rong. Contestants, please prepare yourselves. The competition is about to commence, the announcer proclaimed. During their preparation time, let us proceed with the selection of the arena. Everyone, please direct your attention to the large screen. The crowd turned to the overhead display, which showcased 4 arenas. The Earth Arena, where Wang Ke had just battled. The Wood Arena, depicted with numerous shrubs and small trees. The Water Arena, resembling a swimming pool but adorned with platforms for non-water-type Pokémon. And the General Arena, which bore no significant alterations, constructed from specialized materials akin to the previous battleground. Let the random selection begin. As the audience watched, the images on the screen vanished, replaced by a rapid succession of arena images. Eventually, the selection halted, with one image remaining on the large screen. The selection is complete. The arena for the second match is the Wood Arena. We eagerly await to see how the 2 competitors will perform in this setting. Chapter 54, The Mischievous Ghastly. In the Wood Arena, the match was about to commence. At this moment, a young man and woman stood calmly on either side of the battlefield, an unusual tranquility enveloping the scene. Song Rong expressed an inner desire for more excitement, yet for reasons unbeknownst to her, the atmosphere had grown somber. Both Pokémon, please take your positions, the referee announced. Come forth, Chikorita. Skipping the customary pre-battle pleasantries, Song Rong released her Pokémon. Chikorita landed gracefully on the ground, absorbing the abundant grass-type energy. Being in the Wood Arena felt like returning home for this grass-type Pokémon. Meanwhile, Hiyu remained motionless, her downcast gaze slightly veiled by her cascading hair, revealing a delicate face that, while beautiful, exuded an air of pallor, reminiscent of someone just awakened from slumber. Chikorita suddenly shivered. A chilling breeze swept past its ear, instilling a profound sense of insecurity, accompanied by an inexplicable, faintly sweet aroma in the air. It instantly sprang from the ground, warily surveying its surroundings. Hee hee hee. A chilling laughter echoed around it, causing Chikorita to shake its head in confusion, unable to discern the source of the sound. Hiyu, the match is about to begin. Please ready Ghastly, the referee urged with a hint of exasperation. Hiyu murmured softly, the single word escaping her lips. A faint purple mist began to coalesce beside Chikorita, materializing into form and floating before Hiyu, swirling joyfully around her. Having been pranked, Chikorita quickly regained its composure, glaring defiantly at the mischievous Ghastly. Observing Chikorita's reaction, Song Rong felt a twinge of helplessness. She was well aware of her Pokémon's fiery temperament. Contestants, please prepare. The match will commence shortly, the referee announced. Chikorita, stay calm and prepare for battle, Song Rong instructed. Hiyu was unlike any opponent she had faced before. While she had observed previous matches, this contender was formidable. Even though the terrain favored Chikorita, she remained uncertain of her chances of victory. He repeated, her voice soft yet captivating, almost ethereal in its melodic quality. Hearing her summon it, Ghastly ceased its antics, floating onto the battlefield, albeit still rolling playfully. It appeared that this Ghastly, unlike its master, possessed a surprisingly lively spirit. 3, 2, 1. The match begins. Chikorita, use Leaf Blade, Song Rong commanded. As Chikorita's emotions steadied, it promptly complied with Song Rong's directive. A flick of its leaf produced several green glowing, boomerang-shaped leaves that swiftly soared towards Ghastly. Seizing the initiative, for Ghastly's formidable prowess warranted Song Rong's utmost attention. This match was crucial for her. Ghastly chuckled, but this was no fault of its own. As a ghost-type Pokémon, mischief and pranks were ingrained in its nature. It relished in the amusement of teasing humans, even while serving as 1S Pokémon. Recalling how Ash had been playfully tormented by Ghastly in the earlier series serves as a testament to this. Amidst its laughter, Ghastly gradually transformed into a cloud of smoke, dissipating across the arena. Though the leaf blade of Chikorita appeared to possess formidable damage, it failed to strike its intended target, merely slicing through the space where Jengar had just occupied before embedding itself into the ground. What? Exclaimed Song Rong. Although he had anticipated evasion, he was unprepared for this particular circumstance. In a typical dodge, Chikorita would have been able to track Jengar's movements and subsequent actions. However, Jengar had now vanished into the surroundings, leaving Chikorita reliant solely on its reflexes. "Yo," murmured Hiyu. "Chikorita, take cover behind the tree." Songrong commanded immediately. Despite not fully understanding Hiyu's directive, he had observed her battles previously and had gleaned some insights into her frequently employed tactics. Was she attempting to utilize the dark gaze? It would not be so straightforward. A smirk graced Songrong's lips as he watched Chikorita swiftly leap from its position and dart behind the tree. Indeed, at that moment, Jengar's form began to materialize where Chikorita had previously stood, revealing its large, expressive eyes. So it was the black glasses. Songrong's assessment was astute, and his reaction time commendable. It missed. What an opportunity. "Chikorita, Vine Whip," he urged, keen to exploit the chance and deny the opponent any possibility of retaliation. Two Vine Whips emerged from Chikorita's sides, aiming directly at Jengar's form. "Yo, Shadows," Hiyu observed the unfolding situation, her voice as soothing as a gentle stream. Jengar cackled gleefully as shadows materialized around its body, and soon, the cacophony of laughter multiplied, creating a rather raucous atmosphere. "Yo, it's noisy," Hiyu frowned slightly. The lazy tone that followed caused Jengar to momentarily falter, adopting a look of feigned innocence, and the ensuing laughter diminished significantly, no longer overwhelming. Thwack! Chikorita's Vine Whips danced through the air, striking rapidly, dissipating the shadows one by one as they were hit. Once the shadows had largely dispersed, Jengar vanished once again, leaving no trace. Chikorita swung its Vine Whips, attempting to strike at the concealed Jengar, yet all efforts proved futile. Songrong contemplated a strategy. This course of action was unsustainable, a passive drain on resources that inflicted no harm on Jengar. "Chikorita, calm down. Focus and sense Jengar's position," Songrong instructed. Although Jengar's exact location remained obscured, Songrong believed it lurked somewhere nearby, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Given the nature of the field, perhaps Chikorita could utilize its grass-type abilities to discern Jengar's whereabouts. Upon hearing Songrong's words, Chikorita retracted its Vine Whips, attempting to soothe its agitated state. The rapid flurry of strikes had already drained some of its stamina, and the failure to hit its opponent had left it feeling quite unsettled. It endeavored to concentrate, attuning itself to the abundant grass-type energy around, observing its surroundings. "Yo, slow down," Hiyu spoke in a soft, syrupy tone, as if Jengar had wearied her with its antics. The familiar cackle echoed, and upon careful listening, it surprisingly emanated from beside Chikorita. Startled, Chikorita leapt up from the ground, its temper flaring. "I shall not be humiliated. I will fight you," Chikorita declared, extending its Vine Whips and thrashing them about, producing sharp sounds that sliced through the air, showcasing the formidable might of its attacks. Yet still, it failed to land a blow on Jengar, whose laughter continued to echo around them. "This is bad. If this continues, it will become dangerous." Songrong anxiously observed the furious Chikorita. At this rate, even if Jengar did not attack, Chikorita would exhaust itself. "Chikorita, calm down. Photosynthesis," he urged, needing to restore some of Chikorita's energy. "Yo!" Suddenly, Jengar's form appeared directly before Chikorita, its large face confronting it, their eyes locking. Chapter 55, Chikorita vs. Squirtle. Gazing at the ghastly visage before it, Chikorita's anger dissipated in an instant, leaving it in a state of bewilderment. "Oh my!" Chikorita dazedly gasped, then in a fright, it jumped up. "This is outrageous." "Yo!" Jengar extended its long, wide tongue, gleefully licking Chikorita. "This is bad." Songrong had not anticipated Jengar getting so close to Chikorita. An attack at this moment would be unavoidable. "Chikorita, tackle," Songrong commanded, prioritizing distance over all else. No more being licked. Falling into a paralysis state would be troublesome. Chikorita, hearing Songrong's command, suppressed its disgust and charged forward. "Focus." However, upon raising its head, it discovered a pair of eyes fixated intently upon it. "Yo!" Jengar's eyes widened, emanating a faint, ghostly energy as it relentlessly cast sleepy suggestions toward Chikorita. "Sleep, sleep." This was dire. Time was running out. Songrong anxiously observed Chikorita. Jengar's hypnosis had already been unleashed. Will Chikorita succumb to sleep this time? "Let us witness the outcome," the announcer proclaimed. "Chikorita, wake up." Chikorita, despite Songrong's urgent calls from not far away, Chikorita seemed oblivious. Its eyelids began to droop, enveloped in a warm sensation that washed over it, erasing its worries and calming its anger. This felt like home. Ultimately, Chikorita succumbed to the onslaught of the hypnosis, its eyes fully closing as it slipped into a beautiful dreamscape, unresponsive to Song Rong's desperate pleas. Yo! Jengar, seeing Chikorita resting on the ground, gleefully floated around it. Seemingly delighted, occasionally licking the leaves atop its head. I concede, Song Rong uttered wearily, his arms drooping, head hanging low. The slumbering Chikorita was clearly unable to withstand Jengar's next wave of assault. Recognizing this, it was better to concede to prevent further harm to Chikorita, after all. This was a friendly match, not a life-or-death struggle. Yo, return, Hiyu instructed. Yo, Jengar, albeit reluctantly gazing at the slumbering Chikorita, floated back to Hiyu's side. Its playful nature yearned for further amusement, yet loyalty to its trainer took precedence. Song Rong concedes. Hiyu is victorious. Congratulations to Hiyu on advancing to the semifinals. The announcer proclaimed. Applause erupted from the audience. Jengar's prowess ranked among the top contenders in the Pokémon tournament. Its elusive attack style, formidable moves, and effortless victories ensuring that it would remain etched in the spectators' memories. Next up, Gumu vs. Yichun. Please prepare for the duel. Meanwhile, the third match's venue selection was underway, and the big screen was revealed. Gumu and Lin Chung both gazed at the screen, as the next battle's venue was of paramount importance. Under the collective gaze, the images on the screen ceased their rotation. The selection concluded, and the venue for the third match was revealed, the Water Arena. The match would commence in 5 minutes. Let us anticipate an exhilarating duel between the two contenders. The announcer concluded. Boss, we are in a bit of a predicament now. Yichun's Pokemon is a water-type Squirtle, and he excels in aquatic battles. Lin Chung expressed his concerns. Do not underestimate your boss. Think carefully about how you will handle the upcoming battle, Gumu replied. Although the battlefield was water-themed, Gumu firmly believed that such a minor obstacle would not hinder his path to victory. When faced with challenges, one must adapt and overcome. May I invite both contestants to the arena? The host announced as the time approached. Go Gumu. Dang Yi cheered. Despite knowing Gumu's formidable skills, she felt uncertain facing off against the top 8 contestants, especially with the advantage of the battlefield on the opposing side. As a friend, she certainly wished for Gumu's triumph. All right, Mumu, it's time to go, Gumu said, giving Mumu a gentle pat on the head. Reluctantly, Mumu floated up from Deng Yi's backpack and perched on Gumu's shoulder. If we win, we can continue snacking. If we lose, there will be no treats. Gumu joked. Relu, we will definitely win. Mumu confidently declared, ready to vanquish any obstacle that dared to impede its path to culinary delights. The thought of indulging in snacks after the battle filled Mumu with excitement, eager to defeat the opponent swiftly and return. Go for it, boss. Lin Chung encouraged. Yeah. Gumu nodded. I am Yichun. I look forward to our match, the opponent greeted. Hello, I am Gumu. With their introductions complete, the stage was set for the main event. As the referee pressed the button, the ordinary battle platform gradually faded, revealing a swimming pool of similar dimensions. Gumu took a cursory glance. It appeared to be about 1 meter deep. Floating atop the water were numerous wooden planks, designed for non-water type or non-swimming Pokemon. The number of planks was substantial, spaced out to facilitate Pokemon movement during the battle. Please position your Pokemon, the referee instructed. Come forth, Squirtle, Yichun called out. Releasing his Pokemon first, a red beam of light descended, and Squirtle landed steadily on the wooden plank, sensing the abundant water energy around it. With a joyful leap, Squirtle dove into the water, circling the planks a couple of times before returning to observe its opponent cautiously. Go, Mumu, give it your all, Gumu urged. Rulu. Mumu floated from Gumu's shoulder to the battle zone's wooden planks. Why didn't it float in midair? There was no need. Mumu's levitation was maintained by psychic energy. An unnecessary floating would deplete its strength. Thus, it was better to stay grounded during the battle. The match was about to commence. 3, 2, 1. The match begins. Chapter 56, Ingenious Techniques. Squirtle, Water Gun Attack. Yichun commanded. Squirtle opened its mouth, and a powerful jet of water shot forth, aimed directly at Mumu. Mumu, use Shadow Clone, Gumu instructed. Quickly, do not fall into Squirtle's rhythm. Mumu levitated, swiftly moving to create multiple clones before landing on the planks. The water gun struck one of the descending shadows, causing it to dissipate. Subsequently, Mumu and its clones charged towards Squirtle. Squirtle, use Bubble, Yichun ordered. Faced with so many shadows and unable to distinguish between them, Squirtle decided to attack them all. One by one, bubbles were released, scattering and dissipating Mumu's shadows in the air. That's enough, Mumu. Magical Leaf, Gumu called out. Now within close proximity to Squirtle, Mumu rapidly condensed grass energy, forming a flurry of leaves. This process took mere moments, and soon, a barrage of magical leaves surged toward Squirtle. Squirtle, spin. Show them our strength. Yichen confidently shouted. Would Yichen employ that technique again? Gumu pondered, contemplating his response. Go, Gumu. You can't lose. Deng Yi cheered from the sidelines. Rest assured, our boss is quite formidable. He will undoubtedly prevail, Lin Xing added with a smile. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, it was indeed true. Squirtle began to spin rapidly on the wooden plank while retreating into its shell to unleash water guns outward. This was Yichen's signature move, utilizing Squirtle's hard, smooth shell to shield against incoming attacks while simultaneously launching its own. Not only that, but Squirtle also released water guns while spinning, continuously attacking in all directions. Even the highly effective magical leaf assault barely left a mark on Squirtle, proving ineffective. Take this, Yichen shouted, feeling a sense of pride as Squirtle successfully withstood Mumu's attack, a testament to his hard work. The water gun shot forth, rapidly approaching Mumu, who stood poised on the planks, awaiting Gumu's next command. I have it. Gumu noticed the numerous planks surrounding Mumu and smiled, formulating a plan. Mumu, use your psychic powers to control the planks and shield yourself. Gumu commanded. What? Yichen exclaimed in disbelief upon hearing Gumu's instructions. Mumu swiftly enveloped the nearest plank with psychic energy, raising it before itself like a shield. The water gun struck the plank, unable to reach Mumu. It can do that? Yichen marveled at the scene, astonished that Ralts could block his move in such a manner. Unbelievable. Gumu has cleverly utilized the wooden planks on the water's surface to block Squirtle's water gun attack. Truly, he is a player with an undefeated record, the host praised. Squirtle continued to spin and shoot water guns, but for Mumu, it had lost all efficacy. Mumu merely needed to maintain the plank with its psychic powers. And thanks to Gumu's extensive training in psychic abilities, Mumu's strength and quantity had reached remarkable levels. Mumu, continuously use your psychic powers on the water surface behind you. Gumu commanded. Rulu. Without hesitation, Mumu complied, directing its psychic energy toward the water, generating a steady stream. An astonishing scene unfolded. Mumu stood on the plank, using its psychic energy, causing ripples across the water that expanded outward, akin to surfing, gliding swiftly toward Squirtle. Yichen felt bewildered. Isn't this my home turf? Why does it now seem like Ralts has claimed dominion here? Gumu beamed with a smile, attributing his success to the invaluable guidance of Teacher Chung Hai. During the rigorous training in the Miracle Forest, Teacher Chung had instilled in them not only the importance of adapting to the terrain, but also the necessity of utilizing it to their advantage. Had Teacher Chung been present, he would undoubtedly have expressed his satisfaction at witnessing the fruits of his training. Yichen hesitated as he stared at the Squirtle before him. The rapid spinning while using water gun had proven ineffective, and maintaining the spin further would likely deplete his stamina after enduring several attacks. It was a dilemma, neither appetizing nor easily discarded. This indeed reflected Yichen's inner turmoil. He realized he could no longer afford to delay. As he observed Mumu drawing closer to Squirtle, Yichen shouted, Squirtle, jump into the water. Mumu, use psychic. Gumu swiftly commanded. He had anticipated that Yichen would not remain passive and would surely devise another strategy to launch an attack. Thus, as soon as Yichen made a move, he promptly issued his orders. Lulu. The board obstructing Mumu's path flew away, and a surge of psychic energy surged towards Squirtle. Among all of Mumu's attack skills, Psychic was undoubtedly the fastest, making it the only viable option at that moment, lest he risk missing his target. Opportunities in battle often arise in the blink of an eye, and seizing them relies solely on one's ability. Indeed, just as Squirtle ceased its spinning and became disoriented, on the verge of entering the water, a well-aimed psychic strike landed squarely on Squirtle's head. Precisely, it struck the head. For the vast majority of Pokémon, the head is an absolute weak point, which is why, during combat, they instinctively evade attacks aimed at it. However, having just finished its spin, Squirtle's coordination was still lagging. And with Mumu's precise targeting, the attack naturally found its mark. Squirtle, Yichen shouted, his heart racing. He had not anticipated Gumu's swift reaction, managing to strike Squirtle in such a short span of time. A tremendous splash erupted as Squirtle was knocked down, submerged beneath the water. As the splashes receded, Squirtle was seen floating on the surface, unconscious. Squirtle has lost its fighting capability. Lala Lasai is victorious. The host announced. Let us congratulate contestant Gumu on advancing to the top 4. Applause erupted from the audience, accompanied by numerous exclamations of admiration, especially from Lin Cheng, who clapped enthusiastically below. See, I knew my boss would win. Chapter 57, The One Who Defeated Me? Mumu, splendid work. Lulu, of course, I am the strongest. Mumu floated back from the arena, and Gu Mu exclaimed joyfully. A formidable opponent indeed. This battle was merely a preliminary trial. At some point in the future, guided by fate, we shall meet again to contend for justice. Yi Chun, initially disheartened by his loss, soon regained his confidence, recalling Squirtle and approaching Gu Mu. Next time, we shall battle again, Gu Mu replied with a smile. Friendly duels are an excellent means of progress. Although Yi Chun's Squirtle was bested by Gu Mu, it possesses considerable strength, making it well suited for mutual training. It's a deal, Yi Chun affirmed, then headed toward the medical center with Squirtle. Gu Mu watched Yi Chun's retreating figure, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. There was something intriguing about him. Old Lei, this kid's not bad, Fong Zepping remarked, pointing at Gu Mu with confidence. He is a student from Yuqing No. 1 High School. Receiving praise from others certainly reflects well on him. Not bad, the old man replied, sipping his tea leisurely. Gu Mu's performance merely caught his eye. After all, Gu Mu had employed a clever tactic to counter Squirtle's spinning attack. If this was all that he had displayed, it could only be deemed acceptable. You certainly have high standards, Fong Zepping retorted, though he recognized the truth in the old man's words. Gu Mu's exhibited prowess was commendable, but did not possess the direct strength of Hiyu. Nonetheless, he remained a worthy candidate for cultivation, destined to become a significant asset to the school in the future. Old Lei, while you may speak freely, please do not tarnish my tea, Fong Zepping lamented, eyeing the tea leaves on the table. Is this how one brews tea? You're infusing it. It seems like you're just devouring my leaves. Watching the old man grab a handful and toss it into the teapot, Fong Zepping nearly succumbed to the impulse to flip the table. Who told you to swindle me? I'll drink it how I please. It's none of your business. Old Lei scoffed, reclining with his legs crossed. Fong Zepping's frustration was palpable as he huffed and puffed. All right, drink your fill. Just don't complain about feeling ill later. Fong Zepping waved his hand dismissively, indicating his desire to ignore the cantankerous old man. Had it not been for the dire circumstances, he would never wish to encounter this vexatious elder again. As Gu Mu stepped off the stage amid the audience's applause, Mumu perched contentedly on his shoulder, happily munching on an energy cube. It seemed inevitable that he would soon deplete Mumu's supply of provisions. Gu Mu glanced into his backpack, which held dozens of energy cubes, realizing the resources of the landlord's household were dwindling. Quite impressive indeed. You truly deserve the accolades for defeating me, Deng Yi remarked, genuinely impressed. To triumph over such a formidable opponent as Gu Mu with such ease warranted her praise. However, as soon as she spoke, she noticed Lin Cheng and Gu Mu looking at her with puzzled expressions, suddenly feeling as though something was amiss. The one who defeated you? Lin Cheng repeated Deng Yi's words incredulously. Though he had a general understanding of her intent, the ambiguous phrasing left him astonished. Gu Mu also looked bemused, questioning the appropriateness of such a blunt declaration right after stepping down. Should he agree or disagree? What are you two thinking? I meant Gu Mu won against me in the competition. Deng Yi, realizing her verbal misstep, felt her cheeks flush red and hurriedly clarified. Ah, I see your point. What are you getting at, fatty? Gu Mu nodded quickly, playfully patting Lin Cheng's head. Lin Cheng suddenly felt his tender heart was deeply wounded. Gu Mu's expression had betrayed him, implying exactly that, and yet he was left to bear the brunt of it. I'm feeling blue. You should focus on how to handle the upcoming match, Gu Mu suggested, shifting the topic. The tender heart was hurt once more as Lin Cheng gazed at Gu Mu sorrowfully. Don't look at me like that. Think of a plan, Gu Mu urged. Next up, contestant Lin Cheng will face contestant Tuyu. As you all know, these two have previously sparred, leading us to wonder who will emerge victorious this time. Will we witness a fresh spectacle? The host excitedly announced, energizing the atmosphere and providing commentary to fill the venue with fervor. Now, let us proceed to the final venue selection for the top 8. Please direct your attention to the big screen. As the images whirled, Lin Cheng anxiously watched the screen, acutely aware that the venue selection could significantly influence the outcome of the battle. Under the watchful gaze of the audience, the screen soon came to a halt, revealing the final image. I hereby declare that the venue for the final match of the top 8 is the Wood Arena, the host proclaimed. Upon hearing the final result, Lin Cheng visibly exhaled in relief. What's wrong? Is there a chance in the Wood Arena? Gu Mu looked at Lin Cheng with a puzzled expression and asked, surely this is better than the Water Arena? Lin Cheng shot him a side glance and replied, that is true. If Lin Cheng's Charmander were to battle Tuyu's Snow Sprite in the Water Arena, it would be a complete mismatch. This also presented an opportunity. After all, having undergone intensive training in the Miracle Forest for so long, he couldn't possibly let teacher Cheng Hai down. Lin Cheng spoke with confidence. All right, go for it. I'll be waiting for your triumphant return, Gu Mu said earnestly. Although he was uncertain about Lin Cheng's chances of victory, one should always support their brothers. If he lost, he could always regain his honor next time. Go for it. Dang Yi gently ruffled Moo Moo's hair, adding her encouragement. Rest assured, I will emerge victorious. If I can't even keep up with her footsteps, then what hope do I have in pursuing her? Lin Cheng declared resolutely. Well said, my friend. A true man. Gu Mu praised, recognizing this side of Lin Cheng that he had never witnessed during their high school days. Though he had seen it after entering the workforce in his previous life, it seemed that pursuing Tu Yu had indeed brought out the best in the fatty. I'm not fatty, Lin Cheng retorted, lightly patting Gu Mu on the back. Gu Mu instantly felt a shiver run down his spine, suppressing the urge to retaliate against Lin Cheng. Stop fooling around, focus on the match. He kicked Lin Cheng lightly and shouted, You foolish fatty. You've squandered my heartfelt sentiments. Give them back. A chuckle escaped Dang Yi as she witnessed their playful banter. Attention, competitors. Please take the stage. The host announced. Boss, I'm heading up, Lin Cheng said. Hurry along, and don't lose. Gu Mu urged. Got it. With that, Lin Cheng made his way to the stage. Watching his retreating figure, Gu Mu smiled. Is this how you guys usually interact? Dang Yi inquired. Gu Mu pondered for a moment before responding seriously. Don't be fooled by Fatty's playful nature. He's incredibly reliable when it counts. He's my best brother. So, do you think he can win this time? Dang Yi asked. It's hard to say. Although he lost to Tu Yu before, I believe in Fatty's strength and capabilities. Gu Mu declared, his gaze fixed on Lin Cheng's figure. Even though Lin Cheng had previously suffered defeat, Gu Mu had faith that this time victory was within reach. As Lin Cheng stepped onto the stage and faced the familiar visage before him, he refrained from displaying the same foolish grin he had shown the first time. This time, he intended to prove himself through sheer strength, determined to make Tu Yu see him in a new light. Hi, we meet again. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Lin Cheng, Lin as in the forest, Cheng as in city wall, he smiled. Tu Yu regarded the familiar figure with a puzzled expression, clearly confused as to why he felt the need to reiterate his introduction. After a moment's contemplation, she decided to let him be. Aren't you going to concede? Tu Yu queried. She recalled that Lin Cheng had lost to her last time. Why was he eager for a rematch? Concede? That word does not exist in my vocabulary. If you wish to defeat me, you must first overcome me again, Lin Cheng asserted resolutely. While his words bore a hint of cliché, they encapsulated the sentiments he wished to convey. How could someone who chose Charmander as their initial Pokémon possibly back down? Very well, Tu Yu replied, no longer feeling the need to elaborate. It was merely another battle, after all, and there was ample time to spare. A rumble echoed as the wooden arena slowly began to rise before the spectators. Please have your Pokémon take their positions, the referee announced. Come forth, Snow Sprite. Tu Yu threw her Pokeball, summoning the Snow Sprite. Charmander, come out and greet an old friend. Lin Cheng squeezed the Pokeball in his hand and tossed it into the air. A flash of red light erupted, and Charmander appeared on the wooden battlefield. Upon its arrival, Charmander locked eyes with the Snow Sprite in the distance, its gaze ablaze with the flames of battle. The memory of their previous defeat lingered fresh in its mind, and the sight of its adversary ignited a fierce desire for retribution. Charmander exhaled a shower of sparks, expressing its eagerness to fight. Seeing both competitors ready, the referee announced, the match is about to commence. 3, 2, 1, begin. Snow Sprite, use Powder Snow. Tu Yu commanded. Is she really using that move again? But I'm not the same as I was before, Lin Cheng chuckled. He had devoted considerable effort over the past few days to studying the Snow Sprite's abilities. If he couldn't counter even this Powder Snow, how could he hope for victory? Charmander, incinerate the nearby bushes, Lin Cheng said with a slight smile, his tone lighthearted. Tu Yu watched in confusion as Charmander targeted the bushes instead of seeking refuge from the impending flurry of snowflakes. As Charmander set the brush ablaze, the Snow Sprite unleashed its storm of powder snow, just as before, sweeping toward Charmander with the intent to strike. But then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The swirling powder snow transformed into droplets of water just as it approached Charmander, losing its capacity to attack. Lin Cheng observed the scene with a grin, declaring, in my dictionary, surrender does not exist. Chapter 58. Charge in and hammer it. Lin Cheng's strategic use of fire to melt the Snow Sprite's attack astounded the spectators. Impressive, Gu Mu remarked. Fatty executed that maneuver beautifully, avoiding damage and conserving energy by merely igniting a small fire. Watching the Snow Sprite's attack dissolve so effortlessly at the hands of Charmander, Tu Yu's expression shifted to one of surprise. Previously, Charmander had struggled against the powder snow. Although this time it had benefited from the arena's conditions, it still demonstrated greater strength overall. Nevertheless, Tuyu was not one to concede defeat easily. The snow sprite will not lose, she declared. She then focused intently on Lin Cheng, preparing to unleash her full power. Apologies, but I must win this match, Lin Cheng replied with a smile. To capture Tuyu's attention, the first step was to overcome her. With that objective in mind, Lin Cheng fought with unwavering determination. Charmander, get ready. We shall avenge our past defeat, he shouted. Gala. Charmander opened its mouth, occasionally emitting sparks, brimming with fighting spirit. Charmander, use smokescreen, Lin Cheng commanded. With a series of hissing sounds, plumes of black smoke erupted from Charmander's mouth, gradually enveloping the surrounding area. Is she using that move again? Tuyu remarked. Snow Sprite. Unleash icy wind. Since it was a gaseous substance, it could easily be dispersed by a strong gust. The Snow Sprite gathered energy, its icy power coalescing into a powerful gust that surged toward Charmander. You think it'll be that easy to disperse it? Charmander, increase the output and show her our strength, Lin Cheng declared confidently. In that moment, he brimmed with self-assurance, fully aware that he stood here with everything on the line. A loss might mean no second chances. Gala. As the frigid wind bore down, the smokescreen surrounding Charmander began to dissipate. Upon receiving the command from Lin Cheng, the Charmander let out a fierce roar, subsequently increasing the frequency at which it exhaled a smoky veil, continuously replenishing the dissipating haze. Charmander, charge forth. As the smoke thickened, the Charmander surged ahead with fervor. This rapid deployment of smoke, however, could not be sustained for long. Thus, it was imperative to approach the Snow Girl before the icy gust dispersed the mist. Despite the smoke still enveloping it, the chill emanating from the Snow Girl undeniably afflicted the Charmander, gradually inflicting damage. Nevertheless, the Charmander persevered, enduring the pain as it pressed on. Snow Girl, unleash a barrage of ice shards, Tuyu commanded after a moment of contemplation. Given the circumstances, it was no longer prudent to conceal her true strength. The Snow Girl found itself in a defensive position. Should the Charmander draw near, it would likely be overwhelmed in close combat. Standing resolutely, the Snow Girl summoned a continuous flow of ice energy from within, swiftly manifesting numerous ice blocks that floated before it. 1, 2, 3. As the Charmander drew closer, the number of ice blocks multiplied exponentially, surpassing the typical quantity associated with a standard ice shard attack, and the count continued to escalate. How can there be so many ice shards? It is simply inconceivable that this is the capability of a novice, murmured Gu Mu, clearly astonished. Is this why it is termed a barrage of ice shards? After a brief interval, the production of ice blocks by the Snow Girl began to wane. As the supply of ice energy could scarcely keep pace, it appeared nearly complete. A rough estimation indicated that this barrage of ice shards was approximately 2 to 3 times the normal amount. Heavens! Tuyu Snow Girl has managed to conjure such a multitude of ice shards. How will Lin Cheng respond? The host announced. It seems that the Snow Girl possesses an extraordinary mastery over ice, Gu Mu remarked in awe. Then, with a sudden thrust, the Snow Girl sent all the ice shards hurtling towards the Charmander, causing the temperature in the arena to plummet. Let us see how you withstand my onslaught. Tuyu glared at Lin Cheng, her frustration palpable. You've compelled me to resort to this tactic. You are not as weak as I initially thought, she mused. It was rare for her to reveal such a card unless absolutely necessary. However, if advancing was the goal, then so be it. Lin Cheng, witnessing the multitude of ice shards hurtling towards the Charmander, furrowed his brow, his expression growing grave. He was oblivious to Tuyu's inner thoughts. For him, the singular objective was victory. Charmander, maneuver behind the trees, Lin Cheng instructed. There was no alternative. With so many ice shards, a significant hit could incapacitate the Charmander entirely. The fierce confrontation was on the verge of erupting. The Charmander was now perilously close to the Snow Girl. It merely had to endure this barrage of ice shards to fulfill Lin Cheng's aim. Bang, bang, bang. The resounding collisions echoed across the stage, reverberating outward. Countless ice shards relentlessly assailed the black smoke, transforming the scene into an obscured battleground. No one could discern what lay within. For the smoke did not merely obscure the Snow Girl's vision, but rendered everything beyond the Charmander a mystery. Thus, Lin Cheng could only place his faith in the Charmander, trusting in its agility to evade the onslaught of ice shards and to endure. Within the smoky veil, the Charmander grit its teeth, darting left and right. The arboreal landscape of the arena was distinctly different from a genuine forest. The trees and shorter shrubs were planted with meticulous design, arranged in a deliberate pattern. Could the Charmander possibly melt the ice shards with fire? Clearly, that was unattainable. To navigate, the Charmander could not afford to ignite the surrounding trees as it had previously. time was of the essence. To mitigate damage, the Charmander had to move swiftly, utilizing its spark attack only to counter larger or more critical ice shards. When near trees, it would take cover momentarily before advancing again. Even so, it was occasionally struck by stray ice shards, inflicting further harm. As the barrage of ice shards continued, the Snow Girl's stamina began to wane, while the Charmander's smoke veil gradually dwindled. The Charmander could no longer maintain the rapid movement and the emission of smoke simultaneously. "Keep going, Charmander," Lin Qing shouted fervently. As the smoke continued to dissipate, the Charmander gradually emerged into the spectator's line of sight. "Galar!" The Charmander burst forth from the ice shard's assault, its body marred with numerous wounds inflicted by the icy projectiles. Though the individual strikes were not particularly devastating, their cumulative effect had nonetheless taken a toll on the Charmander. Seeing the injuries on his companions stirred Lin Qing's heart with concern, but now was not the moment for lamentation. "Charmander, charge in, use spark," Lin Qing commanded. Tu Yu's expression shifted to one of astonishment as she beheld the Charmander emerging from the onslaught of ice shards, having withstood her ultimate move. "Snow Girl, hold your ground," she called out decisively. "Galar!" A burst of sparks erupted from the Charmander's mouth, hurtling towards the Snow Girl. Unfortunately, before the attack could connect, a barrier of white light materialized, halting its advance. "Snow Girl, ice shards." Tu Yu quickly followed up, seeking to exploit the moment the Charmander expended its spark attack. "Is that so?" Lin Qing remarked, a confident expression crossing his face. "Did you think I would fall for the same trick again? Charmander, do not cease. Continue with spark. Advance," Lin Qing shouted. "What?" Tu Yu gasped. She was taken aback to see the Charmander persist in its spark attack, showing no signs of stopping. Lin Qing's intent for the Charmander to maintain its spark was to prevent the Snow Girl from ceasing its defensive maneuver. Should the Snow Girl relinquish its guard, the ferocious spark attack would undoubtedly strike home, and with the Snow Girl's dwindling stamina, being hit by such a doubled assault would undoubtedly result in incapacitation. And the consequence of failing to maintain its guard was, "Charmander, strike it," Lin Qing bellowed. As the Charmander dashed forward, the sparks abruptly ceased, and simultaneously, the white barrier before the Snow Girl vanished. The guard skill could only withstand a single blow. Once the spark dissipated, the effect of the guard was nullified. "Oh no, Snow Girl, hold your ground," Tu Yu exclaimed in alarm. "There is no time. Go, Charmander." "Galar!" Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, the charging Charmander let out a thunderous roar, delivering a powerful punch directly to the Snow Girl. Boom! Dust erupted, enveloping the arena. The Charmander stood panting on the stage, appearing utterly exhausted, while the Snow Girl lay defeated on the ground, unable to rise. "Snow Girl?" Tu Yu gazed incredulously at the scene before her. "How could this be?" she murmured. It is indeed difficult for her to accept that she has been defeated by an opponent she had once triumphed over. The Snow Child has lost its fighting capability, and the little fire dragon emerges victorious. Let us extend our heartfelt congratulations to Lin Qing, who has advanced to the top 4. Clap, clap, clap. The fervent applause resonated from the audience, and Gumu also joined in, clapping with joy. Remarkable. Lin Qing executed this battle with great finesse, and the applause is well deserved. He hurriedly ran towards the weary little fire dragon, joyfully lifting it into his arms. "Little fire dragon, you did splendidly." The little fire dragon responded softly to Lin Qing. "Come back, little fire dragon. Let's go have something delicious," Lin Qing gently said, before recalling it into its pokeball. Upon raising his head, he found Tu Yu standing before him. Chapter 59. "What? Dinner invitation? Is there something you need?" Lin Qing stammered, completely devoid of the confidence he had just displayed in victory. His heart raced as he gazed at Tu Yu, their eyes briefly meeting before he hastily averted his gaze. "Oh no, this clumsy fool is stammering again," Gumu sighed, shaking his head in exasperation. It was perplexing how Lin Qing, usually so loquacious, turned into a timid mouse before Tu Yu, skittish and flustered. Lin Qing's eyes darted around, and suddenly he spotted Gumu looking at him with a helpless expression. He cast a pleading glance towards Gumu. "Help me out, boss." "No time." They exchanged glances in silent communication, but alas, Gumu was stuck in the audience and couldn't intervene. Even if he could, Gumu would never involve himself in their affairs, for he lacked the experience. Lin Qing could only turn back to face the enchanting Tu Yu, who was still captivating as ever. However, having just defeated her, would he be scolded or even punished? Lin Qing anxiously pondered, acutely aware that he had no idea how Tu Yu perceived him. Tu Yu regarded the flustered figure before her, slightly furrowing her brow, finding it difficult to accept that she had lost to such a person. "You are quite impressive." "Huh?" Lin Qing stared blankly at Tu Yu, bewildered. I won't repeat myself. I hope that when we meet again, you won't let me down. With that, Tu stored away the pokeball containing the snow child, indifferent to Lin Cheng's reaction, and strode towards the medical center outside the arena. In truth, she was astonished. Defeating Lin Cheng had seemed effortless before. Yet who would have thought that just a few days later, she would be bested by him? Although the arena conditions played a role, it was undeniable that both the little fire dragon's strength and Lin Cheng's tactical acumen had significantly improved. Lin Cheng, I will remember you, Tu smiled, quickening her pace toward the medical center. Her match had concluded, and her priority was to attend to the snow child's injuries. Even after stepping off the stage, Lin Cheng remained in a daze. Hey, fatty, wake up. Gumu tapped Lin Cheng's head, attempting to rouse his infatuated friend. Boss, the goddess just complimented me. Lin Cheng exclaimed, coming to his senses, excitement coursing through him. What do you think she means? Could it be that she is considering me as a potential boyfriend? Or perhaps she harbors some feelings for me? Lin Cheng continued daydreaming, Tuyu's every smile and frown replaying in his mind. Gumu looked at his best friend with exasperation, convinced that given enough time, Lin Cheng would concoct elaborate plans for marrying Tuyu, raising children, and growing old together, perhaps even dreaming of their next lives. Shouldn't we focus on treating the little fire dragon? We have another match this afternoon. Right. Lin Cheng suddenly recalled that the little fire dragon was injured and resting inside its pokeball. Little fire dragon. Perhaps he might even encounter the goddess again. He chuckled as he dashed off toward the medical center. Gumu silently mourned for the misfortunate little fire dragon, stuck with such a whimsical owner. Nevertheless, he was genuinely impressed by Lin Cheng's performance today. It was as if he had matured overnight. His grasp of the battle dynamics and his ability to predict his opponent's moves had dramatically improved, surpassing his previous self by leaps and bounds. I cannot fall behind either. Gumu chuckled. Although Lin Cheng had shown progress, as the leader, how could he allow himself to be outdone? Mumu, let us go. It's time for a meal. Gumu declared. After a morning filled with matches, the top 4 competitors had been determined, and the semi-finals and finals were set to take place in the afternoon. Thus, the immediate goal was to refuel and prepare for the upcoming battles. Lucy, time to eat. Mumu joyfully leaped up, floating onto Gumu's shoulder. What? After devouring so many snacks, you expect me to treat you to a meal? Dang mischievously regarded Gumu, her round eyes twinkling. Isn't it just going to the cafeteria? Gumu replied, perplexed. What is so special about that? Regardless, if you don't treat me, then I won't allow Mumu to have any more snacks. Dangy huffed, giving Gumu a disdainful glance. Isn't that just splendid? I never wanted to treat you anyway, Gumu said with a grin. Suddenly, Gumu felt 2 pairs of eyes boring into him, sending a shiver down his spine. He turned to find Mumu's bright red eyes fixed on him, seemingly ready to unleash her wrath. The foolish master dares to deny me my snacks? I shall be very displeased, and the consequences will be dire. Mumu glared at Gumu, radiating a clear message that refusal would not end well for him. Cough, cough. Isn't this just perfect? I never wanted to eat alone anyway. Let us go together. No need for formality, Gumu grinned widely. Humph, that is more like it, Ding, he replied cheerfully. Humph, trying to refuse to eat with me? Truly, you are the epitome of a dense man. Feeling somewhat offended by Deng Yi's gaze, Gumu shrugged it off. All right, let us eat. I'm starving. Gumu waved his hand dismissively. Whether they brought an extra person along didn't matter. After all, Lin Cheng was likely still occupied at the medical center, tending to the little fire dragon. Well then, I'll begrudgingly accept her as a substitute for Lin Cheng. Let us go, Deng Yi said, picking up her backpack and cradling Bagomon as she walked alongside Gumu toward the cafeteria. Those 2 kids performed quite well, Old Fong remarked. To be honest, this year's newcomers have some real talent. Indeed, Old Lei chuckled in agreement. One must acknowledge that Yuqing No. 1 High School is, after all, ranked first in Yuqing. Its student body has consistently been impressive, so the emergence of such outstanding students is hardly surprising. Alas, they still can't compare to my cohort back in the day. After a brief pause, Old Lei added, what a roundabout way to compliment myself. Having known Old Lei's temperament for years, Fong Zepping chose not to engage in banter. Let us go, you old coot. It's time for lunch. Fong Zepping rolled his eyes. All right, we need to be well fed before the afternoon matches. Don't you dare skimp on the food, Old Fong. Otherwise, I might just pack up and leave, Old Lei laughed. Old Chun is cooking, love it or leave it. Fong Zepping waved dismissively. Old Chun, you say? Very well, it has been many years since I last savored his culinary skills. Today, I shall indulge myself thoroughly. With that, the 2 elderly gentlemen set off together, leaving the second-floor room. Gumu, do you have confidence in securing first place in this afternoon's competition? Deng Yi suddenly inquired during their meal. In her view, Gumu's strength should be among the strongest of the newcomers, otherwise, he would not have reached the top 4 undefeated. Yet, thus far, she had not discerned any remarkable prowess in Mumu. His battles were steady and methodical, seeming to last an eternity, evenly matched, yet he emerged victorious without sustaining any injuries. This left her perplexed, especially when comparing him to Hiyu's elusive ghost, Wang Ke's formidable Katy dog with its powerful spark attacks, and even Lin Cheng's Charmeleon, which possessed immense strength. Therefore, she truly lacked certainty regarding Gumu's chances of victory. As a friend, she felt compelled to inquire and discern his thoughts. Upon hearing Deng Yi's question, Gumu smiled, affectionately ruffling Mumu's head, and said, "Fear not. I shall certainly triumph in this competition. Right, Mumu?" Mumu lifted its head, gazing earnestly into Gumu's eyes. "Ruth, rest assured, I've got this covered. You can simply bask in victory." Observing the confident exchange between the trainer and his Pokémon, Deng Yi found herself somewhat convinced. After all, losing to the champion would still sound rather commendable. "Mumu, give it your all," she encouraged, winking at the little creature. "If you win, I'll bring you even more treats next time." Ruth. Upon hearing Deng Yi's words, Mumu joyfully bounced on the table. Before long, afternoon had arrived, and Gumu and Deng Yi made their way to the battle center, where many spectators had begun to gather, anticipating the commencement of the crucial competition. "Boss, Deng Yi, you've arrived." Lin Cheng approached from ahead, clearly having been there for a while. "Is Charmeleon fully healed?" Gumu inquired with concern, knowing that any lingering injuries could significantly impact the afternoon's battles. Lin Cheng waved his hand dismissively, grinning, "Have no fear. The medical center's capabilities are exceptional. Charmeleon's injuries were merely superficial and have healed swiftly. Come on out and greet everyone." Charmeleon. With a flash of red light, Charmeleon emerged, exhaling flames and exuding an aura of fierce determination. It seemed that the morning's battle had greatly bolstered its confidence. "Did you catch a glimpse of your idol?" Gumu teased. "No, I must wait for the next opportunity," Lin Cheng replied with a hint of disappointment, before brightening up again. After all, his image in Tu Yusin's eyes had shifted. He was no longer the infatuated, talentless chubby boy. Now, I am the love-struck yet capable chubby one. Wait, that sounds a bit odd. "Hey, boss, how come you're returning with Deng Yi? Did you run into her on the way?" Lin Cheng suddenly asked. "Gumu invited me to lunch," Deng Yi replied with a smile. "Huh, my boss actually invited a girl to lunch? What a miracle," Lin Cheng exclaimed, gazing at Gumu as if witnessing something extraordinary. "What kind of nonsense is that? Am I not allowed to invite a girl to lunch?" Gumu retorted, his eyes narrowing as he contemplated throttling the chubby boy for undermining his authority in front of others. No, that's perfectly normal. The charm of my boss is well known," Lin Cheng hastily praised. "All right, enough of the antics. The competition is about to begin." Chapter 60, the semi-final commences. "All right, enough of the antics. The competition is about to commence." Gumu waved his hand, having spotted the host taking the stage with a microphone. The exhilarating semi-finals were about to unfold. The host scanned the audience, cleared her throat, and adjusted her posture. This afternoon marked the culmination of the newcomer tournament, and she needed to be at her best to present the final matches. After a morning of intense battles, the top 4 contenders have emerged from the crowd. Each participant exhibits extraordinary prowess. Even in this newcomer competition, we witness a remarkable display of talent. I shall refrain from reiterating the details of the 4 contestants, as I trust you are already quite familiar with them. Today, we shall determine the uncrowned champion among the newcomers of Yuqing No. 1 High School. Let us open our eyes wide and focus our minds to witness their true strength. Applause erupted throughout the battle center, filled with the cheers and shouts of spectators. After days of competition, they could no longer contain their curiosity about the results. Who would emerge victorious and claim the championship? Let us await the outcome. The host continued excitedly. Next, we will proceed to the all-important semi-final. Which 2 contestants will clash? I am positively eager to discover the results. Now, let us begin the most significant part, the drawing of lots. Contestants, please prepare to take the stage for the draw. Uniquely, this draw would not be determined by an electronic screen, but by the contestants physically selecting their lots. At the center of the stage stood a transparent square box, with a small opening at the top for contestants to reach in and draw. Inside were 4 identical balls, each varying in size and color. As the host explained, each ball was engraved with a number, and those who drew matching numbers would face off. "Let us go draw lots," Gumu declared. "All right," Lin Cheng responded, following Gumu towards the battle platform. Under the host's guidance, the 4 contestants each retrieved their desired balls from the box. Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits. I hope I do not end up grouped with Hiyu. Lin Chung mumbled a mantra, anxiously shaking the small ball in his hand. He wanted to avoid a battle with Hiyu, as meeting him would likely result in an inevitable defeat. Better to play it safe and hope for a favorable draw. Lin Chung cautiously opened his ball and examined the engraved number within. Number 2? He pondered, assuming it signified the second match. Let us see what number my boss has. Leaning closer, Lin Chung peered at the ball in Gumu's hand. Here, take a look, Gumu said, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he revealed his ball. Lin Chung's eyes widened as he clearly saw the number 2 etched upon it, realizing that it meant he would be battling his boss in an internal showdown. Boss, we finally have a chance to battle. Just don't lose to me. Charmeleon is quite strong now, Lin Chung asserted with confidence. Looks like winning against you has inflated your ego a bit. It's been too long since Moo has had the chance to teach you a lesson. Gumu chuckled. You think I would lose to that little cowardly dragon? Not a chance, Moo echoed, casting a confident glance at Lin Chung. The results of the draw were now unveiled. I hereby announce that the semi-finals of the 46th newcomer tournament in Yuqing officially begins. The first match, Hiyu vs. Wangke. The second match, Gumu vs. Lin Chung. Contestants may take a brief respite as we prepare for the selection of the battle arena, the host announced. Hiyu facing off against Wangke? Gumu mused as he stepped off the stage. What's the matter? Deng, he asked upon hearing him. Cardi Dog possesses a certain degree of restraint against ghost-type Pokemon, whether it be the ability to activate moves through scent detection or the bite skill, which inflicts double damage on ghost types. Gumu replied. So, how can Hiyu possibly lose this match? Lin Chung inquired. Not necessarily, Gumu responded slowly, his eyes glinting with insight. Hiyu's strength is formidable, and I have a premonition that she is yet to reveal some hidden trump cards. He had observed Hiyu's recent battles, noting her reliance on a few signature moves. Despite this, she navigated her fights with remarkable ease, swiftly overcoming her opponents. Thus, Gumu was convinced that Hiyu's capabilities extended beyond what she had displayed. The selected battlefield for this contest was a standard arena, and the announcer instructed the competitors to prepare as the command platform was set in place. The standard arena was devoid of obstacles like trees or rocks, featuring a smooth surface that would showcase the true strengths of the battling Pokemon. Hiyu and Wangke ascended the stage together. Hiyu appeared languid, as if disinterested in the unfolding events, while Wangke scrutinized her cautiously, fully aware that she was not to be underestimated. Please have both Pokemon take their positions. The referee announced. Come forth, Cardi Dog. Wangke called, tossing the Pokeball to summon Cardi Dog. A woo. Cardi Dog emerged, exuding a flicker of flames, brimming with combat fervor. Suddenly, it barked furiously at the surrounding air, baring its sharp fangs. What is that? Wangke wondered, observing the swirling purple gas that began to materialize around Cardi Dog. It was none other than Gungxi, stealthily approaching the opponent's Pokemon to startle it. However, Cardi Dog detected it almost immediately, barking fiercely and nearly scaring Gungxi away. Hee! A chilling giggle echoed as Gungxi materialized beside Cardi Dog, drifting back to Hiyu, spinning in a manner that indicated it was less pleased than before. It had nearly been frightened by another Pokemon, an affront to its mischievous nature. Hee hee. The eerie laughter resonated once more. As the match was about to commence, the referee counted down. 3, 2, 1. The battle begins. Gumu observed intently, knowing that either contender could become his future opponent. Thus, understanding one's adversary was essential for victory. True to his expectations, Cardi Dog initiated with scent detection, immediately exposing Gungxi's presence. Gungxi, now in this vulnerable state, felt extremely uncomfortable, unable to utilize its smoke-like abilities to evade attacks. Seeing this, Hiyu furrowed her brow slightly, the lowered angle of her head concealing her expression, though it was evident that she felt some discomfort. Cardi Dog, charge in and bite. Wangke commanded. Upon receiving the order, Cardi Dog lunged towards Gungxi, now an easy target, as the ghost Pokemon could not blend into the air. Although Gungxi could attempt to dodge, it was clear that Cardi Dog's stamina far surpassed that of Gungxi. How would Hiyu counter this? Gumu pondered. Curse. Hiyu murmured, shaking her head slightly. I had hoped to save this for the finals, but it seems I must use it now. Curse. Wangke exclaimed, astonished by Gungxi's choice of move. Gungxi sacrificed half of its health to curse Cardi Dog, meaning that if it could withstand several rounds, Cardi Dog would soon be rendered unable to fight. This move has never been employed before, Gumu noted. The curse ability indeed proved potent, allowing Hiyu to reclaim the rhythm of the battle. At this moment, Cardi Dog halted mid-charge, surrounded by a swirling aura of purple-black light, indicating it had succumbed to the curse. Hiyu's strategy was undeniably effective, drawing Cardi Dog into her tempo. Wonka realized he could not afford to delay. Cardi Dog in this state would not endure for long. Cardi Dog, dash in at full speed and bite. Wonka shouted. Cardi Dog understood the urgency. Realizing that Gengsi was responsible for its current predicament, the once combative Pokemon could no longer restrain its aggression. Sprinting forward, Cardi Dog quickly approached Gengsi, silver energy coalescing around its fangs as it prepared to unleash the biting attack. However, Hiyu's brow furrowed, her eyes gradually brightening with realization. After employing the curse, Gengsi had already lost half its health, and Cardi Dog's biting move, being doubly effective, could potentially incapacitate Gengsi. Yet, curiously, despite Cardi Dog's relentless advance, Hiyu remained unperturbed. Cardi Dog, go? Bite. Wonka urged, as the distance between Cardi Dog and Gengsi diminished. Hiyu's intentions were becoming clearer, leaving both Wonku and the spectators perplexed about her next move. With the distance closing rapidly, Wonku's anticipation heightened. Just as the moment of impact seemed imminent, a voice resounded softly in Wonku's ear. Gengsi, immobilize. Chapter 61. The little cowardly dragon grows bold. Gengsi's laughter echoed again, but the circumstances had drastically changed. What? Wonka gasped in disbelief. The anticipated strike had not materialized. Instead, Cardi Dog abruptly ceased its advance. Immobility, Gumu whispered. Indeed, he was no ordinary opponent. This immobilization move had not been utilized for some time. It was less a hidden card and more a testament to the inadequacy of her previous adversaries to warrant its deployment. True to expectations, at this critical juncture, Gengsi executed the immobilization technique, completely thwarting Cardi Dog's biting attack. The audience could hardly contain their excitement at this stunning turn of events. Based on Wonku's previous battles, Cardi Dog's biting move posed the greatest threat to Gengsi. Hiyu had first leveraged the curse to compel Wonku to conclude the battle swiftly, then lured him into attacking by capitalizing on Gengsi's weakened state. As anticipated, in his eagerness for swift victory, Wonku commanded Cardi Dog to bite, unwittingly stepping directly into Hiyu's trap. Her objective was to nullify Cardi Dog's biting move. Hiyu, indeed, was a formidable strategist. Gumu gazed at Lin Yu on the battlefield, a smile gracing his lips. The stronger the opponent, the more exhilarating the battle. On the field, ghostly energy swirled incessantly around the Houndour. At that moment, it stood not far from Jengar, its eyes wide open, revealing a mouth full of sharp fangs. Unfortunately, bound by the immobilization spell, it could no longer execute its biting technique, only able to glare furiously at Jengar. Jengar rolled joyfully, laughter echoing around. Roar. Suddenly, Houndour emitted a pained roar, trembling all over. Although brief, its distress was evident. This is bad. The curse is taking effect. Wonku exclaimed anxiously. The cursed Houndour was already beginning to suffer damage, and if it continued to endure, defeat was inevitable. It had to retaliate. Houndour, shadow clone. Roar. Houndour reignited its fighting spirit. Despite the weakness and pain radiating from its body, its inherent nature prevailed. Battle and loyalty were its unchanging themes. Is there any backup? Gumu pondered. Shadow clone did not seem to be a technique Houndour could learn automatically. Previously, he had witnessed some Pokemon using techniques like Protect, which were not learned autonomously. Could there be another method? Gumu felt that contemporary Pokemon researchers would undoubtedly not be satisfied with mere inter-Pokemon teaching of techniques. But the concept of using a technique tutor like in previous life anime, or the system, seemed unrealistic. Considering the people here had only been acquainted with Pokemon for a little over a century, it appeared necessary to understand how these people enabled Pokemon to learn moves. If there were something akin to a technique tutor, Mumu might find it useful in the future. Roar. Houndour's shadows emerged, continuously howling at Jengar, causing it to exhibit a hint of panic, its mischievous laughter somewhat subdued. After all, unlike Houndour, it lacked such a keen sense of smell, making it difficult to discern the true form. Ghost, shadow of the night, Hiyu muttered slowly. Since the biting technique had been sealed, it was time to launch an attack. Despite Jengar's playful demeanor, it too cherished the thrill of battle. Jengar's laughter echoed again, as the purple mist surrounding it expanded, growing in size as it drifted toward Houndour. Houndour, perceiving the looming threat, felt the pain coursing through its body slow its movements. Yet it managed to maintain its shadowy state, darting across the platform. As Jengar advanced, it resembled a ghostly flame appearing mysteriously in the night, an ominous sight indeed. Had it been night, most spectators would likely have been frightened. Jengar's laughter grew increasingly sinister, and the terrifying specter weaved in and out around Houndour. With each pass, one of Houndour's shadows vanished, and as time elapsed, More shadows continued to disappear. This cannot continue. It would inevitably be struck. Houndour spark. Houndour dashed across the battlefield, attempting to disrupt Jengar's judgment through movement, yet the injuries continued to worsen. At that moment, it resembled a flickering candle in the wind, poised for one final stand. Upon hearing Wang Ku's command, Houndour charged toward Jengar, flames ready to unleash, awaiting this decisive strike. Take this, Jengar, Wang Ku shouted. Roar. A robust stream of fire erupted from Houndour's mouth, hurtling toward Jengar with tremendous speed, the heat radiating outward. As expected, Spark approached the intensity of flamethrower. Even Gumu, seated outside the arena, could feel the rising temperature. Ghost, shadow of the night. Hee. A mass of ghostly energy surged toward the flames, racing toward Houndour. Boom. Upon contact, dust erupted, followed by a resounding crash that captivated the audience's attention. Houndour stood panting in place, gazing wearily at the sky. Its injuries were grave, pain and weakness gnawing at its body, with victory and defeat hanging in the balance at that moment. The arena fell into an unprecedented silence, everyone holding their breath, wondering if Jengar could withstand Houndour's spark attack. It must win, Wang Ku said anxiously, looking at Houndour. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Hee. Wang Ku's expression gradually froze. It was Jengar's laughter. How could this be? Wang Ku exclaimed. Simultaneously, a purple mist materialized beside Houndour, gradually coalescing. A ghostly visage emerged before Houndour's eyes. Ghost. Shadow of the night. Jengar gazed at the weary Houndour, its heart still filled with mischief, but it restrained itself. Observing Houndour's faltering form and the myriad of wounds upon it, Jengar ceased its laughter, the opponent before it commanded respect. Boom. A gentle collision sound echoed as Houndour collapsed to the ground. Houndour. Wang Ku cried out. Houndour had lost its fighting capability. Jengar was victorious. Let us congratulate He-Yu on advancing to the finals. Both Jengar's calm strength and Houndour's resilience were profoundly moving. Let us extend our warmest applause to both competitors. Clap. Amidst the applause, Wang Ku approached the battlefield, gently recalling Houndour, bowing deeply to He-Yu. Thank you for helping me realize my shortcomings. I hope we can have the opportunity to battle again in the future. With that, Wang Ku tightened his grip on the pokeball and hurried off the stage, racing toward the medical center. Ghost, return. He-Yu paused for a moment, then added, Hee. Jengar joyfully rushed back to He-Yu's side, being recalled into its pokeball. It seems there was still some damage, Gumu remarked. He had clearly seen a charred mark on Jengar's purple misty body, indicating that it had not avoided all harm during the previous clash. Its sudden appearance at the end merely made it seem effortless. The second match is about to begin. Please prepare, contestants, the host announced. Hey, are you ready? Gumu asked, looking at the eager Lin Cheng beside him. It's time for a friendly spar between brothers. Regardless of victory or defeat, it will not hinder their brotherhood. Growing together is their shared aspiration. Lin Cheng released his Charmander, grinning as he said, Of course, big brother. You better be careful. Charmander can't wait to battle Mumu. Galala. Charmander shouted, filled with fighting spirit as it gazed at Mumu, who was perched on Gumu's shoulder, nibbling on a snack. Upon hearing its name mentioned, Mumu glanced up, locking eyes with Charmander. Staring. As Charmander beheld Mumu's large red eyes, a chill suddenly swept over it, nearly causing it to shiver. What to do? The big sister seems a bit terrifying. Previously, Gumu had engaged in numerous sparring sessions with Lin Cheng to complete several system tasks, and those battles were vividly etched in his memory. It was hardly a matter of simply overcoming them. Don't be timid, little Charizard. You are the best. The little Charizard motivated itself, its eyes still ablaze with the spirit of battle. Unlike before, it now radiated determination and a desire to grow stronger. It seemed that both the Rotund One and the little Charizard had undergone significant transformations during this period. The results of this draw indicated the arena of Earth. The two contestants were instructed to take their positions at the command platform. Do your best. Deng Yi encouraged. After all, it was merely a brotherly duel, and the outcome held little significance. Let us go. Gumu and Lin Cheng exchanged smiles, then each raised a hand for a high five. Clap. The sound of their palms meeting echoed, and soon, accompanied by their respective Pokémon, they stepped onto the battlefield under the gaze of the crowd. Boss, don't hold back. Or else, if you lose, you can't blame me, Lin Cheng teased. You wish. Who would hold back today? Whoever does, so is the loser. Gumu retorted with a grin. All right. Please have both Pokémon take their positions, the referee announced. Little Charizard, go. Today is your chance for redemption. Gala. The little Charizard resolutely stood in the arena, its eyes brimming with fighting spirit. Mumu, don't lose, otherwise, you'll have to be the little brother. Ruth. How could that be? I, Miss Ruth, will never be a little brother. Moo Moo floated down from Goo Moo's shoulder, glaring angrily at the opposing little Charizard. As a gentle breeze blew, Moo Moo's long bangs fluttered, revealing a pair of bright red eyes that sparkled with intensity. You dare think of making me, Sister Moo Moo, a little brother? You've grown quite bold, little timid dragon. Chapter 62, Blazing Fire. The match commenced. With the referee's command, the little Charizard sprang into action. Little Charizard, use smokescreen. Lin Chung called decisively. He understood that Moo Moo's psychic powers could be utilized for both ranged and close combat, if he wanted little Charizard to close in. A direct confrontation was out of the question. Well done, Moo Moo. Ruth. Observing the little Charizard generating a thick smokescreen to obscure its presence, Goo Moo smiled faintly. Since it couldn't approach for the moment and lacked visibility, it would be prudent to weaken little Charizard first with a strategic move. Little Charizard, advance while using smokescreen. Lin Chung commanded. Gala. The little Charizard continuously exhaled puffs of smoke while darting towards Moo Moo. Goo Moo pondered. Is he attempting to replicate the battle with Tuyu? He glanced at the assortment of stones scattered across the arena and suddenly devised a plan. Moo Moo, use your psychic powers to control the stones around you. Ruth. Waves of psychic energy emanated from Moo Moo, expanding outward, wrapping around stones that were suitably sized. In no time, Moo Moo had encased numerous stones in psychic energy, lifting them from the ground. Lin Chung watched this scene with trepidation, sensing an ominous premonition. Boss, what are you planning? Alarmed, he shouted, Little Charizard, quickly hide behind the large stone. Moo Moo, throw the stones. Target the smokescreen. Goo Moo swiftly commanded. Ruth. Upon receiving the order, Moo Moo gathered energy and hurled the controlled stones into the air, launching them towards the smokescreen, where they began to rain down. Why use stones, one might wonder. As the little Charizard dashed amidst the smokescreen, it could hardly maintain its obscured state while running. At most, it could create a small area for concealment, sufficient to evade certain single-target attacks, including Moo Moo's psychic strikes. However, what if it were a wide-area attack? Just as Goo Moo had anticipated, the stones descended rapidly, bombarding the smokescreen and dispersing it, only to converge again. Bang! Bang! The sound of stones striking the ground reverberated throughout the arena. Yet, even amidst the chaos, Goo Moo discerned a few distinct impacts. It appeared that some had struck their target, despite Lin Cheng's swift reflexes in ordering little Charizard to evade. The nearest large stone was still a distance away. Left with no choice, little Charizard sprinted towards that large stone, unable to maintain the smokescreen any longer. As it dashed, stones rained down with such volume that evading them all was impossible, much like the time it evaded the ice shards from the Snow Woman. Little Charizard could only shield vital areas, accepting hits from others. Roar! At last, little Charizard burst forth from the smokescreen, which dissipated slowly as it had ceased to be maintained. Now shielded behind the large stone, little Charizard had managed to evade severe damage. Well done, you reacted swiftly. Goo Moo commended. Although little Charizard had been hit, Lin Cheng's timely command had likely mitigated the injury to just a light wound. Of course, Lin Chung replied with a grin, as expected of the boss. Your strength remains formidable. Indeed, this is what makes battles enjoyable. Unbeknownst to them, Goo Moo had easily unraveled the little Charizard's smokescreen. How would Lin Chung respond next? Let us continue to observe. The host declared, Little Charizard, use double team and charge forward. At this point, little Charizard was close enough. Just a little further, and it would be within range for a spark attack. Try to stay hidden behind the stones, Lin Chung urged. Subsequently, little Charizard emerged from behind the stone, and as it moved, numerous shadows appeared before Moo Moo. Roar! Little Charizard let out a mighty roar and charged towards Moo Moo. To ensure safety, Lin Chung instructed it to remain as concealed as possible behind the stones, hoping to shield it from Moo Moo's attacks. Moo Moo, use Magical Leaf. Once the command was issued, a flurry of leaves began to coalesce in the air, rapidly forming and then hurtling towards little Charizard's trajectory. Despite the cover of stones, little Charizard couldn't completely avoid the incoming attacks, and one by one, its shadows began to dissipate. That's enough. Little Charizard, spark! Lin Chung exclaimed, noting the distance was now sufficient. Little Charizard's flames had been charged and were ready to unleash. It fixed its gaze on Moo Moo and launched a torrent of flames. Goo Moo, having anticipated little Charizard's attack, promptly shouted, Moo Moo, use teleport. Just as the fiery spark was about to collide with Moo Moo, she had already vanished, having used teleport to evade the impending strike. After days of rigorous training, Moo Moo had become quite adept at this skill. Ruth, you think you can scorch me? You've turned nefarious, humph. Moo Moo reappeared behind little Charizard, glaring at it in indignation. Moo psychic attack. Roof. A surge of psychic energy materialized almost instantaneously and surged towards little Charizard. You won't escape this time. Lin Cheng's mind raced rapidly, and he resolutely commanded, charge in, little Charizard. Since there's no escaping it, I shall no longer attempt to evade. What? The crowd below erupted in exclamations upon hearing Lin Cheng's command. He actually intended to confront the challenge head-on, rather than trying to minimize the damage by dodging. To them, this seemed like a deliberate invitation to suffering. Had Lin Cheng given up on the battle? Perhaps it was not as simple as that, Gumu mused. He understood that although the rotund fellow often appeared brash, he possessed a keen insight, which was why he had triumphed over Tuyu and made it this far. A powerful psychic force surged toward the little Charmeleon, who, despite its visible agony, stood resolute, emitting a series of fierce roars, its fighting spirit undiminished. Though Charmeleon bravely endured the psychic onslaught, the toll on its body was considerable, and its stamina was waning. Lin Cheng felt a pang of empathy. Yet he knew that as soon as Moo had the opportunity to teleport, it would dodge the majority of Charmeleon's attacks encountered during Moo's assault. This was their only viable strategy. Charmeleon, use Ember, Lin Cheng shouted. As Gumu had anticipated, Lin Cheng had no intention of surrendering. Instead, he sought to withstand the blows while retaliating against Moo. Moo, amplify your psychic attack, Gumu commanded. Immediately, Charmeleon's embers erupted from its mouth, aimed at the awaiting Moo, who intensified its psychic output. Boom! The clashing of psychic energy and embers produced a cacophony of explosions, resulting in a brief stalemate. However, Gumu was confident that a resolution would soon emerge. Moo remained spirited, despite the considerable energy expended in manipulating rocks earlier. It had sustained no injuries, unlike Charmeleon, whose wounds were steadily depleting its strength. Observing Charmeleon's tenacity, Lin Cheng felt a surge of anxiety. He understood that Charmeleon was likely to collapse soon, yet he refused to give in, believing that Charmeleon's resolve mirrored his own. Hang in there, Charmeleon! It roared in a defiant cry, and then an astonishing spectacle unfolded. A radiant red light emanated from Charmeleon, swirling around its body as though infused with formidable energy. The onlookers gasped in awe. What is this? Lin Cheng questioned, his gaze fixed on Charmeleon. He had never witnessed such a phenomenon before, and it did not resemble evolution. As Charmeleon's aura grew increasingly potent, Gumu appeared to grasp something. This was Blaze. Good heavens, Lin Cheng's Charmeleon had triggered its Blaze ability at a critical moment, significantly augmenting the power of its embers. Could Ralts withstand this? Who would have thought Charmeleon possessed such a trick? Gumu chuckled. Yet, Moo is formidable as well. Moo, unleash your psychic force, he commanded. Watching the embers intensify, Moo narrowed its gaze, surprised by Charmeleon's resilience. However, I shall not be outdone. Suddenly, Moo's demeanor shifted. Its psychic energy surged forth, compressing from the outside inward. The expanding psychic force, under Moo's control, gradually transformed from a gas-like form into a liquid-like state. This concentrated psychic energy surged toward Charmeleon. Although Charmeleon's embers had grown stronger due to Blaze, they were still inferior to Moo's psychic force. This liquid psychic energy was the culmination of extensive research by Gumu and Moo, discovered during their training in teleportation and refined under Shinedo's guidance. After consulting Shinedo, it was deemed a diluted version of strong psychic energy. Gumu named this technique strong psychic. Elder Lei, seated above, abruptly spat out his tea, astonished by the spectacle unfolding below. Principal Fong Zepping mirrored his disbelief. Is that liquid psychic energy? Elder Lei inquired incredulously. It appears so, Fong Zepping replied, albeit uncertainly. They had not anticipated that this cohort would witness a newcomer, within a mere month of acquiring their initial Pokémon, harnessing elemental energy to such an extent. Elder Fong, I must have this individual, Elder Lei declared, setting down his teacup and fixing his gaze upon Fong Zepping. Who is competing with you? I had initially intended for you to teach, Fong Zepping retorted, rolling his eyes at Elder Lei, somewhat irked. Though he felt a twinge of reluctance, who wouldn't desire such a promising disciple? He understood that Elder Lei's prowess surpassed his own, albeit by a slim margin. This was why he had summoned Elder Lei for assistance. Let this promising talent be entrusted to him, as long as the task was accomplished. Fong Zepping consoled himself. Nevertheless, he felt a pang of regret over the precious tea leaves lost and the promising student now going to that bothersome elder. Seemingly attuned to Fong Zepping's thoughts, Elder Lei chuckled and drained his teacup. Old Fong, as the saying goes, you can't catch a wolf without parting with a cub. If you want my help, you must allow me to see some benefits, he teased. You're not to speak, Fong Zepping retorted, turning his head away in an attempt to ignore the crafty elder, redirecting his focus back to the arena. At that moment, the dynamics of the battle had shifted dramatically. Previously, Charmeleon's Blaze ability had enhanced its Ember attacks, barely matching Moo Moo's psychic assault. Now, however, Moo Moo's psychic energy erupted once more, employing the strong psychic technique, compressing its power into a liquid state and charging toward Charmeleon. Bang! Charmeleon's Ember attacks were utterly incapable of contending with Moo Moo's strong psychic. Upon contact, they erupted in an explosion that vanished without a trace. Subsequently, Moo Moo's strong psychic continued its advance toward Charmeleon. Charmeleon! Lin Chung called urgently. Moo Moo! Gu Moo's voice echoed in response. The spectators beheld Moo Moo's formidable psychic energy expanding as it soared through the air, unfurling like layers of silk being stripped away, rapidly dissipating. When it finally reached Charmeleon, the psychic force had transformed into a diminutive sphere, which under Moo Moo's guidance morphed into the shape of a finger. Bam! Ralts. Here's a roasted chestnut for you, just in case you wish to burn me. Finally, the already faltering Charmeleon could withstand no more and, gasping for breath, collapsed onto the ground, losing consciousness. Charmeleon was unable to continue the battle, and Ralts emerged victorious. Let us congratulate contestant Gu Moo for successfully advancing to the finals. Applause erupted from the audience, echoing in celebration of the competitors on stage. Lin Chung approached Charmeleon, gently cradling it before returning it to its pokeball. You did wonderfully, Charmeleon, he whispered, placing the pokeball close to his cheek. After stowing it away, he walked over to Gu Moo. Indeed, as expected of the leader. I still have much to learn, Lin Chung remarked, not waiting for Gu Moo to respond. But Charmeleon and I will continue to strive forward. You cannot become complacent. For once I defeat you, the title of leader shall still be mine. He patted Gu Moo's shoulder with confidence and said, I'm looking forward to it. Gu Moo met Lin Chang's resolute gaze, and a faint smile crept onto his lips. This was the Lin Chung he knew, undaunted by setbacks, growing bolder in the face of challenges, and willing to confront any trial. I'll be waiting, don't fall too far behind. Of course. The two shared a knowing smile. In the center of the platform, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, they raised their fists and collided them together. This was their brotherly pact. Not bad. You actually made it to the finals, Deng Yi remarked as Gu Moo returned to the arena. MHM, Gu Moo replied. Moo Moo, meanwhile, was bouncing on his shoulder, seemingly counting each strand of his hair. Why are you so calm? It's as if you lost, Deng Yi inquired, puzzled. Isn't it normal for me to win? It feels rather ordinary. Why should I react? Gu Moo waved his hand dismissively. I don't want to talk to you. Moo Moo, come over for a snack. Deng Yi expressed her disinterest in conversing with him, finding him rather annoying. She then pulled out a bag of chips, capturing Moo Moo's attention. Rusu, I want to eat. Moo Moo immediately released his grip on Gu Moo's hair and floated towards Deng Yi. Where's Lin Chung? Deng Yi asked as she handed the chips to Moo Moo. Little Fire Dragon is receiving treatment at the medical center, and Lin Chung is with him. But there's nothing serious. The doctor said he just exhausted his energy and needs some rest. His superficial injuries have healed completely, Gu Moo explained. Moo Moo didn't sustain any injuries either. He just expended a lot of psychic energy. When we went to the medical center, I fed him an energy cube, and he felt much better. How long until the match begins? Gu Moo asked. Deng Yi glanced at her watch and replied, it should be soon. It was originally scheduled for 3 o'clock, but due to the extended battle times, they pushed it back to 4. So, do you have confidence in winning the championship? Deng Yi inquired curiously. Hard to say, Gu Moo responded, withholding a definitive answer. His gaze swept across the battleground, but he did not see Hiyu. While he felt assured about Moo Moo's capabilities, Hiyu was also formidable. The outcome of their match remained uncertain. He had completed the tasks assigned by the system, and thus faced no penalties. However, he was quite intrigued by the rewards for first place. Having experienced the system's extravagance firsthand, I wonder what the first place prize will be, Gu Moo pondered. Rusu, Rusu. Moo Moo floated onto Gu Moo's shoulder, gently tapping his head with her small, white hand. Don't worry. Although you are a foolish master, I shall surely lead you to victory. Could you please wash your hands before touching me with those greasy fingers? Gu Moo remarked, eyeing the chip crumbs on Moo Moo's hands, a vein throbbing on his forehead as an impulse to swat her arose. Ha ha. Deng Yi chuckled at the scene. The crowd patiently awaited the commencement of the final match, having anticipated this event for many days. Who would ultimately claim victory? Discussions erupted among the spectators, with supporters on both sides fervently engaged, as both Gu Moo and Hiyu had yet to suffer a defeat, making it challenging to determine who was stronger. At 4 o'clock, the host stepped onto the stage, and the audience gradually ceased their chatter, For the moment they had all been waiting for had finally arrived. Hello everyone. Welcome to the 46th newcomer battle at U City No. 1 High School. After 3 days of intense competition, we have witnessed the growth of many new trainers. Their performances have left us in awe and amazement. Finally, through relentless effort and unyielding spirit, 2 contenders stand before us for the ultimate showdown. They are Hiyu from Class 1 of the Pokemon Department and Gumu from Class 2. Let us extend a warm round of applause to welcome our contestants to the stage. Clap. Let us go, Mumu. Gumu gently tapped Mumu on the head. Rusu, let us go. Mumu floated onto Gumu's shoulder, once again tugging at his hair. Gumu smiled, unfazed. As they ascended the stage amidst the audience's applause, Hiyu approached from the opposite side of the platform. Gumu scrutinized her closely. This was his first battle against Hiyu. Just as he had observed from the sidelines, she appeared languid, her large, bright eyes drooping with sleepiness, as if she were struggling to stay awake. She looked strikingly beautiful, yet lacking in vitality. If Gumu hadn't been certain he was standing on the stage to compete, he might have believed he had wandered into the wrong place. Both contestants are now on stage. Let us begin the selection of the battleground for the final showdown. Please direct your attention to the big screen, announced the host. Gumu raised his head to gaze at the screen. To be honest, he had no particular preference for the terrain, watching the images pass by with a casual mindset. As long as it wasn't a basic field, Gumu gaped at the image that finally appeared on the screen. Just as everyone could see, the battleground for the finals was a standard arena. Gumu stared in disbelief at the large image on the electronic screen. While he hadn't had a specific terrain in mind, he had at least hoped for some obstacles. A battleground with obstacles would not only facilitate Mumu's movement, but also shield them from the opponent's attacks. 3 of the 4 terrains had obstacles, so he hadn't expected to land the one with an empty quarter. Well, whatever comes will come, Mumu will not lose. Contestants, please proceed to the command area. The match is about to commence, the host continued. Gumu walked to the command area and addressed Hiyu. Hello, my name is Gumu. Hiyu, she replied. Gumu was taken aback by her response. He had assumed she would remain silent, as she rarely spoke during battles, often issuing commands with minimal words. Thus, he had only offered a polite introduction, never expecting her to reply. Please have your Pokemon take their positions, the referee announced. Go, Mumu. Rusu. Mumu gracefully floated onto the battlefield, her psychic energy gradually dissipating as she landed with poise and elegance. Hiyu said with a playful giggle. Hee. The familiar laughter echoed from the battlefield. Rusu. Mumu suddenly fixated on a direction. Hee. Jengars, realizing they had been discovered, ceased their concealment and slowly materialized from that direction, revealing their purple, smoky bodies, with a large, mischievous grin directed at Mumu. That must be Mumu's sensing ability, Gumu murmured to himself. He suddenly recalled that the Ralts family possessed the ability to sense emotions. Just moments ago, Mumu had undoubtedly sensed the feelings emanating from Jengar, allowing her to ascertain its approximate location. With this realization, he smiled slightly. It seemed that determining Jengar's position would be a simple task. 2 Pokemon, their attributes countering each other, stood poised for battle. Even with Jengars on the opposing side, it could subtly sense the profound psychic energy pulsating within Ralts. Likewise, Ralts felt a sense of unease from the ghostly energy emanating from Jengar. As the match was about to commence, both sides readied themselves. 3, 2. Gumu listened intently to the countdown, adjusting his breath as he focused intently on the arena. After enduring extensive training, this final confrontation was all that mattered. Surely, his parents were watching him compete at home. In his previous life, he had been an unremarkable office worker, toiling away day in and day out, causing his parents endless worry. Now, fate had granted him a second chance, even allowing him to encounter the Pokemon he had always longed for. If he were to lose, how could he justify this rebirth? Come on, Ralts. Gumu whispered encouragingly. Ralts. Ralts heard his words and fixed its gaze on the drifting Jengar with unwavering determination. It understood the significance of this battle for its trainer. Every training session and challenge faced had led to this moment. It would give its all in this fight. Begin, the referee announced. Ralts, you seem unusually serious today. I'm quite surprised, Gumu remarked with a smile. Ralts, focus on the match, no distractions. Ralts shot a disapproving glance at Gumu before returning its attention to the front. Then let us achieve victory together. Ralts, use Shadow Clone, Gumu commanded, waving his arm emphatically. A gentle breeze swept through as Ralts swiftly moved across the battlefield, conjuring numerous clones before Jengar. Jengar, confronted by the multitude of Ralts, tilted its head in confusion, unable to discern the real one. You, Shadowy Knight. Jengar's purple mist rapidly dispersed, gradually coalescing into a ghostly figure that lunged toward the swiftly moving Ralts and its clones. Ralts, scatter and meditate. Gumu called out immediately. When did Ralts learn that move? Dang, he wondered aloud. Having witnessed Gumu in numerous matches, he had never seen this tactic before. It seemed there were still surprises in store. Come on, Piplup. Dang, he urged the nearby Piplup, who looked back at its trainer with puzzled eyes. On the field, Gumu observed the approaching shadow with confidence. Ralts belonged to the psychic type, but it couldn't autonomously learn the meditation skill at this stage. That would require the guidance of a skilled mentor like Gardevoir. Gumu recalled the days spent in the village, using a berry blender to charm Gardevoir into teaching Ralts various techniques while acquiring numerous energy cubes, a most fortuitous arrangement. However, although Ralts had learned this technique, it needed ample charge time due to its early acquisition. Thus, Gumu aimed to use the shadow clone to distract Gengar, preventing it from swiftly interrupting Ralts' meditation. Ralts spread its body and clones apart, then settled into a cross-legged position, focusing intently on meditation. With a dozen clones dispersed, Gumu was confident that luck would be on his side. Even if Gengar were to strike in the right direction, Ralts would finish its meditation early. Bang! Bang! One by one, the clones dissipated under Gengar's shadowy night assault. Fortunately, Gengar failed to strike Ralts' true form, indicating that Ralts' meditation had been completed. Ralts opened its eyes and rose, psychic energy surging within it. Influenced by meditation, it felt its abilities intensify, bolstering its special attack and special defense. Gengar raised its head, its drowsy eyes slowly opening, furrowing its brow as it surveyed the scene. Shadow. Gengar floated about the arena, creating numerous clones under its control, advancing towards Ralts. Gumu remained unfazed as Gengar drew closer. This was all according to his plan. Just as Gengar was about to close the distance, Gumu shouted, "Ralts, use Charm Voice." Ralts. Fully prepared, Ralts swiftly unleashed the Charm Voice. The spectators were momentarily puzzled as to why Gumu had suddenly opted for this skill. Up in the stands, the elderly Lay pondered. This kid truly refuses to concede even an inch. He has thought of this strategy. An astonishing scene unfolded as Ralts' Charm Voice resonated through the arena, causing damage to both Gengar and its clones as the sound waves spread. One by one, Gengar's shadow clones vanished into thin air. Faced with Gengar's shadow clones, Gumu had devised such an ingenious solution to counter them. No wonder he was a formidable dark horse in the finals. How would he respond to the now enhanced Ralts? Let us continue to observe. Is it hiding? The last remaining Gengar faded into the air, leaving no trace of any Pokémon besides Ralts. Gumu knew it must be lurking nearby, preparing for a decisive strike. Ralts, be cautious and sense Gengar's position, Gumu urged. He had no choice but to adopt a trial-and-error approach. Before the match began, Ralts had managed to discern Gengar's direction using its own abilities. But Gumu was uncertain if it could replicate that success now. With a deep breath, Ralts closed its eyes, attentively perceiving the emotions around it. A continuous stream of psychic energy radiated from Ralts, extending outward in all directions. Ralts, where are you? Ralts suddenly focused on a specific direction, readying itself for battle. Gumu noted Ralts' movement with keen interest. Ralts, attack that direction with Magical Leaf. A flurry of green leaves materialized before Ralts, hurtling towards the indicated target. Curse. At last, Hiyu could no longer maintain her composure. As Gengar's trainer and a longtime friend, she was well aware that Gengar was positioned precisely where Ralts aimed to strike. Although she was reluctant to use Curse so early, reducing Gengar's health by half, she felt there was no other option. Better to strike first than to be passively attacked. Gengar's laughter echoed as Ralts momentarily froze, enveloped by an overwhelming tide of ghostly energy that left it feeling quite uncomfortable. Meanwhile, the magical leaves it controlled gradually dissipated in midair. Gengar emerged from the shadows, albeit with a slightly fatigued gaze, its energy having been significantly depleted. Ralts, too, was in a similar predicament, the ghostly energy continuing to erode its vitality, manifesting discomfort on its small face. Has it come to this? Gumu sighed as he observed the unfolding scene, fully aware that Hiyu would resort to this tactic. Previously, Hiyu refrained from utilizing the ability, as doing so would render Gaisai's stamina significantly inferior to Mumu's, a rather unwise trade-off. Moreover, given Mumu's dual-type advantage with its psychic attacks, it was highly probable that Gaisai would be incapacitated in an instant. However, the current circumstances left no alternative. The enhanced Mumu, through meditation, posed an overwhelming threat to Gaisai. Should it have been Gumu, the only recourse would be to gamble with a curse. Mumu, use teleport. Swiftly conclude this battle. We cannot afford to prolong it. Ruth. In terms of the speed of teleportation, Mumu remained quite confident. Despite the relentless pain coursing through its body, it executed teleportation with remarkable alacrity. In the blink of an eye, Mumu stood before Gaisai. Hiyu's gaze sharpened, compelling her to focus, shaking off her earlier lethargy. At this moment, Gaisai found itself in a dire predicament. Mumu, Bind Spell, Magical Leaf. The two called out in unison. Upon hearing Gumu's command, Hiyu's large, sparkling eyes widened in surprise. She suddenly sensed a profound malice emanating from Gumu. How dare you not use psychic? Hiyu stammered, pointing an accusatory finger at Gumu in a fit of anger. This marked the first instance in many days that Gumu witnessed her articulate such an extended sentence. It seems I may have misspoken earlier. Should I repeat it? Gumu remarked with utmost seriousness. The audience below could not suppress their laughter at Gumu's unexpected quip, who would reiterate commands during a battle. At this juncture, Hiyu's opportunity to alter her strategy had already slipped away. Mumu's magical leaf had materialized, poised to strike at Gaisai, only to be abruptly thwarted by Gaisai's bind spell, dissipating into nothingness. It must be said, Gaisai executed its skill with impressive swiftness, completing the bind spell before Mumu could, effectively nullifying the magical leaf. Evidently, Hiyu had not neglected her training. Hiyu fell silent upon hearing Gumu's words. Indeed, Gumu had never claimed he would employ psychic, a notion she had presumed on her own accord. This left her in a precarious position. She had reserved this bind spell to counter Mumu's formidable psychic attacks. Yet now it was expended to neutralize the magical leaf. Consequently, Gumu could now wield his psychic prowess without hesitation. Hiyu's eyes widened in indignation, glaring fiercely at Gumu, as if she intended to etch his image into her memory. Why do you stare at me like that? Let us continue the match. Gumu bellowed. Chapter 65, Victory. Hiyu quickly evaded. Her usual calm demeanor gave way to tension. Should this psychic strike connect with the already weakened Gaisai, the outcome of the match would be all but decided. Given Gaisai's current stamina, it could scarcely withstand the onslaught of a double-advantage psychic attack. Yet, at that moment, Mumu exhibited an extraordinary fortitude. Despite the pain radiating through its form, it steadfastly suppressed its suffering, diligently harnessing its innate powers. Like threads of silk, an unceasing stream of energy surged forth from Mumu, coalescing before it into a formidable psychic force that surged towards Gaisai. Although Hiyu had been momentarily distracted by her frustration, it must be acknowledged that her command was issued with remarkable promptness, nearly matching Gumu's speed in delivering his attack order. Indeed, those seasoned by numerous battles possessed superior command skills compared to their less experienced counterparts. Even if Hiyu's momentary lapse in judgment led to her inadvertently discarding a crucial card, it could not eclipse her inherent merits. Gumu had merely feigned vulnerability. His prior performance mirrored that of a desperate gambit, exerting every ounce of strength. A simple miscalculation resulted in Hiyu unwittingly sacrificing one of her trump cards. With a decisive command, Gaisai transformed into a misty form, gradually dispersing, its corporeal presence fading from sight. Attempting to conceal yourself, are we? Gumu mused. Were Gaisai to succeed in its dispersal, Mumu's psychic attack would fail to connect, rendering it incapable of inflicting harm. Let us see who is swifter. Gumu was confident in Mumu's psychic prowess, for it was the skill in which Mumu excelled the most. Just as Gaisai began to vanish, the potent psychic energy reached its position. Bang! The sound of the psychic impact reverberated, a heavy thud echoing in the hearts of the spectators. Gumu steadied his gaze, only to find Gaisai had completely disappeared, leaving no trace. Did it miss? Gumu pondered, confusion mirrored among the audience. Meanwhile, Mumu stood wearily in place, its brow furrowed. The curse continued to gnaw at its body, while it was not yet sufficient to incapacitate it. With the passage of time, such an outcome seemed inevitable. Gaisai's sudden disappearance raised the question, had Raulula's psychic attack struck true? Let us await the outcome, the host proclaimed. This is troublesome. Gumu realized that since Gaisai had not succumbed to incapacitation, it indicated that it still retained its fighting spirit. One must concede that Hiyu's challenge surpassed all prior opponents he had encountered. His brow furrowed in concentration, scrutinizing the arena, leaving no corner unchecked. Gaisai could be lying in wait, poised to strike. Mumu sensed Gaisai's location. Ruth. Mumu concentrated intently, following its psychic intuition to seek out any trace of Gaisai's presence. Suddenly, it detected a wave of fatigued emotional energy, undoubtedly the hidden Gaisai. How close is it? Mumu's expression shifted to one of determination. Hiyu, ever vigilant of the battlefield's dynamics, noticed Mumu's pause. She understood that, akin to the preparatory phase, Mumu had pinpointed Gaisai's location and promptly shouted, "Hiyu! Hypnosis!" "Mumu, hold steady," Gumu commanded without hesitation. Even though Gaisai was on the brink of exhaustion, he could not afford to lower his guard. From approximately 2 meters in front of Mumu, a large face suddenly emerged. Gaisai had initially intended to wait until closer before launching an assault, yet with its cover blown, it had no choice but to fight with all its might. A brilliant white light coalesced almost instantaneously, forming a resilient shield that enveloped Mumu perfectly. Gaisai's hypnosis, like a gentle breeze across a tranquil lake, failed to stir even a ripple and was effortlessly dispersed. Clearly, this was no simple task. Gumu noted that Gaisai's form appeared diminished compared to before. Evidently, the earlier psychic attack had not been entirely evaded. "Hiyu, Shadow of the Night." Hiyu's enchanting eyes flickered as she cast a glance at Gumu, exclaiming in exasperation. She had not anticipated that Gumu would remain so resolute and methodical, devoid of any inclination to take risks, greatly complicating her efforts. A colossal shadow rapidly materialized on the battlefield as Gaisai, accompanied by this shade, lunged fiercely at Mumu. "Mumu, unleash your powerful psychic," Gumu instructed with ease. This was the final blow. The benefits of Mumu's meditation and the energy cubes quickly manifested. An unrelenting surge of energy spread from within, compressing and dissolving under its control. As Gaisai closed the distance, Mumu's powerful psychic was fully prepared, launching forth towards Gaisai. "Go, Hiyu, do not let that trickster win." In the languid gaze of Hiyu, a spark of vitality unexpectedly radiated, transforming her demeanor into one of spirited enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Gumu remained entirely oblivious to Hiyu's words, fixated solely on the battleground where Mumu stood. "Come on, Mumu. We are the strongest," Gumu bellowed, rallying support for Mumu. He had long observed that, due to the curse, Mumu's injuries were worsening rapidly. There was no time to lose. "Let us go? Mumu, we can surely win." Bang, bang, bang. The colossal shadow of Gaisai, upon making contact with Mumu's formidable will, was immediately pierced, emitting a cacophony of violent clashes. Subsequently, a relentless stream of psychic energy surged forth towards Gaisai, the dark specter it conjured being incessantly penetrated, dismantled, and dissipated by the psychic force. In no time, Gaisai's shadowy form had completely vanished from the arena, leaving only the swaying figure of Gaisai in midair. Bang! Ultimately, Gaisai succumbed to the ground. "Gaisai has lost the ability to fight. Lala Laisai is victorious," proclaimed the referee. "Hooray!" cheered Deng Yi and Lin Sheng from the audience, both exhilarated. Lin Sheng had returned just in time to witness Gumu's final showdown, and he was not disappointed, as Gumu had triumphed in the end. "Let us offer the warmest applause to celebrate our champion, Gumu." Clap. The audience erupted in jubilant cheers, marking the perfect conclusion to the freshman tournament. Gumu's dazzling performance undoubtedly left a profound impression on them. On the stage, Gumu swiftly approached the battlefield, cradling the injured Mumu in his arms. At that moment, Mumu, though not unconscious, was still enveloped in lingering dark, ghostly energy that clung to its body, sapping its strength. "Mumu, you were magnificent. We won." Gumu gently stroked Mumu's head, speaking tenderly. "Of course, I am the best," Mumu replied, its large eyes gazing earnestly at Gumu, suppressing the fatigue surging through its body. "Indeed, you are the best. Now, let us get you treated," Gumu softly insisted. "I want candy," Mumu whimpered, blinking its eyes pitifully at Gumu. All right, you can have as much as you want, but let us heal your body first." The 46th Freshman Combat Competition at Yuqing No. 1 High School concludes here. Let us extend a warm welcome to our contestants as they come forward to receive their awards, announced the host. Clap. Both contestants and spectators were fervently applauding, and as members of Yuqing No. 1, they felt an overwhelming sense of pride at this moment. First, let us invite the top 32 contestants to the stage. At this moment, as the symphony resonated, a grand and elegant atmosphere enveloped the venue. Accompanied by this orchestral backdrop, the 32 contestants simultaneously rose from their seats and made their way towards the stage. Gumu undoubtedly led the procession. At that moment, his heart swelled with joy. He had finally achieved his first goal, though it may be but a small step for him. It served as a testament to his rebirth in this world. With Mumu perched upon his shoulder, he strode confidently towards the applause, the first to ascend the stage. Following closely were Hiyu, Lin Sheng, and Wang Ku. Next were the remaining 4 from the top 8 and the 32. "Now, let us invite Principal Fong to address us," the host declared. Following this, Fong Zepping took confident strides to the stage and grasped the nearby microphone. First and foremost, allow me to extend a heartfelt welcome on behalf of Yuqing No. 1 High School to all of you present. Your presence has infused our school with renewed vigor. As he spoke, both contestants and spectators erupted into applause, sharing a collective sense of pride as part of Yuqing No. 1. First, let us invite the top 32 contestants to the stage. The orchestral music swelled once more, creating a moment of solemn elegance. The 32 contestants rose simultaneously from their seats to approach the stage, with Gumu leading the way, his heart brimming with happiness from achieving his initial goal. With Mu upon his shoulder, he stepped forth boldly, greeted by resounding applause, and ascended the stage first. Following him were Hiyu, Lin Cheng, and Wang Ku, along with the remaining competitors from the top 8 and 32. Now, let us invite Principal Fong to speak, the host continued. Fong Zepping, striding purposefully to the forefront, took hold of the microphone. First, please allow me to express a sincere welcome on behalf of Yuqing No. 1 High School for your arrival. It is indeed your participation that has enlivened our institution. Chapter 66. Your system has expired. The audience was momentarily stunned upon hearing the rewards announced by Principal Fong. The mid-tier potions, for an ordinary student, represented an almost unfathomable expense, akin to purchasing a high-quality Pokémon egg. This revelation underscored the substantial investment the school had made, particularly given that they were not a commercial entity and their funding was limited. The expenditure on prizes for the freshman tournament was indeed perplexing. This old fellow has certainly spent a considerable sum this time. Elder Lei mused from the second floor, contemplatively observing Fong Zepping at the center of the arena. Once the crowd gradually settled, Principal Fong continued. The rewards for this competition were determined by the board of directors. There is no need for concern. Just keep striving forward. For the sake of Yuqing No. 1 High School and your futures, what is a small sacrifice compared to the greater good? I hope you all remain true to your original aspirations and forge ahead. Remain true to your original aspirations and forge ahead, the students echoed, their voices resonating with fervor. This was the motto of Yuqing No. 1 High School. From the very first day they entered the school, this phrase had continually appeared in their sights. In every classroom and corner, a diligent search would reveal its presence. It was evident that Yuqing No. 1 had etched this mantra into the very fabric of their existence and the hearts of every student. Next came the rewards for the second to fourth place contestants. Principal Fong announced. The audience held their breath, eager not to miss a single word. Even those who did not place were engulfed in a fervent curiosity. If the rewards for others were so generous, what awaited the top four? A cash prize of 50,000 yuan. 3 mid-tier enhancement potions of any attribute. 3. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Although they had anticipated such rewards, the reality of it struck them as surreal. Principal Fong paused, smiling as he held up an object for all to see. What is this? Lin Cheng exclaimed from behind Gumu. A pass? What kind of pass? Gumu inquired. Puzzled, Lin Cheng, who had shown little reaction to the mid-tier potions earlier, was now visibly excited, indicating that this was indeed something of great value. Indeed, those who advance to the top 4 will receive a pass to the training grounds. Principal Fong announced this news with a smile, causing the crowd to erupt in excitement. A pass to the training grounds. The audience exclaimed in astonishment. Wait, is it too late for me to repeat a year? Don't compete with me. If anyone's to repeat, it should be me. What is this training ground? Gumu turned to ask. Boss, you don't know? Lin Cheng asked, astonished. Enough chatter. Get to the point. Oh, I won't delve into details. You'll find out when the time comes. In summary, the training ground at Yuqing High School is a place to enhance Pokémon battling prowess, and entry requires a pass. Due to certain circumstances, the number of passes is quite limited. Thus, the school typically only awards passes to graduating seniors to prepare them for their final exams. Consequently, first and second year students generally do not have access to these passes. Now you understand why everyone was so thrilled upon hearing about the reward pass, Lin Cheng explained, his face reflecting longing. To think he could actually obtain a pass to the training grounds, his father would surely be delighted. Enhancing Pokémon battling prowess? Does it yield good results? Gumu inquired. So effective that you wouldn't want to leave, and that's no exaggeration, Lin Cheng replied with a smile. Gumu gazed at the pass in Principal Fong's hands and finally comprehended why others were so astonished. According to the principal, all 4 finalists receive one, which means he is included as well. Next, we arrive at the highlight of this freshman competition. Please welcome our champion, Gumu, to the stage. Principal Fong proclaimed. He, too, wished to observe this talented young man up close. Upon hearing this, Gumu ascended the steps with measured strides. Though he appeared calm on the surface, his heart was anything but tranquil. Neither in his previous life nor in this one had he experienced the gaze of so many people at once. He was just an utterly ordinary individual. While he feigned composure outwardly, inside, he was a mix of nerves and excitement. Lucy, seemingly sensing Gumu's emotions. Mumu gently patted Gumu's head with a small hand. Gumu felt somewhat reassured. After all, this was a victory he had painstakingly earned. If he sought to rise above the ordinary, such moments were inevitable. He approached Principal Fong, scrutinizing the elder before him. There was no air of superiority. Rather, Gumu felt as though he were standing before a kindly grandfather lounging in a rocking chair next door. Fong Zepping also appraised the boy before him, noting his steady demeanor. Though there was a hint of nervousness in his eyes, they shone with resolute determination. A fine prospect indeed. Now, let me announce the rewards for this freshman competition, Principal Fong proclaimed, raising his gaze. A cash prize of 100,000 yuan. 5 mid-tier enhancement potions of any attribute. A pass to the training grounds. With each bombshell revelation, the crowd fell silent in shock. Furthermore, Fong Zepping paused before continuing. A certificate for free Pokémon acquisition from the Yuqing Pokémon Breeding Center. With this certificate, upon obtaining a mid-level trainer's certification, one can visit the Yuqing Pokémon Breeding Center to claim any Pokémon of choice, with all expenses covered by the school. What? Even Gumu was taken aback. He had never anticipated such generous rewards from the school, which even included a second Pokémon. Wow. The audience erupted in disbelief. Why didn't we have such lavish rewards back then? Don't dwell on it. Even if there were, you wouldn't be the champion, another voice chimed in. Hey. Where are you going? To get a repeat certificate. One person tearfully turned and headed toward the exit. Wait for me, I'm going too. Another expressed their desire to leave this sorrowful place. One phrase encapsulated their current feelings, sour, bitter, and superfluous. This is what you deserve, bear it with grace. Fong Zepping gently patted Gumu's shoulder, speaking softly. Next, we shall present the champion's trophy. After Principal Fong uttered those words, a pedestal rose before him, showcasing the trophy for this freshman competition. Go ahead, child, embrace your glory. Fong Zepping encouraged with a smile. In response, Gumu deeply bowed to Principal Fong before making his way toward the trophy. Standing before it, Gumu beheld the trophy, resplendent in gold. The exterior was adorned with intricate engravings, exuding an air of grandeur. Lowering his gaze, he noticed an inscription in silver on the base. Champion of the 46th freshman competition at Yuqing No. 1 High School. With a slight tremor of excitement, Gumu extended his hands, firmly grasping the trophy and lifting it aloft. Let us all congratulate Gumu for his championship victory. Ding dong. Side quest. Go prove yourself. Young man. Completed. Due to unforeseen circumstances, this quest has undergone a change. Please check the details. Host. A change? Gumu pondered, intrigued by the system's recent announcement. However, it was evidently not the right moment to investigate. He would wait a while longer. Subsequently, under Principal Fong's heartfelt address, the freshman competition at Yuqing No. 1 High School concluded successfully after 3 days. As the event came to a close, participants and spectators exited the battle center in an orderly fashion. Gumu, holding the box containing his rewards, walked along the path with a heart full of joy. Inside the box lay not only the champion trophy, but also a bank card and a communication certificate, and most importantly, that free Pokémon acquisition certificate. Boss, you're rich now. Why not treat me to something delicious as a reward? Lin Qing teased. Of course, let us head to the spicy hot pot at the entrance. Gumu waved his hand, speaking grandly. As long as there's food, I'm not picky, Lin Qing chuckled. I want to eat too, shouted Deng Yi from nearby. Fine. But aren't you afraid of getting fat? Don't girls usually dislike oily food? Gumu asked, puzzled. Not afraid, I want to eat, Deng Yi retorted, sulking as she turned away to play with Bojimin and Mumu. After enjoying a spicy hot pot meal with Lin Cheng and the others, Gumu walked home alone. Cradling the box, Mumu sat on his shoulder, happily munching on candy. Now he finally had time to check the task. This was a first, as the system's tasks had undergone a transformation. Gumu opened the task system, his eyes widening in surprise as he read the contents. Achievement task. Go prove yourself. Young man. Advanced. Task objective. Win the championship in the freshman competition. Task description. Battle is a manifestation of training results. A diligent young man should fear no challenge. To validate one's efforts, one must be unafraid of any opponent. Honor is the finest testament to one's strength. Go forth, young man, and prove yourself. Task progress. Completed. Task reward. System upgrade. How could it change like this? Gumu mused in confusion. Could it be that the transformation occurred after he won the championship? From a side quest to an achievement task, Moreover, what did this system upgrade entail? Was he previously using an outdated version that had expired? Gumu stared at the large letters proclaiming upgrade with a head full of questions. Never mind, no need to dwell on it. It should be a good thing. Gumu pressed the upgrade button and a dialog box popped up. This upgrade will bring about significant changes to the system. Are you certain? Significant changes? Never mind. It's best to plunge ahead. Yes, this upgrade is expected to take 12 hours, during which all system functions will be suspended. Please be patient, host. 12 hours more. Gumu gazed at the completely black screen of the system interface, feeling somewhat bewildered. Fortunately, he was aware of the upgrade. Otherwise, he might have thought his system had expired and been uninstalled. Time to head home. Mom and Dad will surely be thrilled to know I won the championship. Chapter 67. Ways to make money. Dad, Mom, I'm back. Lucy, Gumu exclaimed as he closed the door and changed his shoes. My precious son, you're finally home. Wash your hands and come eat. I've made your favorite dishes. Upon hearing Gumu's voice, his mother joyfully emerged from the kitchen, eagerly taking his backpack. Xiaomu, your father said he saw you winning the championship on TV. Is that true? His mother inquired. Mom, it's true. Your son is now the champion of the freshman tournament at U City No. 1 High School. Gumu joyfully shared the wonderful news with her. Really? Although Gumu's father had already informed her, hearing it directly from her son left her utterly astonished. The obedient son, who was previously not known for his academic excellence, had now claimed victory in the freshman tournament. Am I mistaken? Mom, you're not mistaken. Look, this is the award from the school. See, the trophy is right here. Gumu opened the box and retrieved the championship trophy, presenting it to his mother. His mother took the trophy, examining it closely, her face brimming with delight. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Now go eat. It's late, and you must be hungry. She affectionately patted Gumu's head, beaming with pride. All right then. Although I had spicy hot pot earlier, I still need to eat, Gumu replied. Mom, where's Dad? Your father, upon hearing of your victory, said he was going out to buy a bottle of wine to celebrate. Since I wanted to have a drink too, I let him go. He.S. probably deep in conversation with some old man now, his mother said happily, carefully polishing the trophy in her hands. Xiaomu, where do you think we should place this trophy? I'm afraid it might get dirty in the living room, and in the bedroom anywhere is fine, Mom. Gumu said with a smile. Then let us put it in the living room. It will make us happy to see it every day, his mother decided. Click. The sound of the door opening echoed through the house. Your father is back, his mother announced. Gumu's father joyfully entered, carrying a bottle of wine and changing his shoes. Why are you so late? I stopped to chat with Mr. Su from the neighborhood for a bit. So I'm a little late, his father replied with a smile. His mother wore a knowing expression. Dad, Gumu called out. Ah, my remarkable son has returned. Gumu's father quickly stepped inside after changing his shoes. You've brought honor to your old man this time. Speak, what reward do you desire? Your father shall grant it. He patted his chest proudly. Dad, I don't really want anything. That won't he do. You may not want anything. But Mumu needs something. Now that he is in his growth phase, you must buy him some supplies, right? Medicines and items require funding, his father said earnestly, then turned away from his mother and winked at Gumu. Oh right, Mumu does need quite a few things, Gumu realized, responding seriously. Lucy, didn't the school reward him with 100,000 yuan? Why not give it all to our son? It's far more useful than sitting in the bank, his father suggested, turning to his mother. Well, I suppose so. His mother contemplated for a moment. Although she felt a bit concerned about suddenly giving their son such a large sum, she deemed her husband's reasoning sound. All right, let us consider it a reward for our son. But you mustn't spend it frivolously, she cautioned. Of course, I understand. Mom, Dad, let us eat. All right, this time I'm going to indulge in a good drink. It's been a few days since I last had one, and I'm quite eager, his father said joyfully. You all eat first. And you, don't drink too much. I'll go place our son's trophy somewhere safe and find something to cushion it, his mother said as she headed toward the bedroom to find something suitable. Gumu's father secretly flashed a thumbs-up gesture to Gumu before happily serving himself food. Gumu shook his head, chuckling to himself. When will my dad's bronchitis ever be cured? After dinner, Gumu returned to his bedroom with Mumu. Lucy, Lucy. Mumu hopped on Gumu's shoulder, occasionally tugging at his hair. All right, Gumu said, pulling out a variety of snacks from his backpack and laying them before Mumu. These were what Mumu had insisted he buy from the supermarket on the way home, as it had been a great contributor to Gumu's victory. Gumu had consented, enjoying the shopping. He felt that had he not forcibly brought Mumu back, he might have ended up spending the night in the supermarket. Don't eat on the bed, he warned Mumu, then opened his computer, intent on researching something. Wait, there is such a thing? Gumu exclaimed in realization as he read the text on the screen. Skill stones are a wondrous material capable of recording Pokémon skills, named for their resemblance to stones. It is said that this material was mined from the new terrains that emerged after the world merged. Initially, researchers were unaware of the material's purpose. However, through ongoing exploration, they eventually discovered its remarkable properties in murals found within ancient ruins. The murals depicted a group of Pokémon dancing around a massive stone, followed by another image where all the Pokémon were employing the same unique move, one that some Pokémon couldn't learn naturally. Researchers analyzed the composition of the great stone at the center of the ruins. Although the stone had been ravaged by time, they still found that it was primarily composed of the previously discovered wondrous material. Thus, researchers gained a new direction. Through extensive experimentation, they successfully created skill stones, inscribing Pokémon skills onto them in a special manner to enable other Pokémon to learn. However, these skill stones still have many flaws that researchers have yet to resolve, specifically concerning their success rate and consumability. Once used, a skill stone becomes completely ineffective, yet the probability of a Pokémon learning the skill remains quite low. Moreover, the production rate of these skill stones is not very high. They can only be collected from new terrains. Over time, the price of skill stones has gradually risen, making them unaffordable for average households and limiting their widespread use. As a result, many are merely aware of their existence but have never utilized them. Isn't this quite similar to technical discs? Yet the effectiveness is vastly inferior, Gumu murmured. In the end, it seems I must find a way to earn money. He sighed deeply. That 100,000 yuan is but a drop in the bucket, sufficient for my current expenses. But what will happen when I acquire my second and third Pokémon? Gumu realized he must consider his future. If he aspired to grow stronger, he naturally needed to prepare for it. How to make money? He pondered. It sounded easy, but executing it was a different story. He tapped his head, struggling to come up with any ideas. Glancing at Moo Moo, who was happily munching on snacks and playing with his phone, he playfully tapped its head. Lucy? Moo Moo raised her head, gazing at Gumu with a look of bewilderment. What's wrong? Eat a little less, or you'll risk gaining weight. Gumu replied with an irritated tone. Lucy, are you serious? I sense something is off with your mood. Moo Moo scrutinized Gumu with suspicion. Gumu turned away, indicating her disinterest in engaging with this food enthusiast. Hey, what's this? Breaking news. Kingler has been discovered with a second ability. Gumu noticed that the Pokemon Knowledge website had unexpectedly pushed such a headline, and, intrigued, she clicked on it. The announcement revealed that researcher Song Yuan had stumbled upon Kingler's second ability during his studies. When Kingler is subjected to attacks of dark, ghost, or bug types, its speed would increase. For consecutive moves of these types, each attack could trigger this ability. Researcher Song Yuan named this ability Intimidation and published a paper on it, receiving high accolades from the Huaxia Pokemon Researcher Association. Intimidation ability? It seems like this is Kingler's hidden ability. How did it come to light? Gumu pondered. Subsequently, she read about the discovery process. It turned out that while conducting field research, researcher Song Yuan, feeling peckish, decided to use a fishing line to catch some fish for a quick snack. Initially, everything went smoothly until he noticed Kingler, and several of his fishing line's silk attacks accidentally hit the creature, resulting in its speed increasing. As a dedicated Pokemon researcher, he took the unfortunate Kingler back to his lab for various experiments. Of course, normal experiments, involving exposure to various moves and analyzing its speed. Ultimately, Song Yuan discovered this remarkable ability. Let us take a moment of silence for the ever-swimming Kingler, Gumu remarked. Kingler? Gumu suddenly noticed the last line of the article. To reward researcher Song Yuan for this discovery, the Huaxia Researcher Association has decided to grant him 1 million as encouragement. Such a sum? Gumu's eyes sparkled. She never imagined that discovering an ability could yield such a fortune. If she also became a researcher, wrote a few papers, discovered some abilities, wouldn't she be able to fund her Pokemon breeding endeavors? Typically, a researcher discovering an ability requires not only a lengthy duration, but also a significant amount of luck. However, she needed neither, as her previous life had equipped her with a wealth of knowledge from games, encyclopedias, and animations that elucidated abilities with utmost clarity. Now, all she had to do was replicate that information. With this thought, Gumu felt a surge of excitement. The dilemma that had lingered in her mind was instantly resolved, though she still found it somewhat hard to believe. Gumu forced herself to calm down and reflect carefully. This method was feasible, yet numerous questions remained. What to research? How to write the paper? Where to submit it? These were all considerations that required her meticulous contemplation. Nevertheless, with a clear direction in mind, she could now sprint towards her goal. Gumu declared confidently. Chapter 68. Meeting a ghost early in the morning? observing the goofy grin on Gumu's face. Moo was filled with confusion. What is going on? One moment you're angry, the next you're smiling foolishly. Are you unwell? Lucy, here, have some candy, and your illness will vanish, Moo consoled, patting Gumu on the shoulder before selecting a piece of candy from the snack pile and offering it to her. Gumu stared at Moo with a face full of questions. You, the clever and handsome trainer, deserve only a single piece of candy? Lucy? Moo pondered, realizing it might not be quite right, then floated back to rummage through the snacks. How about 2 pieces? Seeing Moo's innocent eyes gazing up at her, Gumu suddenly found herself at a loss for words. Oh well, today I'm in a good mood, so I won't hold it against you, my charming trainer. Gumu smirked. But save that bag of chips for me, I want some too. Lucy. No way, the chips are mine. You can't have them. Moo quickly dashed back to the snack pile, clutching her chips protectively, her eyes glaring at Gumu. Naughty master, foolish master, trying to steal my chips? Absolutely not. In the early morning, a gentle breeze swept through, and the soft rays of light filtering through the curtains scattered playfully across Gumu's blanket. At that moment, Gumu was still sound asleep, having been thoroughly exhausted from yesterday's competition, compounded by thoughts of how to research abilities, which kept her awake late into the night. Suddenly, a melodious voice, akin to the sound of bells, reached her ears. Rise and shine, master. It's time to get up. Gumu's eyelashes fluttered as she turned over. Murmuring sleepily, Moo, let me lie here a bit longer. Master, wake up. The voice persisted, urging Gumu to rise. I told you, Moo. Wait a moment. Gumu suddenly threw off her blanket and sat up abruptly in bed. Moo can't speak human language. Panic-stricken, Gumu scanned her surroundings, desperately seeking the source of the voice. Who are you? What are you doing in my room? Moo. Gumu called out loudly towards the living room. Hearing her call, Moo swiftly floated in through the door, looking puzzled at Gumu's alarmed expression. Lucy? What's wrong? Moo tilted her head in confusion. Moo, have you seen any strange people? Or heard any odd sounds? Gumu inquired anxiously. Lucy? No, why would there be anyone strange? Did silly master kick the blanket off last night and catch a cold? Moo gazed at Gumu in bewilderment. Could it be that I misheard? Gumu questioned, only to dismiss the thought immediately. No way, I heard it distinctly. Someone was speaking in my ear, calling me to wake up. Who could it be? Moo. Can you sense if there are any unfamiliar emotional energies around? A sudden spark of insight flashed through Gumu, prompting her to address Moo. Lucy? Though puzzled, Moo complied, closing her eyes to carefully perceive the emotional energies surrounding them. After a prolonged moment, she still found no emotional energies in the room apart from the 2 of them. Lucy, there's nothing here. Moo opened her wide, perplexed eyes. Nothing? Could it truly be that I misheard? Gumu began to doubt herself. Suddenly, the familiar voice returned to her ear. Master, you didn't miss here. Gumu was momentarily left speechless. This time, she truly heard it. Moo, did you hear someone speaking? She hurriedly asked. Lucy? No, Moo replied, equally puzzled. Who are you? Why are you in my room? Why don't you show yourself? Gumu fired off a barrage of questions. This is too bizarre. Just imagine if someone were whispering in your ear, and no one else could hear it, leaving you in search of the source. Isn't that akin to encountering a ghost? No, Gumu, you must remain calm. It's broad daylight, and there are no ghosts. No ghosts. Gumu kept repeating to herself. The familiar voice returned once more. A ghost. Gumu hurriedly dashed out of the room, leaving Moo alone and in disarray. The gentle morning breeze caressed Gumu's face, bringing with it a refreshing sensation. As Gumu walked along the path to school, Moo perched on his shoulder, occasionally popping a candy into his mouth. Are you saying that you are the upgraded system? Gumu inquired incredulously. After a lengthy explanation from that voice, Gumu finally grasped the current situation. It turned out that the voice that had awakened him in the morning was none other than the upgraded system. Following this upgrade, the system had acquired rudimentary artificial intelligence, which explained why it had roused Gumu so early. How intelligent is this rudimentary artificial intelligence? Gumu asked. In response to the master, rudimentary artificial intelligence, except for lacking a human form and emotions, is quite similar to a normal human being. This is a standard feature derived from the system's upgrade, contingent upon certain conditions being met by the master. Furthermore, the system's functionalities had undergone significant changes. Might the master wish to take a look at the new features? Gumu glanced around and, seeing no one, thought it best to check it out, curious about what new functionalities the upgraded system might offer. Open system, Gumu silently commanded. Ding! A clear chime sounded, and a strange interface suddenly appeared before Gumu's eyes. The familiar red and white Pokeball dominated the entire interface, standing out prominently. This must be the activation button. Gumu mused, observing the red light flashing in the center of the Pokeball, and then pressed it. The Pokeball slowly opened. Reminiscent of the actual summoning of a Pokemon, a flash of red light swept across, and the system interface finally materialized before Gumu. Numerous options appeared in an orderly fashion. The first option listed was the host information. Gumu clicked to view it, discovering that the content was not vastly different from the previous host interface, with the sole alteration being that the former Pokemon information interface had been fully integrated, now existing as a sub-interface. By clicking on the host's Pokemon, the Pokemon information interface would appear, making it decidedly more user-friendly. Continuing to scroll down, he encountered the task interface and the system backpack. Gumu took a glance. The differences were minimal, primarily that the interface template appeared more refined. What is this? Gumu suddenly spotted an option he had never seen before. 3 of them. Marketplace, Training Ground, Database. Gumu eagerly clicked on the Marketplace interface, curious about what items the system's marketplace might offer. Indigo Orbs, Crimson Orbs, Diamond Orbs. These were all items used by legendary Pokemon. He was astonished that such wares were available in the system's marketplace. Glancing at the prices, he sighed and decided to move on. Faced with an endless list of zeros, Gumu felt an acute pang of disappointment, for he had just seen his balance in the upper left corner of the interface. Pokemon Coins, 1003. With just over 1,000, he could only gaze longingly at the items listed, so he continued to scroll down the list. This is Arceus's plate. And here is the Rainbow Feather of the Wind King. And this is a Z Crystal. As he viewed the items flashing by on the panel, Gumu's heart was filled with a mix of emotions. Nothing could be more distant than the beloved items lying right before him. Yet he lacked the funds to procure them. With tears welling in his eyes, Gumu continued to scroll down. Suddenly, he fixated intently on an item within the list. This is the Mega Evolution Stone for Shinado. This was an item that Mumu would surely be able to use in the future. Previously, Gumu had contemplated finding an evolution stone when Mumu evolved into Shinado, enabling it to undergo another evolution and grow stronger. The thought of Mumu's appearance post-evolution filled him with anticipation. Regrettably, he had researched extensively but failed to uncover any information regarding this advanced evolution. He speculated that perhaps the researchers in this world had yet to discover the existence of such an evolution, or maybe this world simply did not possess Mega Evolution Stones. Hence, he had always felt a sense of loss, believing that a Shinado without Mega Evolution lacked a soul. To his astonishment, today he discovered that the system could actually exchange for Shinado's Evolution Stone. This was monumental news. He quickly checked the price. The Shinado Evolution Stone was priced at 3 million. 3 million, compared to the items related to legendary Pokemon, was practically a bargain. However, with Gumu's mere 1,000 in balance, it was but a drop in the bucket. System, how can I acquire Pokemon coins? Gumu inquired. In response to the master, Pokemon coins are the designated currency of the system marketplace and can be obtained in 3 ways. Firstly, through system tasks, where rewards, including Pokemon coins, are determined based on task difficulty. Secondly, through system recycling. In the bottom right corner of the system marketplace, there is a recycling function allowing the host to recycle unnecessary items, in exchange for which the system will appraise and provide a certain number of Pokemon coins. Thirdly, through exchange, the currency of the host's world can be exchanged for Pokemon coins at a ratio of 100:1, meaning 100 of the host's currency can be exchanged for 1 Pokemon coin. These are the methods for acquiring Pokemon coins. This exchange rate is rather steep. Gumu lamented. 100:1. No wonder I have over 1,000 in balance. It turns out my own money was counted too. Although Gumu found the exchange rate somewhat exasperating, according to the system, it appeared to be the easiest way to acquire Pokemon coins. After all, completing tasks also bore its own challenges, and as for items, he had none of significance. Thus, the third method was already quite convenient. It seemed that no matter how things changed, the core principle remained. One must earn money. Chapter 69, Thunder Elder. Withdrawing his gaze, Gumu briefly scanned the rest of the product list, various evolution stones, berries, and even skill discs. Yet, without exception, the prices surpassed his meager balance of over 1,000. Reluctantly, he closed the product list. Although there were many desirable items, he simply lacked the funds. However, he did spot a few items he could purchase, though they might not be of use to Mumu at present, so he decided to wait and revisit later. Oh, what is this? Gumu noticed another option within the marketplace interface, a lottery. Has the lottery feature been included as well? Indeed, Master. The lottery function is now fully operational, allowing the exchange of Pokemon coins for chances to draw. Upon hearing the system's words, Gumu curiously opened the lottery interface. As expected, the overwhelming sensation of needing to spend money returned. Beginner lottery, 1,000 Pokemon coins per draw. Intermediate lottery, 10,000 Pokemon coins per draw. Advanced lottery, 100,000 Pokemon coins per draw. Forget it, goodbye. Gumu immediately pressed the close button, expressing his desire to no longer see such things. With the entirety of his funds barely enough for a single draw, he felt that if he ended up with useless items, it would surely result in an evening of belt stir-fried shredded meat. System, are there no Pokemon in the marketplace? Gumu asked in confusion. Master, Pokemon are not commodities. The system replied with an unprecedented seriousness. After listening, Gumu nodded earnestly, then turned his gaze towards the adorable Mumu perched on his shoulder. Although the world still engaged in the trade of Pokemon, in Gumu's heart, Pokemon were not mere commodities, but living, emotional companions. He believed that many shared his sentiment, regarding their Pokemon as friends, allies, and even family. On the very first day in this world, during that fragrant evening filled with osmanthus blossoms, as he watched Pidgey soaring freely, the Pokemon he had once seen in anime vividly came to life in his heart. It seemed that the system's master shared this perspective as well, and Gumu displayed a look of agreement. Although he could not acquire Pokemon directly from the system, he felt that the encounters, the bonds formed, and the process of befriending Pokemon would surely be far more intriguing. After closing the system's marketplace, Gumu turned his attention to the next option, the training ground. Upon clicking it, a circular wheel appeared before him. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that it was divided into 18 segments, each adorned with distinct patterns. This was grass, water, fire, ghost, dragon, fairy. With each pattern he recognized, he recited the corresponding attribute. These were indeed the 18 types of Pokemon. System, how does one train in this training ground? Gumu inquired with curiosity. Replying to the master, there are a total of 18 training grounds within the system, each containing the purest energy of its respective type. The concentration of energy correlates with the level of the training ground, which is currently at the novice level and cannot be upgraded for now. The method of upgrading is for the master to explore independently. Furthermore, to utilize the training ground, one must consume spirit coins, costing 10 spirit coins per hour. Once the spirit coins are paid, the master selects the Pokemon to enter the training ground, and that Pokemon will commence its training. The specific details will be revealed upon usage. Gumu pondered this information. 10 spirit coins, which equated to $1,000 for an hour of training. He wondered how the system's training ground compared to the school's training facilities. He would find out in due course. With a smile, Gumu closed the training ground interface and proceeded to the final section, the database. Isn't this just the National Pokédex? Gumu remarked, staring at the familiar Pokédex panel in awe. Indeed, the database encompasses all Pokemon within the Master's knowledge, along with detailed information about them. So, I have a complete Pokédex at my disposal, sparing me the effort of rummaging through my memories? Gumu exclaimed with delight. Although his memory wasn't particularly poor, recalling the vast array of Pokemon, items, and moves from his past life was simply unfeasible. This system function was incredibly useful, even allowing him to research topics he had been curious about recently. Wait a moment. Suddenly, Gumu had a thought. System, did you just say my knowledge? Affirmative. So, you came back with me in this reincarnation? Is there a way for me to return? Gumu's eyes lit up, and he spoke with fervor. Host permissions are insufficient. The system declines to answer this question. The system replied coolly. Very well, knowing or not knowing makes little difference. Gumu chuckled. He was already quite content with his current life, able to care for his parents while pursuing his passions. Fatty, why are you running so fast? Gumu suddenly shouted upon seeing a robust figure dart past him. Lin Cheng, hearing the familiar voice, turned around and halted immediately. Boss, why are you still lagging? We have to gather in the morning. Lin Cheng exclaimed hurriedly. Gather for what? Gumu asked, puzzled. Didn't you see the group message? What group? The one for the top 16 newcomers this morning. Gumu quickly pulled out his phone and indeed found new messages. After being startled by the system earlier and learning about the upgraded features, he had neglected to check the group notifications. When is the gathering? Gumu inquired. At 7:30 at the battle center. What are you waiting for? Hurry up. Panting and breathless, Gumu and Lin Cheng finally arrived at the battle center. Glancing at the time, it was 7:20, and thankfully, they were not late. You two are so slow. A bright voice rang in their ears. Gumu looked up to see Dang Yi giggling at their disheveled appearance, both drenched in sweat. Lucy, what a mess. Mumu fussed with its hair, having just run alongside Gumu, and now needed to tidy up after the wind had tousled its fur. I didn't check my phone this morning, so I missed the messages, Gumu explained. He and Lin Cheng then stepped into the arena. The battle center appeared unchanged from the previous day, with a large battle stage and spectator seats, though the audience had dispersed. The top 16 newcomers had gathered, and most of their gazes were fixated on Gumu. As the champion of the newcomer tournament, he naturally piqued everyone's curiosity, especially those who had yet to battle him, their eyes brimming with competitive spirit. Who wouldn't want to prove themselves? Among them were those who had lost solely due to skill, while others faced unfortunate matchups against counters. Each bore a semblance of discontent in their hearts. "Boss, look, the goddess is over there," Lin Cheng suddenly exclaimed beside him. Indeed, in the direction Lin Cheng indicated, Tu Yu stood quietly alone, a radius of 1 meter around her devoid of anyone else. "Boss, I'm heading over." Without waiting for Gumu to respond, Lin Cheng happily trotted towards her. "That silly fatso. By the way, Dingy, do you know what this gathering is for?" Gumu asked. He glanced at the group messages, which seemed to lack any explanation regarding the purpose of the gathering, only mentioning the time and place, along with arrangements for their absences. "Don't you know?" Deng Yi looked at Gumu, cradling his Pokémon, Pokemon, with surprise. "Is it really that strange?" Gumu retorted, puzzled. Deng Yi, seeing the sincerity in Gumu's eyes, struggled to refute him and thus explained, "The first-year students at Yucheng know. One high school participate in 2 events throughout the year. The first is the newcomer tournament we just experienced. The second is the national new trainer competition held at the end of the first year. This competition is exclusive to first-year students from various schools, presenting a splendid opportunity to showcase the school's strength, as well as being the best stage for us novice trainers." Deng Yi spoke with admiration. Therefore, after each newcomer tournament, the school selects some of the most talented students for specialized training, all in preparation for the national competition. Now I understand. Gumu finally grasped the reason behind the gathering. The national new trainer competition? Such a grand stage. How could I possibly miss it? Gumu. Look at them. They're all staring at you, Deng Yi remarked with a smile. Gumu chuckled lightly, unconcerned with the gazes of others, standing quietly in place and waiting. He was well aware of their thoughts, but paid them no heed. His strength was evident. Why should he care about the opinions of others? After a while, Gumu lowered his head to check his phone. The time had come. Lin Cheng returned to Gumu's side, appearing somewhat displeased, as if he had once again faced a setback. A light cough interrupted the moment, prompting everyone to glance toward the entrance, where, indeed, a figure was approaching them. Upon closer inspection, Gumu discerned that it was an elderly man, with a square face, piercing eyes, and a slightly grizzled beard, likely in his 50s or 60s. Despite his age, he appeared remarkably robust, striding towards them with heavy footsteps. The elder came to stand before them, his profound gaze sweeping over the group. Silence fell, as everyone awaited his words. After surveying the crowd, his gaze lingered momentarily on Gumu. Sensing the weight of the elder's attention, Gumu felt a twinge of nervousness. But he quickly steadied himself, meeting the elder's gaze with resolve. Observing Gumu's composure, the elder nodded slightly, and then proclaimed in a resonant voice, "From now on, I shall be your mentor. You may call me Elder Lei." Elder Lei? The words echoed in the minds of the crowd, as they pondered the unfamiliar title. They couldn't recall having encountered such a teacher in school before, though Lin Cheng seemed to contemplate, sensing a familiarity with the elder's visage, yet unable to pinpoint where he had seen him. "Do you know why you have gathered here today?" Elder Lei scanned the group, his expression stern. "We do." The crowd replied earnestly, sensing the weight of his authority. "Good. It saves me from having to explain myself again, though somewhat unnecessary. I must ask once more, does anyone wish to withdraw?" Elder Lei inquired. No one spoke. Their eyes remained fixed on him, unwavering in their resolve. What a jest it would be to retreat now, having already arrived at this crucial juncture, especially when many would find it difficult to gain entry. "Very well. I hereby declare that you are now members of the preparatory team for the first high school of Yucheng," Elder Lei announced. Excitement flickered in their eyes, for they had finally distinguished themselves within their grade, achieving their aspirations, and each was brimming with enthusiasm. Elder Lei regarded them for a moment before smiling with satisfaction. Youth is indeed invigorating. Remember, you are students of the Pokémon department. Your focus must shift towards training your Pokémon. Academic performance, while important, will not significantly impact your future university admissions. Therefore, apart from attending a few academic classes, your remaining free time must be devoted to training. Elder Lei's tone turned serious as he addressed them. Indeed, typical high school students relied on their academic results to secure university placements, where excellence directly influenced their future opportunities. In contrast, students of the Pokémon department were evaluated differently, with emphasis placed on their ability to train and command Pokémon, rendering academic performance merely a supplementary aspect. Good grades were an enhancement, poor ones inconsequential, exemplifying the adage that passing was sufficient. As members of the preparatory team, you have less than a year before you embark on the path to the national competition. You will undergo training here that is 100 times more rigorous than that in the Miracle Forest. Hence, if you seek to coast by, it's best to leave now. Elder Lay proclaimed, his gaze piercing, as if he were a coiled tiger, his sharp eyes fixed on them, instilling a palpable tension in the air. Even Gumu, who had lived 2 lives, felt a surge of anxiety. As the group stood silent under his imposing presence, Elder Lay softened his tone slightly, stating, "You must understand. If you do not exert yourselves now, you will be left with nothing but disgrace in the future. Now, I shall not dwell further on this. Let us unveil our training plan." He produced a document from his grasp and continued, to bridge the gap among the various classes. The 16 of you will be separated from your original classes to form a new class, Pokémon Department 0. The group exchanged surprised glances at the unexpected announcement. Yet upon reflection, they realized it made sense. They had only just begun the school year, and familiarity with their original classmates was still limited. Your training and class schedules are as follows. Arrive at school by 7:30 a.m., with training commencing at 7:40 a.m. until 10 o'clock a.m., when you will return to attend academic classes. From 1:30 p.m. to 3:30 p.m., you will have academic classes again, followed by training from 3:30 p.m. to 6 o'clock p.m. Weekends are free to arrange as you wish. However, keep in mind, the slots for representing the school in competitions are limited, Elder Lay said, observing them with a hint of amusement. The group felt a mix of excitement and apprehension, aware that the number of participants allowed in competitions was finite, and not everyone might qualify. Now, let us conclude the discussion on training time. The next matter is of even greater importance and closely related to you, Elder Lay continued, his tone shifting again. What is it? The group queried. Curiosity etched on their faces. Beginning this month, at the end of each month, the Pokémon Department 0 will hold a small internal competition to determine rankings among the 16 of you. Prizes will be awarded based on your respective standings. Elder Lay stated with a gentle smile, glancing at Gumu before adding, it is worth mentioning that the reward for the first place is quite substantial. He regarded them with keen interest, realizing that a little incentive would motivate these fledgling trainers to train earnestly, especially that one in particular. A little pressure was necessary for growth. Suddenly, Gumu sensed that his position might be precarious. All eyes, save for a few, were now fixated on him. A stark contrast to before. Previously, their glances had hinted at a desire to spar, but now, their expressions seemed intent on overwhelming him. Noting the subtle smile in Elder Lay's eyes, Gumu felt a wave of confusion wash over him. I suspect that this cunning old man is plotting against me, yet I lack tangible evidence. All right, it's 8 o'clock. It's time to commence training, Elder Lay announced, glancing at his watch. The 4 battle arenas here are available for your use, while the other arenas are reserved for higher year students. Now, summon forth your Pokémon. Charmeleon, come forth. A flash of red light erupted as Lin Chung was the first to release his Pokémon. Char. The Charmeleon stood proudly, surveying its surroundings and sensing that a battle was not imminent. It trotted eagerly to Lin Cheng's side. Come forth, Mareep. Squirtle, face the challenge of fire and water. You. Hee. As usual, Jengar emerged from Heiyu's side, playfully floating about. Gumu and Dang Yi had already released their Pokémon, standing by as the others summoned their Pokémon in succession. Very well, let us commence with the first phase of physical training. Elder Lay pondered momentarily before continuing. Initially, I intended for you all to dive directly into the training, but I harbor concerns regarding potential injuries. Have any of you engaged in that particular exercise before? I would like to see a demonstration. The group appeared somewhat bewildered. They had anticipated training, yet suddenly found themselves confronted with this unexpected exercise. Elder Lay, are you referring to the warm-up exercises we do in physical education class? Su Lin inquired cautiously from the crowd. Yes, that very one. Can you perform it? Elder Lay responded. Enough with the chatter. You there, Gumu, step forward and lead them in the warm-up, he gestured dismissively. Gumu was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Elder Lay to call upon him to demonstrate. What are you waiting for? Hurry up, or your training time will be insufficient. And you will have to double your efforts. Elder Lay smirked, his gaze fixed intently on Gumu. Gumu couldn't shake the feeling that Elder Lay bore an uncanny resemblance to teacher Chung Hai, possessing the same cunning demeanor. Resigned, he stepped forward, turning his back to the group, and commenced the warm-up exercises. Fortunately, having attended numerous classes and served as a physical education representative for a year, he still remembered the warm-up routines, sparing him from embarrassment. First, head movements. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 2, 3, 4. The others reluctantly followed Gumu's lead, clearly lacking enthusiasm, yet unwilling to slack off in front of Elder Lay, treating it as just another physical education class. In no time, the warm-up concluded, and Gumu returned to the lineup, awaiting Elder Lay's next instructions. Ahem. Now, we shall begin the formal training. Pokémon, remain here. You shall first engage in a few laps to enhance your fitness. The boys will run 6 laps, and the girls 4, Elder Lay declared. Huh. The group exchanged puzzled glances at Elder Lay, expecting to train their Pokémon instead. What are you waiting for? Go now. If you have questions, we can address them later. No slacking off. If I catch you, it will be a cause for celebration. Indeed, Elder Lay chuckled, his sharp gaze piercing through them. Understanding they had no choice but to comply, they each set aside their belongings, offered brief reassurances to their Pokémon, and lined up in order, heading towards the training grounds outside the battle center. The track at Yucheng No. 1 High School was a standard 400-meter circuit. Thus, 6 laps for the boys amounted to 2 for 100 meters, neither too much nor too little. The gentle autumn breeze, accompanied by the morning sun, graced their faces, creating a particularly pleasant atmosphere as they began to run around the track. Boss, I fear I'm in for it now, Lin Cheng lamented beside Gumu. Gumu turned to see Lin Cheng's distressed expression and replied resignedly, I told you to eat less, but you wouldn't listen. Consider this a chance to shed a few pounds, especially for your goddess. That's absurd. My goddess is not the type to judge solely on appearances, Lin Cheng asserted firmly. Yet, upon reflection, he considered that losing a bit of weight might not be such a bad idea after all. And he began to pick up his pace to keep up with Gumu. Hey, boss, what do you think of the new Elder Lay? Lin Cheng asked, trailing behind. Gumu recalled Elder Lay's enigmatic gaze and replied, he gives me the impression of encountering the formidable Cheng Hai, perhaps even more so. True enough. But Cheng Hai is far more entertaining, Lin Cheng remarked. Enough chatter. Conserve your energy. There are still 5 laps to go. With that, Gumu and Lin Cheng resumed their running. Keep it up, you plump one. The expansive track echoed with Gumu and Lin Cheng's relentless strides. As they approached the final lap, Gumu maintained a steady pace beside Lin Cheng, offering encouragement. Although Lin Cheng had engaged in various training exercises for his Charmander since entering high school, his foundation was weak. He had not exercised much before, which had contributed to his current portly state. Gumu had witnessed Lin Cheng's former self, a typically normal boy, who, over time, succumbed to indulgence and gradually gained weight. Come on, fatty, we're almost at the finish line, Gumu urged, running alongside Lin Cheng. Exhausted and breathless, Lin Cheng could hardly muster a response. He felt as though he had just emerged from a shower, yet a fierce determination propelled him forward, closing the gap with the leading runners. Gumu, too, was not faring much better. Despite having trained frequently lately, completing 6 laps left him drenched in sweat, with aching legs, occasionally gasping for air. Finally, it's over. Lin Cheng took a few steps, leaning against the railing as he gasped for breath, attempting to regain his composure. Not bad, fatty, you actually finished, Gumu remarked, also leaning against the railing, observing the panting Lin Cheng with a smile. Of course. Who do you think I am? Lin Cheng replied confidently, masking his earlier struggle. Look at how exhausted you both are. Here, wipe your sweat, Dang Yi chimed in, approaching with a pack of tissues. Thanks, Gumu said, accepting the tissues, pulling one out, and handing the rest to Lin Cheng. Dang Yi, you're incredible. You completed all those laps as if it were nothing, Lin Cheng exclaimed, wiping his sweat. Dang Yi chuckled at Lin Cheng's compliment, smirking as she replied, I regularly engage in exercise. I'm quite adept at taekwondo and long-distance running. I could run 10 laps without breaking a sweat. Indeed, she was the embodiment of strength in the social sphere. I shall rely on you from now on. Lin Cheng flattered her rapidly. Gumu was astonished to discover that this seemingly delicate girl possessed strength surpassing that of the boys present. What are you staring at? Is it so surprising? Your Pokémon are no weaker than I am. What's there to gawk at? Deng Yi shot back, rolling her eyes. All right, it's time to regroup. It would be unwise to provoke that old demon, Gumu advised, recalling Elder Lay's penetrating gaze that sent chills down his spine. Indeed, we've had enough rest. Let's go. Lin Cheng agreed, rising to join Gumu as they made their way back to the battle center. Observing others returning, the remaining individuals also stood up and followed suit. Are you aware of the concept of returning? Running so slowly, have you not eaten? As Gumu and the others entered the battle center, they found Elder Lay seated. Legs crossed, his piercing gaze fixed upon them. An immediate sense of pressure enveloped the group. They dared not utter a word under his scrutiny. Suddenly, an incongruous voice broke the silence. So what if we ran slowly? We're not athletes. As long as our Pokémon are strong, that's sufficient. Step forward and speak. Elder Lei replied, his tone devoid of warmth, his eyes locking onto the individual who had spoken. Instantly, Gumu felt the temperature in the room plummet. He wondered who lacked the sense to speak out of turn, silently chastising himself. A boy emerged from the ranks, looking disdainfully at Elder Lei. Despite knowing the elder was not to be trifled with, he felt compelled to stand his ground, reasoning that he could not be dismissed from the reserve team over such a remark. Gumu scrutinized the individual before him, recognizing him as Qiu Yi, though he had not advanced to the top 8, thus he paid little heed. The Pokémon appearing alongside him seemed to be a black-eyed crocodile. Repeat what you just said, Lei Lao remarked, narrowing his eyes slightly. If I say it once, I shall say it once. We are not athletes. So what does it matter if we run a bit slower? With a sudden motion, Lei Lao sprang into action. Qiu Yi barely had time to finish his sentence before an enormous fist materialized before him, growing larger by the second, swiftly obscuring his entire field of vision as it hurtled toward his forehead. Qiu Yi's pupils dilated in terror, an overwhelming fear engulfing his heart. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. At that moment, he felt as though he were about to be devoured by a ferocious tiger, his rationality crumbling under the weight of dread. No, Qiu Yi shouted desperately. Thud. Lei Lao's fist halted in midair, while Qiu Yi collapsed to the ground, his eyes wide open in shock. The onlookers stood dumbfounded, unable to comprehend the scene before them. Who would have anticipated that Lei Lao would act with such decisiveness, launching an attack that, while not landing, was powerful enough in its sheer force to send Qiu Yi sprawling to the ground? Gumu, too, stared in astonishment, not at Lei Lao's readiness to strike, but at his astonishing speed. From such a distance, Lei Lao had somehow dashed directly before Qiu Yi in the blink of an eye, delivering a punch before Qiu Yi could even react. Superhuman? A humanoid Pokémon? Gumu found himself at a loss for words to describe Lei Lao. His speed rivaled that of certain Pokémon, with the force of his punch, his swiftness, and his effortless control all defying the capabilities of an ordinary human. Not to mention, Lei Lao appeared to be in his 50s or 60s, in Gumu's understanding. The elderly were not typically endowed with such vigor. Goodness, boss, I realize who he is, exclaimed Lin Chong, his eyes wide with revelation as he pointed at Lei Lao, one hand covering his mouth in disbelief. Who? Gumu promptly inquired, turning to face him. He is the former king of martial arts in Huaxia, Leido, the current master of the fighting gym, Lin Cheng stated, each word tinged with astonishment. The title of king of martial arts in Huaxia. All present, including Gumu, stared in astonishment at the elderly figure before them, utterly taken aback to discover that this old man was the former champion. Had it not been for Lin Cheng's childhood habit of remaining indoors and watching television, he would have been none the wiser regarding Lei Lao's identity. Who would have thought that after so many years of inactivity, there would still be someone who recognized the old master? Lei Lao retracted his fist. Casting a commendatory glance at Lin Chong, his spirits lifted. This child is worth teaching. Now, do you still believe that physical training is of no value? Lei Lao turned, fixing his gaze on the disoriented Qiu Yi. The latter, paralyzed by fear, could scarcely articulate a response. In that fleeting moment, he genuinely felt as though his life was in peril. I trust your previous instructors have imparted to you the significance of physical training. Lei Lao continued, his voice steady as he regarded the group. Following the earlier display, they had come to understand that this elderly man was indeed not to be trifled with. While he could not strike at will, should he be provoked, he might very well resort to action, coupled with his status as the former king of martial arts. A simple misstep could lead to an unprovoked beating, and one would have to smile and accept that Lei Lao's reprimands were indeed justified. As you stand upon the battlefield, it is not solely the prowess of your Pokémon that matters. When the strength of both sides' Pokémon is comparable, astute command becomes paramount. What constitutes good command? It is your reaction speed, your grasp of the battle situation, your combat techniques, and your instinct for fighting. Without training, can you truly master these skills? Faced with Lei Lao's pointed inquiries, the group fell silent. They understood some aspects, but were reluctant to acknowledge their own shortcomings. Teacher Cheng Hai had previously conveyed similar sentiments to Gumu and his peers, and Gumu himself recognized the truth in those words. Had it not been for accompanying Lin Chong, he would have completed his run long ago. Have you ever contemplated other scenarios? He continued. As the world continues to merge and expand, an increasing number of wild Pokémon are appearing before our eyes. Should you find yourself in peril one day, with your Pokémon unable to assist you, how will you manage? Will you watch your longtime companion depart from this world? Lei Lao posed the question, gesturing towards the prostrate Qiu Yi. Will you lie down like him and await your demise? Or will you rise up and roar defiantly into the void? The group gazed at their respective Pokémon, deep in contemplation. Their only reliance lay in their Pokémon. Without them, they would be rendered defenseless, devoid of any means to retaliate. Without enduring hardship, how can one witness the rainbow? It is through the sweat of practice that you shall minimize the lessons learned through bloodshed. Do not wait until it is too late to regret your choices. Do you understand? Lei Lao's piercing gaze swept over the assembly, including the still-dazed Qiu Yi. Do you comprehend? We understand. The crowd bellowed in unison. They recognized that Lei Lao was not mistaken in his assertions, though his manner was stern. It stemmed from a place of concern for their well-being. If you understand, why do you not commence your training? And you, when do you plan to rise? Lei Lao shot a glance at Qiu Yi. Though his courage had waned, this was indeed an opportune moment for these students to mature in both mind and thought. Without applying a firm hand, how could they be compelled to train earnestly? Qiu Yi, recovering, returned to the ranks with a flushed face and lowered gaze. Now, we shall engage in skill training. Disperse and practice your Pokémon's abilities. I will provide guidance shortly, Lei Lao stated coolly. Yes, Lei Lao. The group responded in chorus. Gumu, hold off on your training for now and follow me, Lei Lao instructed, beckoning him forward. Huh. Gumu blinked in surprise, but ultimately followed the retreating figure of Lei Lao. What could this old master want with him? Chapter 72. A letter from Teacher Chung Hai. Gumu trailed behind Lei Lao to the rest area of the battle center, then turned to face him. Lei Lao, is there something you need? Gumu asked cautiously, still unfamiliar with the man and opting for prudence. Lei Lao's eyes bore into Gumu, exuding an air of danger that pressed down upon him, suffocating him with an unrelenting weight. Gumu gritted his teeth, struggling to endure as beads of sweat trickled down his brow. After a minute, the pressure suddenly eased, allowing him to breathe normally once more. Gumu raised his head, fixating on Lei Lao. This old man was exceptionally formidable. It was no wonder he had once held the title of champion. A flicker of intense determination sparked within Gumu. Would he one day attain such strength? Akin to Lei Lao? Your gaze is commendable. To endure under my aura for so long speaks volumes. Truly deserving of the title of first in the freshman competition. Lei Lao remarked, an unusual smile gracing his face, prompting Gumu to question whether he was imagining it. He had always felt that Lei Lao was targeting him specifically. As Lei Lao regarded Gumu, a glimmer of admiration flickered in his eyes. What are you looking at? Are you perplexed as to why I'm targeting you? Elder Lei chuckled, embodying the wisdom that comes with age, effortlessly discerning Gumu's thoughts. No, Gumu hurriedly replied. And what if I am? After all, I am indeed targeting you, my young friend, Elder Lei stated matter-of-factly. Initially, your principal had arranged for a monthly competition, promising additional rewards regardless of rankings. However, at my insistence, that reward has now been incorporated into the ranking system. In other words, should you fail to secure the first position, that extra reward will slip through your fingers, he explained. Is that so? Gumu gazed at Elder Lei, bewildered. Are you admitting it? How should I respond to that? Noticing Gumu's dazed expression, Elder Lei continued with a hint of amusement. To put it another way, my focus is not solely on you, but rather on the champion of the freshman competition. Since your principal has entrusted me with your training, I shall take the reins. If the first-place winner of the freshman competition cannot withstand the pressure from those who have fallen behind, they should vacate their position at once. Do you understand? Elder Lei fixed his stern gaze on Gumu. Gumu contemplated Elder Lei's words. Their first encounter was indeed unusual, and now he began to grasp the rationale behind Elder Lei's stance. It seems you are quite astute. This is for your own good. Without pressure, there can be no growth. Do you comprehend? I understand, Elder Lei, Gumu replied, bowing respectfully. There was no room for misunderstanding. After all, he could not afford to oppose him. Very well, I shan't detain you further. I summoned you today not only to deliver this message, but also to present you with something, Elder Lei remarked, disregarding whether Gumu absorbed his words. The upcoming trial would be Gumu's to face, and his determination would dictate his success. What is it? Gumu inquired, intrigued by Elder Lei's demeanor. Your Larvitar is on the verge of evolving, Elder Lei casually stated, leaving Gumu utterly astonished. Really? Gumu exclaimed. I observed it closely just now. It's almost certain, Elder Lei confirmed. That is splendid news. Gumu shouted, having noticed peculiar signs that his companion, Mumu, seemed to have hit a plateau, unable to improve despite extensive training. He had intended to consult others about it, being a novice in nurturing Pokémon. Don't rejoice prematurely. This is precisely the matter at hand. What's wrong? Is there an issue with Mumu's evolution? Gumu quickly asked, concerned for his most vital companion. Evolution is certainly not the issue. However, but what? Be patient. Youth often lacks composure and fails to heed advice, Elder Lei retorted, casting a disapproving glance at Gumu. exuding an aura that promptly quelled his excitement. Now can you listen attentively? Elder Lei, please go ahead, Gumu replied, reassured by Elder Lei's previous statement. He lifted his chin, ready to absorb every word. First, take a look at this. Elder Lei rummaged through his belongings and produced a crumpled piece of paper, handing it to Gumu. Is this a letter? Gumu examined the wrinkled paper in his hands, struggling to recognize it amidst the chaos. Is it truly still customary to write letters? Don't people just text now? He looked at Elder Lei in disbelief. Stop jesting. I was momentarily distracted. Less chatter, and just read it, Elder Lei admonished, his face flushing slightly as he glared at Gumu. Oh, Gumu lowered his head, meticulously unfolding the crumpled paper. Upon reading the large, bold characters at the end, realization dawned on him. Teacher Qinghai. This was indeed a letter from Teacher Qinghai, whom he hadn't seen since the Miracle Forest incident. He had been informed that urgent matters had kept him from returning to school. What could Teacher Qinghai want to communicate to me? Gumu pondered as he flipped to the beginning of the letter and began to read. I couldn't reach you via phone, so I resorted to writing this letter. You little rascal, I've taken a significant loss this time. Whatever you do, do not allow your Larvitar to evolve. Otherwise, all my hard work will be in vain. I'll explain further when I return in a few days, but remember, do not let Larvitar evolve before I get back. If it does, you shall regret it. I will undoubtedly pound you into the ground. The letter was infused with Teacher Qinghai's unique voice, and after reading it, Gumu's earlier anxiety regarding Mu dissipated, replaced by confusion. The entire letter revolved around one core message: do not allow Mu to evolve before his return. But why? Nonetheless, Gumu recognized that Teacher Qinghai had good intentions and would never harm him given their rapport. Elder Lei, do you know the reason behind this? Gumu inquired, tucking the letter back into his pocket. Elder Lei set down his tea, casting a sidelong glance at Gumu. Of course I know. And what is it? Gumu pressed, intrigued. That is not for me to disclose, Elder Lei replied enigmatically. Gumu felt the corners of his mouth twitch as he began to question his life choices. Standing here, it feels as though I am the elder. What should I do to restrain Mumu's evolution? Gumu asked, voicing his most pressing concern. He was completely at a loss regarding how to proceed. Simply limit its exposure to psychic energy. While a robust foundation of psychic energy enhances the strength post-evolution, an excess will reach a critical threshold that could trigger Mumu's evolution prematurely. Therefore, reduce its meditation sessions for now and focus on training its skills instead. Elder Lei elucidated. Understood, Gumu replied after a moment of contemplation. Given that it was Teacher Qinghai's advice, he felt more confident despite the teacher's somewhat sly nature. Now be off. Your presence is tiresome to my eyes. Go train and ensure you don't relinquish the first place to anyone else, or you shall disappoint this old man. Elder Lei waved his hand, signaling Gumu to leave. Also, do not disclose this matter to anyone else. Understood, Gumu affirmed, hastily departing the lounge. Although he sensed that Elder Lei meant no harm, he couldn't shake the feeling that a confrontation would hardly be regarded as malicious on Elder Lei's part. As he slipped away, Gumu returned to the battle center, observing Lin Cheng as he trained his Charmander in the use of Ember. Upon hearing footsteps behind him, Lin Cheng turned to see Gumu. Hey boss, you're back. What did Elder Lei want? Nothing much. Just encouraged me to keep up my efforts and not let anyone push me out of first place, Gumu replied, pursing his lips. Since Elder Lei had advised him to keep it under wraps, he decided it best not to divulge any details. That is fantastic. I've heard tales of the former Fighting King's peculiar temperament, and yet, he's cheering you on. It seems he has taken a liking to you. Lin Cheng remarked with a grin. Perhaps, Gumu mused, recalling Elder Lei's intimidating presence, which made him feel quite uneasy. He had never experienced such pressure from Teacher Qinghai. By the way, where's Mumu? Gumu scanned the vicinity, failing to spot his companion. Mumu was just training with Charmander. I wasn't paying close attention. You might want to ask Deng Yi. She should know, Lin Cheng suggested, waving his hand dismissively. Deng Yi, have you seen Mumu? Gumu approached Deng Yi to inquire. Look, isn't it in that bag? Deng Yi gestured towards the backpack situated not far from the spectator seats, his expression one of exasperation. Gumu took a closer look and realized it was indeed Deng Yi's bag. This fellow, could it be that he sneaked off to indulge in snacks again? Gumu hurried over and, upon seeing the bulging backpack sway slightly, he rubbed his forehead and unzipped it. The sudden influx of light interrupted Mumu's blissful snacking moment. Annoyed, Mumu set down the half-eaten chocolate and quickly lifted its head, preparing to reprimand the villain who dared to disrupt its feast. To its dismay, it found a familiar face glaring back at it. Oh no, this is troublesome. The foolish master has arrived. Lucy? Master, what's wrong? Mumu feigned ignorance, employing its most bewildered big eyes to gaze at Gumu. The two stared at each other, eyes locked in a silent confrontation. What is going on? You're slacking off, and you still have the audacity to ask what's wrong? Gumu was fuming. A sudden urge to treat Mumu to a series of candied chestnuts washing over him. Calm down, this is my own Pokemon. Aren't you coming out to train? Gumu said, irritation lacing his tone. Lucy emerged from the backpack, floating onto Gumu's shoulder, gently patting his head with a small hand. Don't be angry. Foolish master. Let us hurry to train. Chapter 73. A calamity triggered by an energy cube. Mumu teleport. At the battle platform, Gumu and Mumu were engaged in skill training. Since meditation was not an option, enhancing skill proficiency was a worthwhile endeavor. At that moment, Elder Lei had also stepped out, observing everyone's training one by one. Indeed, Elder Lei was worthy of being a former combat champion. Despite his primary focus on physical combat, he possessed profound knowledge in Pokemon training, his insight keen. He could often pinpoint flaws in their Pokemon with just a glance. Charmander has decent strength, but what on earth is this spark intensity? Elder Lei remarked disdainfully, standing behind Lin Cheng. Cough cough. Lin Cheng awkwardly cleared his throat. In preparation for the competition, he had trained at the Pokemon Club, but while his strength had increased, the power of his spark had not improved. Thus, he was currently pondering solutions. He aimed to let Charmander better experience fire-type energy, first mastering the control of its internal energy before attempting to manipulate external energy, ultimately combining both while utilizing skills. Although this was a challenging task, if successful, Charmander's spark intensity would elevate significantly. As for the practical steps, it depended on the efforts of both him and Charmander. Elder Lei spoke slowly, dedicated to imparting knowledge, teaching as much as he could. Whether they absorbed it depended on their own willingness. Yes, Elder Lei, Lin Cheng replied respectfully, exhilarated by Elder Lei's guidance. After all, the counsel of a former champion was unparalleled in U City. Watching Lin Cheng train earnestly, Elder Lei nodded. A teachable youth indeed. At this age, the greatest fear is not flaws but the awareness of them without the will to amend. Elder Lei glanced around and noticed Gumu training Mumu, so he casually approached. Again, Mumu, increase your movement distance. Gumu instructed, prompting Mumu to respond with a cheerful, Lucy. Cough cough. Hearing the cough, Gumu turned to see Elder Lei standing behind him, observing intently. Is there an issue with your training? Elder Lei asked, glancing at Mumu, who was teleporting. Elder Lei, I wanted to ask how I can improve Mumu's teleportation speed and distance. Gumu replied eagerly upon hearing Elder Lei's inquiry. Until now, he had trained with Mumu alone, rarely seeking advice from others, except during special training when he consulted teacher Chung Hai. The rest of the time, he had been exploring on his own. Now, having such a formidable mentor, despite the occasional stern demeanor, Elder Lei's knowledge and capability in Pokemon nurturing far surpassed his own. Speed and distance and teleportation, you say? Elder Lei studied Gumu before continuing. In fact, these are intertwined. Gumu looked puzzled at Elder Lei's words. Have Lalo Leisai unleash its strongest psychic attack on the ground, Elder Lei directed, pointing to a spot nearby. Mumu, use strong psychic in that direction. Gumu commanded. Since it was Mumu's most powerful psychic move, it was indeed strong psychic. Lucy. Following Gumu's instruction, Mumu began to gather and compress its psychic energy. A swirling mass of psychic energy coalesced, transforming into a near-liquid state. Elder Lei observed the scene, mentally marveling at the liquefied psychic energy, and called out, maintain this state. Do not release it. Upon hearing Elder Lei's command, Mumu momentarily hesitated, glancing at Gumu. Mumu, do as Elder Lei says, Gumu instructed. Although unsure of Elder Lei's intent, he decided to follow the guidance. Lucy. Mumu ceased its release and maintained the state, its psychic energy roiling and seeking an escape. Before long, Mumu was visibly straining, its body tense, fearing that any relaxation would result in a spontaneous release of its psychic energy. Elder Lei observed Mumu's condition, waved his hand, and calmly said, All right, you may release it now. Lucy. Upon hearing Elder Lei's words, Mumu sighed in relief, immediately unleashing the psychic energy it had been holding. Boom. The ground erupted with a tremendous crash. Fortunately, the battleground was constructed from special materials capable of withstanding typical Pokemon attacks. Did you notice anything? Elder Lei turned his gaze to Gumu and inquired. Gumu pondered Elder Lei's question, his eyes lowering in thought. Mumu had nearly failed to maintain its strong psychic. Had it not been for Elder Lei's command to release it, the strong psychic could have dissipated. Dissipated? Of course, it's about control. Gumu's eyes lit up as he looked up at Elder Lei. Precisely. It is due to Lalolacei's insufficient control over its psychic energy that it affects the distance and speed of teleportation. More specifically, it pertains to the control of liquefied psychic energy. Let me ask you a question. Is liquefied psychic energy stronger than normal psychic energy? Indeed. Once converted to a liquid state, Mumu's psychic attacks and teleportation capabilities are elevated to a new level, Gumu responded. Elderlay noted. It is precisely because of the potency of liquefied psychic energy that Lalolacei struggles to control it. Once it transitions into this state, the activity and intensity of the psychic energy within its body significantly increase, and with its current abilities, full mastery is beyond its reach. The result is that while it can normally condense and release psychic energy attacks, skills like teleportation, which require sustained output, will terminate prematurely if control falters, thus shortening the displacement distance. Hearing Elderlay's insights, Gumu experienced a moment of enlightenment. So this was the connection. No wonder he always felt something was amiss with Mumu's teleportation, yet it could still be executed. So how do we resolve this? Gumu asked. 2 words. One is practice, and the other is wait, Master Lay remarked, gazing at Mumu. I understand practice, but what does wait mean? Wait for it to evolve. Once it evolves, its mastery over psychic energy will increase exponentially, making the control over liquefied telekinesis a straightforward endeavor. All right, I comprehend now. Thank you, Master Lay, Gumu respectfully replied, enlightened by Master Lay's words, which provided a new direction for Mumu's training. All right, enough of that. No issues. Continue your training. Master Lay waved his hand and departed. Having said all that needed to be said, whether or not they could achieve it was no longer his concern. Watching Master Lay's retreating figure, Gumu smiled. This old rascal seems rather commendable. Mumu, take a break before training again. Lulu. Mumu joyfully floated back to the backpack, snacking while resting. As evening fell, the training finally concluded. Gumu and Lin Chung trudged home, exhausted. Master Lay had successfully showcased their potential. They had collectively run 18 laps throughout the day. Had it not been for Master Lay's insistence, Gumu would never have realized he could complete so many laps. However, the consequence was muscle soreness and a profound sense of fatigue. Thankfully, tomorrow was Saturday, and he wouldn't have to face that old rascal for a while. Big brother, I'm heading home. Are we going to the training ground tomorrow? Lin Chung asked as they reached a fork in the road. Gumu tapped his sore, numb legs and gritted his teeth. Yes. All right, big brother. See you at school at 1 in the afternoon, Lin Chung replied, equally determined. Since big brother wasn't tired, how could he easily give up? Go home and rest. Gumu waved his hand, and they parted ways. Finally done. Once home, Gumu forced himself to finish dinner and then collapsed onto his bed, exhaling deeply. Lulu, I want candy. Mumu bounced around on the bed, requesting energy cubes from Gumu. Here, take it. Gumu retrieved a cube from the system's storage and handed it to Mumu. It must be said that the physical prowess of Pokémon is truly remarkable. Despite a day of rigorous training, Mumu rested a bit and immediately regained its vibrant energy. Gumu, lying on his stomach, envied Mumu, wishing for such stamina. Why does Teacher Chunghai prevent Mumu from evolving? Gumu pondered. Although he vaguely suspected it was for a good reason, it only heightened his curiosity. He couldn't let Mumu meditate and cultivate psychic abilities. Thus, they would have to focus on skill practice for the time being. Wait a moment. I can't let Mumu train its psychic abilities. Gumu suddenly set aside his soreness and bolted upright, urgently calling out to Mumu. Mumu, quickly spit out that candy. Gulp. What's wrong, Lulu? At that moment, Mumu had just swallowed the energy cube and tilted its head to look at him. Gumu stared at Mumu, bewildered. An advanced energy cube. It enhances one's psychic abilities and accelerates the absorption of psychic energy. Gumu anxiously scrutinized Mumu, observing whether it exhibited any changes. Lulu, what's wrong? Does Silly Master want some too? Mumu rummaged through its little bag and reluctantly produced another energy cube, offering it to Gumu. You still have more. Gumu looked at the energy cube in Mumu's hand, feeling a twinge of discomfort. Didn't you finish them all? Mumu shyly gazed at Gumu. I still have a little left. Mumu, do not absorb external psychic energy, for heaven's sake. Gumu hurriedly exclaimed. There was no time to worry about the energy cubes now. The priority was to prevent Mumu from absorbing any more energy. Its stamina had already been restored. If it absorbed more, evolution was imminent. Anxiously, Gumu scrutinized Mumu for any signs of change. Lulu? Mumu tilted its head, glancing at its little hands, appearing somewhat uncomfortable. It's fine, you're all good. Lulu. Wait, Silly Master, my hands are glowing. Mumu looked anxiously at Gumu, bewildered by the changes occurring in its arms. Gumu, momentarily stunned by the spreading light on Mumu's arm, suddenly shouted, "Oh no, this can't be happening." Chapter 74, almost done for. Lulu. Silly master, I'm glowing. What should I do? Moo Moo flailed helplessly in front of Gumu, clearly bewildered by its first experience of evolution. What should we do? I want to ask that too. Gumu exclaimed, caught between laughter and despair. Earlier that morning, Teacher Chung Hai and Master Lei had just cautioned him against allowing Moo Moo to evolve, and now, that very night, it seemed Moo Moo was on the verge of evolution. If either of them found out, he would be in serious trouble. What should we do? It's about to evolve. Gumu anxiously observed the radiant light enveloping Moo Moo. No evolution, no evolution. Suddenly, a thought struck him. System, do you have an Everstone in the shop? Gumu urgently shouted. The only way to suppress a Pokemon's evolution was with an Everstone. Returning to the host. Yes. Gumu sighed in relief and hurriedly asked. How many Pokemon coins? Buy one quickly. 800 Pokemon coins. Does the host confirm the purchase? Buy? Gumu responded. He had to stop Moo Moo's evolution first. Although he only had 100,000 coins, spending 80,000 in one go was a small price to pay in this dire situation. Purchase successful. Please check the system warehouse. Upon hearing the system's notification, Gumu quickly opened the storage, and indeed, an Everstone lay quietly in the compartment. Moo Moo, catch. Gumu took out the Everstone and swiftly tossed it to Moo Moo. Lulu, what's this? Moo Moo curiously examined the stone it had caught. I hope it's not too late. Gumu fixated on Moo Moo, hands clasped in prayer, fearing that if Moo Moo evolved now, he would lose everything. Lulu, where's the light? The glowing aura of evolution that had been flowing over Moo Moo's body began to recede the moment it grasped the Everstone. Is it really that effective? Gumu watched in astonishment. While he knew the Everstone could inhibit evolution, he never expected it to be so effective, immediately halting Moo Moo's transformation. Phew. Gumu exhaled deeply, narrowly escaping disaster. If Moo Moo had evolved, not only would Teacher Chung Hai be furious, but the benefits mentioned in the letter would certainly be out of his reach. Lulu? Observing Gumu's dramatically changing expression, Moo Moo appeared puzzled. See, you should focus on eating, you almost ruined everything. Gumu playfully tapped Moo Moo's little head. Moo Moo pouted at Gumu, sulking. Alright, quickly take out your evolutionary stone and fuse it with this Everstone first, Gumu instructed, pointing at the Everstone. Lulu. A flash of purple light enveloped Moo Moo, and the white Everstone in its hand vanished, replaced by a purple stone, the evolutionary stone. Hold on to it. It may prove useful later. Gumu took the evolutionary stone from Moo Moo's hand and placed it in the warehouse. Though the Everstone may function while held in hand, it is prudent to exchange it for safekeeping. Should it fall from around the neck, Gumu would genuinely feel as if despair were upon him. However, the current situation is favorable. He no longer has to worry about Moo Moo inadvertently evolving. Yet, there is a slight heaviness in his heart as he gazes at his account balance. Once 1,000 poke dollars, now merely 200. Alas, the need to earn money is pressing. With a deep sigh, Gumu sits on his bed, contemplating his schemes for financial gain. While there are numerous avenues for research, he must also consider the feasibility of his thesis. It would be unreasonable for an ordinary high school student to stumble upon a significant discovery without repercussions. Never mind. Let me peruse the database. Gumu accesses the system, eager to explore the database for suitable targets. Ah, what is this? His eyes drift toward the training ground, which he had previously dismissed, considering Moo Moo's prior condition unsuitable for further training, especially at the cost of 10 poke dollars per hour. However, circumstances have changed. Moo Moo now wears the Everstone, allowing continued training without the fear of evolution. What? You say 10 poke dollars is expensive? Gumu, surrendering to the situation, waved his hand dismissively. Having already spent 800, would he truly quibble over this trivial amount? He then navigated to the training ground interface, selecting the psychic type from the 18 attributes available. Do you confirm entry into the psychic training ground? This session will consume 10 poke dollars. Note, entry requires an undisturbed environment. Otherwise, access will be denied. Additionally, the Pokemon entering must maintain physical contact with the host. Should I enter directly? Gumu pondered. After some deliberation, he decided to lock the door. He then settled on the bed, cradling Moo Moo in his arms. Ruth? Moo Moo looked at Gumu with confusion. Indeed, Gumu felt the scene before him shift, a wave of dizziness washing over him, prompting him to close his eyes until the sensation subsided. Yet, this feeling was fleeting, dissipating swiftly as Gumu recognized that they had arrived at the training ground. Slowly, he opened his eyes to be greeted by a blank light screen, obscuring whatever lay beyond. Ruth? Where are we? Moo Moo floated curiously. Gumu surveyed his surroundings. discovering that this space constituted a relatively large cubic area, with he and Moo Moo ensconced within it. The light screen obstructed their view of the outside world entirely. Is this the training ground? Gumu queried, intrigued. He had imagined it would be a realm of splendor, yet it was merely an empty expanse. System. This is rather austere. Returning to host, the training ground is designed solely for the purpose of training. Please take a moment to absorb the energy of this environment. Very well. Nodding in agreement, Gumu acknowledged that he was not here for frivolity. After all, it cost 10 poke dollars per hour. Moo Moo. Attune yourself to the psychic energy present here. Moo Moo landed on the ground, closed its eyes, and began to sense the energy enveloping the environment. As Moo Moo entered a meditative state, subtle waves of psychic energy began to manifest in the air, flowing toward it in a steady stream. A smile spread across Gumu's face, for it was evident that the efficacy here far surpassed that of the outside world. Moo Moo had never experienced such phenomena during prior training sessions. After a while, Moo Moo opened its eyes, gazing at Gumu with intrigue. It sensed that this training session was entirely different from before. Previously, it absorbed psychic energy in mere trickles, but now it surged into its body in waves. How is it? Gumu inquired. Ruth. As a psychic type, Moo Moo naturally experienced a sense of comfort when absorbing energy of its own attribute. To put it in its own words, it was as if it had shifted from drinking plain water to indulging in a refreshing beverage, an immense improvement. Well then, make sure to train diligently. Gumu affectionately ruffled Moo Moo's hair. Ruth. Chapter 75, The Training Ground. Afternoon of the 7th day. Moo Moo, we're off. Gumu called out, shouldering his bag as he stepped outside with Moo Moo. This afternoon, he was to accompany Lin Cheng to the training ground at school. So after lunch, Gumu gathered his belongings and ventured out. He wondered how effective the school's training ground would be, having never visited it before. Though the system's training ground had proven quite effective during yesterday's trial, the costs were exorbitant. With all his savings, Gumu could only afford about 20 hours of training, and after yesterday's 2-hour stint, he had reluctantly exited with Moo Moo. Chubby. Upon reaching the school gate, Gumu spotted Lin Cheng munching on a meat sandwich while waiting for him. Boss, you're here. Lin Cheng waved as soon as he saw Gumu. Let us head in. Time is running short. Glancing at his phone, Gumu noted that it was nearly 1 o'clock. Yes, let us go. Boss. You have no idea how sore my legs are. They feel as if they've been shattered. Lin Cheng limped along, feeling as if his entire body were on the verge of collapse. Who isn't? Gumu rolled his eyes. That old taskmaster was far too demanding. After running several laps, he too felt his legs swelling with soreness. Let us hurry. All right. With that, the two quickened their pace toward the training ground. The U City High School training ground was constructed a decade ago by U City No. 1 Middle School, employing some of the most advanced technology of the time. This singular training ground had positioned U City No. 1 Middle School at the pinnacle of educational institutions in U City. In recent years, other schools had begun to erect similar facilities, yet none could compare to the effectiveness of U City No. 1. Legend has it that a remarkably talented prodigy emerged from U City No. 1, contributing significantly to the Huaxia Pokémon Alliance. In a bid to cultivate more outstanding students, the school sought to establish a training ground, reaching out to this prodigy, who naturally obliged, and the Alliance provided a renowned technical team for construction. Thus, with substantial financial investment and the Alliance's support, the largest training ground in U City was born. However, it was unfortunate that the resources consumed by the training ground each day were immense. Not even the combined resources of all the schools in U City could sustain it. Consequently, the board of U City No. 1 decided to open the training ground to all schools in U City, with limitations on usage time and capacity. Over the years, certain regulations have gradually formed. The training ground is only open on Saturday and Sunday afternoons from 1:30 to 6 o'clock, and due to limited space, only students possessing access passes may enter. Each student receives a pass, typically allocated to seniors, as the college entrance examination is of utmost importance. This is why Gumu and his peers were willing to endure the exertion to arrive, with only 2 opportunities each week. Missing even one would be a loss. Before long, Gumu and Lin Cheng arrived at the entrance of the training ground. Although it was not a towering structure, its size rivaled that of the battle center. From the outside, the building exuded a modern elegance. The arrangement of tempered glass and the casting of special alloys are remarkably aesthetic. Beneath the grand inscription of training ground, an imposing gate swung open before Gumu and Lin Cheng. They observed students hastily entering, seemingly anxious about missing their time and wasting precious training opportunities. Let us go in as well, Lin Cheng remarked, his eagerness palpable. After all, this was their inaugural visit to the training ground. In U City, few were granted access. And who could have anticipated that you City Number 1 high school would so generously issue 4 passes to 4 first-year students? Indeed. With that, Gumu and Lin Cheng stepped inside. Upon entering through the gate, they found themselves in a circular hall. Gumu glanced around, noting transparent glass panels on the left, behind which sat women wearing headsets, presumably at a service center. On the right side, there were sofas and tables, providing a resting area for those waiting. At that moment, a cylindrical object, about a meter tall, rolled swiftly toward them, and a screen on top flickered to life, emitting a voice. Please present your passes, and place them on the machine for identification. Verification? Gumu retrieved his pass and placed it on the machine. Ding. Pass holder. U City Number 1 High School. Gumu. Facial recognition. Successful. Pokémon held. Ralts. Permission to enter. Granted. Verification complete. Please retain your documents. Thank you. Gumu retrieved his pass. Ding. Lin Cheng placed his pass on the machine. Pass holder. U City Number 1 High School. Lin Cheng. Pokémon held. Charmander. Verification complete. Please retain your documents. Thank you. Once Lin Cheng had reclaimed his pass, the machine rolled away automatically. What shall we do now, boss? Lin Cheng inquired. I thought you would know. This is my first time here as well, Gumu replied, casting an innocent glance at Lin Cheng. All right then, let us ask someone, Gumu gestured, reassured that they still had a few minutes to spare. The duo approached the service center and sat before the service window. Hello, how may I assist you? The young lady behind the glass smiled warmly, her voice melodic. Hi, this is our first visit, and we would like to inquire about the specific procedures for utilizing the training ground. For first-time visitors. We have a comprehensive manual that outlines everything about the training ground, she explained, handing them 2 booklets through the lower window. Should you have any further questions after reviewing, feel free to ask, and we will be glad to assist you. Thank you, Gumu and Lin Cheng replied, accepting the manuals and beginning to read. Let us go. It's almost time, Gumu said after finishing the booklet. All right. They entered a long corridor. According to the manual, each pass corresponded to a designated room, with the number indicated on the pass. Gumu's was 98, while Lin Cheng's was 112. Given the limited number of rooms, they quickly located their respective chambers, which were not too far apart, but still had a considerable distance between them. See you at 6, fatty. Good luck. Good luck, Ralts. They then stepped into their individual rooms. Chapter 76, Precision Training. Upon entering, Gumu was left speechless by the sheer magnificence of the room. Despite the exquisite beauty of the surrounding areas, he had become somewhat desensitized to such grandeur, having seen many towering edifices. However, the moment he set foot in his training room, his eyes widened in astonishment. This is incredible, Gumu exclaimed, marveling at the room's decor. The vastness of the space, coupled with the dazzling metallic walls, the unique alloy flooring, and the cutting-edge facilities, including a floating virtual screen, utterly captivated him. Although he had perused the general overview in the manual, witnessing it firsthand was an entirely different experience, as though he had leapt decades into the future. Let us begin. Gumu patted Ralts on the head and placed his pass into a machine situated not far from the entrance. The machine illuminated, and lines of text appeared on the virtual screen in the center of the room, presenting Gumu's personal information. Shortly after, a voice resonated within the chamber. Mr. Gumu, Training Room 98 is at your service. Please select the attributes of the training ground. Psychic type, Gumu replied. Affirmative. Immediately, Ralts' expression shifted, as if sensing something. Ralts, how does the psychic energy here compare to yesterday? Gumu asked. Ralts gestured in the air. Is it a bit less? Well, that's still acceptable, Gumu acknowledged, content, as he considered it normal for human technology to lag behind the system. However, he was not merely there for the concentrated elemental energy. Room 98, activate the skill training system. Understood, Mr. Gumu. With that, Gumu's information vanished from the virtual screen, replaced by a series of options. Held Pokémon, Ralts. Please select a signature move and training method. Thanks to the comprehensive details in the manual and the customer service representative's guidance, Gumu had grasped the basic usage of the training ground. In essence, the training ground was designed for trainers to comprehensively enhance their Pokémon. Not only was the energy more concentrated than in the outside world, but the training for Pokémon skills was also highly targeted. Generally speaking, Pokémon skill training was divided into strength training and precision training, with the option for additional requests to be made to the staff for minor adjustments. Such extensive services, combined with the scarcity of slots, drew countless individuals to it. Since he aimed to train Ralts' control over psychic abilities, he naturally opted for precision training. Train signature move, telekinesis. Training method, precision training. Affirmative. Before Gumu's eyes, The previously empty floor began to split apart. A section of dark metallic flooring rose up, forming a complete rectangular surface. Some panels on the side walls vanished, replaced by an array of black targeting machines. Mr. Gumu, the telekinesis precision training area is now ready. Would you like an explanation of the setup? Yes. Observing the machines before him, Gumu felt slightly bewildered and deemed an explanation prudent. The telekinesis precision training area consists of two sections, the preparation zone and the target zone. Place your Pokémon in the white preparation zone. After a countdown, small balls will be launched from the emitters on either side into the target zone. The Pokémon must utilize the specified skill for shooting practice. Hitting the target constitutes success, while missing results in failure, ceasing the launch. The emitters operate in two modes, free mode and standard mode. Please choose. Following the explanation, the central screen displayed the two operational modes as described by the machine. Gumu scrutinized the setup, noting that the standard mode commenced with the launch of 3 spheres, with the intervals and quantities progressively increasing over time. In contrast, the free mode allowed him to dictate both the number of spheres launched and the intervals between their release. For his inaugural attempt, he opted for the standard mode, aiming to ascertain the extent of Moo Moo's control over its psychokinetic abilities. Standard mode, Gumu declared. Affirmative. Pokémon, take your positions. Countdown commencing, 30 seconds. Moo Moo, give it your all. Ruth chimed in, you're always training. Moo Moo gazed at Gumu with a look of mild reproach. All right. Once we finish training, there will be treats, and a sumptuous dinner awaits us tonight. Gumu assured, ruffling Moo Moo's head with a sly grin. Fine. I suppose I shall begrudgingly exercise, Ruth acquiesced with a sigh. Moo Moo pouted slightly, huffed, then gracefully floated to the preparation area. Gumu chuckled at Moo Moo's retreating figure. This child was quite the tsundere. 3, 2, 1. Standard mode. Training commence. The hours of training always seemed to slip away swiftly, and before long, the afternoon had vanished in a flurry. Within Training Ground 98, the launcher relentlessly propelled spheres into the air, while precise psychokinetic strikes swiftly knocked them down. Soon, an increasing number of spheres were launched at a greater velocity. Initially, Moo Moo managed to cope, but ultimately, one sphere eluded its grasp. Training session concluded. Standard mode. Duration, 13 minutes and 48 seconds. Final tally, 6 spheres. Detailed data is now available for review. Gumu raised his gaze to scrutinize the data on the display screen, retrieving his notebook to record the findings. This information was invaluable, pivotal for devising Moo Moo's training regimen. Moo Moo, splendid job. Gumu praised from the sidelines. After a full afternoon of practice, Moo Moo had progressed from barely managing 4 spheres to effortlessly handling 5. A remarkable improvement indeed. Of course, I am the strongest, Ruth exclaimed with pride. The training session is nearing its conclusion. Please prepare yourself, Mr. Gumu. All right, Moo Moo, let us head home for a feast. Moo Moo joyfully floated onto Gumu's shoulder. Ruth, I want candy. All right. Gumu and Moo Moo exited the training facility, fatigued yet elated by Moo Moo's significant advancement in strength. Boss, you finally emerged. Let us get home. Lin Chong, waiting at the entrance, remarked, his eyes drooping with sleepiness. No way, I just finished. I need to lie down for a bit. The portly friend draped an arm over Gumu's shoulder, calling out. Let us go? I'm feeling a bit weary myself. Time for dinner. The two men, weary but satisfied, trudged homeward.